An adventure in Paris. Is there any stronger feeling than curiosity in a woman? Fancy seeing, knowing, touching what one has dreamed about. What would a woman not do for that? Once a woman's eager curiosity is roused, she will be guilty of any folly, commit any imprudence, venture upon anything, and recoil from nothing. I am speaking of women who are really women, who are endowed with that triple-bottom disposition, which appears to be reasonable and cool on the surface, but whose three secret compartments are filled as follows: the first, with female uneasiness, which is always in a state of fluttering. The next, with sly tricks which are colored with an imitation of good faith, with the sophistical and formidable wiles of apparently devout women. And the last, with all those charming, improper acts, with that delightful deceit, exquisite perfidy, and all those wayward qualities which drive lovers who are stupidly credulous to suicide, but delight others. The woman whose adventure I am about to relate was a little person from the provinces, who had been insipidly respectable till then. Her life, which was apparently so calm, was spent at home, with a busy husband and 2 children, whom she brought up like an irreproachable woman. But her heart beat with unsatisfied curiosity and unknown longing. She was continually thinking of Paris, and read the fashionable papers eagerly. The accounts of parties, of the dresses and various entertainments, excited her longing. But, above all, she was strangely agitated by those paragraphs which were full of double meaning, by those veils which were half raised by clever phrases, and which gave her a glimpse of culpable and ravishing delights, and from her home in the provinces she saw Paris in an apotheosis of magnificent and corrupt luxury. During the long nights, when she dreamed, lulled by the regular snores of a husband, sleeping on his back by her side, with a silk handkerchief tied round his head, she saw in her sleep those well-known men whose names appeared regularly on the first page of the newspapers like stars in the dark sky. She pictured to herself their lives, continual excitement, constant debauches, orgies such as they practiced in ancient Rome, which were horribly voluptuous, with refinements of sensuality so complicated, that she could not even imagine them. The boulevard seemed to her to be a kind of abyss of human passions, and there could be no doubt that the houses there concealed mysteries of prodigious love. But she felt that she was growing old, without having known life, except in those regular, horribly monotonous, everyday occupations which constitute the happiness of the home. She was still pretty, for she was well preserved by a tranquil existence, like winter fruit in a closed cupboard, but she was consumed, agitated, and upset by her secret desires. She used to ask herself whether she should die without having experienced any of those damning, intoxicating joys, without having plunged once, just once, into that flood of Parisian voluptuousness. By dint of much perseverance, she paved the way for a journey to Paris, found a pretext, got some relatives to invite her, and as her husband could not go with her, she went alone. As soon as she arrived, she invented a reason for remaining for some days, or rather for some nights, if necessary, as she told him that she had met some friends who lived a little way out town. And then she set out on a voyage of discovery. She went up and down the boulevards, without seeing anything except roving and licensed vice. She looked into the large cafés, and read the agony column of the Figaro, which every morning seemed to her like a tocsin, a summons to love. But nothing put her on the track of those orgies of actors and actresses. Nothing revealed to her those temples of debauchery which opened, she imagined, at some magic word, like the cave in the Arabian Nights, or the catacombs in Rome, where the mysteries of a persecuted religion were secretly celebrated. Her relatives, who were quite middle-class people, could not introduce her to any of those well-known men, of whose names her head was full. And in despair she was thinking of returning, when chance came to her aid. One day, as she was going along the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin, she stopped to look into a shop full of those colored Japanese knickknacks, which attract the eye by their color. She was looking at the grotesque little ivories, the tall vases of flaming enamel, and the curious bronzes, when she heard the shopkeeper inside dilating, with many bows, on the value of an enormous, pot-bellied, comical figure, which was quite unique, he said, to a little, bald-headed, grey-bearded man. Every moment the shopkeeper repeated his customer's name, which was a celebrated one, in a voice like a trumpet. The other customers, young women and well-dressed gentlemen, gave a swift and furtive but respectful glance at the celebrated writer, who was looking admiringly at the china figure. They were both equally ugly as two brothers who had sprung from the same mother. To you the price will be 1,000 francs, Monsieur Varin, and that is exactly what it cost me. I should ask anybody else 1,500, but I think a great deal of literary and artistic customers, and have special prices for them. They all come to me, Monsieur Varin. Yesterday, Monsieur Busnac bought a large, antique goblet from me, and the other day I sold 2 candelabra like this, aren't they beautiful, to Monsieur Alexandre Dumas. If Monsieur Zola were to see that Japanese figure he would buy it immediately, Monsieur Varin. The author hesitated in perplexity, as he wanted to have the figure, but the price was above him, and he thought no more about being stared at than if he had been alone in the desert. She came in trembling, with her eyes fixed shamelessly upon him, and she did not even ask herself whether he were good-looking, elegant, or young. It was Jean Varin himself, Jean Varin. After a long struggle and painful hesitation, he put the figure down on to the table. "No, it is too expensive," he said. The shopkeeper's eloquence redoubled. "Oh! Monsieur Varin, too expensive? It is worth 2,000 francs, if it is worth a sou." But the man of letters replied sadly, still looking at the figure with the enameled eyes, "I do not say it is not, but it is too expensive for me." And thereupon, she, seized by a kind of mad audacity, came forward and said, "What will you charge me for the figure?" The shopkeeper, in surprise, replied, 1,500 francs, madam. "I will take it." The writer, who had not even noticed her till that moment, turned round suddenly. He looked at her from head to foot, with half-closed eyes, observantly, and then he took in the details, as a connoisseur. She was charming, suddenly animated by the flame which had hitherto been dormant in her. And then, a woman who gives 1,500 francs for a knick-knack is not to be met with every day. But she was overcome by a feeling of delightful delicacy, and turning to him, she said in a trembling voice, "Excuse me, monsieur. No doubt I have been rather hasty, as perhaps you had not finally made up your mind." He, however, only bowed, and said, "Indeed I had, madam." And she, filled with emotion, continued, "Well, monsieur, if either today, or at any other time, you change your mind, you can have this Japanese figure. I only bought it because you seem to like it." He was visibly flattered, and smiled. "I should much like to find out how you know who I am," he said. Then she told him how she admired him, and became quite eloquent as she quoted his works, and while they were talking, he rested his arms on a table and fixed his bright eyes upon her, trying to make out who and what she really was. But the shopkeeper, who was pleased to have that living puff of his goods, called out, from the other end of the shop, "Just look at this, Monsieur Varin, is it not beautiful?" And then everyone looked round, and she almost trembled with pleasure at being seen talking so intimately with such a well-known man. At last, however, intoxicated, as it were, by her feelings, she grew bold, like a general who is about to order an assault. "Monsieur," she said, "will you do me a very great pleasure? Allow me to offer you this funny Japanese figure, as a souvenir from a woman who admires you passionately, and whom you have seen for 10 minutes. He refused. She persisted, but still he resisted her offer, very much amused, and laughing heartily. But that only made her more obstinate, and she said, "Very well, then, I shall take it to your house immediately. Where do you live?" He refused to give her his address, but she got it from the shopkeeper, and when she had paid for her purchase, she ran out to take a cab. The writer went after her, as he did not wish to accept a present from a person whom he did not know. He reached her just as she was jumping into a vehicle, and getting in after her, he almost fell on top of her, as the cab gave a jolt. Then he sat down by her side, feeling very much annoyed. It was no good for him to argue and to beg her. She showed herself intractable, and when they got to the door, she stated her conditions. I will undertake not to leave this with you, she said, if you will promise to do all I want today. And the whole affair seemed so funny to him that he agreed. What do you generally do at this time? She asked him, and after hesitating for a few moments, he replied, I generally go for a walk. Very well, then, we will go to the Bois de Boulogne, she said, in a resolute voice, and they started. He was obliged to tell her the names of all the well-known women, pure or impure, with every detail about them, their mode of life, their habits, their homes, and their vices. And when it was getting dusk, she said to him, What do you do every day at this time? I have some absinthe, he replied, with a laugh. Very well, then, monsieur, she went on seriously. Let us go and have some absinthe. They went into a large café on the boulevard which he frequented, and where he met some of his colleagues, whom he introduced to her. She was half beside herself with pleasure, and kept saying to herself, At last. At last. But time went on, and she asked, Is it your dinner time? To which he replied, Yes. Then, let us go and have dinner. When they left Bignon's after dinner, she wanted to know what he did in the evening, and looking at her fixedly, he replied, That depends. Sometimes I go to the theatre. Very well, then, let us go to the theatre. They went to the vaudeville with a pass, thanks to him, and, to her great pride, the whole house saw her sitting by his side in the balcony stalls. When the play was over, he gallantly kissed her hand, and said, It only remains for me to thank you for this delightful day. But she interrupted him, What do you do at this time, every night? Why, I go home. She began to laugh, a little tremulous laugh. Very well, monsieur, let us go to your rooms. They did not say anything more. She shivered occasionally, from head to foot, feeling inclined to stay, and inclined to run away, but with a fixed determination, after all, to see it out to the end. She was so excited that she had to hold on to the banister as she went upstairs, and he went on ahead of her, with a wax match in his hand. As soon as they were in the room, she undressed herself quickly, and retired without saying a word, and then she waited for him, cowering against the wall. But she was as simple as it was possible for a provincial lawyer's wife to be, and he was more exacting than a pasha with 3 tails, and so they did not at all understand each other. At last, however, he went to sleep. The night passed, and the silence was only disturbed by the tick-tack of the clock, while she, lying motionless, thought of her conjugal nights, and by the light of the Chinese lantern. She looked nearly heartbroken at the little fat man lying on his back, whose round stomach raised up the bedclothes, like a balloon filled with gas. He snored with the noise of a wheezy organ pipe, with prolonged snorts and comic chokings. His few hairs profited by his sleep to stand up in a very strange way, as if they were tired of having been fastened for so long to that pate, whose bareness they were trying to cover. And a thin stream of saliva ran from the corner of his half-opened mouth. At last daylight appeared through the drawn blinds. She got up and dressed herself without making any noise, and had already half opened the door, when she made the lock creak, and he woke up and rubbed his eyes. He was some moments before he quite came to himself, and then, when he remembered all that had happened, he said, What? Are you going already? She remained standing, in some confusion, and then said, in a hesitating voice, Yes, of course, it is morning. Then he sat up, and said, Look here, I have something to ask you, in my turn. And as she did not reply, he went on, You have surprised me most confoundedly since yesterday. Be open, and tell me why you did it all, for upon my word I cannot understand it in the least. She went close up to him, blushing like as if she had been a virgin, and said, I wanted to know, what vice, really was, and, well, it is not at all funny. And she ran out of the room, and downstairs into the street. A number of sweepers were busy in the streets, brushing the pavements, the roadway, and sweeping everything on one side. With the same regular motion, the motion of mowers in a meadow, they pushed the mud in front of them in a semicircle. She met them in every street, like dancing puppets, walking automatically with a swaying motion, and it seemed to her as if something had been swept out of her. As if her overexcited dreams had been pushed into the gutter, or into the drain. So she went home, out of breath and very cold, and all that she could remember was the sensation of the motion of those brooms sweeping the streets of Paris in the early morning. When she got into her room, she threw herself onto her bed, and cried. A Christmas Eve festival. I do not remember exactly what year it was. For a whole month I had been hunting with the concentrated, savage joy that one has in a new passion. I was in Normandy, at the house of a bachelor relative, Jules de Ban-Neville, alone with him, a servant, a valet and a gamekeeper, in his manorial chateau. The castle, an old, grey building surrounded with moaning pines and avenues of oak trees, in which the wind howled, looked as if it had been deserted for centuries. The antique furniture was the only inhabitant of the spacious rooms and halls now closed, in which the people, whose portraits hung in a corridor as windy as avenues, used to receive their noble neighbors in solemn state. We had taken shelter in the only habitable room, the kitchen, an immense kitchen, whose dim shadows were lit up when fresh wood was thrown into the vast fireplace. Then, every evening, after a cozy sleep in front of the fire, when our wet boots had steamed for some time, and our dogs, lying curled up between our legs, had dreamt of game and barked in their sleep, we used to go up to our room. It was the only room that had been floored and plastered all over to keep out the mice. But it remained bare, having been simply whitewashed, with guns, whips, and hunting horns hanging on the walls. And we used to slip into our beds shivering, in the two corners of that glacial chamber. A mile away in front of the house precipitous cliffs fell down to the sea, and the powerful breath of the ocean day and night, made the great trees bend and sigh. Made the roof and the weathercocks creak, and the whole building groan, as the wind entered through its loose slates, its wide chimneys, and its windows that would not shut. It had been freezing hard that day and evening had come. We were going to sit down to dinner in front of the big fire where a hare and two partridges that smelt good, were roasting. It will be awfully cold going to bed tonight, said my cousin, looking up. Yes, but there will be plenty of ducks tomorrow morning, I replied indifferently. The servant had set our plates at one end of the table and those of the servants at the other. Gentlemen, do you know it is Christmas Eve? She asked. We certainly did not. We never looked at the calendar. That accounts for the bells ringing all day, said my companion. There is midnight service tonight. Yes, sir, but they also rang because old Fornel is dead. Fornel was an old shepherd, well known in the country. He was 96 years old and had never known a day's sickness until a month ago, when he had taken cold by falling into a pool on a dark night. The next day he took to his bed, and had been declining ever since. If you like, said my cousin, turning to me, we will go and see these poor people after dinner. He referred to the old man's family, consisting of his grandson, 58 years old, and the latter's wife, 1 year younger. His children had died years ago. They lived in a miserable hut on the right-hand side, at the entrance of the village. Perhaps it was the thought of Christmas in this solitude which put us in the humor for talking. As we sat alone we told each other stories of old Christmas Eves, of adventures on that joyful night, of past good fortunes, and of the surprises of the morning after. When one awoke to find oneself not alone, and made surprising discoveries. In this fashion dinner was prolonged. We smoked innumerable pipes, and, seized by that cheerfulness of lonely men, that infectious gaiety which suddenly comes upon intimate friends, we talked without ceasing. Searching for those memories, those confidences of the heart, which escape in such moments of expansion. The servant, who had left us a long time, reappeared and said, I'm going to Mass, sir. So soon, exclaimed my cousin. It is 11:45. Let us go to church, too, said Jules. Midnight service in the country is very interesting. I agreed, and we set off, wrapped in our fur-lined hunting coats. A biting cold stung our faces and made our eyes water. The sharp air cut one's lungs and dried up one's throat. The deep, clear, hard sky was teeming with stars which seemed paler in the frost. They did not shine like fire, but like stars of ice, shining icicles. In the distance on the hard, crisp earth we could hear the peasants' clogs, and the little village bells ringing everywhere in the neighborhood, throwing out their slender notes into the cold immensity of the night. The countryside was not asleep. Deceived by the noise, cocks were crowing, and as we passed the stables we could hear the cattle moving, disturbed by the sounds of life. As we neared the village, Jules remembered the Fornals. "Here is their cabin," he said, "let us go in." He knocked repeatedly, but in vain. A neighbor who was going to church told us they had gone to mass to pray for the old man. "We shall see them on our way back," said my cousin. The waning moon stood on the edge of the horizon, like a sickle in the midst of innumerable seeds of light scattered into space. From every direction the dark countryside was dotted with dancing lights, all moving towards the pointed spire whose bell rang incessantly. In the farmyards planted with trees, in the shadowy fields, these lights glimmered close to the ground. They were the lanterns with which the peasants lit the way for their wives, who were dressed in white bonnets and long black cloaks, and were followed by children whose eyes were still heavy with sleep as they walked hand in hand ahead through the night. Through the open church door the lighted choir was visible. Around the simple nave stood a row of penny candles, and on the floor of a chapel to the left a plump Christ-child was represented in pink wax, lying on real straw, in the midst of pine branches. The service began. The peasants bowed their heads, the women praying on their knees, and these simple folk, who had got up in the cold night, gazed deeply moved at this rudely painted image. They clasped their hands, impressed as well as frightened by the modest splendor of this puerile picture. The cold air made the candles flicker. Jules said to me, "Let us leave. It is better outside." While the prostrate peasants shivered through their devotions, we went along the deserted road, and resumed our conversation. We had talked so long that the service was over when we came back to the village. A small ray of light filtered through the Fornals' door. "They are watching their dead. Let us go in and see these poor people," said Jules. "They will be pleased." Some embers were dying out in the fireplace. The dark room, coated with dirt, its moldy rafters brown with age, was filled with a stifling smell of grilled blood pudding. In the center of the large table, beneath which a bread bin had been built, taking up the whole length of it, a candle in a twisted iron candlestick sent up its acrid smoke to the ceiling from a mushroom-shaped wick. There the two Fornals were celebrating Christmas Eve alone. With the gloomy, sad, stupid expression of peasants, they were eating in solemn silence. In one dish, placed between them, was a huge piece of black pudding, giving forth a powerful odor. From time to time they cut a piece off, spread it on their bread and munched it slowly. When the man's glass was empty, the woman would fill it out of an earthen jar containing cider. They asked us to be seated and to join them, but at our refusal they continued to munch. After a few minutes' silence Jules said, "Well, Anthime, so your grandfather is dead?" "Yes, sir, he died this afternoon." The woman snuffed the candle in silence, and I, for the want of something to say, added, "He was quite old, was he not?" "Oh, his time was up," she answered, "he was no earthly use here." An invincible desire to see the corpse of this centenarian took possession of me, and I asked to see him. The two peasants suddenly became agitated and exchanged questioning glances. Jules noticed this and insisted. Then the man, with a sly, suspicious look, asked, "What good would it do you?" "No good," said Jules, "but why will you not let us see him?" "I am willing," said the man, shrugging his shoulders, "but it is kind of inconvenient just now." We conjectured all sorts of things. Neither of them stirred. They sat there with eyes lowered, a sullen expression on their faces seeming to say, "Go away." "Come, Anthime, take us to his room," said Jules with authority. It's no use, sir, he isn't there any more, said the man sullenly. Where is he? Said Jules. The woman interrupted, saying, You see, sir, we had no other place to put him, so we put him in the bin until morning. And having taken the top of the table off, she leaned over with the candle to light up the inside of the huge box, at the bottom of which we saw something grey, a kind of long package, from one end of which emerged a thin face with tousled grey hair, and from the other 2 bare feet. It was the old man, all shriveled up, with closed eyes, rolled up in his shepherd's cloak, and sleeping his last sleep among crusts of bread as ancient as himself. His grandchildren had used as a table the bin which held his body. Jules was indignant, and pale with anger, said, You scoundrels! Why did you not leave him in his bed? The woman burst into tears and speaking rapidly. You see, my good gentleman, it's just this way. We have but one bed, and being only 3 we slept together. But since he's been so sick we slept on the floor. The floor is awful hard and cold these days, my good gentleman. So when he died this afternoon we said to ourselves, as long as he is dead he doesn't feel anything, and what's the use of leaving him in bed? We can leave him in the bin until tomorrow, and get our bed back for this cold night. We can't sleep with a dead man, my good gentleman, now can we? Jules was exasperated and went out banging the door, and I followed him, laughing until my sides ached. The cake. We will call her Mademoiselle, though it was not her real name. She was one of those Parisian comets who leave a sort of trail of fire behind them. She wrote poetry and short stories, was sentimental and ravishingly beautiful. Her circle was small and consisted only of exceptional people, those generally known as the kings of this, that, or the other. To be invited to her receptions stamped one as a person of intelligence. Let us say that her invitations were appreciated for this reason. Her husband played the part of an obscure satellite. To be married to a star is no easy role. This husband had, however, a brilliant idea, that of creating a state within a state. Of possessing some value in himself, although only of secondary importance. He received on the same day as his wife did, and had his special set who listened to him and appreciated his qualities, paying much more attention to him than they did to his brilliant companion. He had devoted himself to agriculture, armchair agriculture, just as we have armchair generals. All those who are born, live, and die in the comfortable surroundings of the War Office, or armchair sailors, look at the Admiralty, or armchair colonizers, etc. etc. So he had studied agriculture seriously in its relation to the other sciences, with political economy and with the fine arts. We call everything art, even the horrible railway bridges are works of art. He had finally reached the stage when he was known as a clever man, he was quoted in the technical reviews. And his wife had succeeded in getting him appointed a member of a commission at the Ministry of Agriculture. He was satisfied with this modest glory. On the pretext of economy he invited his friends the same day his wife received hers, so that they all met each other, or rather they did not, they formed 2 groups. Madame's group of artists, academicians and ministers gathered together in a kind of gallery which was furnished and decorated in Empire style. Monsieur generally retired with his laborers into a small room used as a smoking room, which Mademoiselle ironically described as the Salon of Agriculture. The 2 camps were quite distinct. Monsieur, without any feeling of jealousy, sometimes ventured into the academy, when cordial greetings were exchanged, but the academy disdained intercourse with the Salon of Agriculture. It was indeed rare that one of the kings of science, of philosophy, of this, that, or the other mingled with the laborers. These receptions were quite simple, nothing but tea and brioches were handed round. At first Monsieur had asked for 2 brioches, one for the academy and one for the laborers, but, Madame having quite rightly suggested that that would be a recognition of 2 different camps. 2 receptions, 2 groups, Monsieur did not press the matter, so there was only 1 brioche, which Mademoiselle distributed first to the academy, after which it passed into the Salon of Agriculture. Now the brioche became a subject of strange and unexpected proceedings in the academy. Madame Ancere never cut it herself. That task always fell to the lot of one or other of the illustrious guests. This particular function, much sought after and considered a special honor, was a privilege that might last for some time or might soon be over. It might last 3 months, for instance. But scarcely every longer, and it was noticed that the privilege of cutting the brioche carried with it other marks of superiority. It was a form of royalty, or, rather, very accentuated viceroyalty. The officiating cutter spoke with no uncertain voice, with a tone of marked command. And all the hostess's favors were bestowed upon him, all. These happy beings were described in intimate circles as the favorites of the brioche, and every change of favorite caused a sort of revolution in the academy. The knife was a scepter, the cake an emblem, and the elect received the congratulations of other members. The brioche was never cut by the laborers, Monsieur himself being always excluded, although he ate his share. The cake was cut in succession by poets, by painters, and by novelists. A great musician measured out the portions for some time, and was succeeded by an ambassador. Occasionally a guest of minor importance but distinguished and much sought after, one of those who are called, in different epochs, real gentleman, perfect knight, or dandy, and so forth, took his turn to cut the symbolic cake. Each one, during his short reign, showed the greatest consideration towards the lady's husband. Then when came the hour of his dismissal he passed the knife on to another and mingled again with the crowd of followers and admirers of the beautiful Madame Ancere. This lasted a very long time, but comets do not always shine with the same brilliance. Everything in the world grows old, and it gradually looked as if the eagerness of the cutters were growing weaker. They seemed to hesitate when the cake was held out to them. This office once so much coveted became less sought after. It was held a shorter time and was considered with less pride by the holder. Madame Ancere was prodigal of smiles and amiability, but, alas! The cake was no longer willingly cut. Newcomers seemed to decline the honor, and old favorites reappeared one by one like dethroned kings temporarily replaced in power. Then the elected became very scarce indeed, and for a month, marvelous to relate, Monsieur Ancere cut the cake. Then he looked as if he were getting tired of it, and one evening Madame Ancere, the beautiful Madame Ancere, was seen cutting it herself. But she seemed bored, and the next day she insisted with such vehemence that the chosen guest dared not refuse. However, the symbol was too well known. The guests stared at each other furtively with scared, anxious faces. To cut the brioche was nothing, but the privileges that accompanied this distinction now filled the chosen ones with terror, so that the minute the cake dish appeared, the academicians made a rush for the salon of agriculture as it to shelter behind the husband, who was always smiling, and when Madame Ancere, in a state of anxiety, showed herself at the door, carrying the knife in one hand and the brioche in the other, they all gathered round her husband as if they were seeking his protection. Some years passed and no one cut up the cake. But the old habit persisted, and she who was still politely called the beautiful Madame Ancere looked out each evening for some devotee to take the knife. And each time the same stampede took place. There was a general flight, cleverly arranged and full of combined and skillful maneuvers to avoid the offer that was rising to her lips. But, one evening, a boy, ignorant of the ways of the world and quite unsophisticated, was introduced to the house. He knew nothing about the mystery of the brioche. Therefore when it appeared and when the rest had all fled, and when Madame Ancere took the cake from the footman, he remained quietly by her side. She may have thought that he knew all about it. She smiled and said in a voice full of feeling, "Will you be so kind as to cut this brioche, dear monsieur?" Flattered at the honor, he replied, "Certainly, madam, with the greatest pleasure." In the distance, in the corners of the gallery, in the open doorway of the Salon of Agriculture, amazed faces were looking at him. Then, when the spectators saw the newcomer cutting the cake, they quickly came forward. An old poet jokingly slapped the neophyte on the shoulder and whispered, "Bravo, young man. The others gazed at him with curiosity, and even Monsieur appeared surprised. As for the young man, he was astonished at the consideration he met with. Above all, he failed to understand the marked attentions, the conspicuous favor, and the speechless gratitude of the mistress of the house. Nevertheless, he eventually found out, though no one knew at what moment, in what place the revelation came to him, but when he appeared at the next reception he seemed preoccupied and half ashamed, and looked anxiously round the room. When the bell rang for tea and the footman appeared, Madame Anser, with a smile, took the dish and looked round for her young friend. But he fled so precipitately that no trace of him could be found. Then she went off to look for him and discovered him at the end of the salon of laborers, holding her husband's arm tightly and consulting him in an agonized manner as to the best method of destroying phylloxera. "My dear monsieur, will you be so kind as to cut up this brioche?" she said. He blushed to the roots of his hair, stammered, and completely lost his head. Thereupon Monsieur Anser took pity on him and, turning to his wife, said, "My dear, it would be kind of you not to disturb us. We are discussing agriculture. Let Baptiste cut up the cake." Since that day no one has ever cut Madame Anser's brioche. The log. It was a small drawing room, with thick hangings, and with a faint aromatic smell of scent in the air. A large fire was burning in the grate, and one lamp, covered with a shade of old lace, on the corner of the mantelpiece threw a soft light onto the two persons who were talking. She, the mistress of the house, was an old lady with white hair, one of those adorable old ladies whose unwrinkled skin is as smooth as the finest paper, and is scented, impregnated with perfume. The delicate essences used in the bath for so many years having penetrated through the epidermis. An old lady who, when one kisses her hand, smells of the delicate perfume which greets the nostrils, when a box of Florentine iris powder is opened. He was a very old friend, who had never married, a constant friend, a companion in the journey of life, but nothing else. They had not spoken for about a minute, and were both looking at the fire, dreaming of nothing in particular. It was one of those moments of sympathetic silence between people who have no need to be constantly talking in order to be happy together. Suddenly a large log, a stump covered with burning roots, fell out. It fell over the firedogs onto the drawing-room floor, scattering great sparks all round. The old lady sprang up with a little scream, as if to run away, but he kicked the log back onto the hearth and trod out the burning sparks with his boots. When the disaster was repaired, there was a strong smell of burning. Sitting down opposite to his friend, the man looked at her with a smile, and said, as he pointed to the log, "That accident recalls the reason I never married." She looked at him in astonishment, with the inquisitive gaze of women who wish to know everything, eyeing him as women do who are no longer young, with intense and malicious curiosity. Then she asked, "How so?" "Oh. It is a long story," he replied, "a rather sad and unpleasant story. My old friends were often surprised at the coldness which suddenly sprang up between one of my best friends, whose Christian name was Julian, and myself. They could not understand how two such intimate and inseparable friends as we had been could suddenly become almost strangers to one another. This is why we parted company. He and I used to live together at one time. We were never apart, and the friendship that united us seemed so strong that nothing could break it. One evening when he came home, he told me that he was going to be married, and it gave me a shock just as if he had robbed me or betrayed me. When a man's friend marries, all is over between them. The jealous affection of a woman, a suspicious, uneasy, and carnal affection, will not tolerate that sturdy and frank attachment, that attachment of the mind and of the heart, and the mutual confidence which exist between two men. However great the love may be that unites them, a man and a woman are always strangers in mind and intellect, they remain belligerents, they belong to different races. There must always be a conqueror and a conquered, a master and a slave, now the one, now the other, they are never equal. They press each other's hands, hands trembling with amorous passion. But they never press them with a long, strong, loyal pressure, a pressure which seems to open hearts and to lay them bare in a burst of sincere, strong, manly affection. Wise men, instead of marrying and bringing into the world, as a consolation for their old age, children who will abandon them, ought to seek a good, staunch friend. And grow old with him in that community of ideas which can exist only between two men. Well, my friend Julien married. His wife was pretty, charming, a light, curly-haired, plump, bright little woman, who seemed to worship him. At first I went but rarely to their house, as I was afraid of interfering with their affection, and averse to being in their way. But somehow they attracted me to their house. They were constantly inviting me, and seemed very fond of me. Consequently, by degrees I allowed myself to be allured by the charm of life with them. I often dined with them, and frequently, when I returned home at night, thought that I would do as he had done, and get married, as I found my empty house very dull. They seemed very much in love with one another, and were never apart. Well, one evening Julien wrote and asked me to go to dinner, and I went. "My dear fellow," he said, "I must go out directly afterwards on business, and I shall not be back until 11 o'clock, but I shall not be later. Can I depend on you to keep Bertha company?" The young woman smiled. "It was my idea," she said, "to send for you." I held out my hand to her. "You are as nice as ever," I said, and I felt a long, friendly pressure of my fingers, but I paid no attention to it. We sat down to dinner, and at 8 o'clock Julien went out. As soon as he had gone, a kind of strange embarrassment immediately seemed to come over his wife and me. We had never been alone together yet, and in spite of our daily increasing intimacy, this tête-à-tête placed us in a new position. At first I spoke vaguely of those indifferent matters with which one fills up an embarrassing silence, but she did not reply, and remained opposite to me looking down in an undecided manner, as if thinking over some difficult subject. As I was at a loss for more commonplaces, I remained silent. It is surprising how hard it is at times to find anything to say. And then, again, I felt in the air, in my bones, so to speak, something which is impossible for me to express, that mysterious premonition which tells you beforehand of the secret intentions, be they good or evil, of another person with respect to yourself. The painful silence lasted some time, and then Bertha said to me, "Will you kindly put a log on the fire, for it is going out?" So I opened the box where the wood was kept, which was placed just where yours is, took out the largest log, and put it on the top of the others, which were 3 parts burned. And then silence reigned in the room again. In a few minutes the log was burning so brightly that it scorched our faces, and the young woman raised her eyes to me, eyes that had a strange look to me. "It is too hot now," she said. "Let us go and sit on the sofa over there." So we went and sat on the sofa, and then she said suddenly, looking me full in the face, "What should you do if a woman were to tell you that she was in love with you?" "Upon my word," I replied, very much at a loss for an answer, "I cannot imagine such a case, but it would very much depend upon the woman." She gave a hard, nervous, vibrating laugh. One of those false laughs which seem as if they would break thin glasses, and then she added, "Men are never either audacious or clever." And after a moment's silence, she continued, "Have you ever been in love, Monsieur Paul?" I was obliged to acknowledge that I certainly had been, and she asked me to tell her all about it, whereupon I made up some story or other. She listened to me attentively with frequent signs of approbation or contempt, and then suddenly she said, "No, you understand nothing about the subject. It seems to me that real love must unsettle the mind, upset the nerves, and distract the head, that it must, how shall I express it, be dangerous, even terrible, almost criminal and sacrilegious. That it must be a kind of treason, I mean to say that it is almost bound to break laws, fraternal bonds, sacred obstacles. When love is tranquil, easy, lawful, and without danger, is it really love?" I did not know what answer to give her, and this philosophical reflection occurred to me, "Oh, female brain, here indeed you show yourself." While speaking, she had assumed a demure, saintly air. And resting on the cushions, she stretched herself out at full length, with her head on my shoulder and her dress pulled up a little, so as to show her red silk stockings, which looked still brighter in the firelight. In a minute or two she continued. "I suppose I have frightened you?" I protested against such a notion, and she leaned against my breast altogether, and without looking at me she said, "If I were to tell you that I love you, what would you do?" And before I could think of an answer, she had thrown her arms round my neck, had quickly drawn my head down and put her lips to mine. My dear friend, I can tell you that I did not feel at all happy. What? Deceive Julian? Become the lover of this little, silly, wrong-headed, cunning woman, who was no doubt terribly sensual, and for whom her husband was already not sufficient. To betray him continually, to deceive him, to play at being in love merely because I was attracted by forbidden fruit, danger incurred and friendship betrayed. No, that did not suit me, but what was I to do? To imitate Joseph would be acting a very stupid and, moreover, difficult part, for this woman was maddening in her perfidy, inflamed by audacity, palpitating, and excited. Let the man who has never felt on his lips the warm kiss of a woman who is ready to give herself to him throw the first stone at me. Well, a minute more, you understand what I mean? A minute more and, should have been, no, she would have been, I beg your pardon, he would have been, when a loud noise made us both jump up. The log had fallen into the room, knocking over the fire irons and the fender, as quick as a hurricane of flame, and was setting fire to the carpet. It came to a stop under an armchair which would certainly have caught fire. I jumped up like a madman, and as I was replacing the log on the fire, the door opened hastily, and Julian came in. "I have done," he said, in evident pleasure. "The business was over 2 hours sooner than I expected." "Yes, my dear friend, without that log, I should have been caught in the very act, and you know what the consequences would have been. You may be sure that I took good care never to be caught again in a similar situation, never, never." Soon afterward I saw that Julian was giving me the cold shoulder, as they say. His wife was evidently undermining our friendship, by degrees he got rid of me, and we have altogether ceased to meet. That is why I have not got married. It ought not to surprise you. Words of love. Sunday. My dear, big darling. You do not write to me, I never see you, you never come. Have you ceased to love me? But why? What have I done? Pray tell me, my own dear love. I love you so much, so dearly. I should like always to have you near me, to kiss you all day while I call you every tender name that I could think of. I adore you, I adore you, I adore you, my beautiful cock. Your affectionate hen. Sophie. Monday. My dear friend. You will understand absolutely nothing of what I am going to say to you, but that does not matter, and if my letter happens to be read by another woman, it may be profitable to her. Had you been deaf and dumb, I should no doubt have loved you for a very long time, and the cause of what has happened is that you can talk, that is all. As the poet says, Tu en as jamais été dans tes jours les plus rares. Tu un banal instrument sous mon archet vainqueur. Et comme un air que sonne au bois creux de guitars. J'ai fait chanter mon rêve au vide de ton cœur. In love, you see, dreams are always made to sing, but in order that they may do so, they must not be interrupted, and when one talks between two kisses, one always interrupts that frenzied dream which our souls indulge in, that is, unless one utters sublime phrases. And sublime phrases do not come out of the little heads of pretty girls. You do not understand me at all, do you? So much the better, I will go on. You are certainly one of the most charming and adorable women I have ever seen. Are there any eyes on earth that contain more dreams than yours, more unknown promises, greater depths of love? I do not think so. And when that mouth of yours, with its two curved lips, smiles and shows your beautiful shining teeth, one is tempted to say that from this ravishing mouth will come ineffable music. Something inexpressibly delicate, a sweetness which provokes tears. It is then that you calmly call me, my big sweetheart. And suddenly I can see right inside your head, can see your soul, the little soul of a pretty little woman, and that embarrasses me, you know, it embarrasses me very much. I would prefer not to see it. You still do not understand, do you? I thought you would not. Do you remember the first time you came to see me at my house? You stepped inside quickly in a cloud of perfume of violets from your clothes. We looked at each other, for ever so long, without uttering a word, after which we embraced madly, then, we did not speak until morning. But when we separated, our trembling hands and our eyes said many things, things which cannot be expressed in any language. At least, I thought so. And when you went away, you murmured, "We shall meet again soon." That was all you said, and you will never guess what delightful dreams you left me, all that I, as it were, caught a glimpse of, all that I fancied I could guess in your thoughts. You see, my poor child, for men who are not stupid, who are rather refined and somewhat superior, love is such a complicated instrument that the merest trifle puts it out of order. You women never perceive the ridiculous side of certain things when you love, and you fail to see the grotesqueness of some expressions. Why does a word which sounds quite right in the mouth of a small, dark woman seem quite wrong and funny in the mouth of a fat, light-haired woman? Why are the wheedling ways of the one altogether out of place in the other? Why is it that certain caresses which are delightful from the one should be wearisome from the other? Why? Because in everything, and especially in love, perfect harmony, absolute agreement in motion, voice, words, and in demonstrations of tenderness, is necessary in the person who moves, speaks, and manifests affection. Harmony is necessary in age, in height, in the color of the hair, and in the style of beauty. If a woman of 35, who has arrived at the age of violent tempestuous passion, were to preserve the slightest traces of the roguish playfulness of her love affairs at 20, were not to understand that she ought to express herself differently, look at her lover differently and kiss him differently, were not to see that she ought to be a Dido and not a Juliet, she would infallibly disgust 9 lovers out of 10, even if they could not account to themselves for their estrangement. Do you understand me? No? I hoped so. From the time that you gave rein to your tenderness, it was all over for me, my dear friend. Sometimes we would embrace for 5 minutes, in one interminable kiss, one of those kisses which make lovers close their eyes, lest part of it should escape through their looks, as if to preserve it entire in the clouded soul which it is ravaging. And then, when our lips separated, you would say to me, "That was nice, you dear old duck." At such moments, I could have beaten you. For you gave me successively all the names of animals and vegetables which you doubtless found in La Cuisinière Bourgeoise, La Parfaite Jardinière, and les elements d'histoire naturelle à l'usage de classes inférieures. But even that did not matter. The caresses of love are brutal, bestial, and if one comes to think of it, grotesque. Musset says, "Je me souviens encore de ces spasms terribles. De ces baisers muets de ces muscles ardents. De ces etre absorbe, blim et serrant les dents. S'ils n'y sont pas divins, ces moments sont horribles." 7. Oh! My poor child, what joking elf, what perverse sprite could have prompted your words, afterwards? I have made a collection of them, but out of love for you, I will not show them to you. And sometimes you really said things which were quite inopportune. For instance, you managed now and then to let out an exalted "I love you," on such singular occasions that I was obliged to restrain a strong desire to laugh. There are times when the words "I love you" are so out of place that they become indecorous, let me tell you that. But you do not understand me, and many other women also will not understand me, but think me stupid, though that matters very little to me. Hungry men eat like gluttons, but people of refinement are disgusted at it and often feel an invincible dislike for a dish, on account of a mere trifle. It is the same with love, as with cookery. What I cannot comprehend, for example, is that certain women who fully understand the irresistible attraction of fine, embroidered silk stockings, the exquisite charm of shades, the witchery of valuable lace concealed in the depths of their most intimate garments, the exciting savor of hidden luxury, of the flimsiest and most delicate underclothing, and all the subtle delicacies of female elegance, never understand the invincible disgust with which words that are out of place, or foolishly tender, inspire us. At times coarse and brutal expressions work wonders, as they excite the senses and make the heart beat, and they are allowable at the hours of combat. Is not that word of Cambronne sublime? Nothing shocks us that comes at the right time, but then, we must also know how to hold our tongue, and to avoid phrases in the manner of Paul de Kock, at certain moments. And I embrace you passionately, on the condition that you say nothing. René. Marroca. You ask me, my dear friend, to send you my impressions, and an account of my love affairs in this Africa to which I have so long been attracted. You laughed a great deal beforehand at my dusky sweethearts, as you called them, and you could see me returning to France followed by a tall, ebony-colored woman, with a yellow silk handkerchief round her head, and wearing voluminous bright-colored clothes. No doubt the Moorish dames will have their turn, for I have seen several who made me feel very much inclined to fall in love with them. But by way of making a beginning, I came across something better, and very original. In your last letter to me, you say, when I know how people love in a country, I know that country well enough to describe it, although I may never have seen it. Let me tell you, then, that here they love furiously. From the very first moment one feels a sort of trembling ardor, an excitement, a sudden tension of desire, a thrill running down to the very tips of the fingers, which overexcites one's amorous powers and faculties of physical sensation, from the simple contact of the hands down to that unmentionable need which makes us commit so many follies. Do not misunderstand me. I do not know whether what you call love of the heart, love of the soul, whether sentimental idealism, platonic love, in a word, can exist on this earth. I doubt it, myself. But that other love, sensual love, which has something good, a great deal of good in it, is really terrible in this climate. The heat, the burning atmosphere which makes you feverish, the suffocating blasts of wind from the south, waves of fire from the desert which is so near us. That oppressive sirocco which is more destructive and withering than fire, a perpetual conflagration of an entire continent, burned even to its stones by a fierce and devouring sun. Inflame the blood, excite the flesh, and make brutes of us. But to come to my story. I shall not dwell on the beginning of my stay in Algeria. After visiting Bona, Constantine, Biskra, and Sétif, I went to Bougie through the defile of Chabet, by a wonderful road through Kabyle forests, which follows the sea at a height of 600 feet above it and leads to that wonderful bay of Bougie, which is as beautiful as that of Naples, of Ajaccio, or of Douarnenez, which are the most lovely I know. I accept from my comparison that incredible bay of Oporto, enclosed with red granite, the dwelling place of those fantastic and sanguinary stone giants, called the Calencas of Piana, on the western coast of Corsica. Far away in the distance, before one rounds the large inlet where the water is perfectly calm, one sees Bougie. It is built on the steep sides of a high hill covered with trees, and forms a white spot on that green slope. It might almost be taken for the foam of a cascade falling into the sea. I had no sooner set foot in that small, delightful town, than I knew that I should stay for a long time. In all directions the eye rests on rugged, strangely shaped hilltops, so close together that you can hardly see the open sea, so that the gulf looks like a lake. The milky blue water is wonderfully transparent, and the azure sky, a deep azure, as if it had received two coats of color, expands its wonderful beauty above it. They seem to be looking at themselves in a glass, a veritable reflection of each other. Bougie is a town of ruins, and on the quay is such a magnificent ruin that you might imagine you were at the opera. It is the old Saracen gate, overgrown with ivy, and there are ruins in all directions on the hills round the town, fragments of Roman walls, bits of Saracen monuments. and remains of Arabic buildings. I had taken a small, Moorish house, in the upper town. You know those dwellings, which have been described so often. They have no windows on the outside. But they are lighted from top to bottom by an inner court. On the first floor, they have a large, cool room, in which one spends the days, and terrace on the roof, on which one spends the nights. I at once fell in with the custom of all hot countries, that is to say, of taking a siesta after lunch. That is the hottest time in Africa, the time when one can scarcely breathe. When the streets, the fields, and the long, dazzling, white roads are deserted, when everyone is asleep, or at any rate, trying to sleep, attired as scantily as possible. In my drawing room, which had columns of Arabic architecture, I had placed a large, soft couch, covered with a carpet from Jebel Amour. There, very nearly in the costume of Asen, I sought to rest, but I could not sleep, as I was tortured by continence. There are two forms of torture on this earth which I hope you will never know, the want of water, and the want of women, and I do not know which is the worse. In the desert, men would commit any infamy for the sake of a glass of clean, cold water, and what would one not do in some of the towns of the littoral for a nice fresh, healthy, woman? There is no lack of girls in Africa, on the contrary, they abound, but, to continue my comparison, they are as unwholesome as the muddy water in the pools of Sahara. Well, one day, when I was feeling more enervated than usual, I was trying in vain to close my eyes. My legs twitched as if they were being pricked, and I tossed about uneasily on my couch. At last, unable to bear it any longer, I got up and went out. It was a terribly hot day, in the middle of July, and the pavement was hot enough to bake bread on. My shirt, which immediately became soaked with perspiration, clung to my body. And all along the horizon there was a slight, white vapor, the burning mist of the sirocco which looked like palpable heat. I went down to the sea, and circling the port, walked along the shore of the pretty bay where the baths are. The rugged mountain, covered with brushwood, with tall aromatic plants with a powerful perfume, encloses this creek, and all along the water's edge rise huge brown rocks. There was nobody about, and nothing was stirring, not a sound of bird or of beast was to be heard, the very waves did not lap, and the sea appeared to be asleep in the sun. But in the burning air I thought I heard a noise like the roar of a fire. Suddenly, behind one of the rocks, which were half covered by the silent water, I heard a slight movement. Turning round, I saw a tall, naked girl, sitting up to her bosom in the water, taking a bath. No doubt she reckoned on being alone at that hot period of the day. Her head was turned toward the sea, and she was moving gently up and down, without seeing me. Nothing could be more surprising than that picture of a beautiful woman in the water, which was as clear as crystal, under a blaze of light. She was a marvelously beautiful woman, tall, and modeled like a statue. She turned round, uttered a cry, and half swimming, half walking, hid herself altogether behind her rock. I knew she must necessarily come out, so I sat down on the beach and waited. Presently, she just showed her head, which was covered with thick black plaits of hair. She had a rather large mouth, with full lips, large, bold eyes, and her skin, which was tanned by the climate, looked like a piece of old, hard, polished ivory. The lovely skin of a white woman tinted by the Negro's sun. She called out to me, "Go away," and her full voice, which corresponded to her strong build, had a guttural accent. As I did not move, she added, "It is not right of you to stop there, monsieur." Her R's rolled in her mouth like chariot wheels. I did not move, however, and her head disappeared. 10 minutes passed, and then her hair, then her forehead, and then her eyes reappeared, but slowly and prudently, as if she were playing at hide-and-seek, and were looking to see who was near. This time she was furious, and called out, "You will make me catch a chill, for I shall not come out as long as you are there." Thereupon, I got up and went away, but not without looking round several times. When she thought I was far enough off, she came out of the water. Bending down and turning her back to me, she disappeared in a cavity of the rock, behind a skirt that was hanging up in front of it. I went back the next day. She was bathing again, but she had a bathing costume and she began to laugh, and showed her white teeth. A week later we were friends, and in another week we were more than that. Her name was Marroca, and she pronounced it as if there were a dozen R's in it. She was the daughter of Spanish colonists, and had married a Frenchman, whose name was Pontabise. He was a civil servant, though I never exactly knew what his functions were. I found out that he was always very busy, and I did not care for anything else. She then altered her bathing hour, and came to my house every day, to take her siesta there. What a siesta! It could hardly be called resting. She was a splendid girl, of a somewhat animal but superb type. Her eyes were always glowing with passion. Her half-open mouth, her sharp teeth, and even her smiles, had something ferociously loving about them. And her curious, long rigid breasts, like pointed pears of flesh, and as supple as though a steel spring controlled them, gave her whole body something of the animal. Made her a sort of inferior yet magnificent being, a creature destined for unbridled love. And roused in me the idea of those ancient deities who gave expression to their tenderness on the grass and under the trees. Never was a woman consumed by such insatiable passion. Her ecstatic ardors, and delirious embraces, in which she clenched her teeth, bit, and quivered convulsively, were followed immediately by lassitude as profound as death. But she would suddenly awake in my arms, eager for further kisses, her bosom swelling with desire. Her mind, however, was as simple as 2 and 2 are 4, and a sonorous laugh served her instead of thought. Instinctively proud of her beauty, she hated the slightest covering, and ran and frisked about my house with daring and unconscious immodesty. When she was at last satiated with love, and worn out by her cries and movements, she used to sleep soundly and peacefully by my side on the couch. While the overwhelming heat brought out minute spots of perspiration on her brown skin and brought out from beneath her arms, thrown backwards under her head. And from all the secret corners of her body, that feminine odor which the male loves. Sometimes she returned in the evening, when her husband was on duty somewhere, and we used to lie on the terrace, scarcely covered by some fine, gauzy, oriental fabric. When the full bright moon of the tropics lit up the town and the gulf, with its surrounding frame of hills, we saw on all the other terraces a recumbent army of silent phantoms, who would occasionally get up, change their places, and lie down again, in the languorous warmth of the starry night. In spite of the brightness of African nights, Marroca would insist upon stripping herself almost naked in the clear rays of the moon. She did not trouble herself much about anybody who might see us, and often, in spite of my fears and entreaties, she uttered long, resounding cries, which made the dogs in the distance howl. One night, when I was sleeping under the starry sky, she came and kneeled down on my carpet, and putting her lips, which curled slightly, close to my face, she said, "You must come and sleep at my house." I did not understand her, and asked, "What do you mean?" "Yes, when my husband has gone away you must come and take his place." I could not help laughing, and said, "Why, since you come here?" And she went on, almost talking into my mouth, sending her hot breath into my throat, and moistening my mustache with her lips. "I want it as a remembrance." Still I did not grasp her meaning. Then she put her arms round my neck and said, "When you are no longer here, I shall think of it, and when I kiss my husband I shall fancy it is you." As she spoke, her R's rolled their familiar thunder. I was touched and amused at the same time and replied, "You must be mad. I would much rather stop here. As a matter of fact, I have no liking for assignations under the conjugal roof, they are mousetraps, in which the unwary are always caught." But she begged and prayed, and even cried, and at last said, "You shall see how I will love you there." And those R's sounded like the rattle of a drum sounding a charge. Her wish seemed so strange that I could not explain it to myself. But on thinking it over, I thought I could discern a profound hatred for her husband, the secret vengeance of a woman who takes a pleasure in deceiving him, and who, moreover, wishes to deceive him in his own house, between his own sheets, in his own bed. "Is your husband very unkind to you?" I asked her. She looked vexed, and said, "Oh, no, he is very kind. But you are not fond of him?" She looked at me with astonishment in her large eyes. "Indeed, I am very fond of him, very, but not so fond as I am of you, my darling." I could not understand it at all, and while I was trying to get at her meaning, she pressed one of those kisses, whose power she knew so well, onto my lips, and whispered, "But you will come. Will come, will you not?" I resisted, however, and so she got up immediately, and went away, nor did she come back for a week. On the 8th day she came back, stopped gravely on the threshold of my room, and said, "Are you coming to my house tonight? If you refuse, I shall go away." 8 days is a very long time, my friend, and in Africa those 8 days are as good as a month. "Yes," I said, and opened my arms, and she threw herself into them. At night she waited for me in a neighboring street, and took me to their house, which was very small, and near the harbor. I first of all went through the kitchen, where they had their meals, and then into a very tidy, whitewashed room, with photographs on the walls and paper flowers under a glass case. Marroca seemed beside herself with pleasure, and she jumped about and said, "There, you are at home, now." And I certainly acted as though I were. I felt rather embarrassed, I admit, and somewhat uneasy. As I was hesitating, in this strange house, to divest myself of a certain garment, without which a man, when he is taken unawares, looks as awkward as he is ridiculous and incapable of action. She snatched it off, and carried off into another room the cloak of my modesty, along with all my other clothes. I recovered my courage in the end, and proved it to the best of my ability, with such success that, when 2 hours had passed, we still had no thoughts of sleep. When suddenly a loud knocking at the door made us start, and a man's voice called out, "Marroca, it is I." She started, "My husband. Here, hide under the bed, quickly." I was distractedly looking for my trousers, but she gave me a push, and panted out, "Go on, go on." I lay down flat on my stomach, and without a word crept under the bed where I had been so comfortable, while she went into the kitchen. I heard her open a cupboard and then shut it again, and she came back into the room carrying some object which I could not see, but which she quickly put down. Then, as her husband was getting impatient, she said, calmly, "I cannot find the matches." Suddenly she added, "Oh, here they are, I will come and let you in." The man came in, and I could see nothing of him but his feet, which were enormous. If the rest of him was in proportion, he must have been a giant. I heard kisses, a little pat on her naked flesh, and a laugh, and he said, in a strong Marseilles accent, "I forgot my purse, so I was obliged to come back. You were sound asleep, I suppose." He went to the cupboard, and was a long time in finding what he wanted. And as Marroca had thrown herself onto the bed, as if she were tired out, he went up to her, and no doubt tried to caress her, for she flung a volley of angry R's at him. His feet were so close to me that I felt a stupid, inexplicable longing to catch hold of them, but I restrained myself. When he saw that he could not succeed in his wish, he got angry, and said, "You are not at all nice, tonight. Goodbye, dear." I heard another kiss, then the big feet turned, and I saw the nails in the soles of his shoes as he went into the next room. The front door was shut, and I was saved. I came slowly out of my retreat, feeling rather humiliated and miserable, and while Marroca, who was still undressed, danced a jig round me, shouting with laughter, and clapping her hands. I threw myself heavily into a chair. But I jumped up with a bound, for I had sat down on something cold, and as I was no more dressed than my accomplice was, the contact made me start. I looked round. I had sat down on a small hatchet, used for cutting wood, and as sharp as a knife. How had it got there? I had certainly not seen it when I went in. But Marroca, seeing me jump up, nearly choked with laughter, and coughed with both hands on her sides. I thought her amusement rather out of place. We had risked our lives stupidly, I still felt a cold shiver down my back, and I was rather hurt at her foolish laughter. "Supposing your husband had seen me?" I said. "There was no danger of that," she replied. "What do you mean? No danger? That is a good joke. If he had stooped down, he would have seen me." She did not laugh any more, she only looked at me with her large eyes, which were bright with merriment. "He would not have stooped." "Why?" I persisted. "Just suppose that he had let his hat fall, he would have been sure to pick it up, and then, I was well prepared to defend myself, in this costume." She put her two strong, round arms about my neck, and, lowering her voice, as she did when she said, "I adore you," she whispered. "Then he would never have got up again." I did not understand her, and said, "What do you mean?" She gave me a cunning wink, and put out her hand towards the chair on which I had sat down, and her outstretched hands, her smile, her half-open lips, her white, sharp, and ferocious teeth. All drew my attention to the little hatchet, the sharp blade of which was glistening. While she put out her hand as if she were going to take it, she put her left arm round me, and drawing me to her, and pressing her thigh against mine. With her right arm she made a motion as if she were cutting off the head of a kneeling man. This, my friend, is the manner in which people here understand conjugal duties, love, and hospitality. The Shepherd's Leap. High cliffs, perpendicular as a wall, skirt the seafront between Dieppe and Havre. In a depression in the cliffs, here and there, one sees a little narrow gulch with steep sides covered with short grass and gorse, which descends from the cultivated tableland toward a shingly beach, where it ends in a depression like the bed of a torrent. Nature made those valleys, the rainstorms created those depressions in which they terminate, wearing away what remained of the cliff, and channeling as far as the sea the bed of the stream. Sometimes a village lies concealed in these gulches, into which the wind rushes straight from the open sea. I spent a summer in one of these coast valleys with a peasant, whose house, facing the waves, enabled me to see from my window a huge triangular sweep of blue water framed by the green slopes of the valley, and lighted up in places by white sails passing in the distance in the sunlight. The road leading towards the sea ran through the further end of the defile, abruptly passed between two chalk cliffs, became a sort of deep gully before opening on a beautiful carpet of smooth pebbles, rounded and polished by the immemorial caress of the waves. This steep gorge was called the Shepherd's Leap. Here is the drama which originated this name. The story goes that this village was at one time ruled by an austere and violent young priest. He left the seminary filled with hatred toward those who lived according to natural laws, and did not follow the laws of his God. Inflexibly severe on himself, he displayed merciless intolerance toward others. One thing above all stirred him up with rage and disgust: love. If he had lived in cities in the midst of the civilized and the refined, who conceal the brutal dictates of nature behind delicate veils of sentiment and tenderness. If he had heard the confessions of perfumed sinners in some vast cathedral nave, in which their guilt was softened by the grace of their fall and the idealism surrounding material kisses, he would not perhaps have felt those fierce revolts, those inordinate outbursts of anger that took possession of him when he witnessed the vulgar misconduct of some rustic pair in a ditch or in a barn. He likened them to brutes, these people who knew nothing of love and who simply paired like animals. And he hated them for the coarseness of their souls, for the foul way in which they appeased their instincts, for the repulsive merriment exhibited even by old men when they happened to talk about these unclean pleasures. Perhaps, too, he was tortured, in spite of himself, by the pangs of appetites which he had refrained from satiating, and secretly troubled by the struggle of his body in its revolt against a spirit despotic and chaste. But everything that had reference to the flesh filled him with indignation, made him furious. And his violent sermons, full of threats and indignant allusions, caused the girls to titter and the young fellows to cast sly glances at them across the church, while the farmers in their blue blouses and their wives in their black mantles, said to each other on their way home from Mass before entering their houses, from the chimney of each of which ascended a thin blue film of smoke. He does not joke about the matter, Monsieur the cure. On one occasion, and for very slight cause, he flew into such a passion that he lost his reason. He went to see a sick woman. As soon as he reached the farmyard, he saw a crowd of children, those of the house as well and some of their friends, gathered around a dog's kennel. They were staring curiously at something, standing there motionless, with concentrated, silent attention. The priest walked towards them. It was a dog and her litter of puppies. In front of the kennel 5 little puppies were swarming around their mother, who was affectionately licking them. And at the moment when the cure stretched forward his head above the heads of the children, a 6th tiny pup was born. All the brats, seized with joy at the sight of it, began to bawl out, clapping their hands, "Here's another of them! Here's another of them!" To them it was a pleasure, a natural pleasure, into which nothing impure entered. They gazed at the birth of the puppies just as they would have looked at apples falling from trees. But the man with the black robe was quivering with indignation, and, losing his head, he lifted up his big blue umbrella and began to beat the youngsters. They retreated at full speed. Then, finding himself left alone with the animal, he proceeded to beat her also. As in her condition she was unable to run away, she moaned while she struggled against his attack, and jumping on top of her, he crushed her under his feet. And with a few kicks with his heel finished her off. Then he left the body bleeding in the midst of the newborn animals, whining and helpless and instinctively making efforts to get at the mother's teats. He would take long walks, all alone, with a frown on his face. Now, one evening in May, as he was returning from a place some distance away, and going along by the cliff to get back to the village, a fierce shower of rain impeded his progress. He could see no house in sight, only the bare coast on every side riddled by the pelting downpour. The rough sea dashed against him in masses of foam. And thick black clouds gathering at the horizon redoubled the rain. The wind whistled, blew great guns, battered down the growing crops, and the dripping abbé, filling his ears with noises, and exciting his heart with its tumult. He took off his hat, exposing his forehead to the storm, and by degrees approached the descent towards the lowland. But he had such a rattling in his throat that he could not advance farther, and, all of a sudden, he espied near a sheep pasture, a shepherd's hut. A kind of movable box on wheels that the shepherds can drag in summer from pasture to pasture. Above a wooden stool, a low door was open, affording a view of the straw inside. The priest was on the point of entering to take shelter when he saw a loving couple embracing each other in the shadow. Thereupon, he abruptly closed the door and fastened it. Then, getting the shafts, he bent his lean back and dragged the hut after him, like a horse. And thus he ran along in his drenched cassock toward the steep incline, the fatal incline, with the young couple he had caught together, who were banging their fists against the door of the hut, believing probably that the whole thing was only the practical joke of a passer-by. When he got to the top of the descent, he let go of the frail structure, which began to roll over the sloping side of the cliff. It then rolled down precipitately, carried along blindly, ever increasing in the speed of its course, leaping, stumbling like an animal, striking the ground with its shafts. An old beggar, cuddled up in a gap near the cliff, saw it passing, with a rush above his head, and he heard dreadful cries coming from the interior of this wooden box. Suddenly a wheel fell off from a collision with some stone. And then the hut, falling on one side, began to topple downward like a ball, like a house torn from its foundations, and tumbling down from the top of a mountain. And then, having reached the edge of the last depression, it turned over, describing a curve in its fall, and was broken like an egg, at the bottom of the cliff. The pair of lovers were picked up, bruised, battered, with all their limbs fractured, but still clasped in each other's arms, but now through terror. The cure refused to admit their corpses into the church or to pronounce a benediction over their coffins. And on the following Sunday in his sermon he spoke vehemently about the 7th commandment, threatening the lovers with an avenging and mysterious arm, and citing the terrible example of the 2 wretches killed in the midst of their sin. As he was leaving the church, 2 gendarmes arrested him. A coastguard who was in a sentry box had seen him. The priest was sentenced to a term of penal servitude. And the peasant who told me the story added gravely. I knew him, monsieur. He was a rough man, that's a fact, but he did not like fooling. The bed. On a stifling afternoon during last summer, the large auction rooms seemed asleep, and the auctioneers were knocking down the various lots in a listless manner. In a back room, on the first floor, 2 or 3 lots of all silk ecclesiastical vestments were lying in a corner. They were copes for solemn occasions, and graceful chasubles on which embroidered flowers surrounded symbolic letters on a yellowish ground, which had originally been white. Some second-hand dealers were there, 2 or 3 men with dirty beards, and a fat woman with a big stomach, one of those women who deal in second-hand finery and manage illicit love affairs. Women who are brokers in old and young human flesh, just as much as they are in new and old clothes. Presently, a beautiful Louis XV chasuble, as pretty as the dress of a marquise, was put up for sale. It had retained all its colors, and was embroidered with lilies of the valley round the cross, and long blue irises, which came up to the foot of the sacred emblem, and with wreaths of roses in the corners. When I had bought it, I noticed that there was a faint scent about it, as if it were permeated with the remains of incense, or still pervaded by those delicate, sweet scents of bygone years, which we like, the memory of a perfume, the soul of an evaporated essence. When I got it home, I wished to have a small chair of the same charming period covered with it. And as I was handling it in order to take the necessary measures, I felt some paper beneath my fingers. When I cut the lining, some letters fell at my feet. They were yellow with age, and the faint ink was the color of rust. Outside the sheets, which were folded in the fashion of long ago, it was addressed in a delicate hand to Monsieur l'Abbé d'Argence. The first 3 letters merely settled places of meeting, but here is the third. My friend, I am very unwell, ill in fact, and I cannot leave my bed. The rain is beating against my windows, and I lie dreaming comfortably and warmly under my eiderdown coverlet. I have a book of which I am very fond, that seems as if a little of myself were in it. Shall I tell you what it is? No, for you would only scold me. Then, when I have read a little, I think, and will tell you what about. They have put behind me pillows which keep me up, and I am writing you on the lovely little desk you gave me. Having been in bed for 3 days, I think about my bed, and even in my sleep I meditate on it still. I have come to the conclusion that the bed encircles our whole life. For we are born in it, we live in it, and we shall die in it. If, therefore, I had Monsieur de Crébelon's pen, should write the history of a bed, and what exciting and terrible, as well as delightful and moving adventures would not such a book contain? What lessons and what subjects for moralising could not one draw from it, for everyone? You know my bed, my friend, but you will never guess how many things I have discovered in it within the last 3 days, and how much more I love it, in consequence. It seems to me to be inhabited, haunted, if I may say so, by a number of people I never thought of, who, nevertheless, have left something of themselves in that couch. Ah! I cannot understand people who buy new beds, beds to which no memories or cares are attached. Mine, ours, which is so shabby, and so spacious, must have held many existences in it, from birth to the grave. Think of that, my friend, think of it all. Review all those lives, a great part of which was spent between these 4 posts, surrounded by these hangings embroidered by human figures, which have seen so many things. What have they seen during the 3 centuries since they were first put up? Here is a young woman lying in this bed. From time to time she sighs, and then she groans and cries out. Her mother is with her, and presently a little creature that makes a noise like a cat mewing, and which is all shriveled and wrinkled, appears. It is a male child to which she has given birth, and the young mother feels happy in spite of her pain. She is nearly suffocated with joy at that first cry, and stretches out her arms, and those around her shed tears of pleasure. For that little morsel of humanity which has come from her means the continuation of the family, the perpetuation of the blood, of the heart, and of the soul of the old people, who are looking on, trembling with excitement. And then, here are two lovers, who for the first time are together in that tabernacle of life. They tremble. But transported with delight, they have the delicious sensation of being close together, and by degrees their lips meet. That divine kiss makes them one, that kiss which is the gate of a terrestrial heaven, that kiss which speaks of human delights, which continually promises them, announces them, and precedes them. And their bed is agitated like the tempestuous sea, it bends and murmurs, and itself seems to become animated and joyous, for the maddening mystery of love is being accomplished on it. What is there sweeter, what more perfect in this world than those embraces which make one single being out of two, and which give to both of them at the same moment the same thought, the same expectation, and the same maddening pleasure, a joy which descends upon them like a celestial and devouring fire? Do you remember those lines which you read to me last year, from some old poet, I know not whom, perhaps it was gentle Ronsard? Id quand olit nous serens. Entrelaces, nous ferens. Les lascifs, seelen les guises. Des amants calibrement. Pratiquant folletrement. Sous les draps sent mignardises. 8. I should like to have them embroidered on the top of my bed, where Pyramus and Thisbe are continually looking at me out of their tapestried eyes. And think of death, my friend, of all those who have breathed out their last sigh to God in this bed. For it is also the tomb of hopes ended, the door which closes everything, after having been the entrance to the world. What cries, what anguish, what sufferings, what groans! How many arms stretched out toward the past, what appeals to a happiness that has vanished forever! What convulsions, what death rattles, what gaping lips and distorted eyes, have there not been in this bed from which I am writing to you? During the 3 centuries that it has sheltered human beings. The bed, you must remember, is the symbol of life. I have discovered this within the last 3 days. There is nothing good except the bed, and are not some of our best moments spent in sleep? But then, again, we suffer in bed. It is the refuge of those who are ill and suffering, a place of repose and comfort for worn-out bodies. The bed is man himself. Our Lord Jesus proved that he was superhuman by never needing a bed. He was born on straw and died on the cross, leaving to us weak human creatures our soft bed of repose. Many other thoughts have struck me, but I have no time to note them down for you, and then, should I remember them all? Besides that I am so tired that I mean to shake up my pillows, stretch myself out at full length, and sleep a little. But be sure and come to see me at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Perhaps I may be better, and able to prove it to you. Goodbye, my friend, here are my hands for you to kiss, and I also offer you my lips. Mademoiselle Fifi. Major, Count von Farlsberg, the Prussian commandant, had nearly finished reading his letters, lying back in a huge, tapestry-covered armchair. With his booted feet on the beautiful marble fireplace, where his spurs had made 2 holes, which grew deeper every day, during the 3 months that he had been in the chateau of Yeovil. A cup of coffee was smoking on a small, inlaid table, which was stained with liqueurs, burnt by cigars, notched by the penknife of the victorious officer, who occasionally would stop while sharpening a pencil, to cut figures, make a drawing on the charming piece of furniture, just as it took his fancy. When he had read his letters and run through the German newspapers, which his orderly had brought him, he got up, and after throwing 3 or 4 enormous pieces of green wood onto the fire, for these gentlemen were gradually cutting down the park for firewood, he went to the window. The rain was descending in torrents, that Normandy rain, which looked as if it were being poured out by some furious hand, a slanting rain, thick as a curtain, which formed a sort of wall with diagonal stripes, and deluged everything, a regular rain, such as one frequently experiences in the neighborhood of Rouen, which is the watering pot of France. For a long time the officer looked at the sodden lawns and at the swollen Anelle beyond, overflowing its banks. And he was drumming a Rhineland waltz on the window panes, with his fingers, when a noise made him turn round, it was his second in command, Baron von Kellweinstein, now holding the rank of captain. The major was a giant, with broad shoulders, and a long, fair-like beard, that spread fan-shaped on his chest. His whole, tall person suggested the idea of a military peacock, a peacock who was carrying his tail spread out from his chin. He had cold, gentle, blue eyes, and one cheek had been slashed by a saber in the war with Austria. He was said to be a good sort and a brave officer. The captain, a short, red-faced man, with a big tight-belted stomach, had his fair hair cropped quite close to his head. And in certain lights he almost looked as if he had been rubbed over with phosphorus. He had lost 2 front teeth one festive night, though he could not quite remember how, and this made his speech so thick that he could not always be understood. And he had a bald patch on the top of his head, tonsured like a monk, with a fringe of curly, bright, golden hair round the circle of bare skin. The commandant shook hands with him, and gulped down his cup of coffee, the 6th that morning, while he listened to his subordinate's report of what had occurred. And then they both went to the window, and declared that things were not very lively. The major, who was a quiet man, with a wife at home, put up with everything. But the captain, a regular rake, a frequenter of low resorts, and very partial to women, was mad at having been shut up for 3 months in the compulsory chastity of that wretched hole. There was a knock at the door, and when the commandant said, "Come in," one of their automatons appeared, and his mere presence announced that lunch was ready. In the dining room, they met 3 junior officers, a lieutenant, Otto von Grossling, and 2 second lieutenants, Fritz Schönberg and Marquis von Eyrick, a very short, fair-haired man, who was proud and brutal towards his men, harsh towards the conquered, and as explosive as a rifle. Since their arrival in France, his comrades had called him nothing but Mademoiselle Fifi. They had given him that nickname on account of his dandified style and small waist, which looked as if he wore stays, of his pale face, on which his budding moustache scarcely showed, and on account of the habit he had acquired of employing the French expression, fi donc, which he pronounced with a slight whistle, when he wished to express his sovereign contempt for persons or things. The dining room of the Château d'Youville was a magnificent long room, whose fine old mirrors, that were cracked by pistol bullets, and whose Flemish tapestry, which was cut to ribbons, and hanging in rags in places, from sword cuts, told too well what Mademoiselle Fifi's occupation was during his spare time. There were 3 family portraits on the walls, a steel-clad knight, a cardinal, and a judge, who were all smoking long porcelain pipes, which had been inserted into holes in the canvas. While in her ancient, faded gold frame, a noble dame, very tightly laced, proudly exhibited an enormous mustache, drawn with a piece of charcoal. The officers ate their lunch almost in silence in that mutilated room, which looked dull in the rain, and melancholy under its vanquished appearance, although its old oak floor had become as solid as the stone floor of a tavern. When they had finished eating, and were smoking and drinking, they began, as usual, to talk about the dull life they were leading. The bottles of brandy and liqueurs passed from hand to hand, and all sat back in their chairs and took repeated sips from their glasses, scarcely removing from their mouths the long, bent stems with egg-shaped china bowls, that were painted in a manner to delight a Hottentot. As soon as their glasses were empty, they filled them again, with a gesture of resigned weariness, but Mademoiselle Fifi broke his each time, and a soldier immediately gave him another. They were enveloped in a thick cloud of strong tobacco smoke, and they seemed to be sunk in a state of drowsy, stupid intoxication, in that dreary drunkenness of men who have nothing to do. Suddenly, the Baron, stirred to revolt, sat up, and said, "By heavens! This cannot go on, we must think of something to do." And on hearing this, Lieutenant Otto and Second Lieutenant Fritz, who preeminently possessed the grave, heavy German countenance, said, "What, Captain?" He thought for a few moments, and then replied, "What? Well, we must get up a spree, if the commandant will allow us." "What sort of a spree, Captain?" the Major asked, taking his pipe out of his mouth. "I will arrange all that, Commandant," the Baron said. I will send old Duty to Rouen, to bring out some girls here. I know where they can be found. We will have supper here, as all the materials are at hand, and, at least, we shall have a jolly evening." Count von Farlsberg shrugged his shoulders with a smile. "You're mad, my dear fellow." But all the other officers got up, and came crowding round their chief, with entreaties, "Do let him, sir. It is terribly dull here." Finally the major yielded. "Very well," he replied, and the Baron immediately sent for Duty. He was an old non-commissioned officer, who had never been seen to smile, but who carried out all the orders of his superiors to the letter, no matter what they might be. He stood there, with an impassive face, while he received the Baron's instructions, and then went out. 5 minutes later a large military wagon, with a hooped tarpaulin cover, galloped off as fast as 4 horses could take it, under the pouring rain. At once a revivifying thrill seemed to run through their minds. They stopped lounging, their faces brightened, and they began to talk. Although it was raining as hard as ever, the major declared that it was not so dull, and Lieutenant von Grossling said with conviction, that the sky was clearing up. While Mademoiselle Fifi did not seem to be able to keep still. He got up, and sat down again, and his bright eyes seemed to be looking for something to destroy. Suddenly, looking at the lady with the mustache, the young fellow pulled out his revolver, and said, "You shall not see it." And without leaving his seat he aimed, and with 2 successive bullets cut out both the eyes of the portrait. "Let us make a mine," he then exclaimed, and the conversation was suddenly interrupted, as if they had found some fresh and powerful subject of interest. The mine was his invention, his method of destruction, and his favorite amusement. When he left the chateau, the lawful owner, Count Fernand d'Amois d'Youville, had not had time to carry away or to hide anything, except the plate, which had been stowed away in a hole made in one of the walls, so that, as he was very rich and had good taste, the large drawing-room, which opened into the dining-room, had looked like the gallery in a museum, before his precipitate flight. Expensive oil paintings, water-colors, and drawings hung against the walls, while on the tables, on the hanging shelves, and in elegant cabinets, there were 1,000 knickknacks. Small vases, statuettes, groups in Dresden china, and grotesque Chinese figures, old ivory, and Venetian glass, which filled the large room with their precious and fantastical array. Scarcely anything was left now. Not that the things had been stolen, for the major would not have allowed that, but Mademoiselle Fifi from time to time made a mine. And on those occasions all the officers thoroughly enjoyed themselves for 5 minutes. The little Marquis went into the drawing-room to get what he wanted, and he brought back a small, delicate and very valuable Chinese teapot, which he filled with gunpowder, and carefully introduced a piece of tinder into the spout. Then he lighted it, and took this infernal machine into the next room, but he came back immediately, and shut the door. The Germans all stood expectantly, their faces full of childish, smiling curiosity, and as soon as the explosion had shaken the chateau, they all rushed in at once. Mademoiselle Fifi, who got in first, clapped his hands in delight at the sight of a terracotta Venus, whose head had been blown off at last, and each picked up pieces of porcelain, and wondered at the strange shape of the fragments, examining the latest damage, and disputing as to whether some of the havoc was not due to a previous explosion. While the major was looking with a paternal eye at the large drawing-room, which had been wrecked in this Neronic fashion, and was strewn with the fragments of works of art. He went out first, and said, with a smile, this time it was a great success. But there was such a cloud of smoke in the dining-room, mingled with the tobacco smoke, that they could not breathe, so the commandant opened the window, and all the officers, who had gone into the room for a glass of cognac, went up to it. The moist air blew into the room, with a scent of flooded country, and a powdering of rain that sprinkled their beards. They looked at the tall trees, which were dripping with the rain, at the broad valley, which was covered with a mist of dark, low-hanging clouds, and at the church spire in the distance, which rose up like a grey point in the beating rain. The bells had not rung since their arrival. That was the only resistance which the invaders had met with in the neighborhood. The parish priest had not refused to take in and to feed the Prussian soldiers. He had several times even drunk a bottle of beer or claret with the hostile commandant, who often employed him as a friendly intermediary. But it was no use to ask him for a single stroke of the bells, he would sooner have allowed himself to be shot. That was his way of protesting against the invasion, a peaceful and silent protest, the only one, he said, which was suitable to a priest, who was a man of peace, not war. And everyone, for 10 miles around, praised the Abbé Chantevoin's firmness and heroism, in venturing to proclaim the public mourning by the obstinate silence of his church bells. The whole village grew enthusiastic over his resistance, and was ready to back up their pastor and to risk anything, as they looked upon that silent protest as the safeguard of the national honor. It seemed to the peasants that thus they had deserved better of their country than Belfort and Strasbourg, that they had set an equally valuable example. And that the name of their little village would become immortalized by that. But with that exception, they refused their Prussian conquerors nothing. The commandant and his officers laughed among themselves at that inoffensive courage, and as the people in the whole country round showed themselves obliging and compliant towards them, they willingly tolerated their silent patriotism. Only the little Marquis Wilhelm would have liked to make the bell ring. He was very angry at his superior's politic compliance with the priest's scruples, and every day he begged the commandant to allow him to sound ding-dong, just once, only just once. Just by way of a joke. And he asked it like a wheedling woman, in the tender voice of some mistress who wishes to obtain something, but the commandant would not yield. And to console himself Mademoiselle Fifi used to make a mine in the Château d'Youville. The 5 men stood there together for some minutes, inhaling the moist air, and at last, Lieutenant Fritz said, with a thick laugh, "The ladies will certainly not have fine weather for their drive." Then they separated, each to his own duties, while the captain had plenty to do in seeing about the dinner. When they met again, as it was growing dark, they began to laugh at seeing each other as dandified and smart as on the day of a grand review. The commandant's hair did not look so grey as it was in the morning, and the captain had shaved, and had only kept his mustache on, which made him look as if he had a streak of fire under his nose. In spite of the rain, they left the window open, and one of them went to listen from time to time, and at 6:15 the Baron said he heard a rumbling in the distance. They all rushed down, and soon the wagon drove up at a gallop with its 4 horses, which were splashed up to their backs, steaming and panting, and 5 women got out at the bottom of the steps. 5 handsome girls whom a comrade of the captain, to whom old Duty had taken his card, had selected with care. They had not required much pressing, as they were sure of being well paid, for they had got to know the Prussians in the 3 months during which they had had to do with them. And so they resigned themselves to the men as they did the state of affairs. "It is all in the day's work," they said as they drove along, no doubt to allay some secret scruples of conscience which remained. They went into the dining-room immediately, which looked still more dismal in its dilapidated state, when it was lighted up. While the table, covered with choice dishes, the beautiful china and glass, and the plate, which had been found in the hole in the wall where its owner had hidden it, gave the look of a bandit's inn, where they were supping after committing a robbery, to the place. The captain was radiant, and took hold of the women as if he were familiar with them, appraising them, kissing them, sniffing them, appraising their value as ladies of pleasure. And when the 3 young men wanted to appropriate one each, he opposed them authoritatively, reserving to himself the right to apportion them justly, according to their several ranks, so as not to violate the laws of precedence. Therefore, so as to avoid all discussion, jarring, and suspicion of partiality, he placed them all in a line according to height, and addressing the tallest, he said in a voice of command, "What is your name?" "Pamela," she replied, raising her voice. And then he said, "Number 1, called Pamela, is adjudged to the commandant." Then, having kissed Blondine, the second, as a sign of proprietorship, he proffered stout Amanda to Lieutenant Otto, Eva Latomate, to Second Lieutenant Fritz, and Rachel the shortest of them all. A very young, dark girl, with eyes as black as ink, a Jewess, whose snub nose confirmed the rule which allots hooked noses to all her race, to the youngest officer, frail Count Wilhelm von Erich. They were all pretty and plump, without any distinctive features, and all were very much alike in look and person, from their daily practice of love, and their life in common in brothels. The three younger men wished to carry off their women immediately, under the pretext of finding them brushes and soap. But the captain wisely opposed this, for he said they were quite fit to sit down to dinner, and that those who went up would wish for a change when they came down, and so would disturb the other couples, and his experience in such matters carried the day. They contented themselves with many kisses, kisses of anticipation. Suddenly Rachel choked, and began to cough until the tears came into her eyes, while smoke came through her nostrils. Under pretense of kissing her, the Count had blown a whiff of tobacco into her mouth. She did not fly into a rage, and did not say a word, but she looked at her possessor with latent hatred in her dark eyes. They sat down to dinner. The commandant seemed delighted. He made Pamela sit on his right, and Blondine on his left, and said, as he unfolded his table napkin, "That was a delightful idea of yours, Captain." Lieutenants Otto and Fritz, who were as polite as if they had been with fashionable ladies, rather intimidated their neighbors. But Baron von Kellwingstein gave rein to all his vicious propensities, beamed, made obscene remarks, and seemed on fire with his crown of red hair. He made gallant phrases in French from the other side of the Rhine, and his pothouse compliments sputtered out through the gap made by his broken teeth, reached the girls amid a volley of saliva. They did not understand him, however, and their intelligence did not seem to be awakened until he uttered nasty words and broad expressions, which were mangled by his accent. Then they all began to shriek with laughter, falling into the laps of their neighbors and repeating the words, which the Baron then began to say all wrong, in order that he might have the pleasure of hearing them say dirty things. They gave him as much of that stuff as he wanted, for they were drunk after the first bottle of wine, and, becoming themselves once more, and opening the door to their usual habits, they kissed the mustaches on the right and left of them, pinched the men's arms, uttered furious cries, drank out of every glass, and sang French couplets, and bits of German songs, which they had picked up in their daily intercourse with the enemy. Soon the men themselves, intoxicated by that female flesh which was displayed to their sight and touch, grew very amorous, shouted and broke the plates and dishes, while the soldiers behind them waited on them stolidly. The commandant was the only one who put any restraint upon himself. Mademoiselle Fifi had taken Rachel onto his knees, and, getting deliberately excited, at one moment kissed the little black curls on her neck, inhaling the pleasant warmth of her body, and all the savor of her person, through the slight space there was between her dress and her skin, and at another he pinched her furiously through her dress, and made her scream. For he was seized by a species of ferocity, and tormented by his desire to hurt. He often held her close to him, as if to make her part of himself, and pressed his lips in a long kiss on the Jewess's rosy mouth, until she lost her breath. But suddenly he bit her until a stream of blood ran down her chin and on to her bodice. For the second time, she looked him full in the face, and as she bathed the wound, she said, "You will have to pay for that." But he merely laughed a hard laugh, and said, "I will pay." At dessert, champagne was served, and the commandant rose, and in the same voice in which he would have drunk to the health of the Empress Augusta, he drank, "To our ladies." And a series of toasts began, toasts worthy of the lowest soldiers and of drunkards, mingled with obscene jokes, which were made still more brutal by their ignorance of the language. They got up, one after another, trying to say something witty, forcing themselves to be funny, and the women, who were so drunk that they almost fell off their chairs, with vacant looks and clammy tongues, applauded madly each time. The captain, who no doubt wished to impart an appearance of gallantry to the orgy, raised his glass again, and said, "To our victories over hearts." And thereupon Lieutenant Otto, who as a species of bear from the Black Forest, jumped up, inflamed and saturated with drink, and suddenly seized by an excess of alcoholic patriotism. He cried, "To our victories over France!" Drunk as they were, the women were silent, and Rachel turned round with a shudder, and said, "Look here, I know some Frenchmen, in whose presence you would not dare to say that." But the little count, still holding her on his knee, began to laugh, for the wine had made him very merry, and said, "Ha! Ha! Ha! I have never met any of them, myself. As soon as we show ourselves, they run away." The girl, who was in a terrible rage, shouted into his face, "You are lying, you dirty scoundrel." For a moment, he looked at her steadily with his bright eyes upon her, as he had looked at the portrait before he destroyed it with revolver bullets, and then he began to laugh. "Ah! Yes, talk about them, my dear. Should we be here now, if they were brave?" And getting excited, he exclaimed, "We are the masters. France belongs to us." She jumped off his knees with a bound, and threw herself into her chair, while he rose, held out his glass over the table, and repeated, "France and the French, the woods, the fields, and the houses of France belong to us." The others, who were quite drunk, and who were suddenly seized by military enthusiasm, the enthusiasm of brutes, seized their glasses, and shouting, "Long live Prussia!" they emptied them at a draught. The girls did not protest, for they were reduced to silence, and were afraid. Even Rachel did not say a word, as she had no reply to make, and then, the little Marquis put his champagne glass, which had just been refilled, onto the head of the Jewess, and exclaimed, "All the women in France belong to us, also." At that, she got up so quickly that the glass upset and poured the amber-colored wine onto her black hair as if to baptize her, and broke into 100 fragments, as it fell onto the floor. With trembling lips, she defied the looks of the officer who was still laughing, and she stammered out, in a voice choked with rage, that is not true, for you shall certainly not have any French women." He sat down again, so as to laugh at his ease, and trying ineffectually to speak with a Parisian accent, he said, "That is good, very good. Then, what did you come here for, my dear?" She was thunderstruck, and made no reply for a moment, for in her agitation she did not understand him at first. But as soon as she grasped his meaning, she said to him indignantly and vehemently, I am not a woman, I am only a strumpet, and that is all that Prussians want." Almost before she had finished, he slapped her full in the face. But as he was raising his hand again, as if he would strike her, she, almost mad with passion, took up a small dessert knife with a silver blade from the table, and stabbed him in the neck, just above the breastbone. Something that he was going to say was cut short in his throat, and he sat there, with his mouth half open, and a terrible look in his eyes. All the officers shouted in horror, and leaped up noisily. But throwing her chair between Lieutenant Otto's legs, who fell down at full length, she ran to the window, opened it before they could seize her, and jumped out into the night and pouring rain. In 2 minutes, Mademoiselle Fifi was dead, and Fritz and Otto drew their swords and wanted to kill the women, who threw themselves at their feet and clung to their knees. With some difficulty the major stopped the slaughter, and had the 4 terrified girls locked up in a room under the care of 2 soldiers, and then he organized the pursuit of the fugitive, as carefully as if they were about to engage in a skirmish, feeling quite sure that she would be caught. 50 men, spurred on by threats, were sent to search the park. 200 more scoured the woods, and all the houses in the valley. The table, which had been cleared immediately, now served as a deathbed, and the 4 officers stood at the windows, rigid and sobered, with the stern faces of soldiers on duty, and tried to pierce through the darkness of the night, amid the steady torrent of rain. Suddenly, a shot was heard, and then another, a long way off. And for 4 hours they heard from time to time near or distant reports and rallying cries, strange words uttered as a call, in guttural voices. In the morning they all returned. 2 soldiers had been killed, and 3 others wounded by their comrades in the ardor of that chase, and in the confusion of that night pursuit, but they had not caught Rachel. Then the inhabitants of the district were terrorized, the houses were turned topsy-turvy, the country was scoured and beaten up, over and over again. But the Jewess did not seem to have left a single trace of her passage behind her. When the general was told of it, he gave orders to hush up the affair, so as not to set a bad example to the army, but he severely censured the commandant, who in turn punished his inferiors. The general had said, "One does not go to war in order to amuse oneself, and to caress prostitutes." And Count von Farlsberg, in his exasperation, made up his mind to have his revenge on the district, but as he required a pretext for showing severity, he sent for the priest, and ordered him to have the bell tolled at the funeral of the Marquis von Eyrick. Contrary to all expectation, the priest showed himself humble and most respectful, and when Mademoiselle Fifi's body left the Château d'Youville on its way to the cemetery, carried by soldiers, preceded, surrounded, and followed by soldiers, who marched with loaded rifles, for the first time, the bell sounded its funereal knell in a lively manner, as if a friendly hand were caressing it. At night it sounded again, and the next day, and every day, it rang as much as anyone could desire. Sometimes even, it would start at night, and sound gently through the darkness, seized by strange joy, awakened, one could not tell why. All the peasants in the neighborhood declared that it was bewitched, and nobody, except the priest and the sacristan, would now go near the church tower. And they went because a poor girl was living there in grief and solitude, and secretly nourished by those two men. She remained there until the German troops departed, and then one evening the priest borrowed the baker's cart, and himself drove his prisoner to Rouen. When they got there, he embraced her, and she quickly went back on foot to the establishment from which she had come, where the proprietress, who thought that she was dead, was very glad to see her. A short time afterwards, a patriot who had no prejudices, and who liked her because of her bold deed, and who afterwards loved her for herself, married her, and made a lady of her, who was quite as good as many others. Relics of the past. My dear Colette, I do not know whether you remember a verse of M. Sainte-Beuve which we have read together, and which has remained fixed in my memory. For me this verse speaks eloquently, and it has very often reassured my poor heart, especially for some time past. Here it is. To be born, to live, and die in the same house. I am now all alone in this house where I was born, where I have lived, and where I hope to die. It is not gay every day, but it is pleasant, for there I have souvenirs all around me. My son Henri is a barrister, he comes to see me twice a year. Jean is living with her husband at the other end of France, and it is I who go to see her each autumn. So here I am, all alone, but surrounded by familiar objects which incessantly speak to me about my own people, the dead, and the living separated from me by distance. I no longer read much. I am too old for that, but I am constantly thinking, or rather dreaming. I do not dream as I used to do long ago. You may recall to mind any wild fancies, the adventures our brains concocted when we were 20, and all the horizons of happiness that dawned upon us. Nothing out of all our dreaming has been realized, or rather it is quite a different thing that has happened, less charming, less poetic, but sufficient for those who know how to accept their lot in this world bravely. Do you know why we women are so often unhappy? It is because we are taught in our youth to believe too much in happiness. We are never brought up with the idea of fighting, of striving, of suffering. And, at the first shock, our hearts are broken, we look forward, with blind faith, to cascades of fortunate events. What does happen is at best but a partial happiness, and thereupon we burst out sobbing. Happiness, the real happiness that we dream of, I have come to know what that is. It does not consist in the arrival of great bliss, for any great bliss that falls to our share is to be found in the infinite expectation of a succession of joys to which we never attain. Happiness is happy expectation, it is the horizon of hope, it is, therefore, endless illusion, and, old as I am, I create illusions for myself still, in fact, every day I live. Only their object is changed, my desires being no longer the same. I have told you that I spend my brightest hours in dreaming. What else should I do? I have two ways of doing this. I am going to tell you what they are, they may perhaps prove useful to you. Oh. The first is very simple. It consists in sitting down before my fire in a low armchair made soft for my old bones, and looking back at the things that have been put aside. One life is so short, especially a life entirely spent in the same spot. To be born, to live, and die in the same house. The things that bring back the past to our recollection are heaped, pressed together, and, we are old, it sometimes seems no more than 10 days since we were young. Yes. Everything slips away from us, as if life itself were but a single day, morning, evening, and then comes night, a night without a dawn. When I gaze into the fire, for hours and hours, the past rises up before me as though it were but yesterday. I no longer think of my present existence, reverie carries me away. Once more I pass through all the changes of my life. And I often am possessed by the illusion that I am a young girl, so many breaths of bygone days are wafted back to me, so many youthful sensations and even impulses. So many throbbings of my young heart, all the passionate ardor of 18. And I have clear, as fresh realities, visions of forgotten things. Oh! How vividly, above all, do the memories of my walks as a young girl come back to me. There, in the armchair of mine, before the fire, I saw once more, a few nights since, a sunset on Mont Saint-Michel. And immediately afterwards I was riding on horseback through the forest of Yeovil with the odors of the damp sand and of the flowers steeped in dew. And the evening star sending its burning reflection through the water and bathing my face in its rays as I galloped through the copse. And all I thought of then, my poetic enthusiasm at the sight of the boundless sea, my keen delight at the rustling of the branches as I passed, my most trivial impressions, every fragment of thought, desire, or feeling, all came back to me as if I were there still, as if 50 years had not glided by since then, to chill my blood and moderate my hopes. But my other way of reviving the long ago is much better. You know, or you do not know, my dear Colette, that we destroy nothing in the house. We have upstairs, under the roof, a large room for cast-off things which we call the lumber room. Everything which is no longer used is thrown there. I often go up there, and gaze around me. Then I find once more a heap of nothings that I had ceased to think about, and that recalled a heap of things to my mind. They are not those beloved articles of furniture which we have known since our childhood and to which are attached recollections of events of joys or sorrows, dates in our history, which, from the fact of being intermingled with our lives, have assumed a kind of personality, a physiognomy, which are the companions of our pleasant or gloomy house, the only companions, alas, that we are sure not to lose, the only ones that will not die, like the others, those whose features, whose loving eyes, whose lips, whose voices, have vanished forever. But I find instead among the medley of worn-out gewgaws those little old insignificant objects which have hung on by our side for 40 years without ever having been noticed by us, and which, when we suddenly lay eyes on them again, have somehow the importance, the significance of relics of the past. They produce on my mind the effect of those people, whom we have known for a very long time without ever having seen them as they really are, and who, all of a sudden, some evening, quite unexpectedly, break out into a stream of interminable talk, and tell us all about themselves down to their most hidden secrets, of which we had never even suspected the existence. And I move about from one object to the other with a little thrill in my heart every time something fixes my attention. I say to myself, see there. I broke that the night Paul started for Lyons. Or else, there is Mamma's little lantern, which she used to carry with her going to her evening devotions on dark winter nights. There are even things in this room which have no story to tell me, which have come down from my grandparents, things therefore, whose history and adventures are utterly unknown to those who are living today, and whose very owners nobody knows now. Nobody has seen the hands that used to touch them or the eyes that used to gaze at them. These are the things that make me have long, long dreams. They represent to my mind desolate people whose last remaining friend is dead. You, my dear Colette, can scarcely comprehend all this, and you will smile at my simplicity, my childish, sentimental whims. You are a Parisian, and you Parisians do not understand this interior life, those eternal echoes of one's own heart. You live in the outer world, with all your thoughts in the open. Living alone as I do, I can only speak about myself. When you are answering this letter, tell me a little about yourself, that I may also be able to put myself in your place, as you will be able to put yourself in mine tomorrow. But you will never completely understand M. de Saint-Beuv's verse. To be born, to live, and to die in one house. 1,000 kisses, my old friend. Adelaide. The blind man. Why is the first sunshine so delightful? Why does the light falling upon the earth fill us so with the happiness of living? The sky is all blue, the country all green, the houses all white, and our charmed eyes drink in these living colors, wherewith they fashion joy for our souls. And we feel impulsive desires to dance, to run, to sing, a happy lightness of the spirit, a kind of broadened, liberated tenderness, we feel as if we would like to embrace the sun. The blind men in the doorways, impassive in their eternal darkness, remain calm as ever in the midst of this new gaiety of life and, incomprehending. They keep on quieting their dogs who long to gambol. When they go home, at the end of the day, on the arm of a young brother or little sister, if the child says, "It has been a lovely day," they will reply, "Yes, I knew very well it was a fine day." Lulu would not keep still. I knew one of these men, whose life was one of the most cruel martyrdoms that can be dreamt of. He was a peasant, the son of a Norman farmer. As long as his father and mother were alive, fairly good care was taken of him, he hardly suffered except from his horrible infirmity. But as soon as the old people were gone, his appalling existence began. Taken in by a sister, he was treated by everyone on the farm as a beggar who ate the bread of others. At every meal his food was grudged him, he was called sluggard and booby. And although his brother-in-law had got possession of his share of the inheritance, his broth was given him with reluctance, and only in just sufficient quantity to keep him from death. His face was very pale, and his 2 eyes were large and white like sealing wafers. He remained impassive under all insults, so walled up in himself that no one knew whether he felt them. And he had never known any affection, his mother having always been a trifle harsh with him, loving him very little. For in the country the useless are nuisances, and peasants would gladly copy the fowls, that kill off the weakly among themselves. As soon as his soup was swallowed, he would go and sit before the door in summer, beside the fire in winter, and would not move till evening. He made no gesture, no movement. Only his eyelids, shaken by a kind of nervous affliction, would occasionally fall over the white spots of his eyes. Had he a spirit, a mind, a clear consciousness of his life? No one wondered. For a few years things went on like this. But his inability to do anything, as much as his imperturbability, ended by exasperating his relations, and he became a scapegoat, a sort of buffoon martyr. A kind of prey sacrificed to the natural ferocity and savage merriment of the brutes around him. They thought of all the cruel jests which his blindness inspired. And, in order to pay themselves for what he ate, they turned his meals into hours of pleasure for the neighbors and of torture for the helpless wretch. The peasants of the neighboring houses came to this entertainment, stories of it ran from door to door, and the farm kitchen was full every day. Sometimes a cat or a dog was put on the table, in front of the plate from which he was beginning to take his soup. Instinctively the animal would realize the man's infirmity and would very softly draw near, eating without a sound, lapping it up delicately. And when a rather noisy splashing of the tongue had aroused the poor wretch's attention, it would prudently draw away to avoid the random blow from the spoon that followed. Then there was much laughter, nudging, and stamping from the spectators crowded along the walls. And without saying a word he would begin to eat again, with his right hand, while, with his outstretched left arm, he protected and defended his plate. Sometimes they made him eat corks, wood, leaves, or even filth, which he could not distinguish. Then they even wearied of their pleasantries. And the brother-in-law, growing angry at always having to feed him, struck him, and constantly boxed his ears, laughing at his victim's futile efforts to ward off the blows or return them. This became a new game, the slap game. The ploughboys, the laborer, and the maids were constantly thrusting their hands at his face, and this produced a hurried twitching in his eyelids. He did not know where to hide, and kept his arms constantly extended to avoid their assaults. At last they forced him to beg. They placed him on the roads on market days, and, as soon as he heard a sound of footsteps or the rattle of a carriage, he would hold out his hat, faltering, "Charity, if you please." But the peasant is not free with his money, and, during entire weeks, he did not bring home a halfpenny. Then their real hatred was unchained, pitiless. And this is how he died. One winter, the earth was covered with snow, and it froze appallingly hard. His brother-in-law, one morning, led him a long way off to a high road to make him beg for alms. He left him there all day, and when night was come, he told his household that he had not been able to find him. "But there," he added, "we mustn't bother, someone will have taken him off because he was cold. Of course he isn't lost. He'll come back tomorrow to eat his broth all right." The next day he did not come back. After long hours of waiting, gripped by the cold, feeling that he was dying, the blind man had begun to walk. Unable to make out the road, which was buried under this froth of ice, he had wandered at random, falling into ditches and rising again, always silent, searching for a house. But the numbness of the snows had gradually taken hold on him, and, his weak limbs unable to carry him farther, he had sat down in the middle of a field. He never got up again. The white flakes fell steadily and buried him. His stiffened body disappeared under the ceaseless accumulation of the infinite multitude of them, and nothing indicated the spot where the corpse lay. His relatives made a show of inquiring and searching for him for 8 days. They even cried. The winter was a hard one, and the thaw did not come soon. But one Sunday, on their way to Mass, the farmers noticed a great flock of crows hovering continually over the field, then swooping down like a black shower of rain, in troops, to the same spot, constantly rising from it again and returning to it. The following week the dark birds were still there. The sky bore a cloud of them, as though they had assembled from every corner of the horizon. And they dropped down with a great clamor to the dazzling snow, making a strange-looking pattern of spots upon it, and obstinately searching in it. A boy went to see what they were doing, and found the body of the blind man, already half-eaten, torn to shreds. His pale eyes had vanished, pricked out by the long, ravenous beaks. And I can never feel the vivid gaiety of days of sunshine without a sad remembrance and a melancholy thought of the poor wretch, so robbed of all things in life that his horrible death was a relief to all who had known him. Magnetism. The dinner was ended and the bachelors were sitting over their cigars and liqueurs, feeling comfortably quiescent as a result of good food and drink, when someone started a discussion of magnetism, Donato's tricks and Charcot's experiments. These skeptical, easygoing men who cared nothing about religion, unexpectedly began to tell stories of strange happenings, incredible things that nevertheless had really occurred, so they said. Suddenly converted to the mysteries of magnetism which they supported in the name of science, they fell back into superstitious beliefs, clinging like a burr to this last remnant of magic. One of the party, a man full of vigor, a follower of young girls and hunter of women, smiled in his convinced incredulity, as he did not believe in anything. All discussion seemed to him to be futile. He repeated with a sneer, "Humbug! Humbug! Humbug! We need not discuss Donato, who is simply a smart juggler. Monsieur Charcot, who is said to be a great scholar, seems to me like a storyteller of the Edgar Poe type who ends in a madhouse through concentrating on queer cases of insanity. He had proved the existence of unexplained and still inexplicable nervous phenomena, he deals with unknown forces that are now being investigated. And as he cannot always understand what he sees, he probably remembers the ecclesiastical interpretation of these mysteries. I would like to hear what he himself has to say, quite a different thing to listening to your version of his conclusions. The rest of the party rather pitied the unbeliever. They felt as an assembly of monks would do towards a blasphemer. One of them exclaimed, "Still there were miracles in olden times," to which he replied, "That I deny. Why are there none in our days?" Then each one mentioned some fact, some weird presentiment, some instance of telegraphic communication from a distance or some case of one being's secret influence over another. They asserted and maintained that these things had really happened, while the obstinate skeptic repeated, "Humbug! Humbug! Humbug!" At last he got up, threw away his cigar, and, with hands in his pockets, said, "Well, I will tell you 2 stories which I will explain afterwards. Here they are. In the little village of Etretat all the men, sailors every man of them, go off to the Newfoundland cod fisheries every year. Well, one night the child of one of the fishermen woke up with a start, crying out that his father had died at sea. The child fell asleep again, but woke up again, screaming that his father was drowned. A month later the news came that the father had, indeed, been swept off the deck by a wave. The widow remembered the child's dream, everyone declared it to be a miracle, and the affair caused a great sensation. When dates were compared it was found that the accident and the dream coincided pretty closely, so it was concluded that they had happened at the same time on the same night. Here you have a mystery of magnetism. The speaker stopped and one of the party, visibly affected, asked, "And you say you can explain that?" "Certainly, I discovered the secret. The incident had astonished and even worried me, but you see I disbelieve on principle. Just as others always begin by believing, I begin by doubting, and when I fail to understand I still deny all telepathic communication between 2 souls. Convinced that my own intelligence will find a solution. Well, I turned the matter over in my mind, and after questioning the wives of the absent fishermen I discovered that hardly a week passed without someone, either wife or child, dreaming and announcing that the father had died at sea. The terrible, haunting dread of accidents makes them a constant subject of conversation, and fills the thoughts of the women and children. If, by any chance, one of these predictions coincides with a death, at once it is said to be a miracle, for they forget all the dreams, the omens, the sinister forebodings that are not fulfilled. I have myself known 50 cases which were completely forgotten within a week. But if the man had indeed died, the dream was remembered at once and the coincidence attributed to the intervention of the Almighty by some, while others declared it to be due to magnetism. One of the party said, "Well, all that is true enough, now for your second story." "Oh, the second is rather awkward to tell. It happened to myself and so I don't place any great value on my own view of the matter. An interested party can never give an impartial opinion. However, here it is. Among my acquaintances was a young woman on whom I had never bestowed a thought, at whom I had never even looked with any interest, of whom I had taken no notice. As the saying goes, I classed her as an insignificant woman, though she was not bad-looking. I simply knew that she had eyes, a nose, a mouth and some kind of hair, in fact that she was a colorless type. She was one of those beings who only attract passing attention by pure luck, a woman that men do not desire. Well, one night as I was writing letters by the fireside before going to bed, I was conscious, in the midst of a riot of ideas, of a series of those mental pictures that sometimes glide through one's brain in moments of idle dreaming. Of a kind of faint breath blowing through me, a slight flutter of the heart, and immediately, without cause, without any logical connection of ideas, I saw as distinctly as if I were touching her the unclothed, full-length vision of the woman to whom I had never given more than a passing thought at any time. And I suddenly discovered in her a hitherto unsuspected attraction, a gentle charm, a languorous fascination. She kindled in me that amorous yearning which makes a man run after a woman. But I soon forgot all about it, I went to bed and fell asleep. Then I dreamed. You have probably all dreamt strange dreams in which nothing is impossible, which open every sealed door for you, which reveal unhoped for joy and provide a master key that uncloses tightly folded arms. Which of us in those troubled, exciting, breathless slumbers has not held, embraced, fondled and possessed, with an extraordinary intensity of rapture, the woman who filled his thoughts? And have you ever noticed the exquisite delight these happy dreams give us? The mad intoxication, the throbbing paroxysms. The infinitely caressing, absorbing tenderness that fills your heart for the woman swooning in your arms in that adorable yet brutal illusion that seems so real. I felt all this with so fierce a passion that I can never forget. The woman was mine, so much mine that the sweet warmth of her skin clung to my fingers, the smell of her skin clung to my nostrils, the flavor of her kisses to my lips. The sound of her voice to my ears, the soft touch of her arms clung round my body. And the enchantment of her tenderness clung to my whole being long after the delight and disillusion of my awakening. I dreamt the same dream 3 times that night. When day dawned I was obsessed by her, she took possession of me, haunting my very soul with such intensity that my every thought was hers. At last in despair I dressed and went to see her. As I went up the staircase I trembled all over, my heart beat riotously and my body was filled with yearning. I entered the flat. Directly she heard my name she got up and suddenly our eyes met in a long, fixed gaze. I sat down, and stammered out some commonplaces which she apparently did not hear. I knew neither what to say nor what to do. Then, abruptly I seized hold of her and clasped her in my arms, and my dream was realized so quickly, so easily, so feverishly, that I began to doubt whether I was really awake. She was my mistress for 2 years. "What do you make of it?" asked a voice. I think it was just a coincidence. But then, who knows? Perhaps some glance of hers, unnoticed at the time, came back to me that night through one of those mysterious, unconscious promptings which often recall things neglected by our consciousness. Unperceived by our minds. "Whatever name you like to give it," said one of the party, "if you do not believe in magnetism after that, old man, you are an ungrateful wretch." Guillemot Rock. This is the season for guillemots. From April until the end of May, before the bathers arrive from Paris, one may observe, at the little watering place called Etretat, the sudden appearance of certain old gentlemen in top boots and tight shooting coats. They spend 4 or 5 days at the Hotel Hanville, disappear, come again 3 weeks later, then, after a second stay, depart for good. The following spring, they appear again. They are the last hunters of the guillemot, the survivors of those of the old days. For 30 or 40 years ago there were some 20 of these fanatics, but now they are but a few fanatical sportsmen. The guillemot is a rare migrant whose habits are strange. For almost the whole of the year it lives in the neighborhood of Newfoundland, and of the islands of St. Pierre and Miquelon. But at the nesting season a band of emigrants crosses the Atlantic and, every year, comes to lay its eggs and hatch them out on the same spot, the rock called Guillemot Rock, near Etretat. They are never to be found in any other spot than this. They have always come thither, they have always been shot, and they still keep coming back, they always will come back. As soon as the young birds have been raised, they go away again, and disappear for a year. Why do they never go elsewhere, choose some other point in the long white cliff, which runs unchanged from the Pas de Calais to Le Havre? What force, what unconquerable instinct, what age-long custom impels these birds to return to this spot? What was the manner of their first emigration, or the nature of the tempest which may long since have cast their sires upon this rock? And why have the children, the grandchildren, all the descendants of the first comers always return thither? They are not numerous. 100 at the most, as though a solitary family possessed this tradition, performed this annual pilgrimage. And every spring, as soon as the little wandering tribe is reinstalled upon its rock, the same hunters reappear in the village. Once, as young men, they were familiar to the inhabitants. Today they are old, but still faithful to the regular meeting place that for the past 30 or 40 years they have appointed for their gathering. For nothing in the world would they fail to keep the appointment. It was an April evening in one of the last years. 3 of the old guillemot shooters had just arrived. One of them was missing, Monsieur Darnel's. He had written to no one, given no news. But he was not dead, like so many others, it would have been known. At last, weary of waiting, the first comers sat down to table. Dinner was nearly over when a carriage rolled into the yard of the hostelry, and soon the late arrival entered. He sat down, in excellent spirits, rubbing his hands, ate with a good appetite, and, as one of his companions expressed surprise at his wearing a frock-coat, replied calmly, "Yes. I had not time to change." They went to bed as soon as they rose from the table, for, in order to surprise the birds, it is necessary to start well before daybreak. Nothing is pleasanter than this sport, this early morning expedition. At 3 in the morning the sailors wake the sportsmen by throwing gravel at their window panes. In a few minutes all are ready and down on the shingle beach. Although no twilight is yet visible, the stars have paled a little. The sea screams over the pebbles, the breeze is so cold that they shiver a little, despite their thick clothes. Soon the 2 boats, pushed out by the men, rush down the slope of rounded pebbles, with a noise as of tearing canvas, then they are swaying upon the first waves. The brown sails are hoisted up the masts, swell slightly, tremble, hesitate, and, bulging once more, round-bellied, sweep the tarred hulls away towards the wide opening down the river. Dimly visible in the gloom. The sky grows clear, the darkness seems to melt away, the coastline appears, still veiled in mist, the long white coastline, straight as a wall. They pass the Manport, an enormous arch through which a ship could go, double the point of La Courtine, run past the Vale of Antifer and the cape of the same name. And suddenly there rushes into sight a beach on which are hundreds of gulls. It is Guillemot Rock. It is merely a small hump of cliff, and on the narrow ledges of rock the heads of birds are visible, watching the boats. They are there, motionless, waiting, not daring as yet to fly away. Some, settled upon the extreme edges, look as though they are sitting on their hind parts, upright like bottles, for their legs are so short that, when they walk, they appear to be gliding on wheels. And, when they want to fly away, they are unable to start with a run, and are obliged to let themselves fall like stones, almost on top of the men spying upon them. They are aware of their weakness and the danger it entails, and do not readily decide to fly. But the sailors begin to shout and beat the gunwales with the wooden thole-pins, and the birds, terrified, one by one launch out into the void, and drop to the very level of the waves. Then, their wings beating with swift strokes, they gather way, dart off, and reach the open spaces, unless a hail of shot casts them into the water. For an hour they are slaughtered thus, one after another being forced to make off. And sometimes the females on their nests, utterly devoted to the business of hatching, refuse to leave, and ever and anon receive a volley which splashes their white plumage with spots of rosy blood. And the bird dies, still faithfully guarding her eggs. On the first day, Monsieur Darnel's shot with his customary enthusiasm. But, when they went off home at about 10 o'clock, beneath the high and radiant sun which threw great triangles of light into the white clefts in the cliffs, he appeared somewhat distracted. And now and then he seemed lost in thought, unlike his usual self. As soon as they were back on land, some sort of servant, clad in black, came and whispered with him. He appeared to reflect, to hesitate, then he replied, "No, tomorrow." And, next day, the shooting was resumed. This time Monsieur Darnel's often missed his birds, though they let themselves fall almost on to the end of his gun barrel, and his friends, laughing, asked him if he was in love. If any secret trouble were tormenting his heart and brain. At last he admitted it. "Yes, as a matter of fact I must be off directly, and I find it annoying." "What, you're going away?" "Why?" "Oh, urgent business. I can't stay any longer." Then they began to talk of other things. As soon as lunch was over, the servant in black reappeared. Monsieur Darnel's ordered him to harness the horses, and the fellow was on the point of going out when the 3 other sportsmen intervened, insisting on an explanation. With many entreaties and demands that their friend should stay. At last one of them said. But, look here, this business of yours can't be so very serious, if you've already waited 2 days. The fourth, altogether perplexed, reflected, plainly a prey to conflicting ideas, torn between pleasure and duty, unhappy and ill at ease. After a long period of meditation, he murmured with some hesitation. You see, I am not alone here, I have my son-in-law with me. There were cries and exclamations. Your son-in-law? But where is he? At that he appeared suddenly confounded, and blushed. What? Didn't you know? Why, he is out in the barn. He's dead. Stupefied silence reigned. More and more distressed, Monsieur Dionels continued. I have had the misfortune to lose him. And, as I was taking the body to my home at Brisseville, I made a slight detour just to keep our appointment here. But you will realize that I can delay no longer. Then one of the sportsmen, bolder than the rest, suggested. But, since he is dead, it seems to me, that he might very well wait 1 more day. The 2 others hesitated no longer. You can't deny that, they said. Monsieur Darnels seemed relieved of a great weight, but, still somewhat uneasy, he inquired. You honestly think? As one man, the 3 others replied. Dash it all. Dear boy, 2 days more or less won't make any difference to him in his condition. Thereupon, perfectly at ease, the father-in-law turned round to the undertaker. Very well, my good man, let it be the day after tomorrow. A son. The 2 old friends were walking in the garden all in bloom, where life was stirred by the gay springtime. One was a senator and the other a member of the French Academy, grave, both of them, full of reason and logic, but solemn, people of note and reputation. At first they chattered about politics, exchanging thoughts, not upon ideas but men, personalities, which in such matters, always take precedence over reasoned argument. Then they awoke old memories, then they were silent, continuing to walk side by side, both relaxed by the sweetness of the air. A great cluster of wallflowers sent forth their sweet and delicate perfume. A heap of flowers, of every kind and color, threw their sweetness into the air, while a laburnum tree, covered with yellow flowers, scattered to the wind its fine powder. A golden smoke which reminded one of honey, and which carried, like the caressing powder of the perfumer, its embalmed seed across space. The senator stopped, inhaled the fertile cloud that was floating by him, looked at the blossoming tree, resplendent as a sun, from which the pollen was now escaping. And he said, when one thinks that these imperceptible atoms, which smell so nice, can bring into existence in 100 places, miles from here, plants of their own kind. Can start the sap and fiber of the female trees, and produce creatures with roots, which are born from a germ, as we are, mortal as we are. And which will be replaced by other beings of the same essence, just like us. Then, standing in front of the radiant laburnum tree, whose vivifying perfume permeated every breath of air, the senator added. Ah! My fine fellow, if you were to count your children you would be woefully embarrassed. Here is one who brings them easily into the world, abandons them without remorse and worries little about them afterward. The academician replied, we do the same, my friend. The senator answered, yes, I do not deny that, we do abandon them sometimes, but we know it, at least, and that constitutes our superiority. The other man shook his head, no, that is not what I mean. You see, my dear fellow, there is scarcely a man who does not possess some unknown children, those children labeled Father Unknown, whom he has created, as this tree reproduces itself. Almost unconsciously. If we had to establish the count of the women we have had, we should be, should we not, as embarrassed as this laburnum tree which you are addressing. If it were called upon to enumerate its descendants? From 18 to 40, counting all our passing encounters and contacts of an hour, it may easily be granted that we have had intimate relations with 200 or 300 women. Ah, well. My friend, among this number are you sure that you have not made fruitful at least one, and that you have not, upon the streets or in prison, some blackguard son who robs and assassinates honest people, that is to say, people like us. Or perhaps a daughter, in some house of ill fame? Or perhaps, if she chanced to be abandoned by her mother, a cook in somebody's kitchen? Remember further that nearly all women that we call public possess one or two children whose father they do not know, children caught in the hazard of their embraces at 10 or 20 francs. In every trade, there is profit and loss. This offspring constitutes the loss of their profession. Who were their progenitors? You, I, all of us, respectable men. These are the results of our gay dinner parties, of our amusing evenings, of the hours when our well-fed bodies drive us to chance love encounters. Robbers, tramps, all such wretches, in short, are our children. And how much better that is for us than if we were theirs, for they reproduce also, these ruffians. Listen, I, for my part, have an ugly story on my conscience, which I would like to tell you. It brings me incessant remorse, and more than that, continual doubt and an unappeasable uncertainty which at times tortures me horribly. At the age of 25 I had undertaken, with one of my friends, now a consigliere d'État, a journey through Brittany, on foot. After 15 or 20 days of rapid walking, after having visited the Côtes du Nord, and a part of Finistère, we arrived at Douarnenez. From there, in a day's march, we reached the wild Point du Raz, via the Baie de Trapasses, where we slept in some village whose name ends in of. When the morning came a strange fatigue held my comrade in bed. I say bed from habit, since our bed was composed simply of 2 bundles of straw. It was impossible to be sick in such a place. I forced him to get up, and we reached Audierne about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. The next day he was a little better. We set out again, but on the way he was taken with intolerable pains and it was with great difficulty that we were able to reach Pont-l'Abbé. There at least there was an inn. My friend went to bed, and the doctor, whom we called from Quimper, found a high fever, without quite determining the nature of it. Do you know Pont-l'Abbé? No. Well, it is the most characteristic Breton town from Point du Raz to Morbihan, a region which contains the essence of Breton morals, and legends, and customs. Today, even, this corner of the country has scarcely changed at all. I say, today, even, because I return there now every year, alas. An old castle bathes the foot of its towers in a sad, dismal pond, peopled by flights of wild birds. Out of it flows a river, deep enough for coasting vessels to come up to the town. In the narrow streets, with the old houses, the men wear wide hats and embroidered waistcoats and 4 coats, one above the other. The first, about the size of the hand, covers only the shoulder blades, while the last stops just above the seat of the breeches. The girls, who are tall, beautiful, and fresh-looking, wear a bodice of thick cloth which forms a breastplate and corset, constraining and leaving scarcely a suspicion of their swelling. Martyrized busts. Their headdresses are also strange. Over the temples 2 embroidered bands in color frame the face, binding the hair, which falls loose behind the head and is then carried up to the crown of the head under a curious bonnet often woven of gold or silver. The servant at our inn was 18 years old at the most, with blue eyes, a pale blue, which were pierced with the 2 little black dots of the pupils, and with short closely set teeth, which she constantly showed in laughing and which seemed made for biting granite. She did not know a word of French, speaking only the Breton patois, as do most of her compatriots. Well, my friend was no better, and, although no disease was diagnosed, the doctor forbade his setting out, ordering complete rest. I spent the days with him, the little maid coming in frequently, bringing perhaps my dinner or some drink for him. I teased her a little, which seemed to amuse her, but we did not talk, naturally, since we could not understand each other. Well, one night, having remained with the sick man very late, when going to my room, I met the girl going to hers. It was just opposite my open door. Then suddenly, without reflecting upon what I was doing, and more by way of a joke than anything, I seized her around the waist. And before she was over her astonishment I had thrown her and shut her in my room. She looked at me, startled, frightened, terrified, not daring to cry out for fear of scandal, and of being driven out by her master at first and her father afterwards. I had done this as a joke. But when I saw her there, I was filled by the desire to possess her. There was a long and silent struggle, a struggle of body against body after the fashion of athletes, with arms tense, contracted, twisted, rapid breathing, skin moist with perspiration. Oh! She fought valiantly, and sometimes we would hit a piece of furniture, a partition, or a chair. Then, still clutching each other, we would remain motionless for some seconds in fear lest the noise had awakened someone. Then we would commence again our desperate battle, I attacking, she resisting. Exhausted, finally, she fell, and I took her brutally, upon the ground, upon the floor. As soon as she was released, she ran to the door, drew the bolts, and fled. I scarcely met her during the following days. She would not allow me to go near her. Then, when my comrade was better and we were to continue our journey, on the eve of our departure, she came barefooted, in her chemise, to the room where I had just retired. She threw herself into my arms, drew me to her passionately, and, until daylight, embraced me, caressed me, weeping and sobbing, giving me all the assurances of tenderness and despair that a woman can give when she does not know a word of our language. A week later I had forgotten this adventure, so common and frequent when one is traveling, the servants of the inns being generally destined to entertain travelers in this manner. 30 years passed without my thinking of, or returning to, Pontlab. Then, in 1876, I happened to go there, in the course of an excursion into Brittany which I had undertaken to get material for a book and to make myself familiar with the landscape. Nothing seemed to have changed. The castle still soaked its grey walls in the pond at the entrance of the little town, the inn was there, too, although repaired, remodeled, with a modern air. On entering I was received by 2 young Breton girls of about 18, fresh and pretty, enlaced in their narrow cloth bodices, with their silver headdress and large embroidered ear caps. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening. I sat down to dine, and as the host was serving me himself, fate, without doubt, led me to ask him, "Did you know the former master of this house? I spent a fortnight here once, 30 years ago. I am speaking of very far-off times." He answered, "Those were my parents, sir." Then I told him the occasion of my stopping there, recalling my being detained by the illness of my comrade. He did not allow me to finish. "Oh! I remember that perfectly," said he. "I was 15 or 16 then. You slept in the room at the end of the hall and your friend in the one that is now mine, looking on to the street." Then for the first time, a vivid recollection of the pretty maid came back to me. I asked, "Do you recall a nice little servant that your father had, who had, if I remember, pretty blue eyes and fine teeth?" He replied, "Yes, sir, she died in childbirth some time after." And pointing toward the courtyard where a thin lame man was turning over some manure, he added, "That is her son." I began to laugh. "He is not beautiful, and does not resemble his mother at all. Takes after his father, no doubt." The innkeeper replied, "It may be, but they never knew who his father was. She died without telling, and no one here knew she had a lover. It was a tremendous surprise when we found it out. No one would believe it." A kind of disagreeable shiver went over me, one of those painful suggestions that touch the heart, like the approach of a heavy sorrow. I looked at the man in the yard. He came now to draw some water for the horses and carried 2 pails, limping, making grievous efforts with the leg that was shorter. He was ragged and hideously dirty, with long yellow hair, so matted that it hung in strings down his cheeks. The innkeeper added, "He is not up to much, and has only been kept here out of charity. Perhaps he would have turned out better if he had been brought up properly. But, you see how it is, sir. No father, no mother, no money. My parents took pity on him as a child, but after all, he was not theirs, you see." I said nothing. I went to bed in my old room, and all night I could think of nothing but that frightful stable boy, repeating to myself, what if that were my son? Could I have killed that girl and brought that creature into existence? It was possible, of course. I resolved to speak to this man and to find out exactly the date of his birth. A difference of 2 months would set my doubts at rest. I had him come to me the next day. But he could not speak French either. He seemed not to understand anything. Besides, he was absolutely ignorant of his age, which one of the maids asked him for me. And he stood in front of me like an idiot, rolling his cap in his naughty and disgusting paws, laughing stupidly, with something of the old laugh of the mother in the corners of his mouth and eyes. But the host came along, and went to look up the birth certificate of the poor wretch. He entered this life 8 months and 26 days after my departure from Pontlab, because I recalled perfectly arriving at Lorient on the 15th of August. The record said, Father unknown. The mother was called Jean Caradec. Then my heart began to beat rapidly. I could not speak, I felt so choked with emotion. And I looked at that brute, whose long yellow hair seemed a more sordid dung heap than that of beasts. And the wretch, embarrassed by my look, ceased to laugh, turned his head, and tried to get away. Every day I would wander along the little river, sadly reflecting. But what was the use? Nothing could give me any certainty. For hours and hours I would weigh all the reasons, good and bad, for and against the chances of my paternity, worrying myself with intricate suppositions. Only to return again to the horrible suspicion, then to the conviction, more atrocious still, that this man was my son. I could not dine and I retired to my room. It was a long time before I could sleep. Then sleep came, a sleep haunted with insupportable visions. I could see this ninny laughing in my face and calling me Papa. Then he would change into a dog and bite me in the calf of my leg. In vain I tried to free myself, he would follow me always, and, instead of barking he would speak, abusing me. Then he would appear before my colleagues at the academy, called together for the purpose of deciding whether I was his father. And one of them cried, "It is indubitable. See how he resembles him." And in fact, I perceived that the monster did resemble me. And I awoke with this idea fixed in my mind, and with a mad desire to see the man again and decide whether he did or did not have features in common with my own. I joined him as he was going to Mass, it was on Sunday, and gave him a franc, scanning his face anxiously. He began to laugh in an ignoble fashion, took the money, then, again constrained by my eye, he fled, after having blurted out a word, almost inarticulate, which meant to say, "Thank you." Without doubt. That day passed for me in the same agony as the preceding. Toward evening I sent for the proprietor and, with great caution, precautions, and finesse, I told him that I had become interested in this poor being so abandoned by everybody and so deprived of everything, and that I wished to do something for him. The man replied, "Oh, don't worry about him, sir. He wants nothing, you will only make trouble for yourself. I employ him to clean the stable, and it is all that he can do. For that, I feed him and he sleeps with the horses. He needs nothing more. If you have an old pair of trousers, give them to him, but they will be in pieces in a week." I did not insist, but waited to see. The fellow returned that evening, horribly drunk, almost setting fire to the house, striking one of the horses a blow with a pickaxe, and finally went to sleep in the mud out in the rain. Thanks to my generosity. They begged me, the next day, not to give him any more money. Liquor made him furious, and when he had 2 sous in his pocket he drank it. The innkeeper added, "To give him money is to kill him." This man had absolutely never had any money, save a few centimes thrown to him by travelers, and he knew no other destination for it but the alehouse. Then I passed some hours in my room with an open book which I made a pretense of reading, but without accomplishing anything except to look at this brute. My son. My son. I was trying to discover if he was anything like me. By dint of searching I believed I recognized some similar lines in the brow and about the nose. And I was immediately convinced of a resemblance which only different clothing and the hideous mane of the man disguised. I could not stay there very long without being suspected, and I set out with breaking heart, after having left with the innkeeper some money to ease the existence of his stable boy. For 6 years I have lived with this thought, this horrible uncertainty, this abominable doubt, and each year an irresistible force drags me back to Pontlab. Each year I condemn myself to the torture of seeing this brute wallow in his filth, imagining that he resembles me, and of seeking, always in vain, to be helpful to him. And each year I come back more undecided, more tortured, more anxious. I have tried to have him educated, but he is an incurable idiot. I have tried to render life less painful to him, but he is an incurable drunkard and uses all the money that is given him for drink. And he knows very well how to sell his new clothes to get cognac. I have tried to arouse pity in his employer for him, that he might treat him more gently, always offering him money. The innkeeper, astonished, finally remarked very wisely, "Everything you do for him, sir, will only ruin him. He must be kept like a prisoner. As soon as he has time given him or favors shown, he becomes vicious. If you wish to do good, there are plenty of abandoned children. Choose one that will be worth your trouble." What could I say to that? And if I should disclose a suspicion of the doubts which torture me, this brute would certainly turn rogue and exploit me, compromise me, ruin me. He would cry out to me, "Papa," as in my dream. And I tell myself that I have killed the mother and ruined this atrophied being, larva of the stable, born and bred on a dunghill, this man who, if he had been brought up as others are, might have been like others. And you cannot imagine the strange, confused, intolerable sensation I feel in his presence, as I think that this has come from me. That he belongs to me by that intimate bond which binds father to son, that, thanks to the terrible laws of heredity, he is a part of me in 1,000 things, by his blood and his flesh. And that he has the same germs of sickness and the same ferments of passion. And I have always an unappeasable and painful desire to see him, and the sight of him makes me suffer horribly. And from my window down there I look at him for hours as he pitchforks and carts away the dung of the beasts, repeating to myself, "That is my son." And I feel, sometimes, an intolerable desire to embrace him. But I have never even touched his filthy hand. The academician was silent. And his companion, the politician, murmured, "Yes, indeed, we ought to think a little more about the children who have no father." Then a breath of wind came up, and the great tree shook its clusters, and enveloped with a fine, odorous cloud the 2 old men, who took long draughts of the sweet perfume. And the senator added, "It is fine to be 25 years old, and even to become a father like that." Traveling. St. Agnes, May 6th. My dear friend. You asked me to write to you often, and particularly to tell you what I had seen. You also asked me to search through my memories of travel and find some of those short anecdotes which one hears from a peasant met by the way, from some hotel keeper, or some passing stranger, and which remain in the memory like the key to a country. You believe that a landscape sketched in a few lines, or a short story told in a few words, reveals the true character of a country, makes it live, visibly and dramatically. I shall try to do as you wish. From time to time I will send you letters, in which I shall not mention ourselves, but only the horizon and the people who move on it. Now I begin. Spring, it seems to me, is a season when one should eat and drink landscapes. It is the season for sensations, as the autumn is the season for thought. In spring the country stirs the body. In autumn it penetrates the mind. This year I wanted to inhale orange blossoms, and I set out for the south at the time when everybody comes back from there. I passed through Monaco, the town of pilgrims, the rival of Mecca and Jerusalem, without leaving my money in anybody else's pocket, and I ascended the high hills beneath a canopy of lemon, orange and olive trees. Did you ever sleep in a field of orange trees in bloom? The air which one inhales deliciously is a quintessence of perfumes. This powerful and sweet smell, as savory as a sweetmeat, seems to penetrate one, to impregnate, to intoxicate, to induce languor, to bring about a dreamy and somnolent torpor. It is like opium prepared by fairy hands and not by chemists. This is a country of gorges. The sides of the mountains are seamed and slashed all over, and in these winding crevices grow veritable forests of lemon trees. At intervals, where the abrupt ravine stops at a sort of ledge, man has fashioned reservoirs which catch the water from the rain storms. They are great holes with smooth walls, which offer no projection to catch the hand of those who fall. I was walking slowly through one of these rising valleys, looking through the leaves at the bright fruit still remaining on the branches. The narrow gorge made the heavy perfumes of the flowers more penetrating, in there the air seemed dense because of them. I felt tired and wanted to sit down. A few drops of water rolled on the grass. I thought a spring must be near, and I climbed higher to find it. But I reached the edge of one of these huge, deep reservoirs. I sat down cross-legged and remained dreaming in front of the hole, which seemed to be full of ink, so black and stagnant was the water in it. Down below, through the branches, I could see, like splashes, bits of the Mediterranean, blindingly dazzling. But my glance constantly returned to this vast and somber hole which seemed uninhabited by any form of water life, its surface was so still. Suddenly a voice made me start. An old gentleman, looking for flowers, for this country is the richest in Europe for botanists, asked me. "Are you a relative of those poor children?" I looked at him in astonishment. "What children?" Then he seemed embarrassed and answered with a bow. "I beg your pardon. Seeing you so absorbed in that reservoir, I imagined you were thinking of the awful drama which took place there." I wanted to know all about it, and I asked him to tell me the story. "It is a very gloomy and heartbreaking story, my dear, and very commonplace, at the same time. It is simply like an incident from the daily papers. I do not know whether my emotion is to be attributed to the dramatic way in which it was told to me, to the mountain background, or to the contrast between the joyous flowers and sunshine and this dark, murderous hole. My heart was torn and my nerves shaken by this story, which may not seem so terribly poignant to you, perhaps, as you read it in your room, without seeing the scene in which the drama is laid. It was in the spring a few years back. Two little boys often used to play on the edge of this cistern, while their tutor read a book, lying under a tree. Now, one hot afternoon, a piercing cry aroused the man, who was dozing, and the noise of water splashing after a fall caused him to get up immediately. The younger of the two children, aged 11 years, was yelling, standing near the reservoir, whose troubled, rippling surface had closed over the elder, who had just fallen in while running along the stone ledge. The distracted tutor, without waiting, without thinking, jumped into the depths, and did not appear again, having struck his head against the bottom. At the same moment, the little boy, who had come to the surface, was waving his arms to his brother. Then the child who was on dry land lay down and stretched out, while the other tried to swim, to reach the wall, and soon 4 little hands seized and held each other, clutching in a convulsive grip. Both felt the keen joy of being restored to life, the thrill of a peril that has passed. The elder tried to climb up, but could not, the wall being steep, and the younger, being too weak, was slowly slipping towards the hole. Then they remained motionless, seized again with terror, and waited. The smaller boy grasped the hand of the older with all his might, and wept nervously, saying, "I can't pull you up. I can't pull you up." Then, suddenly he began to shout, "Help! Help!" But his piping voice hardly pierced the dome of foliage above their heads. They remained there for a long time, for hours and hours, face to face, these two children, with the same thought, the same fear, the awful dread lest one of them, becoming exhausted, should loosen his weakened grip. And they kept on calling in vain. At length, the elder, who was shaking with cold, said to the younger, "I can't go on. I am going to fall. Goodbye, little brother." And the other repeated, with heaving breath, not yet, wait. Evening came on, quiet evening, its stars reflected in the water. The elder boy, who was fainting, said, "Let go one hand, I want to give you my watch." He had received it as a present a few days before, and since then it had been the chief care of his heart. He succeeded in getting it, handed it up, and the younger, who was sobbing, placed it on the grass beside him. It was now completely dark. The two unfortunate creatures were overcome and could scarcely hold out much longer. The bigger boy, feeling that his hour had come, murmured again, "Goodbye, little brother. Kiss Papa and Mama." His paralyzed fingers relaxed. He sank and did not come up again. The younger, who was left alone, began to cry madly, "Paul! Paul!" but his brother never returned. Then he dashed away, falling over stones, shaken by the most terrible anguish that can wring the heart of a child, and arrived in the drawing-room where his parents were waiting. He lost his way again when taking them to the reservoir. He could not find the way. Finally he recognized the place. "It is there, yes, it is there." The cistern had to be emptied, and the owner would not allow this, as he needed the water for his lemon trees. In the end the two bodies were recovered, but not until the next day. You see, my dear, that this is just a common newspaper story. But if you had seen the whole, you would have been moved to the bottom of your heart at the thought of this child's agony, hanging on to his brother's arm. Of this interminable struggle on the part of two children accustomed only to laugh and play, and by that simple little detail, the giving over of the watch. I said to myself, fate preserve me from ever receiving such a relic. I do not know of anything more terrible than the memory that clings to a familiar object that one cannot get rid of. Think that every time he touches this sacred watch, the survivor will see the horrible scene again, the cistern, the wall, the calm water, and the distorted face of his brother. Still alive but as surely lost as though he were already dead. During his whole life, at every moment that vision will be there, evoked the moment the tip of his finger touches his watch pocket. I felt sad until evening. I went off, still going higher, leaving the region of orange trees for the regions of olive trees only, and the latter for the pine tree region. Then I entered a valley of stones, reaching the ruins of an old castle, built, they say, in the 10th century, by a Saracen chief, a wise man, who got baptized for love of a girl. Mountains everywhere around me, and in front of me the sea on which there is a scarcely visible patch, Corsica, or rather the shadow of Corsica. But on the mountain tops reddened by the setting sun, in the vast heavens, and on the sea, on the whole superb horizon I had come to admire, I saw only two poor children. One lying along the edge of a hole filled with black water, the other sunk up to his neck, held together by their hands, weeping face to face, distracted. And all the time I seemed to hear a feeble voice saying, "Goodbye, little brother. I give you my watch. This letter will seem very lugubrious to you, my dear friend. Another time I shall try to be more cheerful." A Corsican Bandit. The road followed a gentle slope through the middle of the forest of Aton. Enormous pines spread out in an arch above our heads, making their sad, continuous, moaning complaint, while to our right and our left the thin straight trunks of the trees formed, as it were, a group of organ pipes from which the monotonous music of the wind in the treetops seemed to issue. After a 3 hours' tramp there was a clearance in the tangled mass of long reeds, here and there a gigantic umbrella pine, separated from the rest and looking like a huge sunshade, spread out its dull green canopy. Then suddenly we reached the border of the forest some 300 feet above the gorge that led to the wild valley of Niolo. A few old, deformed trees seemed to have climbed painfully up the two lofty summits that dominated the pass, like pioneers in advance of the multitude crowding behind. As we turned round we saw the whole of the forest stretching out beneath us like an immense bowl of verdure, the edge of which seemed to touch the sky and was composed of bare rocks that formed a high wall all round. We started off again and reached the gorge 10 minutes later. There I saw an amazing sight. There was a valley beyond another forest, such as I had never seen before, 10 miles of petrified solitude hollowed out between two mountains 7,000 feet high. And never a field or a tree to be seen. This was Niolo, the house of Corsican liberty, the inaccessible citadel from which the invader has never been able to eject the mountain dwellers. My companion said, all our bandits take refuge there, too. We soon reached the bottom of the wild, rugged slit whose beauty no words could express. Not a blade of grass, not a single plant. Granite, nothing but granite. So far as the eye could reach stretched a desert of sparkling granite heated as hot as an oven by the fierce sun that seemed purposely suspended over this gorge of stone. The sight of the crests of the mountains brought one up at a sharp turn, thrilled to the marrow. They looked red and jagged like festoons of coral, for the summits are of porphyry, and the sky overhead seemed violet, lilac, faded by the proximity of those strange-looking mountains. Lower down, the granite was of sparkling gray, and under our feet it was like grated, crushed powder. We were walking on gleaming dust. To the right a roaring torrent rushed along, scolding, as it followed its long and winding course. You cannot avoid stumbling in the heat, the blinding light of that dry, burning, rugged valley, divided by the turbulent stream hurriedly trying to escape, unable to fertilize the rocks. Lost in a furnace that licks it up greedily without ever being refreshed or moistened. Suddenly on our right we saw a little wooden cross stuck in a heap of stones. A man had been killed there, and I said to my companion, "Tell me about your bandits." He continued, "I knew the most celebrated, the most terrible one, Saint Lucy. I will tell you about him. His father was killed in a quarrel by a young man of the same district, so it was said, and Saint Lucy was left with an only sister. He was a little chap, weak and faint-hearted. He was often ill and had no energy whatever, and he did not declare a vendetta against his father's assassin. And though his relations came and begged him to avenge his loss, he was deaf to their threats and pleading. According to an old Corsican custom, his indignant sister took away his black clothes so that he might not wear mourning for the unavenged dead. To this insult he remained indifferent, and rather than take down his father's still loaded gun he shut himself up and never went out, afraid to face the contemptuous glances of his comrades. Months went by and he seemed to have entirely forgotten the crime. He went on living with his sister in their own house. Well, a day came when the suspected assassin was to be married, but even this news did not seem to trouble Saint Lucy, and the fiancé, probably out of bravado, passed the house of the two orphans on his way to church. Seated by the window, the brother and sister were eating little fried cakes when the young man noticed the wedding procession. Seized with a fit of trembling, he got up without saying a word, took down the gun, and left the house. Talking about what happened later, he said, "I don't know what was the matter with me. I felt my blood boiling. I felt it had to be, that, in spite of everything, I could not resist the inevitable, and I went and hid the gun in the thicket on the Corte road." An hour later he came back without the gun, looking tired and sad, as usual. His sister thought he had forgotten all about his father, but at nightfall he disappeared. The enemy, with his two groomsmen, was going to Corte that evening. As they were walking along, singing gaily, suddenly Saint Lucy rose up in front of them and, staring at the murderer, shouted, "The time has come," and shot him point-blank through the lungs. One of the groomsmen fled, the other, looking at Saint Lucy, said, "What is the matter with you?" And as he was going for help Saint Lucy shouted, "If you move another step I will break your leg." The other, knowing how cowardly he had always been, said, "You dare not," and started off, but fell to the ground immediately with a bullet through his leg. Saint Lucy went up to him and said, "I am going to look at the wound. If it is not serious I will leave you here, if mortal I will finish you off." He looked at the wound and decided it to be mortal, then slowly reloaded his gun, told the man to say a prayer, and shot him through the head. The next day he went up into the mountains. And what do you think Saint Lucy did afterwards? His relations were all arrested. His uncle, the priest who was suspected of inciting him to vengeance, was sent to prison on a charge made by the dead fiancé's relations. But he escaped and with a gun joined his nephew in the forest. One after the other, St. Lucy killed his uncle's accusers, and plucked out their eyes, to teach others never to swear to anything they had not seen themselves. He killed all his enemies' relatives and their friends, he murdered 14 policemen, and burnt down the houses of his opponents. And until his death was the most terrible of all the bandits known. The sun was disappearing behind Monte Cinto, and the broad shadow of the granite mountain lay over the granite of the valley. We hurried along so as to reach the little village of Albertace, a heap of stones riveted to the granite sides of the wild gorge. I said, thinking of the bandit, "Your vendetta is a dreadful thing." My companion replied mildly, "It can't be helped, a man must do his duty." A dead woman's secret. She had died painlessly, tranquilly, like a woman whose life was irreproachable, and she now lay on her back in bed, with closed eyes, calm features. Her long white hair carefully arranged as if she had again made her toilet 10 minutes before her death, all her pale physiognomy so composed, now that she had passed away. So resigned that one felt sure a sweet soul had dwelt in that body, that this serene grandmother had spent an untroubled existence, that this virtuous woman had ended her life without any shock. Without any remorse. On his knees, beside the bed, her son, a magistrate of inflexible principles, and her daughter Marguerite, in religion, Sister Eulalie, were weeping distractedly. She had from the time of their infancy armed them with an inflexible code of morality, teaching them a religion without weakness and a sense of duty without any compromise. He, the son, had become a magistrate, and, wielding the weapon of the law, he struck down without pity the feeble and the erring. She, the daughter, quite penetrated with the virtue that had bathed her in this austere family, had become the spouse of God through disgust with men. They had scarcely known their father. All they knew was that he had made their mother unhappy without learning any further details. The nun passionately kissed one hand of her dead mother, which hung down, a hand of ivory like that of Christ in the large crucifix which lay on the bed. At the opposite side of the prostrate body, the other hand seemed still to grasp the rumpled sheet with that wandering movement which is called the fold of the dying. And the lines had retained little wavy creases as a memento of those last motions which precede the eternal motionlessness. A few light taps at the door caused the 2 sobbing heads to rise up, and the priest who had just dined, entered the apartment. He was flushed, a little puffed, from the effects of the process of digestion which had just commenced. For he had put a good dash of brandy into his coffee in order to counteract the fatigue caused by the last nights he had remained up and that which he anticipated from the night that was still in store for him. He had put on a look of sadness, that simulated sadness of the priest to whom death is a means of livelihood. He made the sign of the cross, and coming over to them with his professional gesture said, "Well, my poor children, I have come to help you to pass these mournful hours." But Sister Eulalie suddenly rose up. "Thanks, Father, but my brother and I would like to be left alone with her. These are the last moments that we now have for seeing her. So we want to feel ourselves once more, the 3 of us, just as we were years ago when we were only children. And our poor mother." She was unable to finish with the flood of tears that gushed from her eyes, and the sobs that were choking her. But the priest bowed, with a more serene look on his face, for he was thinking of his bed. "Just as you please, my children." Then, he knelt down, again crossed himself, prayed, rose up, and softly stole away murmuring as he went, "She was a saint." They were left alone, the dead woman and her children. A hidden timepiece kept regularly ticking in its dark corner, and through the open window the soft odors of hay and of woods penetrated with faint gleams of moonlight. No sound in the fields outside, save the wandering notes of toads and now and then the humming of some nocturnal insect darting into like a ball, and knocking itself against the wall. An infinite peace, a divine melancholy, a silent serenity surrounded this dead woman, seemed to emanate from her, to evaporate from her into the atmosphere outside and to calm nature itself. Then the magistrate, still on his knees, his head pressed against the bedclothes, in a far-off, heartbroken voice that pierced through the sheets and the coverlet, exclaimed, "Mama, mama, mama." And the sister, sinking down on the floor, striking the wood with her forehead fanatically, twisting herself about and quivering like a person in an epileptic fit, groaned, "Jesus! Jesus, Mama, Jesus!" And both of them, shaken by a hurricane of grief, panted with a rattling in their throats. Then the fit gradually subsided, and they now wept in a less violent fashion, like the rainy calm that follows a squall on a storm-beaten sea. Then, after some time, they rose, and fixed their glances on the beloved corpse. And memories, those memories of the past, so sweet, so torturing today, came back to their minds with all those little forgotten details, those little details so intimate and familiar, which make the being who is no more live over again. They recalled circumstances, words, smiles, certain intonations of voice which belonged to one whom they should hear speaking to them again. They saw her once more happy and calm, and phrases she used in ordinary conversation rose to their lips. They even remembered a little movement of the hand peculiar to her, as if she were keeping time when she was saying something of importance. And they loved her as they had never before loved her. And by the depth of their despair they realized how strongly they had been attached to her, and how desolate they would find themselves now. She had been their mainstay, their guide, the best part of their youth, of that happy portion of their lives which had vanished. She had been the bond that united them to existence, the mother, the mama, the creative flesh, the tie that bound them to their ancestors. They would henceforth be solitary, isolated. They would have nothing on earth to look back upon. The nun said to her brother, "You know how Mama used always to read over her old letters. They are all there in her drawer. Suppose we read them in our turn, and so revive all her life this night by her side? It would be like a kind of road of the cross, like making the acquaintance of her mother, of grandparents whom we never knew, whose letters are there, and of whom she has so often talked to us. You remember?" And they drew forth from the drawer a dozen little packets of yellow paper, carefully tied up and placed close to one another. They flung these relics on the bed, and selecting one of them on which the word "Father" was written, they opened and read what was in it. It consisted of those very old letters which are to be found in old family writing desks, those letters which have the flavor of another century. The first said, "My darling," another, "My beautiful little girl," then others, "My dear child," and then again, "My dear daughter." And suddenly the nun began reading aloud, reading for the dead her own history, all her tender souvenirs. And the magistrate listened, while he leaned on the bed, with his eyes on his mother's face. And the motionless corpse seemed happy. Sister Eulalie, interrupting herself, said, "We ought to put them into the grave with her, to make a winding sheet of them, and bury them with her." And then she took up another packet, on which the descriptive word did not appear. And in a loud tone she began, "My adored one, I love you to distraction. Since yesterday I have been suffering like a damned soul burned by the recollection of you. I feel your lips on mine, your eyes under my eyes, your flesh under my flesh. I love you. I love you. You have made me mad. My arms open. I pant with an immense desire to possess you again. My whole body calls out to you, wants you. I have kept in my mouth the taste of your kisses." The magistrate rose up, the nun stopped reading. He snatched the letter from her, and sought for the signature. There was none, save under the words, "He who adores you," the name, Henry. Their father's name was René. So then he was not the man. Then, the son, with rapid fingers, fumbled in the packet of letters, took another of them, and read, "I can do without your caresses no longer." And, standing up, with the severity of a judge passing sentence, he gazed at the impassive face of the dead woman. The nun, straight as a statue, with teardrops standing at each corner of her eyes, looked at her brother, waiting to see what he meant to do. Then he crossed the room, slowly reached the window, and looked out thoughtfully into the night. When he turned back, Sister Eulalie, her eyes now quite dry, still remained standing near the bed, with a downcast look. He went over to the drawer and flung in the letters which he had picked up from the floor. Then he drew the curtains round the bed. And when the dawn made the candles on the table look pale, the son rose from his armchair, and without even a parting glance at the mother whom he had separated from them and condemned, he said slowly, "Now, my sister, let us leave the room." Dreams. 5 old friends had been dining together, an author, a doctor, and 3 wealthy bachelors of independent means. All available topics of conversation had been exhausted, and that feeling of weariness which heralds the breaking up of such a gathering was already settling upon those present. One of the party, who for 5 minutes had been silently contemplating the lighted boulevard, with its noise and bustle, suddenly remarked, "The days seem long when one has nothing to do from morning till night." "And the nights also," added his neighbor. "I hardly sleep at all, amusements bore me and conversation is always the same. I never come across a new idea, and before talking to anybody I always have to struggle with a violent desire to remain quite silent and not listen to anyone. I don't know what to do in the evenings." "I would give anything," the third idler said, "for some means of spending even 2 pleasant hours every day." The author, who had just thrown his overcoat over his arm, came towards them and said, "Anybody who could find a new vice and could pass it on to his fellow creatures, even though it might shorten life by half, would do a far greater service to humanity than anyone who might discover a means of securing perpetual health and youth." The doctor began to laugh, and, biting off the end of his cigar, he said, "Yes, but it is not found so easily as that. Ever since the beginning of the world the problem has been vigorously attacked. Primitive man instantly attained perfection in that line, but we can scarcely equal him." One of the 3 idlers murmured, "What a pity." A moment later he added, "If only one could sleep well, without feeling too warm or too cold, sleep with that exhaustion which comes from an evening of intense fatigue. Sleep without dreaming." "Why without dreaming?" inquired his neighbor. "Because dreams are not always pleasant," the other replied, "because they are always strange, improbable and incoherent, and while asleep we cannot even enjoy the best ones to the full. You must dream while awake." "Who prevents you from doing so?" asked the author. The doctor threw away his cigar. "My dear fellow, daydreaming requires the exercise of great willpower, and therefore leaves one very tired. Now one of the most delightful things in the world is a real dream, the mind wandering through pleasant visions, but it must come naturally, not under painful stimulation. And it should be accompanied by complete physical comfort. That kind of dream I can offer you, if you will promise not to abuse it." The author shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, yes," he said, "I know all about that. Hashish, opium, green Jane, the paradis artificiels. I have read Baudelaire's books and I have even tasted his famous drug, which made me very ill." The doctor sat down again. "No, I mean ether, simply ether, and I might add that you literary men ought to use it sometimes." The 3 rich men came nearer, and one of them asked him to explain its effect. "Let us come down to facts," the doctor replied. "I am leaving medicine and morality out of the question, I am only concerned at the moment with pleasure. You are indulging every day in excesses which are shortening your lives. I will bring a new sensation to your notice, possibly only for men of intelligence, that is to say, of considerable intelligence, dangerous, like everything which overexcites us, but none the less exquisite. I should add that a certain amount of preparation is required, that is to say, it is necessary to become accustomed to it, in order to experience to the full the singular effects of ether. They are different from the effects of hashish, opium and morphine, and they cease as soon as you stop inhaling it, while the other dream producers continue their action for hours. I will try to analyze as clearly as possible the feelings experienced by the use of ether, but so delicate and fleeting are those sensations that it is not an easy task. I first tried this remedy when I was suffering from violent neuralgia, and I have perhaps rather abused it since. I had sharp pains in the head and neck, and my skin became unbearably hot and feverish. I took a large flask of ether, and lying down, I began slowly to inhale it. After a few minutes, I thought I heard a vague murmur, which soon became a kind of drone. And it seemed to me that the inside of my body was getting lighter, as light as air, and dissolving in vapor. Then came a sort of stupor, a drowsy feeling of comfort, in spite of the pains which were still present, but were no longer acute. They were pains such as one could endure with resignation, and no longer that terrible excruciating agony against which the whole tortured body protests. Soon that curious and delightful feeling of buoyancy spread from my body to my limbs, which in turn became light as a feather. As if the flesh and bones had disappeared and had left only the skin to enable me to feel the pleasure of living and resting in such comfort. I then realized that I was no longer in agony, the pain had vanished, melted away. I heard 4 voices, as if 2 conversations were going on at the same time, but I could not understand a single word. Sometimes there was a confused jumble of sounds. Sometimes I could distinguish words, but it was evident that what I heard was nothing but the intensified drumming in my ears. Far from being asleep, I was very much awake. My ideas, my sensations, and my thoughts were marvelously clear and strong, aided by a feeling of exhilaration, a curious intoxication arising from a tenfold increase in my mental powers. It was not like the dreams produced by hashish, or the morbid illusions of opium. It was a wonderful clearness of thought, a new way of regarding and appreciating the important things in life, with the absolute certainty that this way was the right one. And I suddenly remembered the old biblical idea. It seemed to me that I had eaten of the tree of knowledge and that all mysteries were solved, so powerful and irrefutable was this strange new logic. Arguments, reasons, and proofs crowded upon me, only to be upset by still stronger ones. My brain became a battlefield of ideas. I saw myself as a superior being, armed with an invincible intelligence, and I experienced a fierce joy in the discovery of my power. All this lasted a very long time, while I continued to inhale the ether in my flask. Suddenly I realized that it was empty, and felt most terribly grieved. The 4 men spoke together. "Doctor, give me a prescription for a pint of ether." But the doctor put on his hat and retorted. "Certainly not. Go and be poisoned by somebody else." And he went out. Ladies and gentlemen, if you feel inclined to try. A true story. A gale was blowing out of doors, the autumn wind moaned and careered round the house, one of those winds which kill the last leaves and carry them off into the clouds. The shooting party were finishing their dinner, still in their boots, flushed, animated, and inflamed. They were Normans, of a class between the nobles and the yeomen, half country squires, half peasants, rich and strong. Capable of breaking the horns of the bulls when they catch hold of them at fairs. All day long they had been shooting over the land of Maître Blondel, the mayor of Éperville, and were now at their meal round the large table, in the sort of half-farmhouse, half-country seat owned by their host. They spoke as ordinary men shout, laughed like wild beasts roaring, and drank like cisterns, their legs outstretched, their elbows on the tablecloth. Their eyes shining beneath the flame of the lamps, warmed by a huge fire which cast blood-colored gleams over the ceiling. They were talking of shooting and of dogs. But they had reached the period when other ideas come into the heads of half-drunk men, and all eyes were turned on a sturdy, plump-cheeked girl who was carrying the great dishes of food in her red hands. Suddenly a hefty fellow, named Séjour, who, after studying for the church, had become a veterinary surgeon, and looked after all the animals in the locality, exclaimed, "By gad, Blundell! There's no flies on that filly you've got there." There was a resounding laugh. Then an old nobleman, Monsieur de Verntot, who had lost caste through taking to drink, lifted up his voice. "Once upon a time I had a funny affair with a girl like that. I really must tell you the tale. Whenever I think of it, it reminds me of Mirza, the bitch I sold to the Comte de Haussonnel. She returned every day as soon as she was unchained, she found it so hard to leave me. In the end I grew angry, and asked the Count to keep her chained up. Well, do you know what the poor beast did? She died of grief. But, to return to my maid, here's the story. I was 25 at the time, and was living a bachelor life on my Villeben estate. When a man's young, you know, and has money, and bores himself to tears every evening after dinner, he keeps his eyes open on every side. I soon discovered a young thing in service with de Boltot of Canville. You knew de Boltot, Blondel, didn't you? In short, the hussy took my fancy to such an extent that one day I went off to see her master, and suggested a bit of business to him. He was to let me have his servant, and I was to sell him my black mare, Cocotte, which he'd been wanting for close on 2 years. He gave me his hand, with a, "Put it there, Monsieur de Varnetot." The bargain was struck, the little girl came to my house, and I myself took my mare to Canville and let her go for 300 crowns. At first everything went swimmingly. No one suspected anything, the only thing was that Rose loved me a little too much for my liking. She wasn't of the common stock, I tell you. There was no ordinary blood in her veins. It must have come from some other girl who went wrong with her master. In short, she adored me. It was all coaxing and billing and cooing, and calling me pet names as if I were her little dog. So many pretty loving ways that I began to think rather seriously. I said to myself, this mustn't go on, or I'll let myself be caught. But I'm not easily caught, I'm not. I'm not the sort of fellow to be wheedled with a couple of kisses. In fact, my eyes were very much open, when she told me that she was in the family way. Crash! Bang! It was as though someone had fired a couple of shots into my chest. And she kissed me, and laughed and danced, fairly off her head with delight. I said nothing the first day, but I reasoned it out at night. Well, that's that, I thought, but I must avoid the worst and cut her adrift, it's high time. You see, my father and mother were at Barneville, and my sister, who was the wife of the Marquis d'Espère, at Rolbec, 2 leagues from Villeben. I couldn't take any chances. But how was I to extricate myself? If she left the house, suspicions would be aroused, and people would talk. If I kept her, the cat would soon be out of the bag. And besides, I could not let her go like that. I spoke about it to my uncle, the Baron de Créteil, an old buck who had had more than one such experience, and asked him for a word of advice. He replied calmly. You must get her married, my boy. I jumped. Get her married, uncle. But to whom? He quietly shrugged his shoulders. Anyone you like. That's your business, and not mine. If you're not a fool, you can always find someone. I thought over this advice for a good week, and ended by saying to myself, my uncle's quite right. So I began to rack my brains and search for a man. When one evening the justice of the peace, with whom I had been dining, told me, Old Mother Pommel's son has just been up to his larks again, he'll come to a bad end, will that boy. It's true enough that like father like son. This Mother Pommel was a sly old thing whose own youth had left something to be desired. For a crown she would assuredly have sold her soul, and her lout of a son into the bargain. I went to find her, and, very carefully, I made her understand the situation. As I was becoming embarrassed in my explanations, she suddenly asked me, And what are you going to give the girl? She was a cunning old thing, but I was no fool, and had made all my preparations. I had just 3 little bits of land away out near Cesseville, which were let out from my 3 Villeben farms. The farmers were always complaining that they were a long way off. To make a long story short, I had taken back these 3 fields, 6 acres in all, and, as my peasants were making an outcry about it, I let them all off their dues in poultry until the end of each lease. By this means I put the business through all right. Then I bought a strip of land from my neighbor, Monsieur Diamanti, and had a cottage built on it, all for 1,500 francs. In this way I made a little bit of property which did not cost me much, and I gave it to the girl as a dowry. The old woman protested, this was not enough. But I held to it, and we parted without settling anything. Early next morning the lad came to see me. I had almost forgotten what he looked like. When I saw him, I was reassured. He wasn't so bad for a peasant, but he looked a pretty dirty scoundrel. He took a detached view of the affair, as though he had come to buy a cow. When we had come to terms, he wanted to see the property, and off we went across the fields. The rascal kept me out there a good 3 hours. He surveyed the land, measured it, and took up sods and crushed them in his hands, as though he were afraid of being cheated over the goods. The cottage was not yet roofed, and he insisted on slate instead of thatch, because it required less upkeep. Then he said to me, "But what about the furniture? You're giving that?" "Certainly not," I protested, "it's very good of me to give you the farm." "Not half," he sniggered, "a farm and a baby." I blushed in spite of myself. "Come," he continued, "you'll give the bed, a table, the dresser, 3 chairs, and the crockery, or there's nothing doing." I consented. And back we went. He had not yet said a word about the girl. But suddenly he asked, with a cunning, worried air, "But if she died, who would the stuff go to?" "Why, to you, of course," I replied. That was all he had wanted to find out that morning. He promptly offered me his hand with a gesture of satisfaction. We were agreed. But, oh! I had some trouble to convince Rose, I can tell you. She groveled at my feet, sobbed and repeated, "It's you who suggest this, you. You." She held out for more than a week, in spite of my reasoning and my entreaties. Women are silly things. Once love gets into their heads, they can't understand anything. Common sense means nothing to them, love before all for love. At last I grew angry and threatened to turn her out. At that she gradually yielded, on condition that I allowed her to come and see me from time to time. I myself led her to the altar, paid for the ceremony, and gave the wedding breakfast. I did the thing in style. Then it was, "Good night, children." I went and spent 6 months with my brother in Touraine. When I returned, I learnt that she had come to the house every week and asked for me. I hadn't been back an hour when I saw her coming with a brat in her arms. Believe me or not, as you like, but it meant something to me to see that little mite. I believe I even kissed it. As for the mother, she was a ruin, a skeleton, a shadow. Thin, and grown old. By God, marriage didn't suit her. "Are you happy?" I inquired mechanically. At that she began to cry like a fountain, hiccuping and sobbing, and exclaimed, I can't do without you, now. I'd rather die. I can't." She made the devil of a noise. I consoled her as best I could, and led her back to the gate. I found out that her husband beat her, and that the old harpy of a mother-in-law made life hard for her. 2 days later she came back again. She took me in her arms and groveled on the ground. "Kill me, but I won't go back there any more," she implored. Exactly what Mirza would have said if she had spoken. All this fuss was beginning to get on my nerves, and I cleared out for another 6 months. When I returned, I learnt that she had died 3 weeks before, after having come back to the house every Sunday, still just like Mirza. The child too had died 8 days later. As for the husband, the cunning rascal, he came into the inheritance. He's done well for himself since, so it seems, he's a town councillor now. Then Monsieur de Varnetot added with a laugh. Anyhow, I made his fortune for him. And Monsieur Séjour, the veterinary surgeon, raising a glass of brandy to his lips, gravely concluded the story with, "Say what you like, but there's no place in this world for that sort of woman. The burglar. I tell you, you will not believe it. Well, tell it anyhow. All right, here goes. But first I must tell you that my story is absolutely true in every respect. Even if it does sound improbable. The only ones who will not be surprised are the artists, who remember that time of mad pranks. When the habit of practical joking had reached a point where we could not get rid of it even in the most serious circumstances. The old artist seated himself astride on a chair. We were in the dining room of a hotel at Barbizon. Well, we had dined that night at poor Sorol's, who is now dead, and who was the worst of us all. There were just 3 of us, Sorol, myself, and Lepoidevin, I think, but I am not sure if it was he. I mean, of course, the marine painter, Eugene Lepoidevin, who is also dead, not the landscape painter, who is still alive and full of talent. When I say we had dined at Sorol's, that means we were tipsy. Lepoidevin alone had kept his head, somewhat light, but still fairly clear. Those were the days when we were young. We had stretched ourselves on the floor of the little room adjoining the studio and were talking extravagantly. Sorol lay flat on his back, with his feet propped up on a chair, discussing war and the uniforms of the Empire, when, suddenly, he got up. Took out of the big wardrobe where he kept his accessories a complete hussar's uniform and put it on. He then took out a grenadier's uniform and told Lepoidevin to put it on, but he objected, so we seized him, undressed him, and forced him into an immense uniform in which he was completely lost. I arrayed myself as a cuirassier. After we were ready, Sorol made us go through a complicated drill. Then he exclaimed, "As long as we are troopers, let us drink like troopers." We brewed 1 bowl of punch, drank it, and lit the flame a second time beneath the bowl filled with rum. We were bawling some old camp songs at the top of our voice, when Lepoidevin, who in spite of all the punch had retained his self-control, held up his hand and said, "Hush. I am sure I heard someone walking in the studio." "A burglar," said Sorol, staggering to his feet, "good luck." And he began the Marseillaise. "Aux arms, citoyens." Then he seized several weapons from the wall and equipped us according to our uniforms. I received a musket and a saber. Lepoidevin was handed an enormous gun with a bayonet attached. Sorol, not finding just what he wanted, seized a horse pistol, stuck it in his belt, and brandishing a battle-axe in one hand, he opened the studio door cautiously. The army advanced into the suspected territory. When we were in the middle of the immense room, littered with huge canvases, furniture, and strange, unexpected objects, Sorol said, "I appoint myself general. Let us hold a council of war. You, the cuirassiers, will keep the enemy from retreating, that is, lock the door. You, the grenadiers, will be my escort." I executed my orders and rejoined the troops, who were behind a large screen reconnoitering. Just as I reached it I heard a terrible noise. I rushed up with the candle to investigate the cause of it, and this is what I saw. Lepoidevin was piercing the dummy's breast with his bayonet and Sorol was splitting his head open with his axe. When the mistake had been discovered the general commanded, "Be cautious," and operations were resumed. We had explored every nook and corner of the studio for the past 20 minutes without success, when Lepoidevin thought he would look in the cupboard. As it was quite deep and very dark, I advanced with the candle and looked in. I drew back stupefied. A man, a real live man this time, stood there looking at me. I quickly recovered myself, however, and locked the cupboard door. We then retired a few paces to hold a council. Opinions were divided. Sorol wanted to smoke the burglar out. Lepoidevin suggested starvation, and I proposed to blow him up with dynamite. Lepoidevin's idea being finally accepted as the best, we proceeded to bring the punch and pipes into the studio, while Lepoidevin kept guard with his big gun on his shoulder. And settling ourselves in front of the cupboard we drank the prisoner's health. We had done this repeatedly, when Sorol suggested that we bring out the prisoner and take a look at him. "Hooray!" cried I. We picked up our weapons and made a mad rush for the cupboard door. It was finally opened, and Sorol, cocking his pistol, which was not loaded, rushed in first. Lepoidevin and I followed yelling like lunatics and, after a mad scramble in the dark, we at last brought out the burglar. He was a haggard-looking, white-haired old bandit, with shabby, ragged clothes. We bound him hand and foot and dropped him in an armchair. He said nothing. "We will try this wretch," said Cyril, whom the punch had made very solemn. I was so far gone that it seemed to me quite a natural thing. Le Poitevin was named for the defense and I for the prosecution. The prisoner was condemned to death by all except his counsel. "We will now execute him," said Cyril. "Still, this man cannot die without repenting," he added, feeling somewhat scrupulous. "Let us send for a priest." I objected that it was too late, so he proposed that I officiate and forthwith told the prisoner to confess his sins to me. For the past 5 minutes the old man was rolling his eyes in terror, wondering what kind of wretches we were, and for the first time he spoke. His voice was hollow and husky with drink. "You don't mean it, do you?" Cyril forced him to his knees, and for fear he had not been baptized, poured a glass of rum over his head, saying, "Confess your sins, your last hour has come." Terrified, the old ruffian began to shout, "Help! Help!" so loudly that we had to gag him, lest he should wake the neighbors. Then he rolled on the floor, kicking and twisting, upsetting the furniture, and smashing the canvases. Finally, Cyril lost his patience, and shouted, "Come, let us end this." He pointed his pistol at the old man and pressed the trigger, which fell with a sharp click. Carried away by his example, I fired in my turn. My gun, which was a flintlock, gave out a spark, to my surprise. Then Le Poitevin said gravely, "Have we really the right to kill this man? We have condemned him to death." Said Cyril, astounded. "Yes, but we have no right to shoot a civilian. Let us take him to the police station. He must be delivered to the executioner." We agreed with him, and as the old man could not walk we tied him to a board, and Le Poitevin and I carried him, while Cyril, armed to the teeth, kept guard in the rear. At the gate the guard stopped us. The chief, who knew us and was well acquainted with our manner of joking, thought it was a great lark and laughingly refused to take our prisoner in. Cyril insisted, but the chief told us very sternly to go home and be quiet. The army resumed its march, and we returned to the studio. "What are we going to do with him?" I asked. "The poor man must be awfully tired," said Le Poitevin, sympathetically. He did look half dead, gagged and tied to the plank, and in my turn I felt a sudden pity for him, the punch, no doubt, and I relieved him of his gag. "How do you feel, old man?" I asked. "By Jingo! I have enough of this," he groaned. Then Cyril became fatherly. He unbound him and made him take a seat, and treated him as a long-lost friend. The three of us immediately brewed a fresh bowl of punch, and the burglar watched us quietly from his armchair. As soon as it was ready we handed a glass to the prisoner, and we would gladly have held up his head. Toast followed toast. The old man could drink more than the three of us put together. But as daylight appeared, he got up and calmly said, "I shall be obliged to leave you, I must get home now." We begged him not to go, but he positively refused to stay any longer. So we shook hands with him, and took him to the door, and Cyril held the candle to light him through the hall, saying, "Look out for the step under the outer door." Everybody round the storyteller laughed heartily. He got up, lit his pipe, and added, standing straight before us, "The funniest part of my story is that it really happened. A woman's confession. You ask me to tell you about the most vivid recollections of my life. I am very old and have neither children nor relatives, and am therefore free to confide in you. Only promise that you will never reveal my name. As you know, I have been very much loved and have myself often loved in return. I was very beautiful. I may say so now that nothing remains of my beauty. To me love was the life of the soul just as air is the life of the body. I would rather have died than lived without affection, without being the constant subject of someone's thought. Women often pretend that they only love once with all the strength of their feelings. I have often been so desperately in love that it was impossible to think that it could ever end, but the feeling always died out quite naturally, like a fire that lacks fuel. Today I will tell you my first adventure, a quite innocent one so far as I was concerned, but it led to others. The terrible revenge of that dreadful chemist of Peck reminds me of the appalling drama I witnessed much against my will. I had been married a year to a rich man, the Count Hervé de Coeur, a member of an old Breton family, whom of course I did not love. Real love requires, at least so it seems to me, both freedom and opposition. Can that which is imposed upon one from the outside, sanctioned by law and blessed by the priest, be love? A legal kiss is never as good as a kiss that is stolen. My husband was tall, elegant, and quite the aristocrat in appearance. But he lacked intelligence. He spoke sharply and expressed opinions calculated to wound his hearers. One felt his mind to be full of ready-made thoughts transmitted by his father and mother, who had themselves got them from their ancestors. He never hesitated a moment, but gave directly his narrow-minded opinions about everything, without embarrassment and without realizing that there might be other points of view. You felt that his mind was closed to all outer influences, that it contained none of those ideas that renew and cleanse the mind. Like a breath of fresh air passing through a house with open doors and windows. The country house we occupied was situated in a very lonely part of the country. It was a big, sad-looking building, surrounded by enormous trees with tufts of moss that reminded one of the white beards of old men. The park, a real forest, was enclosed by a deep ditch called a haha. At its extremity, near the moors, were two big ponds full of reeds and floating grass. By the side of a stream which joined the two lakes my husband had built a little hut from which he could shoot wild duck. In addition to our ordinary staff of servants we had a keeper, a brutish individual who would have died for my husband, and a lady's maid, one might say a friend, passionately attached to me, whom I had brought back from Spain 5 years before. She was a foundling and might have been taken for a gypsy with her dark complexion, somber eyes, and hair dense as a forest, which sprang up in waves from her brow. She was 16 and looked 20. Autumn had just set in, and a great deal of shooting was going on, either over our neighbor's land or over our own, and I noticed among the guns a young man, the Baron de C., who was always coming to the chateau. Then his visit ceased and I thought no more about, but perceived that my husband's manner to me had changed. He seemed taciturn and preoccupied, he never kissed me. And although he rarely came to my room, I insisted upon separate rooms so as to enjoy a little liberty. I often heard in the night a stealthy footstep approach my door, stay a few minutes, and then go away again. My window being on the ground floor, I often thought I heard someone wandering about round the chateau in the dark. When I told my husband he looked at me steadily for a second or two, and then said, "It is nothing, it is the keeper." Well, one evening, just as dinner was over, Hervé, who seemed in wonderful spirits, which was most unusual, though his cheerfulness had a touch of cunning about it, said to me, "Would you like to spend 3 hours on the lookout for a fox who comes every night and eats the chickens?" I was surprised and hesitated, but as he was gazing at me with curious obstinacy I finally replied, "Certainly, dear." I must explain that I hunted both wolf and wild boar as well as any man, so that there was nothing unnatural in the suggestion. But suddenly my husband began to look very excited, and during the whole evening he could not keep still, but was always getting up and sitting down again. Suddenly, about 10 o'clock, he said to me, "Are you ready?" I got up and as he brought me my gun I asked, "Must I load with bullets or buckshot?" He seemed surprised and said, "Oh, only with shot, that's quite enough, you may be sure." Then, after a few seconds, he added in a curious voice, "You may pride yourself on possessing amazing presence of mind." I laughed, saying, "Me? Why? Presence of mind to kill a fox? Whatever are you thinking about, my friend?" So off we went without a sound, through the park. Everyone in the house was asleep. The full moon turned the dark old building with its shining roof yellow. The pinnaces of the 2 turrets, one on either side, were splotched with light, and no sound disturbed the death-like stillness of the clear, sad, sweet, heavy night. There was no movement in the air, not a frog croaked, not an owl called, a dreary listlessness was weighing on everything. When we reached the trees in the park, the air was fresh and I could smell the fallen leaves. My husband never said a word, but he was listening, watching. He seemed to be scenting his prey in the dark, entirely carried away by the passion of the chase. We soon reached the bank of the ponds where the jungle of reeds lay perfectly still, unstirred by any breeze. But there was a faint pulsation of the water, occasional specks ruffled its surface, which spread in hardly perceptible circles, growing wider and wider, like luminous ripples. When we reached the hut in which we were to wait, my husband made me go in first and then very deliberately loaded his gun, the sharp click of the hammer affecting me in a curious way. He knew I was trembling, and said, "Perhaps this has been enough for you? If so, go." Very surprised, I answered, "Not at all, I did not come here just to go back again." "You are very queer tonight." He murmured, "Do as you like," after which neither of us stirred. In about half an hour, as nothing happened to disturb the heavy, clear calm of the autumn night, I whispered, "Are you quite sure it goes this way?" Hervé started as if I had bitten him, and with his lips to my ears hissed, "I tell you I am quite sure." And again there was silence. I think I must have begun to doze when my husband squeezed my arm and hissed, "Do you see it down there under the trees?" I looked, but could see nothing. Then, staring me straight in the eyes, Hervé raised his gun slowly. I was ready to shoot too, when suddenly 30 steps in front of us a man appeared in the full moonlight. He was walking quickly with body bent as if he were in flight. I was so overcome with astonishment that I gave a loud cry, but before I had time to turn, there was a flash, the report of the gun stunned me, and I saw the man rolling on the ground like a wolf. Shrill moans fell from my lips and I was alarmed and crazy with horror until an angry hand, Hervé's, seized me by the throat. First he knocked me down and then he picked me up in his strong arms, and, holding me up in the air, ran towards the body lying on the grass. And threw me upon it with such violence that he might have wanted to break my head. I felt done for. He was going to kill me. He had just raised his foot to crush my head when he was seized and thrown down before I could make out what had happened. I sat up quickly and saw Paquita, my maid, kneeling upon him, crouching over him like a wild cat, convulsed with rage, tearing away at his beard and his mustache, and scratching his face. Then, as if possessed by another idea, she hurriedly got up and threw herself on the dead body, which she took in her arms, kissing it on the eyes and mouth. Opening the lips of the dead man with her own lips, seeking for a sign of life and the unfathomable embrace of passionate lovers. My husband, sitting up, looked on. At last he understood and, dropping at my feet, said, "Oh! Forgive me, darling. I suspected you and I have killed this girl's lover, my keeper deceived me. As for me, I was looking on at the unnatural kisses exchanged between the dead and the living, at the sobs of the woman and her wild spasms of despairing love. From that moment I knew that I should be unfaithful to my husband." Moonlight. Madame Julie Robert was expecting her elder sister, Madame Henriette Litor, who was returning from Switzerland. The Litors had been away about 5 weeks and Madame Henriette's husband had gone back alone to their estate in Calvados, where his presence was required. And she was coming to spend a few days in Paris with her sister. Night was falling and Madame Robert was absent-mindedly reading in the little middle-class drawing-room in the twilight, looking up at every sound. At last the bell rang and her sister appeared, wrapped in her traveling coat. They were immediately locked in a tight embrace, kissing each other again and again. Then they started to talk, asking after each other's health, after their respective families, and 1,000 other questions, chattering away, jerking out hurried, broken sentences. Fluttering around each other while Madame Henriette took off her hat. Night had fallen. Madame Robert rang for the lamp and as soon as it was brought in she looked at her sister before giving her another hug, but was filled with dismay and astonishment at her appearance. For Madame Litor had 2 large locks of white hair over the temples. All the rest was jet black, but on both sides of her head ran, as it were, 2 silver streams lost in the surrounding black mass. She was only 24 and this change had happened since she left for Switzerland. Stopping short, Madame Robert gazed at her aghast, on the verge of tears because she thought that some terrible, unknown misfortune must have befallen her sister. She said, "What is the matter, Henriette?" Smiling a sad, stricken smile, the sister replied, "Nothing at all, I assure you. Were you looking at my white hair?" But Madame Robert impetuously seized her by the shoulders, and with a searching glance repeated, "What is the matter? Tell me. I shall know if you don't tell the truth." Madame Henriette, who had turned deathly pale, returned her sister's glance with tears in her downcast eyes. Her sister repeated, "What has happened? What is the matter? You must answer." In a subdued voice she murmured, I have a lover," and, putting her head on her younger sister's shoulder, she sobbed aloud. When she was a little quieter and the heaving of her body had died down, she began to unbosom herself as if to cast forth the secret, to empty her distress into a sympathetic heart. Hand in hand they clung to each other in silence and then sank onto a sofa in a dark corner of the room, and the younger sister, putting her arm round the elder one's neck and holding her tight. "Listen to the story. Oh. I know that there was no excuse, I don't understand myself, but I feel quite frantic ever since. Take care, darling, take care. If you only knew how weak we are, how quickly we yield, how soon we fall. It takes so little, a mere nothing, a moment of tenderness, a sudden fit of melancholy, a longing to open your arms wide, to cherish, to fondle someone. We all feel like that sometimes. You know my husband, and you know how much I love him, but he is middle-aged and sensible and has no understanding of the tender other emotions that sway a woman's heart. He is always the same, always kind, always smiling, always amiable, always perfect. Oh! How sometimes I have wanted him to clasp me roughly in his arms, to give me one of those slow, sweet kisses in which 2 beings intermingle, which are like silent avowals. How I have wanted him to be foolish, to be weak, to need me, to need my caresses, and my tears. All this is very silly, but we women are like that. We can't help it. And yet I had never the faintest intention of being unfaithful. Now, I have done it, without love, without any reason whatever, without anything, simply because the moon was shining one night on the lake of Lucerne. During the month that we were traveling together, my husband, with his calm indifference, damped all my enthusiasm, and dashed all my hopes. As the 4 coach horses galloped down the mountainside at sunrise, the view of the transparent morning haze, the long valleys, the woods, the streams and the villages made me clap my hands with delight, and I said, how beautiful it is, my darling, please kiss me." He only replied with a smile of chilly kindliness and a slight shrug of the shoulders, "Because you like the landscape is no reason why we should kiss each other." That cut me to the heart. I do think that when people love each other they ought to want to love each other in the presence of things so beautiful that one's whole being is set ablaze. In fact, I was bubbling over with poetry which his presence forced me to suppress. How can I explain it? I was almost like a boiler filled with steam and hermetically sealed. One evening, we had been 4 days at an hotel at Fleulen. Robert, who had a headache, went to bed as soon as dinner was over, and I went for a walk by the lake alone. The night was like fairyland. The round moon hung in the middle of the heavens, the crests of the tall mountains, covered with snow, looked as if they were wearing silver crowns. And the rippling water of the lake was alive with little streaks of light. The air was soft and sweet with that penetrating warmth that destroys all power of resistance and fills one with unexpected weakness. Under this influence one's feelings are hypersensitive and over-responsive, they are aflame in a second, and passionately active. I sat on the grass and gazed at the vast, melancholy, profoundly lovely lake, and was suddenly aware that what I so keenly desired was love. I was in revolt against the gloomy dullness of my life. What? Would it never be my lot to wander along a moon-bathed bank with a man I loved? Was I never to feel the ecstasy of those soul-stirring, delicious, intoxicating kisses which lovers exchanged in the sweetness of a night that seems to have been made for love? Was I never to be feverishly embraced in longing arms, in the moonlit shadow of a summer's night? And I burst into tears like a crazy woman. Then a sound came from somewhere behind and I looked up to see a man gazing at me. He recognized me as I turned my head, and, coming forward, said, "You are crying, madam?" It was a young barrister who was traveling with his mother and whom we had met occasionally. His eyes had often followed me. I was too upset to find any answer, so I got up at once and said I felt ill. He talked about our journey, walking by my side, quite naturally and simply. He expressed in words all that I felt, he understood all the things that left me breathless with delight, only much better than I did myself, and then suddenly he recited some of de Musset's poetry. I gasped for breath. I felt that the mountains themselves, the lake, the moonlight, all were singing of things ineffably sweet. And then it happened, I can't say how or why, in a kind of hallucination. As for him, I only saw him again the next day as we were leaving. He gave me his card. And Madame Litor fell back into her sister's arms, moaning piteously. Then Madame Rubert, dignified and serious, gently said, "You see, my dear, there are times when we are in love, not with any man, but with love itself. That night the moonlight was your real lover." A cock crowed. Madame Berthe d'Avancelles up to that time had resisted all the prayers of her despairing admirer, Baron Joseph de Croissard. In Paris during the winter he had pursued her ardently, and now he was giving fêtes and shooting parties in her honor at his chateau at Carville, in Normandy. Monsieur d'Avancelles, her husband, saw nothing and knew nothing, as usual. It was said that he lived apart from his wife on account of physical weakness, for which Madame d'Avancelles would not pardon him. He was a stout, bald little man, with short arms, legs, neck, nose and everything else, while Madame d'Avancelles, on the contrary, was a tall, dark and determined young woman, who laughed loudly in her husband's face, while he called her openly Mrs. Housewife, and who looked at the broad shoulders, strong build and fair mustaches of her recognized admirer, Baron Joseph de Croissard, with a certain amount of tenderness. She had not, however, granted him anything as yet. The Baron was ruining himself for her, and there was a constant round of fêtes, hunting parties, and new pleasures, to which he invited the neighboring nobility. All day long the hounds bayed in the woods, as they followed the fox or the wild boar, and every night dazzling fireworks mingled their burning plumes with the stars, while the illuminated windows of the drawing-room cast long rays of light on the wide lawns, where shadows were moving to and fro. It was autumn, the russet-colored season, and the leaves were whirling about on the grass like flights of birds. One noticed the smell of damp earth in the air, of the naked earth, as one smells the odor of naked flesh, when a woman's dress falls from her, after a ball. One evening in the previous spring, during an entertainment, Madame d'Avancelles had said to Monsieur de Croissard, who was worrying her by his importunities, "If I do succumb to you, my friend, it will not be before the fall of the leaf. I have too many things to do this summer to have any time for it." He had not forgotten that bold and amusing speech, and every day he became more pressing, every day he advanced in his approaches, and gained a step in the heart of the fair, audacious woman, who seemed only to be resisting for form's sake. It was the eve of a great wild boar hunt, and Madame Berthe said to the Baron with a laugh, "Baron, if you kill the brute, I shall have something for you." And so, at dawn he was up and out, to try to discover where the wild animal had its lair. He accompanied his beaters, settled the places for the relays, and organized everything personally to ensure his triumph, and when the horns gave the signal for setting out, he appeared in a closely fitting coat of scarlet and gold, with his waist drawn in tight, his chest expanded, his eyes radiant, and as fresh and strong as if he had just got out of bed. They set out, and the wild boar started off through the underwood as soon as he was dislodged, followed by the hounds in full cry. While the horses set off at a gallop through the narrow paths of the forest, and the carriages, which followed the chase at a distance, drove noiselessly along the soft roads. Out of mischief, Madame d'Avancelles kept the Baron by her side, lagging behind at a walk in an interminably long and straight alley, over which 4 rows of oaks hung, so as to form almost an arch. While he, trembling with love and anxiety, listened with one ear to the young woman's bantering chatter, while with the other he listened to the blast of the horns and to the cry of the hounds as they receded in the distance. "So you do not love me any longer," she observed. "How can you say such things?" he replied. And she continued, "But you seem to be paying more attention to the sport than to me." He groaned, and said, "Did you not order me to kill the animal myself?" And she replied gravely, "Of course I am counting on that. You must kill it before my eyes." Then he trembled in his saddle, spurred his horse until it reared, and, losing all patience, exclaimed, "But, by Jove, madam, that is impossible if we remain here." And she retorted laughingly, "But it must be done or, so much the worse for you." Then she spoke tenderly to him, laying her hand on his arm or stroking his horse's mane, as if by mistake. Just then they turned to the right, into a narrow path which was overhung by trees, and suddenly, to avoid a branch which barred their way, she leaned towards him so closely that he felt her hair tickling his neck, and he suddenly threw his arms brutally round her and, pressing her forehead with his thick mustache, he gave her a furious kiss. At first she did not move, and remained motionless under that mad caress. Then she turned her head with a jerk, and either by accident or design her little lips met his, under their tuft of fair hair, and a moment afterwards, either from confusion or remorse, she struck her horse with her riding whip, and went off at full gallop, and they rode on like that for a time, without even exchanging a look. The noise of the hunt came nearer, the thickets seemed to tremble, and suddenly the wild boar broke through the bushes, covered with blood, and trying to shake off the hounds which had fastened upon him, and the Baron, uttering a shout of triumph, exclaimed, "Let him who loves me follow me." And he disappeared in the copse, as if the wood had swallowed him up. When she reached an open glade a few minutes later, he was just getting up, covered with mud, his coat torn, and his hands bloody, while the brute was lying stretched out at full length, with the Baron's hunting knife driven into its shoulder up to the hilt. The quarry was cut by torchlight on a night that was wild and melancholy. The moon threw a yellow light on the torches, which made the night misty with their resinous smoke. The hounds devoured the wild boar's stinking entrails, and snarled and fought for them, while the beaters and the gentlemen, standing in a circle round the spoil, blew their horns as loud as they could. The flourish of the hunting horns resounded beyond the woods on that still night and was repeated by the echoes of the distant valleys, awaking the timid stags, rousing the yelping foxes, and disturbing the little grey rabbits in their gambols at the edge of the glades. The frightened night birds flew over the eager pack of hounds, while the women, who were moved by all these gentle and violent things, leaned rather heavily on the men's arms, and turned aside into the pathways, before the hounds had finished their meal. Madame d'Avancelles, feeling languid after that day of fatigue and tenderness, said to the Baron, "Will you take a turn in the park, my friend?" And without replying, but trembling and nervous, he put his arm around her, and immediately they kissed each other. They walked slowly under the almost leafless trees through which the moonbeams filtered, and their love, their desires, their longing for a closer embrace became so vehement that they almost sank down at the foot of a tree. The horns were silent, and the tired hounds were sleeping in the kennels. "Let us return," the young woman said, and they went back. When they got to the chateau and before they went in, she said in a weak voice, "I am so tired that I shall go to bed, my friend." And as he opened his arms for a last kiss, she ran away, saying as a last goodbye, "No. I am going to sleep. Let him who loves me follow me." An hour later, when the whole silent chateau seemed dead, the Baron crept stealthily out of his room, and went and scratched at her door, and as she did not reply, he tried to open it. And found that it was not locked. She was dreaming as she leaned upon the window ledge, and he threw himself at her knees, which he kissed madly, through her nightdress. She said nothing, but buried her delicate fingers caressingly in his hair, and suddenly, as if she had formed some great resolution, she whispered with a bold glance, "I shall come back. Wait for me." And stretching out her hand, she pointed with her finger to an indistinct white spot at the end of the room. It was her bed. Then, in the dark with trembling hands and scarcely knowing what he was doing, he quickly undressed, got into the cool sheets, and stretching himself out comfortably. He almost forgot his love in the pleasure of feeling the linen caress his tired body. She did not return, however, no doubt finding amusement in straining his patience. He closed his eyes with a feeling of exquisite comfort, and reflected peaceably while waiting for what he so ardently desired. But by degrees his limbs grew languid and his thoughts became indistinct and fleeting, until his great fatigue overcame him and he fell asleep. He slept that unconquerable, heavy sleep of the worn-out hunter, and he slept until daylight. And then, as the window had remained half open, the crowing of a cock suddenly woke him, and the Baron opened his eyes, and feeling a woman's body against his, finding himself, much to his surprise, in a strange bed, and remembering nothing for a moment, he stammered. "What? Where am I? What is the matter?" Then she, who had not been asleep at all, looking at this unkempt man, with red eyes and thick lips, replied in the haughty tone of voice in which she spoke to her husband. "It is nothing. It is only a cock crowing. Go to sleep again, monsieur, it has nothing to do with you." The child. After dinner we were talking about an abortion which had recently been committed in the parish. The Baroness grew indignant. How are such things possible? The girl, seduced by a butcher's boy, had thrown her child into a pickling vat. Horrible! It had even been proved that the poor little thing was not killed outright. The doctor, who was dining at the house that evening, gave us ghastly details with an air of imperturbable calm. Apparently he was amazed at the courage of the wretched mother who, having given birth to the child all alone, had then walked nearly 2 miles to kill it. This woman, he repeated, has a will of iron. What savage strength she needed to go through the wood at night with her baby crying in her arms. Such moral suffering impresses me. Think of the terror in her soul, of the torture of her heart. How hateful and vile life is. Infamous prejudices, yes, infamous, I say. A false notion of honor which is worse than the crime itself, a whole host of artificial feelings. Odious respectability and revolting virtuousness, these are the things that drive to murder and infanticide poor girls who have surrendered to the imperative call of life. What a shame for humanity to have established such morality, and to have made a crime of the natural union of 2 human beings. The Baroness had grown pale with indignation. "Ah, doctor," she replied, "so you put vice above virtue, the prostitute above the honest woman. A woman who abandons herself to her shameful instincts is in your eyes the equal of the irreproachable wife who fulfills her duty in the integrity of her conscience." The doctor, who had seen many of life's sores in his long career, stood up and said with emphasis, "You are talking, madam, about matters of which you are ignorant. Since you have never felt an invincible passion. Let me tell you of a recent adventure, of which I was a witness. Ah, madam, you should be kind, indulgent, and full of pity, for you do not understand. Wretched, indeed, are those whom perfidious nature has endowed with strong passions. Quiet people, born without violent instincts, live respectably of necessity. Those who are never tortured by frenzied desires have no difficulty in being good. I see cold-blooded little middle-class women, of rigid morals, of moderate intelligence, and limited affections, who cry out indignantly when they hear of the sins of fallen women. You sleep calmly in a peaceful bed haunted by no desperate dreams. Everyone about you is like you, acts like you, and is protected by the instinctive moderation of their senses. You have a slight struggle with the phantoms of temptation, but it is only your mind which sometimes plays with evil thoughts. Your body does not immediately respond to the slightest whisper of a tempting idea. In people whom chance has made passionate, the senses are invincible. Can you command the winds, or a stormy sea? Can you thwart the forces of nature? No. The senses are also forces of nature, as invincible as wind and sea. They arouse men and sweep them off their feet, impelling them towards pleasure with a desire whose vehemence they cannot resist. Women who are above reproach are women without temperament, and there are many of them. I do not thank them for their virtue, for they have no struggle. But never, I tell you, never will the Messalinas and Catherines of Russia be virtuous. They cannot be. They are born for wild caresses. Their organs are not like yours, their flesh is different, more sensitive, more easily maddened by the contact of another, and their nerves drive. Disturb and conquer them when yours have felt nothing whatever. Just try to feed a hawk, on the little seeds which you give to a parrot. Yet, they are both birds with a crooked beak. But their instincts are different. Ah, if you only knew the power of the senses. How they keep you on the rack for whole nights, with burning skin and beating heart, your mind tortured by maddening visions. You see, people of inflexible principles are simply cold natures desperately jealous of others, without knowing it. Listen to this story. A woman whom I shall call Madame Helene had a sensual temperament, even when she was a little girl, for her senses were awakened as soon as she was learning to talk. You will argue that her case was pathological. Why? Is it not even more arguable that you are weaklings? When she was 12 years old I was consulted, and I discovered that she was already a woman and constantly torn by sexual desire. Her very appearance showed this. She had thick, pouting lips, as ripe as full-blown flowers, a powerful neck, warm skin, a large nose with rather wide, sensitive nostrils, and great blue eyes whose glance fired the senses of men. Who could calm the blood of this ardent animal? She spent her nights weeping for no discernible reason. She was suffering agonies for want of a man. Finally, when she was 15 her parents married her. 2 years later her husband died of consumption. She had exhausted him. The same fate overtook her second husband 18 months after. The third held out for 4 years, and then left her. It was high time. When she was left alone she tried to remain virtuous. She shared all your prejudices. One day, however, she sent for me, as she had had nervous attacks which alarmed her. I saw at once that her widowhood was going to kill her, and I told her so. She was a respectable woman, and in spite of the tortures she suffered, she would not take my advice and find a lover. The countryside said she was mad. She used to go out at night and go off on wild excursions to tire out her rebellious body. Then she would fall into fainting fits followed by horrible cramps. She lived alone in her chateau, near the home of her mother and relatives. I used to go to see her from time to time, at a loss to know what to do against the obstinate will of nature and her own will. One evening, about 8 o'clock, she called at my house just as I was finishing dinner. No sooner were we alone than she said, "I am lost. I am pregnant." I started in my chair. "What? I am pregnant. You?" "Yes, I." Then suddenly, looking me straight in the face, she said in agitated tones, "Pregnant by my gardener, doctor." I felt rather faint while walking in the park. The man, seeing me fall, ran up and caught me in his arms to carry me in. What did I do? I cannot remember. Did I embrace and kiss him? Perhaps. You know my shameful affliction. To make a long story short, he had me. I am guilty, because I gave myself to him again the next day, and on other occasions afterwards. It was useless, I could no longer hold out. She stifled a sob, and continued defiantly. I paid him, for I preferred that to the lover whom you advised me to take. He has made me pregnant. I will confess to you without reserve or hesitation. I tried to procure an abortion. I took boiling hot baths. I rode horses that were not properly broken in. I did gymnastic exercises. I took drugs, absinthe, saffron, and others, but I did not succeed. You know my father, my brothers, I am lost. My sister is married to a respectable man. My disgrace will reflect upon them. Then, think of all our friends, our neighbors, our good name, my mother. She began to sob. I took her hands in mine and began to question her. Then I advised her to go off on a long journey and have her child away from home. She said, yes. Yes. Yes, all right, without listening to what I was saying. Then she left. I went to see her several times. She was going mad. The idea of this child growing in her womb, of this living shame, had penetrated her brain like a sharp arrow. She thought of it incessantly, and was afraid to go out in the daytime, or see anybody, lest her abominable secret should be discovered. Every night she would undress in front of her wardrobe mirror and examine her misshapen abdomen, then she would throw herself on the ground, stifling her cries by thrusting a towel into her mouth. 20 times in the night she got out of bed, lit her candle and returned to that large mirror, which showed her the reflection of her deformed naked body. In a frenzy she would strike her belly with her fists, trying to kill the life which threatened hers. The struggle between the two was terrible, but the child did not die. It moved constantly as though it were defending itself. She rolled on the floor in an effort to crush it, and tried to sleep with a weight on her body to choke it. She hated it with the hatred one has for a stubborn enemy that threatens one's life. After these vain struggles, these impotent efforts to get rid of her child, she dashed out madly into the fields, running in a frenzy of misery and fear. One morning she was found, with her feet in a stream, and a look of madness in her eyes. People thought she had had an attack of delirium, but did not notice what was really the matter with her. She was pursued by an obsession, to remove this accursed child from her body. One evening her mother said to her laughingly, "How stout you are getting, Helene. If you were married I would think you were going to have a baby." These words must have been like a deadly blow to her. She left immediately, and returned to her own home. What happened then? Probably she looked again at her swollen belly, struck it, bruised it, and knocked it against the corners of the furniture, as she used to do every night. Then she went downstairs in her bare feet to the kitchen, opened the cupboard and took out the big carving knife. She went upstairs again, lit 4 candles, and sat down in front of her mirror on a wicker chair. Then, exasperated with hatred of this unknown and redoubtable embryo, desiring to tear it out and kill it at last, to take it in her hands, strangle it and cast it away from her. She felt for the place where it was stirring, and, with a single stroke of the knife, she ripped open her abdomen from top to bottom. She performed her task very well, indeed, and very quickly, for she caught hold of this enemy which had hitherto eluded her grasp. She took it by one leg, tore it out and tried to throw it into the fireplace. But it was held by bonds which she had not been able to cut, and perhaps before she had realized what still remained to be done, in order to separate herself and her child, she fell dead on its body. Drowned in a pool of blood. Do you think she was very wicked, madam? The doctor was silent and waited, but the Baroness made no reply. The lock. The 4 glasses which were standing in front of the diners were still nearly half full, which is a sign, as a general rule, that the guests are quite so. They were beginning to speak without waiting for an answer. No one took any notice of anything except what was going on inside him. Voices grew louder, gestures more animated, eyes brighter. It was a bachelor's dinner of confirmed old celibates. They had instituted this regular banquet 20 years before, christening it the celibate, and at the time there were 14 of them, all fully determined never to marry. Now there were only 4 of them left, 3 were dead and the other 7 were married. These 4 stuck firmly to it, and, as far as lay in their power, they scrupulously observed the rules which had been laid down at the beginning of their curious association. They had sworn, hand in hand, to turn aside every woman they could from the right path, and their friends' wives for choice, and more especially those of their most intimate friends. For this reason, as soon as any of them left the society, in order to set up in domestic life for himself, he took care to quarrel definitely with all his former companions. Besides this, they were pledged at every dinner to relate most minutely their last adventures, which had given rise to this familiar phrase among them, to lie like an old bachelor. They professed, moreover, the most profound contempt for woman, whom they talked of as an animal made solely for their pleasure. Every moment they quoted Schopenhauer, who was their god, and his well-known essay, On Women. They wished that harems and towers might be reintroduced, and had the ancient maxim, mulier, perpetuus infans, woven into their table linen, and below it, the line of Alfred de Vigny, La Femme. Enfant malade et deux fois impure. So that by dint of despising women they lived only for them, while all their efforts and all their desires were directed toward them. Those of them who had married called them old fops, made fun of them, and feared them. When they began to feel the exhilarating effects of the champagne, the tales of their old bachelor experiences began. On the day in question, these old fellows, for they were old by this time, and the older they grew the more extraordinary strokes of luck in the way of love affairs they had to relate, were quite talkative. For the last month, according to their own accounts, each of them had seduced at least one woman a day. And what women! The youngest, the noblest, the richest, and the most beautiful. After they had finished their stories, one of them, he who had spoken first and had therefore been obliged to listen to all the others, rose and said, "Now that we have finished drawing the longbow, I should like to tell you, not my last, but my first adventure, I mean the first adventure of my life. My first fall, for it is a moral fall after all, in the arms of Venus. Oh! I am not going to tell you my first, what shall I call it, my first appearance, certainly not. The leap over the first ditch, I am speaking figuratively, has nothing interesting about it. It is generally rather a muddy one, and one picks oneself up rather abashed, with one charming illusion the less, with a vague feeling of disappointment and sadness. That realization of love the first time one experiences it is rather repugnant. We had dreamed of it as being so different, so delicate, so refined. It leaves a physical and moral sense of disgust behind it, just as when one has happened to put one's hand on a toad. You may rub your hand as hard as you like, but the moral feeling remains. Yes. One very soon gets quite used to it, there is no doubt about that. For my part, however, I am very sorry it was not in my power to give the Creator the benefit of my advice when he was arranging these little matters. I wonder what I should have done. I am not quite sure, but I think, with the English savant, John Stuart Mill, I should have managed differently. I should have found some more convenient and more poetical combination, yes, more poetical. I really think that the Creator showed himself to be too naturalistic, too, what shall I say? His invention lacks poetry. However, what I am going to tell you is about my first woman of the world, the first woman in society I ever made love to. I beg your pardon, I ought to say the first woman of the world that ever triumphed over me. For at first it is we who allow ourselves to be taken, while, later on, it is the same thing. She was a friend of my mother, a charming woman in every way. When such women are chaste, it is generally from sheer stupidity, and when they are in love they are furiously so. And then, we are accused of corrupting them. Yes, yes, of course. With them it is always the rabbit that begins and never the sportsman. I know all about it. They don't seem to lure us, but they do it all the same, and do what they like with us, without it being noticed, and then they actually accuse us of having ruined them, dishonored them, degraded them, and all the rest of it. The woman in question certainly had a great desire to be degraded by me. She may have been about 35, while I was scarcely 22. I no more thought of seducing her than I did of turning Trappist. Well, one day when I was calling on her, and while I was looking at her dress with considerable astonishment, For she had on a morning wrapper which was open as wide as a church door when the bells are ringing for mass. She took my hand and squeezed it, you know, as they will do at such moments, and said, with a deep sigh, one of those sighs, you know, which come right from the bottom of the chest, "Oh, don't look at me like that, child." I got as red as a tomato, and felt more nervous than usual, naturally. I was very much inclined to bolt, but she held my hand tightly, and putting it on her well-developed bust, she said, "Just feel how my heart beats." Of course it was beating, and I began to understand what was the matter, but I did not know what to do. I have changed considerably since then. As I remained standing there, with one hand on the soft covering of her heart, while I held my hat in the other, and continued to look at her with a confused, silly smile, a timid frightened smile, she suddenly drew back, and said in an irritated voice, "Young man, what are you doing? You are indecent and badly brought up." You may be sure I took my hand away quickly, stopped smiling, and stammering out some excuse, got up and took my leave as if I had lost my head. But I was caught, and dreamed of her. I thought her charming, adorable, I fancied that I loved her, that I had always loved her, and I determined to see her again. I decided to be enterprising, to be more than that even. When I saw her again she gave me a shy smile. Oh, how that little smile upset me. And she shook hands with a long, significant pressure. From that day it seems that I made love to her. At least, she declared afterward that I had ruined her, captured her, dishonored her, with rare Machiavellism, with consummate cleverness, with the calculations of a mathematician, and the cunning of an Apache Indian. But one thing troubled me strangely: where was my triumph to be accomplished? I lived with my family, and on this point my family was most particular. I was not bold enough to venture into a hotel in broad daylight with a woman on my arm, and I did not know whom to ask for advice. Now, my fair friend had often said in joke that every young man ought to have a room for himself somewhere or other from home. We lived in Paris, and this was a sort of inspiration. I took a room, and she came. She came one day in November. I should have liked to put off her visit because I had no fire, and I had no fire because the chimney smoked. The very evening before I had spoken to my landlord, a retired shopkeeper, about it, and he had promised that he would come himself with the chimney expert in a day or two to see what could be done. As soon as she came in, I said, "There is no fire because my chimney smokes." She did not even appear to hear me, but stammered, "That does not matter, I have plenty of fire." And when I looked surprised, she stopped short in confusion, and went on, "I don't know what I am saying, I am mad. I have lost my head. Oh! What am I doing? Why did I come? How unhappy I am! What a disgrace, what a disgrace!" And she threw herself sobbing into my arms. I thought that she really felt remorse, and swore that I would respect her. Then, however, she sank down at my knees, sighing, "But don't you see that I love you, that you have overcome me, that it seems as though you had thrown a charm over me?" Then I thought it was about time to show myself a man. But she trembled, got up, ran, and hid behind a wardrobe, crying out, "Oh! Don't look at me, no! No! If only you did not see me, if we were only in the dark! I am ashamed in the light. Cannot you imagine it? What a dreadful dream! Oh! This light, this light!" I rushed to the window. I closed the outside shutters, drew the curtains, and hung a coat over a ray of light that peeped in, and then, stretching out my hands so as not to fall over the chairs, with my heart beating, I groped for her, and found her. This was a fresh journey for the two of us then, feeling our way, with our hands united, toward the other corner where the alcove was. I don't suppose we went straight, for first of all I knocked against the mantelpiece and then against a chest of drawers, before finding what we wanted. Then I forgot everything in a frantic ecstasy. It was an hour of folly, madness, superhuman joy, followed by a delicious lassitude, in which we slept in each other's arms. I was half dreaming. But in my dream I fancied that someone was calling me and crying for help, then I received a violent blow, and opened my eyes. O.H. The setting sun, magnificent and red, shone full into the room through the door, which was wide open. It seemed to look at us from the verge of the horizon, illuminating us both, especially my companion, who was screaming, struggling, and twisting, and trying with hands and feet to get hold of a corner of a sheet, a curtain or anything else, while in the middle of the room stood my landlord in a morning coat with the concierge by his side, and a chimney sweep, as black as the devil, who were looking at us with stupid eyes. I sprang up in a rage, ready to jump at his throat, and shouted, "What the deuce are you doing in my room?" The chimney sweep laughed so that he let his brush fall onto the floor. The concierge seemed to have gone mad, and the landlord stammered, "But, monsieur, it was, about the chimney which. Go to the devil!" I roared. So he took off his hat, which he had kept on in his confusion, and said, in a confused but very civil manner, "I beg your pardon, monsieur, if I had known, should not have disturbed you. I should not have come. The concierge told me you had gone out. Pray excuse me." And they all went out. Ever since that time I never draw the curtains, but I am always very careful to lock the door first. A Normandy Joke. The procession came in sight in the hollow road shaded by the tall trees which grew on the slopes of the farm. The newly married couple came first, then the relations, then the guests, and lastly the poor of the neighborhood, while the village urchins who hovered about like flies ran in and out of the ranks, or climbed up the trees to see it better. The bridegroom was a fine young lad, Jean Patou, the richest farmer in the neighborhood. Above all things, he was an ardent sportsman who seemed to lose all common sense in order to satisfy that passion, who spent large sums on his dogs, his keepers, his ferrets, and his guns. The bride, Rosalie Roussel, had been courted by all the likely young fellows in the district, as they all thought her prepossessing, and they knew that she would have a good dowry. But she had chosen Patou, partly, perhaps, because she liked him better than she did the others, but still more, like a careful Normandy girl, because he had more crown pieces. When they went in at the wide gateway of the husband's farm, 40 shots resounded without anyone seeing those who fired. The shooters were hidden in the ditches, and the noise seemed to please the men very much, who were sprawling about heavily in their best clothes. Patou left his wife, and running up to a farm servant whom he perceived behind a tree, he seized his gun, and fired a shot himself, kicking his heels about like a colt. Then they went on, beneath the apple trees heavy with fruit, through the high grass and through the herd of calves, who looked at them with their great eyes, got up slowly and remained standing with their muzzles turned toward the wedding party. The men became serious when they came within measurable distance of the wedding dinner. Some of them, the rich ones, had on tall, shining silk hats, which seemed altogether out of place there. Others had old head coverings with a long nap, which might have been taken for moleskin, while the humbler among them wore caps. All the women had on shawls, which they wore as loose wraps, holding the ends daintily under their arms. They were red, party-colored, flaming shawls, and their brightness seemed to astonish the black fowls on the dung heap, the ducks on the side of the pond, and the pigeons on the thatched roofs. All the green of the countryside, of the grass and the trees, seemed to be accentuated by these flaming colors, and the contrast between them was dazzling in the midday sun. The extensive farm buildings seemed to await the party at the end of that archway of apple trees, and a sort of vapor came out of open door and windows, an almost overwhelming smell of eatables, which permeated the vast building, issuing from its openings and even from its very walls. Like a serpent the string of guests extended through the yard. When the foremost of them reached the house, they broke the chain and dispersed, while behind they were still coming in at the open gate. The ditches were now lined with urchins and poor people filled with curiosity. The shots did not cease, but came from every side at once, injecting a cloud of smoke, and that powdery smell which has the same intoxicating effects as absinthe, into the atmosphere. The women were shaking their dresses outside the door to get rid of the dust, were undoing their cap strings and folding their shawls over their arms. Then they went into the house to lay them aside altogether. The table was laid in the great kitchen, which could hold 100 people. They sat down to dinner at 2 o'clock, and at 8 o'clock they were still eating. The men, in their shirt sleeves, with their waistcoats unbuttoned, and with red faces, were swallowing the food and drink as if they were insatiable. The yellow cider sparkled merrily, clear and golden in the large glasses, by the side of the dark, blood-colored wine, and between every dish they made the Normandy true. With a glass of brandy which inflamed the body, and put foolish notions into the head. From time to time, one of the guests, being as full as a barrel, would go out to the nearest trees and relieve himself, and then return with redoubled appetite. The farmers' wives, with scarlet faces and their corsets nearly bursting, did not like to follow their example, until one of them, feeling more uncomfortable than the others, went out. Then all the rest followed her example, and came back more cheerful, and the rough jokes began afresh. Broadsides of doubtful jokes were exchanged across the table, all about the wedding night, until the whole arsenal of peasant wit was exhausted. For the last 100 years, the same broad jokes had served for similar occasions, and although everyone knew them, they still hit the mark, and made both rows of guests roar with laughter. An old gray-haired man shouted, "Those who are going to Mezzodin get on here," and everyone yelled with laughter. At the bottom of the table 4 young fellows, who were neighbors, were preparing some practical jokes for the newly married couple, and they seemed to have got hold of a good one. By the way they whispered and laughed. Suddenly, one of them, taking advantage of a momentary silence, exclaimed, "The poachers will have a good time tonight with this moon. I say, Jean, you will not be looking at the moon, will you?" The bridegroom turned to him quickly and replied, "Only let them come, that's all." But the other young fellow began to laugh, and said, "I do not think you will neglect your duty for them." The whole table was convulsed with laughter, so that the glasses shook, but the bridegroom became furious at the thought that anybody should profit by his wedding to come and poach on his land. And repeated, "I only say, just let them come." Then there was a flood of talk with a double meaning which made the bride blush somewhat, although she was trembling with expectation. And when they had emptied the kegs of brandy they all went to bed. The young couple went into their own room, which was on the ground floor, as most rooms in farmhouses are. As it was very warm, they opened the window and closed the shutters. A small lamp in bad taste, a present from the bride's father, was burning on the chest of drawers, and the bed stood ready to receive the young people, who did not stand upon all the ceremony which is usual among refined people. The young woman had already taken off her wreath and her dress, and was in her petticoat, unlacing her boots, while Jean was finishing his cigar, and looking at her out of the corners of his eyes. It was an ardent look, more sensual than tender, for he felt more desire than love for her. Suddenly, with a brusque movement, like a man who is going to set to work, he took off his coat. She had already taken off her boots, and was now pulling off her stockings. Then she said to him, "Go and hide yourself behind the curtains while I get into bed." He seemed as if he were going to refuse, but with a cunning look went and hid himself with the exception of his head. She laughed and tried to cover up his eyes, and they romped in an amorous and happy manner, without shame or embarrassment. At last he did as she asked him, and in a moment she unfastened her petticoat which slipped down her legs, fell at her feet and lay on the floor in a circle. She left it there, stepped over it, naked with the exception of her floating chemise, and slipped into the bed, whose springs creaked beneath her weight. He immediately went up to her, without his shoes and in his trousers, and stooping over his wife sought her lips, which she hid beneath the pillow, when a shot was heard in the distance. In the direction of the forest of rapes, as he thought. He raised himself anxiously, and running to the window, with his heart beating, he opened the shutters. The full moon flooded the yard with yellow light, and the silhouettes of the apple trees made black shadows at his feet, while in the distance the fields gleamed, covered with the ripe corn. But as he was leaning out, listening to every sound in the still night, 2 bare arms were put round his neck, and his wife whispered, trying to pull him back, "Do leave them alone. It has nothing to do with you. Come to bed." He turned round, put his arms round her, and drew her toward him, feeling her warm skin through the thin material, and lifting her up in his vigorous arms, he carried her toward their couch. But just as he was laying her on the bed, which yielded beneath her weight, they heard another report, considerably nearer this time. Jean, giving way to his tumultuous rage, swore aloud, "God damn it! They think I shall not go out to see what it is, because of you. Let them wait, and see." He put on his shoes again, took down his gun, which was always hanging within reach upon the wall, and, as his wife threw herself on her knees in her terror to implore him not to go, he hastily freed himself, ran to the window and jumped into the yard. She waited 1 hour, 2 hours, until daybreak, but her husband did not return. Then she lost her head, aroused the house, related how angry Jean was, and said that he had gone after the poachers, and immediately all the male farm servants, even the boys, went in search of their master. They found him 2 leagues from the farm, tied hand and foot, half dead with rage, his gun broken, his trousers turned inside out, 3 dead hairs hanging round his neck, and a placard on his chest, with these words: "Who goes on the chase, loses his place." And later on, when he used to tell this story of his wedding night, he generally added, "Ah. As far as a joke went, it was a good joke. They caught me in a snare, as if I had been a rabbit, the dirty brutes, and they shoved my head into a bag. But if I can only catch them some day, they had better look out for themselves." That is how they amuse themselves in Normandy, on a wedding day. My Uncle Sosthène. My Uncle Sosthène was a freethinker, like many others, a freethinker from sheer stupidity. People are very often religious for the same reason. The mere sight of a priest threw him into a violent rage. He would shake his fist and grimace at him, and touch a piece of iron when the priest's back was turned, forgetting that the latter action showed a belief after all, the belief in the evil eye. Now when beliefs are unreasonable, one should either have all or none at all. I myself am a freethinker. I revolt at all the dogmas which have invented the fear of death, but I feel no anger toward places of worship, be they Catholic, Apostolic, Roman, Protestant, Greek, Russian, Buddhist, Jewish, or Mohammedan. I have a peculiar manner of looking at them and explaining them. A place of worship represents the homage paid by man to the unknown. The more extended our thoughts and our views become, the more the unknown diminishes, and the more places of worship will decay. I, however, instead of incense burners, would fit them up with telescopes, microscopes, and electrical machines, that is all. My uncle and I differed on nearly every point. He was a patriot, while I was not, for, after all, patriotism is a kind of religion, it is the egg from which wars are hatched. My uncle was a Freemason, and I used to declare that they are stupider than the pious old ladies. That is my opinion, and I maintain it. If we must have any religion at all, the old one is good enough for me. Those imbeciles simply imitate priests. Their symbol is a triangle instead of a cross. They have chapels which they call lodges, and a whole lot of different sects, the Scottish Rite, the French Rite, the Grand Orient, a collection of balderdash that would make a cat laugh. What is their object? Mutual help to be obtained by tickling the palms of each other's hands. I see no harm in it, for they put into practice the Christian precept, "Do unto others as ye would they should do unto you." The only difference consists in the tickling, but it does not seem worth while to make such a fuss about lending a poor devil 5 francs. Convents whose duty in business it is to administer alms and help, put the letters JMJ at the head of their communications. The Masons put 3 periods in a row after their signature. It is 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. My uncle's reply used to be, "We are raising up a religion against a religion, freethought will kill clericalism. Freemasonry is the headquarters of those who are demolishing all deities." "Very well, my dear uncle," would reply. In my heart I felt inclined to say, "You old idiot. It is just that which I am blaming you for. Instead of destroying, you are organizing competition. It is only a case of lowering the prices. And then, if you only admitted free thinkers among you, I could understand it, but you admit anybody. You have a number of Catholics among you. Even the leaders of the party. Pius IX is said to have been one of you before he became Pope. If you call a society with such an organization a bulwark against clericalism, I think it is an extremely weak one. My dear boy, my uncle would reply, with a wink, our most formidable actions are political. Slowly and surely we are everywhere undermining the monarchical spirit. Then I broke out, yes, you are very clever. If you tell me that Freemasonry is an election machine, I will grant it. I will never deny that it is used as a machine to control candidates of all shades. If you say that it is only used to hoodwink people, to drill them to go to the voting urn as soldiers are sent under fire, I agree with you. If you declare that it is indispensable to all political ambitions because it changes all its members into electoral agents, I should say to you, that is as clear as daylight. But when you tell me that it serves to undermine the monarchical spirit, I can only laugh in your face. Just consider that vast and democratic association which had Prince Napoleon for its Grand Master under the Empire. Which has the Crown Prince for its Grand Master in Germany, the Tsar's brother in Russia, and to which the Prince of Wales and King Humbert and nearly all the royalists of the globe belong. You are quite right, my uncle said, but all these persons are serving our projects without knowing it. And vice versa, what? And I added, to myself, pack of fools. It was, however, indeed a sight to see my uncle when he had a Freemason to dinner. On meeting they shook hands in a mysterious manner that was irresistibly funny. One could see that they were going through a series of secret mysterious pressures. When I wished to put my uncle in a rage, I had only to tell him that dogs also have a manner which savors very much of Freemasonry, when they greet one another on meeting. Then my uncle would take his friend into a corner to tell him something important, and at dinner they had a peculiar way of looking at each other, and of drinking to each other. In a manner as if to say, we belong to it, don't we? And to think that there are millions on the face of the globe who are amused at such monkey tricks. I would sooner be a Jesuit. Now in our town there really was an old Jesuit who was my uncle's pet aversion. Every time he met him, or if he only saw him at a distance, he used to say, "Dirty skunk." And then, taking my arm, he would whisper to me, "Look here, that fellow will play me a trick some day or other, I feel sure of it." My uncle spoke quite truly, and this was how it happened, through my fault moreover. It was close on Holy Week, and my uncle made up his mind to give a dinner on Good Friday, a real dinner with chitlins and save-loy sausage. I resisted as much as I could, and said, "I shall eat meat on that day, but at home, quite by myself. Your manifesto, as you call it, is an idiotic idea. Why should you manifest? What does it matter to you if people do not eat any meat?" But my uncle would not be persuaded. He asked 3 of his friends to dine with him at one of the best restaurants in the town, and as he was going to pay the bill, I had certainly, after all, no scruples about manifesting. At 4 o'clock we took a conspicuous place in the Café Penelope, the most frequented restaurant in the town, and my uncle in a loud voice described the menu. We sat down at 6 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock we had not finished. 5 of us had drunk 18 bottles of fine wines, and 4 of champagne. Then my uncle proposed what he was in the habit of calling, the Archbishop's feat. Each man put 6 small glasses in front of him, each of them filled with a different liqueur, and then they had all to be emptied at one gulp, one after another. While one of the waiters counted 20. It was very stupid, but my uncle thought it was very suitable to the occasion. At 11 o'clock he was as drunk as a fiddler, so we had to take him home in a cab and put him to bed. And one could easily foresee that his anticlerical demonstration would end in a terrible fit of indigestion. As I was going back to my lodgings, being rather drunk myself, with a cheerful Machiavellian drunkenness which quite satisfied all my skeptical instincts, an idea struck me. I arranged my necktie, put on a look of great distress, and went and rang loudly at the old Jesuit's door. As he was deaf he made me wait a longish while, but at length he appeared at his window in a cotton nightcap and asked what I wanted. I shouted out at the top of my voice, "Make haste, Reverend Father, and open the door, a poor, despairing, sick man is in need of your spiritual ministrations." The good, kind man put on his trousers as quickly as he could and came down without his cassock. I told him in a breathless voice that my uncle, the freethinker, had been taken suddenly ill. Fearing it was going to be something serious, he had been seized with a sudden fear of death, and wished to see a priest and talk to him. To have his advice and comfort, to make up with the church, and to confess, so as to be able to cross the dreaded threshold at peace with himself. And I added in a mocking tone, "At any rate, he wishes it, and if it does him no good it can do him no harm." The old Jesuit, who was startled, delighted, and almost trembling, said to me, "Wait a moment, my son, I will come with you." But I replied, "Pardon me, Father, if I do not go with you. But my convictions will not allow me to do so. I even refuse to come and fetch you, so I beg you not to say that you have seen me, but to declare that you had a presentiment, a sort of revelation of his illness." The priest consented, and went off quickly, knocked at my uncle's door, was soon let in, and I saw the black cassock disappear within that stronghold of free thought. I hid under a neighboring gateway to wait for events. Had he been well, my uncle would have half murdered the Jesuit, but I knew that he would be unable to move an arm, and I asked myself, gleefully, what sort of a scene would take place between these antagonists, what fight, what explanation would be given, and what would be the issue of this situation, which my uncle's indignation would render more tragic still. I laughed till I had to hold my sides, and said to myself, half aloud, "Oh! What a joke, what a joke!" Meanwhile it was getting very cold. I noticed that the Jesuit stayed a long time, and thought, they are having an explanation, I suppose. 1, 2, 3 hours passed, and still the Reverend Father did not come out. What had happened? Had my uncle died in a fit when he saw him, or had he killed the cassock gentleman? Perhaps they had mutually devoured each other? This last supposition appeared very unlikely, for I fancied that my uncle was quite incapable of swallowing a grain more nourishment at that moment. At last the day dawned. I was very uneasy, and not venturing to go into the house myself, I went to one of my friends who lived opposite. I roused him, explained matters to him, much to his amusement and astonishment, and took possession of his window. At 9 o'clock he relieved me and I got a little sleep. At 2 o'clock I, in my turn, replaced him. We were utterly astonished. At 6 o'clock the Jesuit left, with a very happy and satisfied look on his face, and we saw him go away with a quiet step. Then, timid and ashamed, I went and knocked at my uncle's door. When the servant opened it I did not dare to ask her any questions, but went upstairs without saying a word. My uncle was lying pale, exhausted, with weary, sorrowful eyes and heavy arms, on his bed. A little religious picture was fastened to one of the bed curtains with a pin. "Why, uncle," I said, "you in bed still? Are you not well?" He replied in a feeble voice, "Oh, my dear boy, I have been very ill, nearly dead." "How was that, uncle?" "I don't know. It was most surprising. But what is stranger still, is that the Jesuit priest who has just left, you know, that excellent man whom I have made such fun of, had a divine revelation of my state, and came to see me." I was seized with an almost uncontrollable desire to laugh, and with difficulty said, "Oh, really?" "Yes, he came. He heard a voice telling him to get up and come to me, because I was going to die. It was a revelation." I pretended to sneeze, so as not to burst out laughing. I felt inclined to roll on the ground with amusement. In about a minute I managed to say, indignantly, "And you received him, uncle, you? You, a freethinker, a Freemason? You did not have him thrown out?" He seemed confused, and stammered, Listen a moment, it is so astonishing and providential. He also spoke to me about my father, he knew him formerly. Your father, uncle? But that is no reason for receiving a Jesuit. I know that, but I was very ill, and he looked after me most devotedly all night long. He was perfect, no doubt he saved my life. Those men are all more or less doctors. Oh. He looked after you all night? But you said just now that he had only been gone a very short time. That is quite true. I kept him to breakfast after all his kindness. He had it at a table by my bedside while I drank a cup of tea. And he ate meat? My uncle looked vexed, as if I had said something very much out of place, and then added. Don't joke, Gaston, such things are out of place at times. He has shown me more devotion than many a relation would have done, and I expect you to respect his convictions. This rather upset me, but I answered, nevertheless, very well, uncle. And what did you do after breakfast? We played a game of bezique, and then he repeated his breviary while I read a little book which he happened to have in his pocket, and which was not by any means badly written. A religious book, uncle? Yes, and no, or rather, no. It is the history of their missions in Central Africa, and is rather a book of travels and adventures. What these men have done is very good. I began to feel that matters were going badly, so I got up. Well, goodbye, uncle, I said, I see you are going to leave Freemasonry for religion. You are a renegade. He was still rather confused, and stammered. Well, but religion is a sort of Freemasonry. When is your Jesuit coming back? I asked. I don't know exactly. Tomorrow, perhaps, but it is not certain. I went out, altogether overwhelmed. My joke turned out very badly for me. My uncle became radically converted, and if that had been all I should not have cared so much. Clerical or Freemason, to me it is all the same, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. But the worst of it is that he has just made his will, yes, made his will, and has disinherited me in favor of that holy Jesuit. A reckless passion. The calm, glittering sea was scarcely stirred by the current of the tide. From the pier all Havre was watching the ships come in, visible as they were from a great distance. Some, the big steamers, wreathed in smoke, others, the sailing vessels, tugged along by almost invisible steamboats, raising their bare masts, like stripped trees, to the sky. These monsters hurried from every quarter of the globe to the narrow entrance of the dock that swallowed them up. And they whistled, they groaned, they shrieked, while they spat up jets of steam like someone gasping for breath. 2 young officers were walking on the crowded mole, bowing and being bowed to, with an occasional stop for a chat. Suddenly the taller of the two, Paul de Henrisel, pressed the arm of his friend, Jean Rinaldi, and whispered, "Why, here's Madame Poincot, take a good look at her. I'll swear she's making eyes at you." She was walking arm in arm with her husband, a rich shipowner. She was about 40, still beautiful, rather stout, but thanks to this fact she had retained the freshness of youth. Among her friends she was known as the goddess on account of her proud carriage, big black eyes, and her aristocratic manner. No suspicion of anything wrong had ever smirched her life. She was still without reproach. She was quoted as an example of the simple, honorable woman, so upright that no man had dared to covet her. And now for the past month Paul de Henrisel kept on repeating to his friend Rinaldi that Madame Poincot looked upon him with tenderness. "I know I am not mistaken," he would say. "I see quite clearly, she loves you passionately, after the fashion of a chaste woman who has never been in love. 40 is a terrible age for virtuous women when their senses are developed, they simply go mad and do mad things. This woman is moved, old man. She is dropping like a wounded bird and will drop into your arms. Just look at her." The tall woman, preceded by her 2 daughters aged 12 and 15, was coming towards them and turned suddenly pale when she noticed the officer. She gazed at him longingly, intently, she had eyes for no one around her, neither her children, her husband, nor the crowd. She returned the greeting of the two young men without lowering a glance so charged with passion that some suspicions did at last enter Tenant Rinaldi's mind. Denrisel murmured, "I was sure of it. Did you notice this time? By gad, she's a fine woman." But Jean Rinaldi had no wish for a society intrigue. Caring little for love, he wanted more than anything else a quiet life and was quite content with the occasional amours which fall to the lot of every young man. He was bored by the sentimentality, the attentions, the tenderness exacted by a well-bred woman. He was afraid of the chain, however light, he would have to drag as a result of an adventure of this kind. He said, "I shall be sick to death of it at the end of 4 weeks, and politeness will oblige me to wait patiently for 6 months. Then again the thought of a rupture filled him with exasperation, with its scenes, its illusions, and the frenzied clinging of the woman who is being abandoned. He avoided meeting Madame Poincot. But one evening he found himself seated beside her at a dinner party and felt her passionate glance fixed on him the whole time. Their hands met and, almost involuntarily, closed over each other. That was already the beginning of a love affair. He met her again, always in spite of himself. He knew she loved him, and felt a softening towards her, moved by a kind of pitying vanity at the sight of the woman's intense passion. So he allowed himself to be adored and was merely attentive, hoping that the matter would go no further. Then she made an appointment with him, to meet and talk without outside interference, so she explained, and fell fainting into his arms. He had no alternative but to become her lover. This lasted 6 months. She loved him with an unbridled, reckless love, forgetting everything in the clutches of her frenzied passion. She had given herself up entirely. Body, soul, reputation, position and happiness had all been cast into the red-hot fire of her love as one casts all one's precious possessions on the altar of sacrifice. He had had enough of it for some time and keenly regretted his easy conquest, but he was bound and held prisoner. She was always saying, "I have given you everything, what more do you want?" He would have liked to answer, "But I never asked for anything, if only you would take back what you have given me." Quite indifferent as to whether anyone saw her, whether she was compromised, or her reputation ruined, she would come to see him every evening, growing more and more ardent as time went on. She would throw herself into his arms, press him to her bosom, swoon under feverish kisses which bored him horribly. He would say languidly, "Come, come, be sensible." She would reply, "I love you," and fall upon her knees and gaze at him in an attitude of devotion. This invariably ended by exasperating him, but when he tried to make her get up, saying, "Come, sit down. Let us have a chat," she muttered, "No, leave me alone," and remained on her knees in a state of ecstasy. He said to his friend D. Henrisel, "You know, I could beat her. I have had enough of it, enough of it. It must end, and that at once," adding, "What do you advise me to do?" The friend replied, "Break it off." Rinaldi added with a shrug of the shoulders, "It's easy enough to say that. You think it's easy to break with a woman who persecutes you with her tenderness, whose only care is to please you, and whose only fault is to have given herself unasked." Then one morning they heard that the regiment was to change garrison, and Rinaldi danced for joy. He was saved, saved without scenes, without tears. Saved. The only thing now required was 2 months' patience, saved. In the evening she came to him more excited than ever. She had heard the dreadful news, and, without taking her hat off, she caught hold of his hands, pressing them nervously, her eyes fixed on his, her voice shaking but determined. "You are leaving." "I know it," she said. "I bring you the greatest proof of love that a woman can give. I am going to follow you. For you I am leaving my husband, my children, my family. It will be my ruin, but I am happy. It seems as if I were giving myself to you over again. It is the last, the greatest sacrifice. I am yours forever." He broke out in a cold perspiration and was filled with a dull, furious rage, the anger of weakness. Nevertheless he calmed down, and with a detached air and gentle voice refused her sacrifice, trying to pacify her, to reason with her, to make her see her folly. She listened silently, looking him straight in the face with her dark eyes, a smile of disdain on her lips. When he stopped, all she said was, "Can you be a coward? Can you be the kind of man who seduces a woman and then deserts her for the first caprice?" He paled and tried to reason with her again. He pointed out the inevitable consequences of such an action to both of them as long as they lived, how their lives would be ruined, how all doors would be closed to them. She only replied obstinately, "What does it matter when we love each other?" Suddenly, he burst out, "Well, then, no. I won't have it. Do you hear? I won't, I forbid you to follow me," and, carried away by his long-repressed grievances, he relieved his mind by saying, "Hang it all, you have loved me long enough, entirely against my wishes. It would be the last straw to take you with me. Thank you for nothing." She did not say a word, but her ghastly white face looked drawn and haggard as if every nerve had been twisted out of shape, and she left the house without saying goodbye. That night she poisoned herself, and for a week her life was despaired of. In the town, people gossiped, they pitied her, excusing her lapse because of the strength of her passion. For feelings that are heroic through their intensity always obtain forgiveness for the sin that is in them. A woman who kills herself is, so to speak, no longer an adulteress. And soon there was general disapproval of Lieutenant Rinaldi's behavior in refusing to see her again, a unanimous feeling that he was to blame. People said he had deserted her, betrayed her and beaten her. The colonel, full of pity, discreetly took his officer to task, and Paul de Henrical called his friend and said, "Damn it all, old man, one can't let a woman die, it's a dirty trick." Rinaldi in a rage told his friend to shut up, and, de Henrical having made use of the word infamy, a duel was fought in which Rinaldi was wounded to everybody's satisfaction, and confined to his bed for some time. She heard about it and only loved him the more, believing he had fought the duel on her account, but as she was too ill to leave her room she did not see him before the regiment left. When he had been in Lille about 3 months, Madame Poincot's sister called upon him. After long suffering and an unconquerable feeling of despair, the end was near and she wished to see him for 1 minute, only 1 minute, before closing her eyes forever. Absence and time had softened the young man's anger, he was touched, moved to tears, and started at once for Havre. She seemed to be sinking fast. They were left alone together, and by the bedside of the dying woman for whose death he was responsible, he broke down completely. He sobbed, kissed her with gentle passionate kisses, such as he had never given her before, and stammered, "No, you shan't die, you'll get better. We'll love each other forever. Is it true? You do love me?" She murmured, and he, in his grief, swore, promised to wait until she was better, and, full of pity, kissed the shrunken hands of the poor woman, whose heartbeat was ominous. The following day he returned to the garrison, and 6 weeks later she joined him, terribly aged, unrecognizable, and more enamored than ever. With a feeling of desperation he took her back, and because they were living together like a legally married couple, the very colonel who had been indignant when Rinaldi had deserted the woman was now scandalized at the irregularity of the situation as being incompatible with the good example that officers owe to their regiment. First he gave his junior a warning, and then he put on the screw, and Rinaldi resigned. They went to live on the shore of the Mediterranean, the classic sea of lovers. Another 3 years passed by and Rinaldi, now broken in, was a complete slave to the persistent tenderness of the white-haired woman. He looked upon himself as done for, gone under. For him there could be no hope, no ambition, no satisfaction, no pleasure in life. Then, one morning, a card was brought in with the name, Joseph Poincot. Shipowner, Havre. The husband. The husband who had said nothing, who realized that you cannot struggle against a woman's desperate infatuation. What could he want? Poincot waited in the garden, since he would not go into the house. He bowed politely but refused to sit down, even on a bench in the avenue, and began slowly and clearly, "Monsieur, I have not come to reproach you, I know too well how it all happened. I have been the victim, we have been the victims, of a kind of fatality. I would never have disturbed you in your retreat had there not been a change in the situation. I have 2 daughters. One of them, the elder, loves a young man who loves her. But the young man's family object to the marriage on account of the irregular position of my daughter's mother. I feel neither anger nor malice, but I adore my children. I have, therefore, come to ask you for my wife. I hope that she will now agree to come back to my home, to her home. For my part, I will pretend to forget everything for the sake of my daughters." Rinaldi felt his heart give a wild leap, he was beside himself with joy, like a condemned man who is granted a reprieve. He stammered, "Why, yes, certainly, monsieur, I myself, believe me, no doubt, it is right, only too right." He wanted to take hold of the man's hands, hug him in his arms, kiss him on both cheeks. He continued, "Do come in. You will be more comfortable in the drawing-room. I'll go and fetch her." This time Monsieur Poincot accepted the invitation. Rinaldi rushed up the stairs. Then, pausing before his mistress's door, he calmed down and, looking very solemn, said, "You are wanted downstairs, it is something about your daughter." She pulled herself up. "My daughters? What? What is it? They are not dead?" He replied, "No. But there is some complication which you alone can clear up." She did not wait for more but went quickly downstairs. Then, very excited, he sank back into a chair and waited. He waited a long, long time, and as angry voices reached him from downstairs he decided to go down. Very indignant, Madame Poincot was standing up, ready to leave the room, while her husband was holding her by her dress. Explaining, "But can't you understand you are bringing ruin on your daughters, our children?" She replied stubbornly, "I will not go back to your house." Rinaldi realized what had happened and went in, his hopes dashed, and gasped, "What? She refuses?" She turned towards him, shamefacedly refraining from using the familiar "thou" in the presence of her legitimate spouse, and said, "Do you know what he is asking me to do? He wants me to go back and live with him." She sneered contemptuously at the man almost on his knees before her. Then Rinaldi, with the determination of a gambler playing his last stake, began to talk to her, pleading for them all in turn. And when he paused in the effort to find some fresh argument, Monsieur Poincot, at his wit's end, murmured, instinctively speaking as he had spoken to her in the past, "Come, come, Delphine. Think of your daughters." She swept them both into a glance of sovereign contempt and, making her escape, shouted, "You are a pair of wretches." Left alone, they gazed at each other, both equally crestfallen, equally stricken. Monsieur Poincot picked up his hat, which had fallen on the floor, flicked the dust off his knees with his hand, then, while Rinaldi was showing him to the door, with a gesture of despair he exclaimed, bowing, "We are both very unhappy indeed, monsieur." Then he left the house with a slow, heavy step. Mad? Am I mad or jealous? I know not which, but I suffer horribly. I committed a crime, it is true, a mad crime, but are not insane jealousy, passionate love, betrayed and lost, and the terrible pain I endure, enough to make anyone commit a crime? Without actually being a criminal? Oh! I have suffered continually, acutely, terribly. I have loved this woman to madness, and yet, is it true? Did I love her? No, no. She owned me body and soul, I was, and am, her plaything, she ruled me by her smile, her look, the divine form of her body. I fight against the domination of her physical appearance, but the woman contained in that body, I despise, hate and execrate. I always have hated, despised and execrated her, for she is but an impure, perfidious, bestial, filthy creature, the woman of perdition, the treacherous sensual animal, in whom there is no soul. She is the human animal, even less than that, she is but a mass of soft flesh in which dwells infamy. The first few months of our union were deliciously strange. In her arms I was exhausted by the frenzy of insatiable desire. Her eyes drew my lips as though they could quench my thirst. They were grey at noon, shaded green at twilight, and blue at sunrise. I am not mad. I swear they were of these three colors. In moments of love they were blue as though they had been bruised, the pupils dilated and nervous. Her lips trembled and often the tip of her pink moist tongue could be seen, quivering like that of a snake. Her heavy eyelids would be slowly raised, revealing that ardent, languorous look which used to madden me. When I took her in my arms I used to gaze into her eyes, trembling, seized not only with an unceasing desire to possess her, but also to kill this beast. When she walked across the room each step resounded in my heart, and when she began to undress, her dress falling from her, and emerged infamous but radiant from the white mass of linen and lace. I felt in all my limbs, in my legs and arms, in my panting chest, an infinite and cowardly weakness. One day I saw that she was tired of me. I saw it in her eyes on waking. Leaning over her I awaited this first look of hers every morning. I awaited it, filled with hatred, rage, and contempt for this sleeping brute whose slave I was. But when she fixed those pale, limpid blue eyes upon me, that languishing glance, tired with the lassitude of recent caresses, a rapid fire consumed me, exasperating my desires. When she opened her eyes that day I saw a dull, indifferent look, a look devoid of desire, and I knew then she was tired of me. I saw it, knew it, felt it, and understood immediately that all was over, and each hour and minute proved to me that I was right. When I beckoned her with my arms and lips she shrank from me. "Leave me alone," she said. "You are horrid. Will you never leave me alone?" Then I became jealous, slyly, suspiciously, secretly jealous, like a dog. I knew she would soon be aroused again, that another man would excite her passions. I was insanely jealous, but I am not insane, no indeed. I watched her and waited. Not that she had betrayed me, but she was cold and indifferent. At times she would say, "Men disgust me." Alas! It was too true. Then I became jealous of her own existence, of her indifference, of her nights alone, of her actions, of her thoughts, which I knew to be impure, jealous of all that my imagination suspected. And when she awakened sometimes with that same look of lassitude which used to follow our ardent nights, as though some desire had haunted her mind and stirred her passions, I suffocated with anger. And an irresistible desire to choke her, to break her with my knee, to seize her by the throat, and make her confess the shameful secrets of her heart took hold of me. Am I insane? No. One night I saw that she was happy. I felt, in fact I was convinced, that a new passion ruled her. She was trembling as she used to do after my caresses, her eyes shone, she was feverish and her whole being gave out that odor of desire which used to drive me mad. I feigned ignorance, but I watched her closely. I discovered nothing, however. I waited a week, a month, almost a year. She expanded in the joy of an inexplicable ardor, and was soothed by the happiness of some elusive caress. At last I guessed. No, I am not insane, I swear I am not. How can I explain this inconceivable, horrible thing? How can I make myself understood? This is how I guessed. She came in one night from a long ride on horseback and sank exhausted in a seat facing me. An unnatural flush tinted her cheeks, her breast was heaving, her legs trembling, and her eyes were swollen. I was not mistaken, I had seen her look like that, she loved. I almost lost my head, and so as not to look at her I turned to the window. A valet was leading her horse to the stable and she stood and watched the prancing, fiery animal disappear. Then she fell asleep almost immediately. I thought and thought all night. My mind wandered through mysteries too deep to conceive. Who can fathom the perversity and strange caprices of a sensual woman? Who can understand their incredible caprices and strange satisfactions of the strangest fancies? Every morning at dawn she set out at a gallop across the fields and through the woods and dales, and each time she came back languid, as though exhausted by love. At last I understood. It was of the horse I was jealous, of the wind which caressed her face, of the drooping leaves and of the sunbeams which touched her forehead through the branches. Of the saddle which carried her and felt the clasp of her thighs. It was all those things which made her so happy and brought her back to me satiated, exhausted. I resolved to be revenged. I became very attentive. Every time she came back from her ride I helped her down and the horse made a vicious rush at me. She would pat him on the neck, kiss his quivering nostrils, without even wiping her lips, and the perfume of her body, warmed as though she had been in bed, mingled in my nostrils with the strong animal smell of the horse. I waited for chance. She used to take the same path every morning, through a little birch wood, which finally lost itself in the forest. I got up before dawn, took a rope in my hands, and hid my pistols in my breast, as if I were going to fight a duel. I ran to the path she loved so well, I drew the rope across, tied it to 2 trees, and then hid in the grass. With my ear to the ground I heard her galloping in the distance, then under the trees like an arch I saw her coming at a furious pace, her cheeks flushed, an insane look in her eyes. She seemed enraptured, transported into another sphere. I was not mistaken. The rapid ride gave her senses a thrill of solitary pleasure. The animal struck the rope with his 4 feet and fell. I caught her in my arms, for I am strong enough to lift an ox, and then I approached the horse, who was watching us, and while he again tried to bite me, I put my pistol close to his ear. And shot him as I would a man. She turned on me and dealt me 2 terrific blows across the face with her riding whip which felled me, and as she rushed at me again, I shot her. Tell me, am I insane? Correspondence. Madame de X to Madame de Z. Etretat, Friday. My dear aunt. I am slowly making my way down to you. I shall be at Fraynes on the 2nd of September, in time for the opening of the hunting season, which I am anxious not to miss, because I want to tease the menfolk. You are too indulgent, my dear aunt, when you are alone with them, in allowing them to appear at dinner, on the plea of fatigue, without changing their clothes or shaving after they return. So they are delighted when I am not there, but I shall be there, and I shall review them at dinner time like a general. And if I find any one of them a little untidy, however little it is, I will send him to the kitchen to the servants. Men today have so little consideration and breeding that one must be strict. We are indeed passing through a period of vulgarity. When they quarrel amongst themselves they abuse each other like pickpockets, and even in our presence they behave much worse than the servants. It is especially noticeable at the seaside. The men are there in large numbers, and one can judge them en masse. Oh! How coarse they are! Just think, in a railway carriage, one of them, a gentleman who at first glance seemed all right, thanks to his tailor, had the exquisite taste to take off his boots and put on a pair of down-at-heel felt slippers. Another, an old man, who must have been one of the new rich, for these have the worst manners, seated opposite to me, carefully placed both his feet on the seat just beside me. Everybody does it. At the watering places, vulgarity runs riot. I should add that perhaps my revulsion arises from the fact that I am not used to mixing with the class of people that one meets there. Their ways would not shock me so much if I came across them more often. In the hotel office I was almost knocked over by a young man who reached over my head for his key. Another, coming out from a ball at the casino, ran against me with such violence, without apologizing or raising his hat, that the blow gave me a pain in the chest. They are all like that. See how they greet women on the terrace, they hardly acknowledge them at all. They simply raise their hands to their hats. However, as they are all bald, it is better so. But one thing which exasperates and offends me more than anything else is the freedom with which they discuss in public the most revolting intrigues, without any kind of precaution. When two men get together, they tell each other the most dreadful stories as coarsely and disgustingly as possible, without troubling in the least to see whether a woman is within earshot. Yesterday on the beach I was compelled to change my place to avoid hearing any more of a smutty anecdote, told in words so brutal that I felt humiliated, as well as indignant at having heard what I did. Should not the most elementary good taste lead them to speak in whispers of these things when near us? Etretat is, moreover, a hotbed of scandal, and therefore the home of gossips. From 5 until 7 o'clock you can see them wandering in search of titbits of scandal, which they retail from one group to another. As you told me, dear aunt, tittle-tattle is the hallmark of mean people and petty minds. It is also the consolation of women who are neither loved nor courted. I have only to look to those who are recognized as the worst gossips to be convinced that you were quite right. The other day I went to a musical evening at the casino, given by a remarkable artiste, Madame Masson, whose singing is a delight. It gave me the opportunity of applauding the admirable Coquelin and two charming pensioners from the vaudeville theatre, Monsieur and Madame Milet. In these circumstances I was able to see all the bathers gathered together on the beach this year. Few of them have any distinction. The following day I went to a port to lunch. I noticed a bearded man coming out of a big house like a fortress. It was the painter Jean-Paul Laurens. Apparently not satisfied with putting a wall round the figures he paints, he must wall himself in too. Later on I was sitting on the shingle beside a young man with a gentle, refined face, and quiet manners, who was reading poetry. But he was reading with so much concentration, so much passion, may I say, that he never even once looked at me. I felt rather shocked and asked the head of the bathing tents the man's name, as if it were a matter of no importance. I smiled to myself at this reader of rhymes who seemed, for a man, somewhat behind the times. There's someone quite unsophisticated, I thought. Well, aunt, at present I dote on my unknown friend. Just imagine, his name is Sully Prudhomme. I went and sat beside him again to study him in comfort. His face in particular bears the stamp of refinement and tranquility, and as someone came up to speak I heard his voice, which was gentle and rather timid. It is obvious that this man is not shouting vulgarisms in public, that he is not knocking against women without apologizing. He must be a fastidious soul. This winter I will see if I can manage to have him introduced to me. There is nothing more, my dear aunt, so I conclude in haste as it is about post time. I kiss your hands and both your cheeks. Your devoted niece, Berthe de X. P.S. However, I must add, to justify French politeness, that when traveling our own people are models of good manners compared with the unspeakable English, who seem to have been brought up by stable boys, so careful are they never to practice any self-restraint themselves, and always to make things uncomfortable for their neighbors. Madame de Z to Madame de X. Les Fraines, Saturday. My dear child, you say many things that are true enough, but that does not prevent you from being wrong. Like you, formerly, I felt very indignant that the impoliteness of men I esteemed showed a want of respect towards me, but with age and reflection, and having passed the period of coquetry, and formed the habit of observing others in a self-detached manner, I have remarked that if men are not always polite, women on the other hand are always unjustifiably bad-mannered. We think that we may do anything and everything, and at the same time we feel that we have a right to everything. And with a light heart we indulge in all those lapses of elementary good breeding of which you speak so passionately. On the contrary, I consider that men are full of consideration for women in comparison with the attitude of women towards men. Besides, my darling, men must be, and are, what we make them. In a society where all the women were really gentlewomen, all the men would become gentlemen. Watch, observe and reflect. Watch two women meeting in the street, what affectation! What an air of disparagement, what contemptuous glances! With what a boldness they eye each other from head to foot and sit in judgment. If the pavement is a narrow one, do you think either will give way, or apologize? Never. If two men run into each other in a narrow street, they both raise their hats and make way, whereas we women, we rush ahead full tilt and gaze at each other insolently. Watch two women who know each other meeting on the staircase leading to the door of a friend's flat to which one is going and from which the other is coming. They begin to talk and block up the way. If there happens to be anyone behind them, man or woman, do you think they will put themselves out in the least? Never. Never. Last winter I waited 22 minutes, watch in hand, at the door of a drawing room. Behind me two men were also waiting without showing any sign of impatience, as I did, because they had long been accustomed to our insolent ways. The other day before leaving Paris I went to dine, as it happens, with your husband, at a restaurant in the Champs-Élysées so as to be in the open air. The waiter begged us to wait a while. I caught sight of an old lady of distinguished appearance who had paid her bill and seemed about to leave. She saw me, eyed me from head to foot, and did not budge. For over 15 minutes she stayed there, putting on her gloves, glancing at all the tables, observing with detachment all those who were waiting, as I was. Then two young men, who had just finished, saw me, and, hurriedly calling the waiter for their bill, offered me their place at once. I refused to remain seated while they waited for their change, and remember, my dear, that I am no longer pretty like you, but old and white-haired. There is no doubt that we are the ones who should be taught politeness. The task would be so great that Hercules himself would not succeed. You talk about Etretat and the people who gossip on that delightful beach. The place is done for me, although in the past I have enjoyed myself there. There were just a few of us who were on friendly terms, men and women in society, the real thing, and writers, artists and musicians. Nobody tittle-tattled in those days. As there was no insipid casino then where people pose, talk scandal under their breath, dance idiotically, and bore themselves to death. We tried to find some way of spending the evenings cheerfully. Well, guess what one of the husbands of the party thought of? To go and dance at one of the neighboring farms every evening. We all went off in a band with a hand organ which the painter Lepoitovin, wearing a cotton nightcap, generally played. Two men carried lanterns and we followed in procession, laughing and chatting like madcaps. We woke up the farmer, the servants and the men. We even had onion soup, horror. Made for us, we danced under the apple trees to the strains of the music box. The awakened cocks crowed in the distant outbuildings. The horses moved about in the stables, the fresh country breeze caressed our faces, full of the scent of herbs and grasses and of newly mown crops. How long ago all that happened? How long ago? 30 years ago. I do not want you to come for the opening of the shooting season. Why spoil the pleasure of our friends by insisting on town dress on such an occasion, a day of real country pleasure and violent exercise? That is the way all men are spoilt, my dear. I embrace you. Your old aunt. Geneviève de Z. A widow. It was during the hunting season, at the de Bonneville country seat. The autumn was rainy and dull. The red leaves, instead of crackling underfoot, rotted in the hollows beneath the heavy showers. The almost leafless forest was as humid as a bathroom. When you entered it beneath the huge trees shaken by the winds, a moldy odor, a vapor from fallen rain, soaking grass and damp earth, enveloped you. And the hunters, bending beneath this continuous downpour, the dogs with their tails hanging and their coats matted, and the young huntswomen in their close-fitting habits drenched with rain, returned each evening depressed in body and spirit. In the great drawing-room, after dinner, they played lotto, but without enthusiasm, while the wind shook the shutters violently, and turned the old weather vanes into spinning tops. Someone suggested telling stories, in the way we read of in books, but no one could invent anything very amusing. The hunters narrated some of their adventures with the gun, the slaughter of rabbits, for example, and the ladies racked their brains without finding anywhere the imagination of Scheherazade. They were about to abandon this form of diversion, when a young lady, carelessly playing with the hand of her old, unmarried aunt, noticed a little ring made of blonde hair, which she had often seen before but thought nothing about. Moving it gently about the finger, she said, suddenly, "Tell us the story of this ring, auntie. It looks like the hair of a child." The old maid reddened and then grew pale, and in a trembling voice she replied, "It is sad, so sad that I never care to speak about it. All the unhappiness of my life is centered in it. I was young then, but the memory of it remains so painful that I weep whenever I think of it." They wished very much to hear the story, but the aunt refused to tell it. Finally, they urged so much that she at length consented. "You have often heard me speak of the Santese family, now extinct. I knew the last 3 men of this family. They all died within 3 months in the same manner. This hair belonged to the last one. He was 13 years old when he killed himself for me. That appears very strange to you, doesn't it? They were an extraordinary race, a race of fools, if you will, but of charming fools, of fools for love. All, from father to son, had these violent passions, waves of emotion which drove them to most exalted deeds, to fanatical devotion, and even to crime. It was to them what ardent devotion is to certain souls. Those who become monks are not of the same nature as drawing-room favorites. Their relatives used to say, as amorous as a Santese. To see them was to divine this characteristic. They all had curly hair, growing low upon the brow, curly beards and large eyes, very large, whose rays seemed to penetrate and disturb you, without your knowing just why. The grandfather of the one of whom this is the only souvenir, after many adventures, and some duels on account of entanglements with women, when about 65 fell passionately in love with the daughter of his farmer. I knew them both. She was blonde, pale, distinguished-looking, with a soft voice and a sweet look, so sweet that she reminded one of a Madonna. The old lord took her home with him, and immediately became so captivated that he could not do without her for a minute. His daughter and his daughter-in-law, who lived in the house, found this perfectly natural, so much was love a tradition of the family. When one was moved by a great passion, nothing surprised them, and, if anyone spoke in their presence of thwarted desires, of disunited lovers, or revenge upon some treachery, they would both say, in the same sad tones, "Oh, how he, or she, must have suffered before coming to that." Nothing more. They were moved with pity by all dramas of the heart and never spoke slightingly of them, even when they were criminal. One autumn, a young man, M. de Gradelle, invited for the hunting, eloped with the young woman. M. de Santese remained calm, as if nothing had happened. But one morning they found him hanging in the kennel in the midst of the dogs. His son died in the same fashion, in a hotel in Paris, while on a journey in 1841, after having been deceived by an opera singer. He left a child 12 years old, and a widow, the sister of my mother. She came with the little boy to live at my father's house, on our Bertillon estate. I was then 17. You could not imagine what an astonishing, precocious child this little Santese was. One would have said that all the power of tenderness, all the exaltation of his race had fallen upon this one, the last. He was always dreaming and walking alone in a great avenue of elms that led from the house to the woods. I often watched this sentimental youngster from my window, as he walked up and down with his hands behind his back, with bowed head, sometimes stopping to look up, as if he saw and comprehended things beyond his age and experience. Often after dinner, on clear nights, he would say to me, "Let us go and dream, cousin." And we would go together into the park. He would stop abruptly in the clear spaces, where the white vapor floats, that soft cotton with which the moon decorates the clearings in the woods, and say to me, seizing my hand, "Look. Look there. But you do not understand me, I feel it. If you understood me, you would be happy. In order to know, one must love." I would laugh and embrace him, this boy, who adored me so much as to die of love. Often, too, after dinner, he would seat himself upon my mother's knee. "Come, aunt," he would say to her, "tell us some love story." And my mother, as a joke, would tell him all the family legends, the passionate adventures of his fathers, for thousands of them were mentioned, true and false. It was their reputation that was the undoing of all these men. They got fancies, and then took pride in living up to the fame of their house. The little boy would get excited by these terrible or affecting tales, and sometimes he would clap his hands and cry out, I, too, know how to love, better than any of them." Then he began to pay me his court, so timidly, with such grave tenderness, that we laughed at it. Each morning I had flowers picked by him, and each evening, before going to his room, he would kiss my hand, murmuring, "I love you." I was guilty, very guilty, and I have wept since, unceasingly, doing penance all my life, by remaining an old maid, or rather, an affianced widow, his widow. I amused myself with this childish devotion, even inciting him. I was coquettish, and seductive, as if I were dealing with a grown man, caressing and deceiving. I excited this child. It was a joke to me, and a pleasing diversion to his mother and mine. He was 12 years old. Think of it. Who would have taken seriously this diminutive passion? I kissed him as much as he wished. I even wrote love letters to him that our mothers read. And he responded with letters of fire, that I still have. He thought our love intimacy was a secret, regarding himself as a man. We had forgotten that he was a Santese. This lasted nearly a year. One evening, in the park, he threw himself down at my knees, kissing the hem of my dress, in a furious burst of passion, repeating, "I love you. I love you. I love you. I am dying of love for you. If you ever deceive me, understand, if you ever leave me for another, I shall do as my father did," and he added in a low voice that gave one the shivers, "You know what he did." Then, as I remained dumbfounded, he got up and, stretching himself on tiptoe, for I was much taller than he repeated in my ear, my name, my first name, Genevieve. In a voice so sweet, so pretty, so tender that I trembled to my very feet. I stammered, "Let us return to the house." He said nothing further, but followed me. As we were going up the steps, he stopped me and said, "You know, if you abandon me, I shall kill myself." I understood now that I had gone too far, and immediately became more reserved. When he reproached me for it, one day, I answered him, "You are now too big for this kind of joking, and too young for serious love. I will wait." I believed myself freed from him. He was sent away to school in the autumn. When he returned, the following summer, I had become engaged. He understood at once, and for over a week he looked so preoccupied that I was much disturbed. The 9th day, in the morning, I perceived, on rising, a little piece of paper slipped under my door. I seized it and read, "You have abandoned me, and you know what I said. You have ordered my death. As I do not wish to be found by anyone but you, come into the park, to the place where last year I said that I loved you, and look up." I felt myself becoming mad. I dressed as quickly as possible, and ran, so that I nearly fell exhausted, to the designated spot. His little school cap was on the ground in the mud. It had rained all night. I raised my eyes and saw something swinging amongst the leaves, for there was a wind blowing, a strong wind. After that, I knew nothing of what I did. I must have shouted, fainted, perhaps, and fallen, then got up and run to the house. I came to my senses in bed, with my mother at my side. I at first believed that I had dreamed all this in a frightful delirium. I muttered, "And he, Gontran?" They did not answer. It was all true. I dared not look at him again, but I asked for a lock of his blonde hair. "Here it is," and the old lady held out her hand in a gesture of despair. Then, she used her handkerchief several times, and dried her eyes. And continued, "I broke off my engagement without saying why, and I have remained always the widow of this child 13 years old. Then her head fell upon her breast and she wept pensively for a long time. And, as they dispersed to their rooms for the night, a burly huntsman, whose quiet she had disturbed somewhat, whispered in the ear of his neighbor. "What a misfortune to be so sentimental. Don't you think so, Rust?" During his whole life, he had had only one insatiable passion, love of sport. He went out every day, from morning till night, with the greatest ardor, in summer and winter, spring and autumn, on the marshes, when it was close time on the plains and in the woods. He shot, he hunted, he coursed, he ferreted and trapped both birds and animals. He spoke of nothing but shooting and hunting, he dreamt of it, and continually repeated. How miserable any man must be who does not care for sport. And now that he was past 50, he was well, robust, stout and vigorous, though rather bald, and he kept his mustache cut quite short, so that it might not cover his lips and interfere with his blowing the horn. He was never called by anything but his first Christian name, Monsieur Hector, but his full name was Baron Hector Gontran de Coutelier, and he lived in a small manor house which he had inherited in the middle of the woods. And though he knew all the nobility of the department, and met its male representatives out shooting and hunting, he only regularly visited one family, the Corvilles, who were very pleasant neighbors, and had been allied to his race for centuries. In their house he was liked, and taken the greatest care of, and he used to say, "If I were not a sportsman, I should like to be here always." Monsieur de Corville had been his friend and comrade from childhood, and lived quietly as a gentleman farmer with his wife, daughter and son-in-law, Monsieur de Darnetot, who did nothing under the pretext of being absorbed in historical research. Baron de Coutelier often went and dined with his friends, as much with the object of telling them of the shots he had made, as of anything else. He had long stories about dogs and ferrets, of which he spoke as if they were persons of note, whom he knew very well. He analyzed them, and explained their thoughts and intentions. When Meder saw that the corncrake was leading him such a dance, he said to himself, "Wait a bit, my friend, we will have a joke." And then, with a jerk of the head to me, to make me go into the corner of the clover field, he began to quarter the sloping ground, noisily brushing through the clover to drive the bird into a corner from which it could not escape. Everything happened as he had foreseen. Suddenly, the corncrake found itself on the edge of the wood, and it could not go any farther without showing itself. The corncrake thought to himself, "Caught by Jove," and crouched down. Meder stood and pointed, looking round at me, but at a sign from me, he drew up to it, flushed the corncrake, bang! Down it came, and Meder, as he brought it to me, wagged his tail, as much as to say, "How about that, Monsieur Hector?" Corville, Darnetot, and the two ladies laughed very heartily at those picturesque descriptions into which the Baron threw his whole heart. He grew animated, moved his arms about, and gesticulated with his whole body. And when he described the death of anything he had killed, he gave a formidable laugh, and said, "Isn't that a good one?" As soon as they began to speak about anything else, he stopped listening, and sat by himself, humming a few notes to imitate a hunting horn. And when there was a pause between two sentences, on those moments of sudden calm which come between the war of words, a hunting tune was heard, ta, 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 array, array, which the Baron sang, puffing his cheek as if he were blowing his horn. He had only lived for field sports, and was growing old, without thinking about it, or guessing it, when he had a severe attack of rheumatism, and was confined to his bed for 2 months. And nearly died of grief and boredom. As he kept no female servant, for an old footman did all the cooking, he could not get any hot poultices, nor could he have any of those little attentions, nor anything that an invalid requires. His gamekeeper was his sick nurse, and as the servant found the time hang just as heavily on his hands as it did on his master's, he slept nearly all day and all night in an easy chair, while the Baron was swearing and flying into a rage between the sheets. The ladies of the de Corville family came to see him occasionally, and those were hours of calm and comfort for him. They prepared his herb tea, attended to the fire, served him his breakfast up daintily, by the side of his bed, and when they were going again, he used to say, "By Jove! You ought to come here altogether," which made them laugh heartily. When he was getting better, and was beginning to go out shooting again, he went to dine with his friends one evening. But he was not at all in his usual spirits. He was tormented by one continual fear, that he might have another attack before shooting began, and when he was taking his leave at night, when the women were wrapping him up in a shawl and tying a silk handkerchief round his neck, which he allowed to be done for the first time in his life, he said in a disconsolate voice, "If it begins all over again, I shall be done for." As soon as he had gone, Madame d'Arnatot said to her mother, "We ought to try and get the Baron married." They all raised their hands at the proposal. How was it that they had never thought of it before? And during all the rest of the evening they discussed the widows whom they knew, and their choice fell on a woman of 40, who was still pretty, fairly rich, very good-tempered and in excellent health, whose name was Madame Berthe Villers, and, accordingly, she was invited to spend a month at the chateau. She was very bored at home, and was very glad to come. She was lively and active, and Monsieur de Coutelier took her fancy immediately. She amused herself with him as if he had been a living toy, and spent hours in asking him slyly about the sentiments of rabbits and the machinations of foxes. And he gravely distinguished between the various ways of looking at things which different animals had, and ascribed plans and subtle arguments to them, just as he did to men of his acquaintance. The attention she paid him delighted him, and one evening, to show his esteem for her, he asked her to go out shooting with him, which he had never done to any woman before. And the invitation appeared so funny to her that she accepted it. It was quite an amusement for them to fit her out. Everybody offered her something, and she came out in a sort of short riding habit, with boots and men's breeches, a short petticoat, a velvet jacket, which was too tight for her across the chest, and a huntsman's black velvet cap. The Baron seemed as excited as if he were going to fire his first shot. He minutely explained to her the direction of the wind, and how different dogs worked. Then he took her into a field, and followed her as anxiously as a nurse does when her charge is trying to walk for the first time. Meder soon made a point, and stopped with his tail out stiff and one paw up, and the Baron, standing behind his pupil, was trembling like a leaf, and whispered, "Look out! They are partridges." And almost before he had finished, there was a loud whir, whir, and a covey of large birds flew up in the air, with a tremendous noise. Madame Villers was startled, shut her eyes, fired off both barrels and staggered at the recoil of the gun. But when she had recovered her self-possession, she saw that the Baron was dancing about like a madman, and that Meder was bringing back the 2 partridges which she had killed. From that day, Monsieur de Coutelier was in love with her, and used to say, raising his eyes, "What a woman!" And he used to come every evening now, to talk about shooting. One day, Monsieur de Corville, who was walking part of the way with him, asked him, suddenly, "Why don't you marry her?" The Baron was altogether taken by surprise, and said, "What? I marry her? Well, really?" And he said no more for a while, but then, suddenly shaking hands with his companion, he said, "Goodbye, my friend," and quickly disappeared in the darkness. He did not go again for 3 days, but when he reappeared, he was pale from thinking the matter over, and graver than usual. Taking Monsieur de Corville aside, he said, "That was a capital idea of yours. Try and persuade her to accept me. By Jove, a woman like that, you might say, was made for me. We shall be able to have some sort of sport together, all the year round." As Monsieur de Corville felt certain that his friend would not meet with a refusal, he replied, "Propose to her immediately, my dear fellow, or would you rather that I did it for you?" But the Baron grew suddenly nervous, and said, with some hesitation, "No, no. I must go to Paris for a few days. As soon as I come back, I will give you a definite answer." No other explanation was forthcoming, and he started the next morning. He made a long stay. 1, 2, 3 weeks passed, but Monsieur de Coudlier did not return, and the Corvilles, who were surprised and uneasy, did not know what to say to their friend, whom they had informed of the Baron's wishes. Every other day they sent to his house for news of him, but none of his servants had a line. But one evening, while Madame Villers was singing, and accompanying herself on the piano, a servant came with a mysterious air, and told Monsieur de Corville that a gentleman wanted to see him. It was the Baron, in a travelling suit, who looked much altered and older, and as soon as he saw his old friend, he seized both his hands, and said in a somewhat tired voice, "I have just returned, my dear friend, and I have come to you immediately. I am thoroughly knocked up." Then he hesitated in visible embarrassment, and presently said, "I wish to tell you, immediately, that affair, you know what I mean, must come to nothing." Monsieur de Corville looked at him in stupefaction. "Must come to nothing? Why? Oh! Do not ask me, please, it would be too painful for me to tell you. But you may rest assured that I am acting like an honorable man. I cannot. I have no right, you understand, to marry this lady, and I will wait until she has gone, to come here again. It would be too painful for me to see her. Goodbye." And he absolutely ran away. The whole family deliberated and discussed the matter, surmising 1,000 things. The conclusion they came to was, that the Baron's past life concealed some great mystery, that, perhaps, he had natural children, or some love affair of long standing. At any rate, the matter seemed serious, and so as to avoid any difficult complications, they tactfully informed Madame Villers of the state of affairs. And she returned home just as much of a widow as she had come. 3 months more passed. One evening, when he had dined rather too well, and was rather unsteady on his legs, Monsieur de Coudlier, while he was smoking his pipe with Monsieur de Corville, said to him, "You would really pity me, if you only knew how continually I am thinking about your friend." But the other, who had been rather vexed at the Baron's behavior in the circumstances, told him exactly what he thought of him. "By Jove, my good friend! When a man has any secrets in his existence, like you have, he does not make advances to a woman, immediately, as you did, for you must surely have foreseen the reason why you had to draw back." The Baron left off smoking in some confusion. "Yes, and no, at any rate, I could not have believed what actually happened." Whereupon, Monsieur de Corville lost his patience, and replied, "One ought to foresee everything." But Monsieur de Coudlier replied in a low voice, "In case anybody should be listening, I see that I have hurt your feelings, and will tell you everything, so that you may forgive me. You know that for 20 years I have lived only for sport, I care for nothing else, and think about nothing else. Consequently, when I was on the point of undertaking certain obligations with regard to this lady, I felt some scruples of conscience. Since I have given up the habit of love, I have not known whether I was still capable of, you know what I mean. Just think. It is exactly 16 years since. For the last time, you understand what I mean. In this neighborhood, it is not easy to, you know. And then, I had other things to do. I prefer to use my gun, and so before entering into an engagement before the mayor and the priest I was frightened. I said to myself, confound it, suppose I missed fire. An honorable man always keeps his engagements, and in this case, I was undertaking sacred duties with regard to this lady, and so, to make sure, I decided to go and spend a week in Paris. At the end of that time, nothing, absolutely nothing occurred. And it was not for want of trying. I went to the best there was, and they did everything they could. Yes, they certainly did their best. And yet, they went away with nothing to show, nothing. I waited. I waited for a fortnight, 3 weeks, continually hoping. In the restaurants, I ate a number of highly seasoned dishes, which upset my stomach, and it was still the same thing, or rather, nothing. You will, therefore, understand, that, in such circumstances, and having assured myself of the fact, the only thing I could do was to withdraw, and I did so. Monsieur de Corville had to struggle very hard not to laugh, and he shook hands with the Baron, saying, "I am very sorry for you," and accompanied him halfway home. When he got back, and was alone with his wife, he told her everything, nearly choking with laughter. She, however, did not laugh, but listened very attentively, and when her husband had finished, she said, very seriously, "The Baron is a fool, my dear, he was frightened, that is all. I will write and ask Berthe to come back here as soon as possible." And when Monsieur de Corville observed that their friend had made such long and useless attempts, she merely said, "Nonsense. When a man loves his wife, you know, that sort of thing always comes right in the end." And Monsieur de Corville made no reply, as he felt rather embarrassed himself. The Chair Mender. It was at the end of the dinner opening the hunting season, at the house of Marquis de Bertrand's. 11 hunters, 8 young women, and the doctor of the neighborhood were seated around the large, well-lit table covered with fruits and flowers. They came to speak of love, and a great discussion arose, the eternal discussion, as to whether one could love truly but once or many times. They cited examples of people who had never had but one serious love. They also cited other examples of others who had loved often, violently. The men, generally, pretended that passion, like a malady, could strike the same person many times, and strike to kill if an obstacle appeared in his path. Although the point of view was not contestable, the women, whose opinion depended upon literature rather than on observation, affirmed that love, true love, great love, could come only once upon a mortal. That it was like a thunderbolt, this love, and that a heart once touched by it remained ever after so vacant, ravaged, and burned out that no other powerful sentiment, even a dream, could again take root. The Marquis, having loved much, combated this belief in lively fashion. "I tell you that one can love many times with all one's strength and all one's soul. You cite to me people who have killed themselves for love as proof of the impossibility of a second passion. I answer that if they had not been guilty of this foolishness of suicide, which removed them from all chance of another fall, they would have been healed. And they would have recommenced, again and again, until their natural death. It is with lovers as it is with drunkards, once a drunkard always a drunkard, once a lover, always a lover. It is simply a matter of temperament." They chose the doctor as arbitrator, an old Paris physician retired to the country, and begged him to give his opinion. To be exact, he had none. As the Marquis had said, it is an affair of temperament. "As for myself," he continued, "I have known of one passion which lasted 55 years without a day of respite, and which was terminated only by death." The Marquis clapped his hands. "This is beautiful," said a lady. "And what a dream to be so loved! What happiness to live 55 years enveloped in a deep, living affection! How happy the person must be, how pleased with life, who was adored like that!" The doctor smiled. "In fact, madam," said he, "you are right on that point. The loved one was a man. You know him, it is Mr. Chouquet, the chemist of the village. And as for the woman, you knew her too, it is the old woman who put cane seats in chairs, and came every year to this house. But how can I make you understand the whole story?" The enthusiasm of the women fell. On their faces a look of disgust said, "Pooh! As if love could only strike those fine and distinguished creatures who were worthy of the interest of fashionable people." The doctor continued. "I was called, 3 months ago, to the bedside of this old woman. She was dying. She had come here in the old carriage that served her for a house, drawn by the nag that you have often seen, and accompanied by her 2 great black dogs, her friends and guard. The priest was already there. She made us the executors of her will, and in order to unveil the meaning of her testament, she related the story of her life. I have never heard anything more singular or more affecting. Her father made chair seats and so did her mother. She had never known a home in any one place upon the earth. As a little girl, she went around ragged, verminous and dirty. They would stop beside the road at the entrance to towns, unharness the horse and let him browse. The dog would go to sleep with his nose in his paws. The little one would play in the grass while the father and mother, under the shade of the elms bordering the roadside, would mend all the old chairs in the neighborhood. No one ever talked in this moving dwelling. After the necessary words to decide who should make the tour of the houses and who should call out the well-known chairs to mend, they would sit down to plait the straw, face to face or side by side. When the child went too far away or struck up an acquaintance with some urchin in the village, the angry voice of the father would call her, "You come back here, you brat." And these were the only words of tenderness she ever heard. When she grew bigger they sent her around to collect the worn-out chairs to be mended. Then she made some acquaintances from place to place among the street children. Then it would be the parents of her new friends who would call brutally to their children, "Will you come here, you scamp? Let me catch you talking to that barefoot again." Often the boys would throw stones at her. When ladies gave her a few pence she kept them carefully. One day, she was then 11 years old, as they were passing through this place, she met the little Chouquet behind the cemetery, weeping because some comrade had stolen 2 sous from him. The tears of this little well-to-do citizen, one of those fortunate ones who in her queer noddle she had thought always content and joyous, quite upset her. She went up to him, and when she learned the cause of his trouble, she poured into his hands all her savings, 7 sous, which he took quite naturally, drying his tears. Then, mad with joy, she had the audacity to kiss him. As he was counting the money attentively, he allowed her to do it. Seeing that she was not repulsed or beaten, she did the same thing again. She embraced him with all her strength and all her heart. Then she ran away. What could have taken place in her miserable head after that? Did she attach herself to this little boy, because she had sacrificed for him her beggar's fortune, or because she had given to him her first tender kiss? The mystery is the same for the small as for the great. For months she dreamed of this corner of the cemetery and of this boy. In the hope of seeing him again, she robbed her parents, keeping back a sou here and there, either from a chair seat or upon the provisions which she was sent to buy. When she returned here she had 2 francs in her pocket, but she only saw the chemist's son, very clean behind the big colored bottles of his father's shop, between a red decanter and a tapeworm. She loved him there still more, charmed, aroused to ecstasy by this glory of colored water, this apotheosis of shining crystal. This picture became an ineffaceable memory, and when she saw him, the following year, playing marbles near the school with his comrades, she threw herself upon him, seized him in her arms, and kissed him with such violence that he began to howl with fear. Then, in order to appease him, she gave him all her money, 3 francs and 20 centimes, a real treasure which he looked at with bulging eyes. He took it and let her caress him as much as she wished. During the next 4 years she turned into his hand all her surplus, which he pocketed with a clear conscience, in exchange for permitted kisses. Once it was 30 sous, sometimes 40, and once only 12, and she wept with grief and humiliation at this, but it had been a bad year. The last time there was a 5-franc piece, a great round piece that made him laugh with content. She thought of nothing but him. And he waited her return with a certain impatience, running to meet her, which made the heart of the girl leap with joy. Then he disappeared. They had sent him away to college. She found it out by skillful questioning. Then she used her diplomacy to change her parents' itinerary and make them pass through here during the holidays. She succeeded but only after 2 years of diplomacy. Then she had been 2 years without seeing him, and she scarcely recognized him, so much was he changed. He was so large and handsome in his coat with the brass buttons, and so imposing. He pretended not to see her and passed proudly by near her. She wept over it for 2 days, and after that she suffered without ceasing. Every year she returned here, passing him without daring to bow, and without his deigning to raise his eyes to her. She loved him passionately. She said to me, "Doctor, he is the only man I have seen on earth, I have not known that there are others existing. Her parents died. She continued their trade, but took with her 2 dogs instead of 1, 2 terrible dogs that no one would dare encounter. One day on entering this village, where her heart still remained, she perceived a young woman coming out of the Chouquet shop on the arm of her well-beloved. It was his wife. He was married. That evening she threw herself into the pond which is on the town hall square. A drunken man got her out and took her to the pharmacy. Chouquet, the son, came down in his dressing gown, to care for her, and, without appearing to recognize her, loosed her clothing and rubbed her, then said, in a hard voice, "Why, you are mad. You must not do such foolish things." That was sufficient to cure her. He had spoken to her. She was happy for a long time. He wanted no remuneration for his services, although she insisted upon paying him. And all her life was spent like this. She made chair seats and thought of Chouquet. Every year she saw him behind his large windows. She got into the habit of buying from him all her medical needs. In this way she could see him, speak to him, and still give him a little money. As I told you in the beginning, she died this spring. After having related her sad history, she begged me to give to him she had so patiently loved all the savings of her life, because she had worked only for him, she said, fasting even. In order to put aside, and to be sure that he would think of her at least once after she was dead. She then gave me 2,327 francs. I allowed the priest 27 for burial, and carried off the rest when she had drawn her last breath. The next day, I took myself to the house of the Chouquets. They had just finished breakfast, sitting opposite each other, large and red, smelling of their pharmaceutical products, important and satisfied. They asked me to sit down. They offered me a kirsch which I accepted, then I commenced my discourse in an emotional voice, persuaded that they were going to weep. When he understood that he had been loved by this vagabond, this chair mender, this tramp, Chouquet bounced with indignation, as if she had robbed him of his reputation, of the esteem of honest people, of his honor, of something rare that was dearer to him than life. His wife, as exasperated as he, kept repeating, "The beggar. The beggar. The beggar," without being able to find any other word. He got up and walked around the table with long strides, his Greek cap tipped over his ear. He muttered, "Think of it, doctor. This is a horrible thing to happen to a man. What is to be done? Oh! If I had known this while she was alive I would have had her arrested and shut up in prison. And she wouldn't have got out, I can tell you." I was stupefied at the result of my pious errand. I neither knew what to say nor what to do. But I had to end my mission. I said, "She has charged me to give you all her savings, which amount to 2,300 francs. As what I have told you seems to be so very disagreeable to you, perhaps it would be better to give this money to the poor." They looked at me, the man and the woman, unable to move from surprise. I drew the money from my pocket, miserable money from all countries, and of every denomination, gold and copper mixed. Then I asked, "What do you decide?" Madame Chouquet spoke first. She said, "Since it was the last wish of this woman, it seems to me that it would be difficult to refuse it." The husband, somewhat confused, answered, "We could always buy with that money something for our children." I remarked, dryly, "As you wish." He continued, "Yes, give it to us, since she told you to do so. We can always find means of using it in some good work." I laid down the money, bowed, and went out. The next day Chouquet came to me and said brusquely, "She must have left a wagon here, that woman. What are you going to do with that wagon?" "Nothing," said I, "take it if you wish." "Exactly. Just what I want. I will make a shed of it for my kitchen garden." He was going, but I recalled him. "She also left an old horse and her 2 dogs. Do you want them?" He stopped, surprised. "Ah. No," he answered, "what could I do with them?" Dispose of them as you wish." Then he laughed and extended his hand, which I took. What else could I do? In the country it will not do for the doctor and the chemist to be enemies. I have kept the dogs. The priest, who has a large yard, took the horse. The wagon serves Chouquet as a shed, and he has bought 5 railway shares with the money. This is the only profound love that I have met in my life. The doctor was silent. Then the marquise, with tears in her eyes, sighed, decidedly, it is only women who know how to love. An artifice. The old doctor and his young patient were talking by the side of the fire. There was nothing really the matter with her, except that she had one of those little feminine ailments from which pretty women frequently suffer, slight anemia, an attack of nerves. And a suspicion of fatigue, probably of that fatigue from which newly married people often suffer at the end of the first month of their married life, when they have made a love match. She was lying on the chaise longue and talking. "No, doctor," she said, "I shall never be able to understand a woman deceiving her husband. Even allowing that she does not love him, that she pays no heed to her vows and promises, how can she give herself to another man? How can she conceal the intrigue from other people's eyes? How can it be possible to love amid lies and treason?" The doctor smiled, and replied, "It is perfectly easy, and I can assure you that a woman does not think of all those little subtle details, when she has made up her mind to go astray. I even feel certain that no woman is ripe for true love until she has passed through all the promiscuousness and all the irksomeness of married life, which, according to a celebrated man, is nothing but an exchange of ill-tempered words by day and bad smells at night. Nothing is more true, for no woman can love passionately until after she has married. As for dissimulation, all women have plenty of it on hand for such occasions. The simplest of them are wonderful tacticians, and extricate themselves from the greatest dilemmas in an extraordinary way." The young woman, however, seemed incredulous. "No, doctor," she said. "One never thinks, until after it has happened, of what one ought to have done in a dangerous affair, and women are certainly more liable than men to lose their head on such occasions." The doctor raised his hands. "After it has happened, you say? Now I will tell you something that happened to one of my female patients, in whose mouth, I thought butter would not melt, as the saying is. It happened in a provincial town. One night when I was sleeping profoundly, in that deep, first sleep from which it is so difficult to rouse oneself. It seemed to me in my dreams as if the bells in the town were sounding a fire alarm, and I woke up with a start. It was my own bell which was ringing wildly, and as my servant did not seem to be answering the door, I in turn pulled the bell at the head of my bed. Soon I heard banging and steps in the silent house, and then Jean came into my room and handed me a letter which said, "Madame Lelièvre begs Dr. Simeon to come to her immediately." I thought for a few moments, and then I said to myself, "A nervous attack, vapors, nonsense, I am too tired." And so I replied, "As Dr. Simeon is not at all well, he must beg Madame Lelièvre to be kind enough to call in his colleague, Monsieur Bonnet." I put the note into an envelope, and went to sleep again, but about half an hour later, the street bell rang again. And Jean came to me and said, "There is somebody downstairs, I do not quite know whether it is a man or a woman, as the person is so wrapped up, who wishes to speak to you immediately. He says it is a matter of life and death for 2 people. Whereupon, I sat up in bed and told him to show the person in. A kind of black phantom appeared, who raised her veil as soon as Jean had left the room. It was Madame Berthe Lelièvre, quite a young woman, who had been married for 3 years to a big merchant in the town, who was said to have married the prettiest girl in the neighborhood. She was terribly pale, her face was contracted like the faces of excited people occasionally are, and her hands trembled violently. Twice she tried to speak without being able to utter a sound, but at last she stammered out, "Come, quick, quick, doctor, come, my lover has just died in my bedroom." She stopped, half suffocated with emotion, and then went on, "My husband will be coming home from the club very soon." I jumped out of bed, without even considering that I was only in my nightshirt, and dressed myself in a few moments. Then I said, "Did you come a short time ago?" "No," she said, standing like a statue petrified with horror. "It was my servant, she knows." And then, after a short silence, she went on, "I was there, by his side." And she uttered a sort of cry of horror, and after a fit of choking, which made her gasp, she wept violently, shaking with spasmodic sobs for a minute or two. Then her tears suddenly ceased, as if dried by an internal fire, and with an air of tragic calmness, she said, "Let us make haste." I was ready, but I exclaimed, "I quite forgot to order my carriage." "I have one," she said, "it is his, which was waiting for him." She wrapped herself up, so as to completely conceal her face, and we started. When she was by my side in the darkness of the carriage, she suddenly seized my hand, and crushing it in her delicate fingers she said, with a shaking voice, that proceeded from a distracted heart, "Oh! If you only knew what I am suffering. I loved him, I have loved him distractedly, like a mad woman, for the last 6 months. Is anyone up in your house?" I asked. "No, nobody except Rose, who knows everything." We stopped at the door. Evidently everybody was asleep, and we went in without making any noise, by means of her latchkey, and walked upstairs on tiptoe. The frightened servant was sitting at the top of the stairs, with a lighted candle by her side, as she was afraid to stop by the dead man. I went into the room, which was turned upside down, as if there had been a struggle in it. The bed, which was tumbled and open, seemed to be waiting for somebody. One of the sheets was thrown onto the floor, and wet napkins, with which they had bathed the young man's temples, were lying by the side of a wash-hand basin and a glass. While a strong smell of vinegar mingled with lube and water pervaded the room. The dead man was lying at full length, on his back, in the middle of the room, and I went up to him, looked at him, and touched him. I opened his eyes, and felt his hands, and then, turning to the 2 women, who were shaking as if they were frozen, I said to them, "Help me to lift him onto the bed." When we had laid him gently onto it, I listened to his heart, put a looking-glass to his lips, and then said, "It is all over, let us make haste and dress him." It was a terrible sight. I took his limbs one by one, as if they had belonged to some enormous doll, and held them out to the clothes which the women brought, and they put on his socks, drawers, trousers, waistcoat, and lastly the coat. But it was a difficult matter to get the arms into the sleeves. When it came to buttoning his boots, the 2 women kneeled down, while I held the light. As his feet were rather swollen, it was very difficult, and as they could not find a button hook, they had to use their hairpins. When the terrible toilette was over, I looked at our work and said, "You ought to arrange his hair a little." The girl went and brought her mistress's large-toothed comb and brush, but as she was trembling, and pulling out his long, tangled hair in doing it, Madame Lelièvre took the comb out of her hand, and arranged his hair as if she were caressing him. She parted it, brushed his beard, rolled his mustaches gently round her fingers, as she had no doubt been in the habit of doing, in the familiarities of their intrigue. Suddenly, however, letting go of what she held, she took her dead lover's inert head in her hands, and looked for a long time in despair at the dead face, which no longer could smile at her. Then, throwing herself onto him, she took him into her arms and kissed him ardently. Her kisses fell like blows onto his closed mouth and eyes, onto his forehead and temples, and then, putting her lips to his ear, as if he could still hear her, and as if she were about to whisper something to him, to make their embraces still more ardent, she said several times, in a heartrending voice, "Adieu, my darling." Just then the clock struck 12, and I started up. 12 o'clock. I exclaimed. That is the time when the club closes. Come, madam, we have not a moment to lose. She started up, and I said, we must carry him into the drawing-room. When we had done this, I placed him on a sofa, and lit the chandeliers, and just then the front door was opened and shut noisily. The husband had come back, and I said, Rose, bring me the basin and the towels, and make the room look tidy. Make haste, for heaven's sake. Monsieur Lelièvre is coming in. I heard his steps on the stairs, and then his hands feeling along the walls. Come here, my dear fellow, I said, we have had an accident. And the astonished husband appeared in the door with a cigar in his mouth, and said, What is the matter? What is the meaning of this? My dear friend, I said, going up to him. You find us in a nice fix. I had remained late, chatting with your wife and our friend, who had brought me in his carriage, when he suddenly fainted, and in spite of all we have done, he has remained unconscious for 2 hours. I did not like to call in strangers, and if you will now help me downstairs with him, I shall be able to attend to him better at his own house. The husband, who was surprised, but quite unsuspicious, took off his hat. Then he took his now inoffensive rival, under the arms. I got between his 2 legs, as if I had been a horse between the shafts, and we went downstairs, while his wife lit the way for us. When we got outside, I held the body up, so as to deceive the coachman, and said, Come, my friend, it is nothing, you feel better already, I expect. Pluck up your courage, and make an effort. It will soon be over. But as I felt that he was slipping out of my hands, I gave him a slap on the shoulder, which sent him forward and made him fall into the carriage, then I got in after him. Monsieur Lelièvre, who was rather alarmed, said to me, Do you think it is anything serious? To which I replied, No, with a smile, as I looked at his wife, who had put her arm into that of her legitimate husband, and was trying to see into the dark carriage. I shook hands with them, and told my coachman to start, and during the whole drive the dead man kept falling against me. When we got to his house, I said that he had become unconscious on the way home, and helped to carry him upstairs, where I certified that he was dead. And acted another comedy to his distracted family. At last I got back to bed, not without swearing at lovers. The doctor ceased, though he was still smiling, and the young woman, who was in a very nervous state, said, Why have you told me that terrible story? He gave her a gallant bow, and replied, So that I may offer you my services, if necessary. An old man. All the newspapers had carried the advertisement. The new watering place of Rondelis offers all desired advantages for a long stay and even for permanent residence. Its ferruginous waters, recognized as the best in the world for counteracting all impurities of the blood, seem also to possess particular qualities calculated to prolong human life. This singular circumstance is perhaps due in part to the exceptional situation of the town, which lies surrounded by mountains and in the very center of a pine forest. For several centuries it has been celebrated for numerous cases of extraordinary longevity. And the public came in droves. One morning the doctor in charge of the springs was asked to call on a new arrival, Monsieur Darren, who had come to Rondelis only a few days before and had rented a charming villa on the edge of the forest. He was a little old man of 86, still sprightly, wiry, healthy, active, who went to infinite pains to conceal his age. He asked the doctor to be seated, and immediately questioned him, Doctor, if I am well, it is thanks to hygienic living. I am not very old, but have reached a certain age, and I keep free of all illness, all indisposition, even the slightest discomfort, by means of hygiene. I am told that the climate of this place is very favorable for the health. I am very willing to believe it, but before establishing myself here I want proof. I am therefore going to ask you to call on me once a week, to give me, very exactly, the following information. I wish first of all to have a complete, utterly complete list of all the inhabitants of the town and surroundings who are more than 80 years old. I also need a few physical and psychological details concerning each. I wish to know their professions, their kinds of life, their habits. Each time one of these people dies, you will inform me, indicating the precise cause of death, as well as the circumstances. Then he graciously added, I hope, doctor, that we may become good friends, and he stretched out his wrinkled little hand. The doctor took it, promising his devoted cooperation. M. Darren had always had a strange fear of death. He had deprived himself of almost all the pleasures because they are dangerous, and whenever anyone expressed surprise that he did not drink wine, that bringer of fancy and gaiety, he replied in a voice containing a note of fear, I value my life. And he pronounced my, as if that life, his life, possessed some generally unknown value. He put into that my such a difference between his life and the life of others, that no answer was possible. Indeed, he had a very particular way of accentuating the possessive pronouns designating all the parts of his person or even things belonging to him. When he said, my eyes, my legs, my arms, my hands, it was clear that no mistake must be made, those organs did not belong to everyone. But this distinction was particularly noticeable when he spoke of his physician, my doctor. One would have said that this doctor was his, only his, destined for him alone, to take care of his illnesses and nobody else's, and that he was superior to all the doctors in the universe, all. Without exception. He had never considered other men except as kinds of puppets, created as furniture for the natural world. He divided them into two classes, those whom he greeted because some chance had put him in contact with them, and those whom he did not greet. Both categories of individuals were to him equally insignificant. But beginning with the day when the doctor of Rondelis brought him the list of the 17 inhabitants of the town who were over 80, he felt awaken in his heart a new interest. An unfamiliar solicitude for these old people whom he was going to see fall by the wayside one after the other. He had no desire to make their acquaintance, but he had a very clear idea of their persons, and with the doctor, who dined with him every Thursday, he spoke only of them. Well, doctor, how is Joseph Poincot today? We left him a little ill last week. And when the doctor had given him the patient's bill of health Darren proposed modifications in diet, experiments, methods of treatment which he might later apply to himself if they succeeded with the others. The 17 old people were an experimental field from which much was to be learned. One evening the doctor came in and announced, Rosalie Tournelle is dead. Darren shuddered and immediately demanded, what of? Of an angina. The little old man uttered an ah of relief. Then he declared, she was too fat, too big, she must have eaten too much. When I get to be her age, I'll be more careful. He was 2 years older than Rosalie, but never admitted to being over 70. A few months later, it was the turn of Henry Brissett. Darren was very moved. This time it was a man, thin, within 3 months of his own age, and very prudent. He dared ask for no details, but waited anxiously for the doctor to tell him. Ah, he died suddenly, just like that? He was very well last week. He must have done something unwise, doctor. The doctor, who was enjoying himself, replied, I believe not. His children tell me he was very careful. Then, no longer able to contain himself, Darren demanded, with anguish, but, what did he die of, then? Of pleurisy. That was joyful news, really joyful. The little old man clapped his dry hands. I knew it. I told you had done something unwise. Pleurisy doesn't come just by itself. He took a breath of fresh air after his dinner, and the cold lodged on his chest. Pleurisy. That is an accident, not an illness. Only crazy men die of pleurisy. And he ate his dinner gaily, talking of those who remained. There are only 15 now, but they are all strong, aren't they? All of life is like that, the weakest fall first. People who go beyond 30 have a good chance to reach 60, those who pass 60 often get to 80. And those who pass 80 almost always reach the century mark, because they are the most robust, the most careful, the most hardened. Still 2 others disappeared during the year, one of dysentery and the other of a choking fit. Darren derived a great deal of amusement from the death of the former, and concluded that he must have eaten something exciting the day before. Dysentery is the disease of the imprudent. You should have watched over his hygiene, doctor. As for the choking fit, it could only have come from a heart condition, hitherto unrecognized. But one evening the doctor announced the passing of Paul Timonet, a kind of mummy, of whom it had been hoped to make a centenarian, a living advertisement for the watering place. When M. Darren asked, as usual, what did he die of, the doctor replied, really, I don't know. What do you mean, you don't know? One always knows. Wasn't there some organic lesion? The doctor shook his head. No. None. Perhaps some infection of the liver or kidneys? No, they were perfectly sound. Did you observe whether the stomach functioned regularly? A stroke is often caused by bad digestion. There was no stroke. M. Darren, very perplexed, became excited. But he certainly died of something. What is your opinion? The doctor raised his arms. I absolutely do not know. He died because he died, that's all. Then M. Darren, in a voice full of emotion, demanded, exactly how old was that one? I can't remember. 89. And the little old man, with an air at once incredulous and reassured, cried, 89. So it wasn't old age. A parricide. Counsel for the defense had pleaded insanity. How else was this strange crime to be accounted for? One morning, in the reeds near Chaton, two bodies had been found locked in each other's arms, those of a man and his wife. They were a couple well known in society, wealthy, no longer young, and only married the previous year, the woman having lost her first husband 3 years before. They were not known to have any enemies, and they had not been robbed. They had apparently been thrown into the river from the bank, after having been struck, one after the other, with a long iron spike. The inquest did not lead to any discovery. The watermen who were questioned knew nothing. The affair was on the point of being abandoned, when a young joiner from a neighboring village, named Georges Louis, known as the gentleman, gave himself up. To all interrogation he refused to make any other answer than, I had known the man for 2 years, the woman for 6 months. They often came to me to have old furniture mended, because I am good at the work. And when he was asked, why did you kill them? He would reply obstinately, I killed them because I wanted to kill them. Nothing more could be got out of him. The man was doubtless an illegitimate child, formerly put out to nurse in the district and afterwards abandoned. He had no name except Georges Louis, but since, as he grew up, he had shown himself unusually intelligent, with tastes and a natural delicacy quite foreign to his comrades. He had been nicknamed the gentleman, and was never called anything else. He was known to be remarkably clever as a joiner, the profession he had adopted. He even did a little carving in wood. He was also said to have ideas about his station, to be a follower of communistic doctrines, even of nihilism, a great reader of novels of adventure and bloodthirsty romances. An influential elector and a clever speaker at the workingmen's or peasants' debating club. Counsel for the defense had pleaded insanity. How, in truth, could it be supposed that this workman should have killed his best clients who were both rich and generous? He admitted this. Who in 2 years had given him work which had brought in 3,000 francs, his books testified to it. There was only one explanation, insanity, the obsession of a man who has slipped out of his class and avenges himself on society as a whole by the murder of 2 gentlefolk. And counsel made a neat allusion to his nickname of the gentleman, given to this outcast by the whole neighborhood. Consider the irony of the situation, he exclaimed. Was it not capable of still more violently exciting this unhappy youth with no father nor mother? He is an ardent Republican. Nay, he even belongs to that political party whose members the state was once wont to shoot and deport, but which today she welcomes with open arms. The party to whom arson is a first principle and murder a perfectly simple expedient. These lamentable doctrines, nowadays acclaimed in debating societies, have ruined this man. He has listened to men of the Republican Party, yes. And even women too, demanding the blood of Monsieur Gambetta, the blood of Monsieur Grevy. His diseased brain has succumbed, he has thirsted for blood, the blood of nobility. It is not this man, gentlemen, whom you should condemn, it is the Commune. Murmurs of approval ran to and fro. It was generally felt that counsel for the defense had won his case. The public prosecutor did not reply. Then the judge asked the prisoner the customary question. "Prisoner at the bar, have you nothing to add in your defense?" The man rose. He was small in stature, with flaxen hair and grey eyes, steady and bright. A strong, frank, sonorous voice came from the throat of this slender youth, and his very first words altered at once the view that had been formed of him. He spoke loudly, in a declamatory tone, but so clearly that his slightest words carried to the ends of the large court. "Your worship, as I do not wish to go to a madhouse, and even prefer the guillotine, I will tell you all. I killed the man and the woman because they were my parents. Now hear me and judge me. A woman, having given birth to a son, sent him out to nurse. It had been well if she had known to what district her accomplice had carried the little creature, innocent, but condemned to lasting misery, to the shame of illegitimate birth. To worse than that, to death, since he was abandoned, since the nurse, no longer receiving the monthly allowance, might well have left him, as such women often do, to pine away. To suffer from hunger, to perish of neglect. The woman who suckled me was honest, more womanly, greater of soul, a better mother, than my own mother. She brought me up. She was wrong to do her duty. It is better to leave to their death the wretches who are flung out into provincial villages, as rubbish is flung out at the roadside. I grew up with the vague impression that I was the bearer of some dishonor. One day the other children called me bastard. They did not know the meaning of the word, which one of them had heard at home. Neither did I know its meaning, but I sensed it. I was, I can honestly say, one of the most intelligent children in the school. I should have been an honest man, your worship, perhaps a remarkable man, if my parents had not committed the crime of abandoning me. And it was against me that this crime was committed. I was the victim, they were the guilty ones. I was defenseless, they were pitiless. They ought to have loved me, they cast me out. I owed my life to them, but is life a gift? Mine, at any rate, was nothing but a misfortune. After their shameful desertion of me, I owed them nothing but revenge. They committed against me the most inhuman, the most shameful, the most monstrous crime that can be committed against a human being. A man insulted strikes. A man robbed takes back his goods by force. A man deceived, tricked, tormented, kills. A man whose face is slapped, kills. A man dishonored, kills. I was more grievously robbed, deceived, tormented, morally slapped in the face, dishonored, than all the men whose anger you condone. I have avenged myself, I have killed. It was my lawful right. I took their happy lives in exchange for the horrible life which they imposed on me. You will call it parricide. Were they my parents, those people to whom I was an abominable burden, a terror, a mark of infamy, to whom my birth was a calamity and my life a threat of shame? They sought their selfish pleasure. They brought forth the child they had not counted on. They suppressed that child. My turn has come to repay them in kind. And yet, even at the 11th hour, I was prepared to love them. It is now 2 years, as I have already told you, since the man, my father, came to my house for the first time. I suspected nothing. He ordered 2 articles of furniture. I learnt later that he had obtained information from the village priest, under the seal of a secret compact. He often came, he gave me work and paid me well. Sometimes he even chatted with me on various subjects. I felt some affection for him. At the beginning of this year he brought his wife, my mother. When she came in she was trembling so violently that I thought she was the victim of a nervous disorder. Then she asked for a chair and a glass of water. She said nothing. She stared at my stock with the expression of a lunatic, and to all the questions he put to her she answered nothing but yes and no, quite at random. When she had gone, I thought her not quite right in the head. She came back the following month. She was calm, mistress of herself. They remained talking quite a long time that day, and gave me a big order. I saw her again 3 times without guessing anything, but one day, lo and behold. She began to talk to me about my life, my childhood, and my parents. I answered, my parents, madam, were wretches who abandoned me. At that she set her hand to her heart and dropped senseless. I thought at once, this is my mother, but was careful not to give myself away. I wanted her to go on coming. So I in my turn made inquiries. I learned that they had been married just the previous July, my mother having been only 3 years a widow. There had been rumors enough that they had been lovers during her first husband's lifetime, but no proof had been forthcoming. I was the proof they had first hidden, and hoped ultimately to destroy. I waited. She reappeared one evening, accompanied, as always, by my father. She seemed to be in a very agitated state that day, I do not know why. Then, just as she was going, she said to me, I wish you well, because I believe you are an honest lad and a good worker. Doubtless you will be thinking of getting married some day. I have come to make it possible for you to choose freely any woman you prefer. I myself married the first time against the desires of my heart, and I know how much suffering it brings. Now I am rich, childless, free, mistress of my fortune. Here is your marriage portion. She held out to me a large envelope. I stared fixedly at her, then said, Are you my mother? She drew back 3 paces and hid her eyes in her hand, so that she could see me no more. He, the man, my father, supported her in his arms and shouted at me. You are mad. Not at all, I replied. I know very well that you are my parents. I am not to be deceived so easily. Admit it, and I will keep your secret, I will bear no malice, I will remain what I am now, a joiner. He recoiled towards the door, still supporting his wife, who was beginning to sob. I ran and locked the door, put the key in my pocket, and continued. Look at her, then, and continue to deny that she is my mother. At that he lost his self-control and turned very pale, terrified by the thought that the scandal hitherto avoided might suddenly come out. That their position, their good name, their honor would be lost at a blow. You're a scoundrel, he stammered, trying to get money out of us. And yet they tell us to be good to the common people, the louts, to help them and succor them. My mother, bewildered, was repeating over and over again. Let us go. Let us go. Then, as the door was locked, he exclaimed. If you don't open the door immediately, I'll have you jailed for blackmail and assault. I had kept my self-control. I opened the door, and saw them disappear in the darkness. At that I felt suddenly as though I had just been orphaned, abandoned, cast into the gutter. A dreadful sadness, mingled with rage, hatred, and disgust overwhelmed me. I felt a swollen rush of emotion through my whole being, a rising tide of justice, righteousness, honor, and spurned affection. I set off running in order to catch them up on the bank of the Seine, which they must follow in order to reach Chaton station. I overtook them before long. The night became pitch dark. I slunk along on the grass, so that they did not hear me. My mother was still crying. My father was saying, It is your own fault. Why did you insist on seeing him? It was madness, in our position. We might have done him kindness by stealth, without showing ourselves. Seeing that we could not hope to recognize him, what was the use of these perilous visits? Then I threw myself in their path, a suppliant. Clearly you are my parents, I stammered. You have already cast me off once, will you reject me second time? At that, your worship, he raised his hand to me, I swear it on my honor, on the law, on the state. He struck me, and as I seized him by his coat collar, he drew a revolver from his pocket. I saw red, I no longer knew what I did. I had my calipers in my pocket, I struck him with all my force. Then the woman began to cry, Help! Murder, and tore at my beard. Apparently I killed her too. How can I know what I did at that moment? Then, when I saw them both lying on the ground, I threw them into the Seine, without thinking. That is all. Now judge me. The prisoner sat down again. After this revelation the trial was postponed until the following session. It will soon come on again. If you and I were the jury, what should we do with this parricide? Pierrot. Madame Lefebvre was a country dame, a widow, one of these half-peasants, who wear ribbons and bonnets with lots of trimming. One of those persons who clipped her words and put on great airs in public, concealing the soul of a pretentious animal beneath a comical and bedizened exterior. Just as the country folks hide their coarse red hands in ecru silk gloves. She had a servant, a good simple peasant, called Rose. The two women lived in a little house with green shutters by the side of the high road in Normandy, in the center of the country of Cox. As they had a narrow strip of garden in front of the house, they grew some vegetables. One night someone stole 12 onions. As soon as Rose became aware of the theft, she ran to tell Madame, who came downstairs in her woolen petticoat. It was a shame and a disgrace. They had robbed her, Madame Lefebvre. As there were thieves in the country, they might come back. And the two frightened women examined the foot tracks, talking, and supposing all sorts of things. See, they went that way. They stepped on the wall, they jumped on to the flower bed. And they became apprehensive for the future. How could they sleep in peace now? The news of the theft spread. The neighbors came, making examinations and discussing the matter in their turn, while the two women explained to each newcomer what they had observed and their opinion. A farmer who lived near said to them, "You ought to have a dog." That is true, they ought to have a dog, if it were only to give the alarm. Not a big dog. Heavens! What would they do with a big dog? He would eat their heads off. But a little dog, a little puppy who would bark. As soon as everyone had left, Madame Lefebvre discussed this idea of a dog for some time. On reflection she made 1,000 objections, terrified at the idea of a bowl full of soup. For she belonged to that race of parsimonious country women who always carry centimes in their pocket to give alms in public to beggars on the road and to put in the Sunday collection plate. Rose, who loved animals, gave her opinion and defended it shrewdly. So it was decided that they should have a dog, a very small dog. They began to look for one, but could find nothing but big dogs, who would devour enough soup to make one shudder. The grocer of Rolleville had one, a tiny one, but he demanded 2 francs to cover the cost of sending it. Madame Lefebvre declared that she would feed a dog but would not buy one. The baker, who knew all that occurred, brought in his wagon one morning a strange little yellow animal, almost without paws, with the body of a crocodile, the head of a fox, and a curly tail, a true cockade, as big as all the rest of him. Madame Lefebvre thought this common cur that cost nothing was very handsome. Rose hugged it and asked what its name was. Pierrot, replied the baker. The dog was installed in an old soap box and they gave it some water which it drank. They then offered it a piece of bread. He ate it. Madame Lefebvre, uneasy, had an idea. When he is thoroughly accustomed to the house we can let him run. He can find something to eat, roaming about the country. They let him run, in fact, which did not prevent him from being famished. Also he never barked except to beg for food, and then he barked furiously. Anyone might come into the garden, and Pierrot would run up and fawn on each one in turn and not utter a bark. Madame Lefebvre, however, had become accustomed to the animal. She even went so far as to like it and to give it from time to time pieces of bread soaked in the gravy on her plate. But she had not once thought of the dog tax, and when they came to collect 8 francs, madame, for this puppy who never even barked, she almost fainted from the shock. It was immediately decided that they must get rid of Pierrot. No one wanted him. Everyone declined to take him for 10 leagues around. Then they resolved, not knowing what else to do, to make him piquer du mas. Piquer du mas means to eat chalk. When one wants to get rid of a dog they make him piquer du mas. In the midst of an immense plain one sees a kind of hut, or rather a very small roof standing above the ground. This is the entrance to the clay pit. A big perpendicular hole is sunk for 20 meters underground and ends in a series of long subterranean tunnels. Once a year they go down into the quarry at the time they fertilize the ground. The rest of the year it serves as a cemetery for condemned dogs, and as one passes by this hole plaintive howls, furious or despairing barks and lamentable appeals reach one's ear. Sportsmen's dogs and sheepdogs flee in terror from this mournful place, and when one leans over it one perceives a disgusting odor of putrefaction. Frightful dramas are enacted in the darkness. When an animal has suffered down there for 10 or 12 days, nourished on the foul remains of his predecessors, another animal, larger and more vigorous, is thrown into the hole. There they are, alone, starving, with glittering eyes. They watch each other, follow each other, hesitate in doubt. But hunger impels them. They attack each other, fight desperately for some time, and the stronger eats the weaker, devours him alive. When it was decided to make Pierrot piquer du mas, they looked round for an executioner. The laborer who mended the road demanded 6 sous to take the dog there. That seemed wildly exorbitant to Madame Lefebvre. The neighbor's hired boy wanted 5 sous, that was still too much. So Rose, having observed that they had better carry it there themselves, as in that way it would not be brutally treated on the way and made to suspect its fate. They resolved to go together at twilight. They offered the dog that evening a good dish of soup with a piece of butter in it. He swallowed every morsel of it, and as he wagged his tail with delight Rose put him in her apron. They walked quickly, like thieves, across the plain. They soon perceived the chalk pit and walked up to it. Madame Lefebvre leaned over to hear if any animal was moaning. No, there were none there. Pierrot would be alone. Then Rose, who was crying, kissed the dog and threw him into the chalk pit, and they both leaned over, listening. First they heard a dull sound, then the sharp, bitter, distracting cry of an animal in pain, then a succession of little mournful cries, then despairing appeals. The cries of a dog who is entreating, his head raised toward the opening of the pit. He yelped, oh, how he yelped! They were filled with remorse, with terror, with a wild, inexplicable fear, and ran away from the spot. As Rose went faster Madame Lefebvre cried, wait for me, Rose, wait for me. At night they were haunted by frightful nightmares. Madame Lefebvre dreamed she was sitting down at table to eat her soup, but when she uncovered the tureen Pierrot was in it. He jumped out and bit her nose. She awoke and thought she heard him yelping still. She listened, but she was mistaken. She fell asleep again and found herself on a high road, an endless road, which she followed. Suddenly in the middle of the road she perceived a basket, a large farmer's basket, lying there, and this basket frightened her. She ended by opening it, and Pierrot, concealed in it, seized her hand and would not let go. She ran away in terror with the dog hanging to the end of her arm, which he held between his teeth. At daybreak she arose, almost beside herself, and ran to the chalk pit. He was yelping, yelping still, he had yelped all night. She began to sob and called him by all sorts of endearing names. He answered her with all the tender inflections of his dog's voice. Then she wanted to see him again, promising herself that she would give him a good home till he died. She ran to the chalk digger, whose business it was to excavate for chalk, and told him the situation. The man listened, but said nothing. When she had finished he said, "You want your dog? That will cost 4 francs. She gave a jump. All her grief was at an end at once. 4 francs, she said. The idea of it. 4 francs. Do you suppose I am going to bring my ropes, my windlass, and set it up, and go down there with my boy and let myself be bitten, perhaps, by your cursed dog for the pleasure of giving it back to you? You should not have thrown it down there. She walked away, indignant. 4 francs. As soon as she entered the house she called Rose and told her of the quarryman's charges. Rose, always resigned, repeated. 4 francs. That is a good deal of money, madam. Then she added, if we could throw him something to eat, the poor dog, so he will not die of hunger. Madame Lefebvre approved of this and was quite delighted. So they set out again with a big piece of bread and butter. They cut it in mouthfuls, which they threw down one after the other, speaking by turns to Pierrot. As soon as the dog finished one piece he yelped for the next. They returned that evening and the next day and every day. But they made only one more trip. One morning as they were just letting fall the first mouthful they suddenly heard a tremendous barking in the pit. There were 2 dogs there. Another had been thrown in, a large dog. Pierrot! Cried Rose. And Pierrot yelped and yelped. Then they began to throw down some food. But each time they noticed distinctly a terrible struggle going on, then plaintive cries from Pierrot, who had been bitten by his companion, who ate up everything as he was the stronger. It was in vain that they specified, saying, "That is for you, Pierrot." Pierrot evidently got nothing. The 2 women, dumbfounded, looked at each other and Madame Lefebvre said in a sour tone, "I could not feed all the dogs they throw in there. We must give it up." And, suffocating at the thought of all the dogs living at her expense, she went away, even carrying back what remained of the bread, which she ate as she walked along. Rose followed her, wiping her eyes on the corner of her blue apron. A Norman. We had just left Rouen, and were going along the road to Jumièges at a brisk trot. The light carriage spun along between the fields, then the horse slowed down to climb the hill of Canteleu. At that point there is one of the most magnificent views in the world. Behind us Rouen, the town of churches, of Gothic belfries, carved like ornaments of ivory. In front, Saint-Sever, the suburb of factories, which raises its 1,000 smoking chimneys to the great sky, opposite the 1,000 sacred spires of the old city. Here is the steeple of the cathedral, the highest of the human monuments. And down there the fire pump of La Faudrée, its rival, almost as tall, which overtops by a meter the highest pyramid of Egypt. Before us the undulating Seine winds along, sown with islands, bordered on the right by white cliffs, crowned by a forest, and on the left by immense level fields, with another forest on their edge. Far away in the distance, from place to place, great ships were anchored along the banks of the wide river. 3 enormous steamers were going out, one after another, toward Havre. And a string of boats consisting of a 3-master, 2 schooners, and a brig, were coming up to Rouen, towed by a little tug, which vomited a cloud of black smoke. My companion, born in the country, did not see this surprising landscape from the same point of view as I. But he smiled continually, he seemed to be laughing to himself. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Ah! You are about to see something funny, the chapel of Father Matthew. That is something really good, my boy." I looked at him in astonishment. He continued, "I am going to give you a flavor of Normandy that will remain in your nose. Father Matthew is the handsomest Norman in the province and his chapel is one of the wonders of the world, no more nor less. But I will give you first a few words of explanation. Father Matthew, or Father Booze, as they also call him, is an old sergeant major, returned to his native village. He unites, in admirable proportions, the perfect humbug of the old soldier and the sly malice of the Norman. On his return to these parts, thanks to innumerable protectors and incredible trickeries, he was made the guardian of a miraculous chapel, a chapel protected by the Virgin, and frequented principally by pregnant girls. He baptized the marvelous statue there as Notre Dame du Gros Ventre, and he treats it with a certain mocking familiarity which does not exclude respect. He has himself composed and had printed a special prayer for his good Virgin. This prayer is a masterpiece of unintentional irony, of Norman wit, where ridicule is mixed with fear of the saint, a superstitious fear of secret influence of some kind. He does not believe much in his patron saint, nevertheless, he believes in her a little and treats her gently as a matter of policy. Here is the beginning of this extraordinary prayer. Our good Lady, the Virgin Mary, natural patroness of girl mothers, in this country and in all the earth. Protect your servant who has sinned in a moment of forgetfulness. The supplication terminates thus. Especially, do not forget to speak for me to your sainted husband, and intercede with God the Father that he may accord me a good husband like your own. This prayer, forbidden by the clergy of the country, is sold by him privately, and is regarded as helpful by those who repeat it with unction. In fact, he speaks of the good Virgin as a valet might of his master, some redoubtable prince, knowing all his little intimate secrets. He knows a host of amusing stories about her which he whispers amongst friends after he has been drinking. But you must see for yourself. As the revenue furnished by the patroness did not seem sufficient, he has added to his chief asset, the Virgin, a little trade in saints. He keeps them all, or nearly all. And, as room was lacking in the chapel, he stocked them in the woodshed, from which he gets them whenever the faithful ask for them. He has carved these wonderfully comical statuettes himself, out of wood, and painted them all green, a solid color, one year when they painted his house. You know the saints heal maladies, but each has his specialty, and one must not run into error or confusion in these things. They are jealous one of the other, like play actors. So that they may not make any mistake, the poor old women come and consult Matthew. For bad ears, what saint is best, they say. Well, there is Saint Osimus who is good. And there is also Saint Pamphilius, who is not bad, he tells them. That is not all. When Matthew has time on his hands, he drinks. But he drinks like an artist, one that is sure of himself, so much so that he is tipsy regularly every evening. He is tipsy, but he knows it. He knows it so well that he notes each day the exact degree of his drunkenness. It is his principal occupation. The chapel comes afterward. And he has invented, listen to this and prepare for a surprise, he has invented the bosometer. The instrument does not yet exist, but Matthew's observations are as precise as those of a mathematician. You will hear him say continually, "Since Monday, I have not gone above 45. Or, I was between 52 and 58, or, I had 66 to 70, or, perhaps, confound it, I believed I was in the 50s, when here I find I was at 75. He never makes a mistake. He says that he has not yet reached the 100th degree, but, as he admits that his observations cease to be precise after he has passed 90, one cannot absolutely rely upon this statement. When Matthew recognizes that he has passed 90, you may be sure that he is really tipsy. On these occasions, his wife, Mealy, another marvel, works herself into great anger. She waits for him at the door when he enters, and shrieks, "Here you are, you nasty pig, you drunken good-for-nothing." Then Matthew, no longer laughing, plants himself before her, and in severe tone says, "Be still, Mealy, this is no time to talk. Wait till tomorrow." If she continues to vociferate, he approaches her, and with trembling voice says, "Shut your jaw, I am in the 90s, I can no longer measure, I am going to hurt someone, take care." Then Mealy beats a retreat. If she tries the next day to return to the subject, he laughs in her face and answers, "Come, come. Enough of that, that is all over. So long as I have not reached the 100th degree, there is no harm done. But if I pass that, I will allow you to correct me, I give you my word." We had reached the summit of the hill. The road lay through the wonderful forest of Rumare. The autumn, the marvelous autumn, mixed her gold and purple with the last green leaves, still vivid, as if some drops of sunlight had rained down from the sky into the thickest of the wood. We crossed Duclair, then, instead of continuing toward Jumiages, my friend turned to the left, and, taking a shortcut, struck into the wood. And soon, from the summit of a green hill, we discovered anew the magnificent valley of the Seine and the tortuous river itself, winding along at our feet. Upon the right, a little building, with a slate roof and a clock tower as high as an umbrella, leaned against a pretty house with green shutters, all clothed in honeysuckle and roses. A loud voice cried out, "Here are some friends." And Matthew appeared upon the threshold. He was a man of 60, thin, wearing a pointed beard and long, white mustaches. My companion shook hands with him and introduced me. Matthew made us enter a cool, clean kitchen, which also served as a living room. "I, sir," said Matthew, "have no distinguished apartment. I like better not to get too far from the eatables. The pots and pans, you see, are company." Then, turning toward my friend, he added, "Why have you come on Thursday? You know well that it is my lady's consultation day. I cannot go out this afternoon." Then, running to the door, he uttered a terrible call, "Mealy," which must have made the sailors raise their heads in the ships going up and down the river, at the bottom of the valley. Mealy did not answer. Then Matthew winked maliciously. "She is not pleased with me, you see, because yesterday I was up to 90. My neighbor began to laugh. 90, Matthew. How was that? Matthew answered, "I will tell you. I found last year only 20 raziers of cider apples. There were no more, but in order to make good cider these are the best. I made a barrelful and yesterday I tapped it. As for nectar, that is nectar, you will say so, too. I had Moonlight here. We took a drink and then another drink without quenching our thirst, for one could drink it till tomorrow. I drank so much, one drink after another, that I felt a coolness in my stomach. I said to Moonlight, if we should take a glass of brandy, now, it would heat us up. He consented. But brandy, that put a fire in my body, so hot that it was necessary to return to the cider. So there it was. From coolness to heat and from heat to coolness, I perceived that I was in the 90s. Moonlight was far beyond 100. The door opened. Mealy appeared, and immediately, before she said, "Good day," to us, exclaimed, "Pigs! You were far beyond the 100 mark, both of you." Matthew was angry, but answered, "Say not so, Mealy, say not so, I have never been beyond 100. They gave us an exquisite breakfast, before the door under 2 lime trees, at the side of the little chapel of Notre Dame du Gros Ventre, with the beautiful landscape before us. And Matthew related to us, with raillery mingled with credulity, some unlikely stories of miracles. We had drunk much of the adorable cider, pungent and sweet, cool and powerful, which he preferred to all liquids, and were smoking our pipes, sitting astride our chairs. When 2 good women presented themselves. They were old, dried, and bent. After bowing, they asked for Saint Blanc. Matthew winked his eye toward us, and said, "I will go and get him for you." And he disappeared into his woodshed. He remained there 5 minutes, then returned with face filled with consternation. Raising his arms, he declared, "I don't know at all where he is. I cannot find him. I am sure that I had him." Then, making a horn of his hands, he called, "Mealy." From the foot of the garden his wife answered, "What is it? Where is Saint Blanc? I can't find him in the shed." Then Mealy threw back this explanation. "Wasn't it him you took to stop the hole in the rabbit hutch last week?" Matthew started. "Good God! Maybe that's so." Then he said to the 2 women, "Follow me." They followed. We almost suffocated with laughter. In fact, Saint Blanc, stuck in the earth like a common stake, stained with mud and filth, was being used to make one corner of the rabbit hutch. When they perceived him, the 2 good women fell on their knees, crossed themselves, and began to murmur their Oremus. Matthew hurried to them. "Wait," said he, "you are kneeling in the dirt. I will bring you some straw." And he went to find some straw and made them a prayer cushion. Then, seeing that his saint was muddy, and believing, without doubt, that it would be bad for the trade. He added, "I am going to clean him up a bit." He took a pail of water and a brush and began to wash the wooden figure vigorously. Meantime the two old women continued to pray. When he had finished, he said, "Now it is all right." And then he brought us back for another drink. As he raised the glass to his lips, he stopped and said, with an air of embarrassment, "Well, indeed, when I put Saint Blanc in the rabbit hutch, I was sure he would never earn me another penny. For 2 years there had been no demand for him. But the saints, you see, never die." He drank and continued, "Come, let us have another. Amongst friends you must never go less than 50, and we're only at 38. The pardon." She had been brought up in one of those families who live shut up in themselves, and seem to be remote from everything. They pay no attention to political events, although they chat about them at table, and changes in government seem so very far away that they are spoken of only as a matter of history, like the death of Louis XVI, or the landing of Napoleon. Customs change, fashions succeed each other, but this is hardly perceptible in the family where old traditions are always followed. And if some impossible story arises in the neighborhood, the scandal of it dies at the threshold of this house. The father and mother, alone in the evening, sometimes exchange a few words on such a subject, but in an undertone, as if the walls had ears. With great discretion, the father says, "Do you know about this terrible affair in the Rivoil family?" And the mother replies, "Who would have believed it? It is frightful." The children have no suspicion of anything, but come to the age of living, in their turn, with a bandage over their eyes and minds, without ever suspecting any other kind of existence. Without knowing that one does not always think as one speaks, nor speak as one acts, without knowing that it is necessary to live at war with the world, or at least in armed peace. Without surmising that the ingenuous are frequently deceived, the sincere trifled with, and the good wronged. Some go on until death in this blindness of probity, loyalty, and honor, so upright that nothing can open their eyes. Others, undeceived, without realizing why, are weighed down with despair, and die believing that they are the puppets of exceptional fate. The miserable victims of unlucky circumstance or particularly bad men. The Savignals married their daughter Berthe when she was 18. Her husband was a young man from Paris, Georges Baron, whose business was on the stock exchange. He was an attractive youth, with a smooth tongue, and he observed all the outward proprieties necessary. But at the bottom of his heart he sneered a little at his guileless parents-in-law, calling them, among his friends, "my dear fossils." He belonged to a good family, and the young girl was rich. He took her to live in Paris. She became one of the numerous race of provincials in Paris. She remained ignorant of the great city, of its elegant people, of its pleasures and its customs, as she had always been ignorant of the perfidy and mystery of life. Shut up in her own household, she only knew the street she lived in, and when she ventured into another quarter, it seemed to her that she had journeyed far, into an unknown, strange city. She would say in the evening, "I crossed the boulevards today." 2 or 3 times a year, her husband took her to the theater. These were great events not to be forgotten, which she recalled continually. Sometimes at table, 3 months afterwards, she would suddenly burst out laughing and exclaim, "Do you remember that ridiculous actor who imitated the cocks crowing?" All her interests were limited to 2 allied families, who represented the whole of humanity to her. She designated them by the distinguishing prefix, calling them respectively, the Martinets, or the Michelins. Her husband lived according to his fancy, coming home at whatever hour he wished, sometimes at daybreak, pretending business, and feeling in no way constrained. So sure was he that no suspicion would ruffle this candid soul. But one morning she received an anonymous letter. She was dismayed, being too upright to understand the infamous accusations, to scorn this letter, whose author declared himself to be moved by interest in her happiness, by hatred of all evil and love of truth. But it revealed to her that her husband had had a mistress for 2 years, a young widow, Madame Rosset, at whose house he spent all his evenings. She knew neither how to pretend nor to dissimulate, to spy or to plan any sort of ruse. When he returned for luncheon, she threw him the letter, sobbing, and then fled from the room. He had time to understand the matter and prepare his answer before he rapped at his wife's door. She opened it immediately, without looking at him. He smiled, sat down, and drew her to his knee. In a sweet voice, and a little jocosely, he said, "My dear little one, Madame Rosset is a friend of mine. I have known her for 10 years and like her very much. I may add that I know 20 other families of whom I have not spoken to you, knowing that you care nothing for the world or for forming new friendships. But in order to end, once for all, these infamous lies, I will ask you to dress yourself, after luncheon, and we will go to pay a visit to this young lady, who will become your friend at once. I am sure." She embraced her husband eagerly. And, from feminine curiosity, which never sleeps once it has been aroused, she did not refuse to go to see this unknown woman, of whom, in spite of everything, she was still suspicious. She felt by instinct that a known danger is sooner overcome. They were ushered into a pretty little apartment on the 4th floor of a handsome house, full of bric-a-brac and artistically decorated. After about 5 minutes waiting, in a drawing-room where the light was dimmed by draperies, hangings, and curtains tastefully arranged, a door opened and a young woman appeared. She was very dark, small, rather plump, and looked astonished, although she smiled. Georges presented them. "My wife, Madame Julie Rosset." The young widow uttered a little cry of astonishment and joy, and came forward with both hands extended. She had not hoped for this happiness, she said, knowing that Madame Baron saw no one. But she was so happy. She was so fond of Georges. She said Georges, quite naturally, with sisterly familiarity. And she had had a great desire to know his young wife, and to love her, too. At the end of a month these two friends were never apart from each other. They met every day, often twice a day, and nearly always dined together either at one house or at the other. Georges scarcely ever went out now, no longer alleging business engagements, but he said he loved his own chimney corner. And when finally an apartment was vacant in the house where Madame Rosset resided, Madame Baron hastened to take it in order to be nearer her new friend. During 2 whole years there was a friendship between them without a cloud, a friendship of heart and soul, absolute, tender, devoted, and delightful. Berthe could not speak without mentioning Julie's name, for to her Julie represented perfection. She was happy with a perfect happiness, calm and secure. But Madame Rosset fell ill. Berthe never left her. She passed nights of despair. Her husband, too, was broken-hearted. One morning, on coming out from his visit, the doctor took Georges and his wife aside, and announced that he found the condition of their friend very grave. When he had gone out, the young people, stricken down, looked at each other and then began to weep. They both watched at night by the bedside. Every moment Berthe would embrace the sick woman tenderly, while Georges, standing silently at the foot of her couch, would look at them with dogged persistence. The next day she was worse. Finally, toward evening, she declared herself better, and persuaded her friends to go home to dinner. They were sitting sadly at table, scarcely eating anything, when the maid brought Georges an envelope. He opened it, turned pale, and rising, said to his wife, in a constrained way, "Excuse me, I must leave you for a moment. I will return in 10 minutes. Please don't go out." And he ran into his room for his hat. Berthe waited, tortured by a new fear. But, yielding in all things, she would not go up to her friend's room again until he had returned. As he did not reappear, the thought came to her to look in his room to see whether he had taken his gloves, which would show whether he had really gone somewhere. She saw them there, at first glance. Near them lay a crumpled paper, where he had thrown it. She recognized it immediately. It was the one that had just been given to Georges. And a burning temptation took possession of her, the first of her life, to read, to know. Her conscience struggled in revolt, but the itch of an exacerbated and cruel curiosity impelled her hand. She seized the paper, opened it, recognized at once the handwriting as that of Julie, a trembling hand, written in pencil. She read, "Come alone and embrace me, my poor dear, I am going to die." She could not understand it all at once, but stood stupefied, struck especially by the thought of death. Then, suddenly, the familiarity of it seized upon her mind. This came like a great light, illuminating her whole life, showing her the infamous truth, all their treachery, all their perfidy. She saw now their prolonged cunning, their sly looks, her good faith abused, her confidence deceived. She saw them looking into each other's face, under the shade of her lamp in the evening, reading from the same book, exchanging glances at the end of the pages. And her heart, stirred with indignation, bruised with suffering, sank into an abyss of despair that had no boundaries. When she heard steps, she fled and shut herself in her room. Her husband called her, "Come quickly, Madame Rosset is dying." Berthe appeared at her door and said with trembling lip, "Go alone to her, she has no need of me." He looked at her wildly, dazed with grief, and repeated, "Quick, quick! She is dying." Berthe answered, "You would prefer if it were I." Then he understood, probably, and left her to herself, going up again to the dying woman. There he wept without fear, or shame, indifferent to the grief of his wife, who would no longer speak to him, nor look at him, but who lived shut in with her disgust and angry revolt, praying to God morning and evening. They lived together, nevertheless, eating together face to face, mute and hopeless. After a time, he recovered his calm, but she would not pardon him. And so life continued hard for them both. For a whole year they lived thus, strangers one to the other. Berthe almost became mad. Then one morning, having set out at dawn, she returned about 8 o'clock, carrying in both hands an enormous bouquet of roses, of white roses, all white. She sent word to her husband that she would like to speak to him. He came in disturbed, troubled. "Let us go out together," she said to him. "Take these flowers, they are too heavy for me." He took the bouquet and followed his wife. A carriage awaited them, which started as soon as they were seated. It stopped before the gate of a cemetery. Then Berthe, her eyes full of tears, said to Georges, "Take me to her grave." He trembled, without knowing why, but walked on in front, holding the flowers in his arms. Finally he stopped before a shaft of white marble and pointed to it without a word. She took the bouquet from him, and, kneeling, placed it at the foot of the grave. Then she sank into an unfamiliar prayer of supplication. Her husband stood behind her, weeping, haunted by memories. She arose and put out her hands to him. "If you wish, we will be friends," she said. The Relic. To the Abbé Louis d'Ennemer, at Soissons. My dear Abbé, my marriage with your cousin is broken off in the stupidest manner, on account of a stupid trick which I almost involuntarily played my intended, in my embarrassment. And I turn to you, my old schoolfellow, for you may be able to help me out of the difficulty. If you can, I shall be grateful to you until I die. You know Gilbert, or rather you think you know her, for do we ever understand women? All their opinions, their ideas, their creeds, are a surprise to us. They are all full of twists and turns, of the unforeseen, of unintelligible arguments, or defective logic and of obstinate ideas, which seem final, but which they alter because a little bird came and perched on the window ledge. I need not tell you that your cousin is very religious, as she was brought up by the White or Black Sisters at Nancy. You know that better than I do, but what you perhaps do not know, is, that she is just as excitable about other matters as she is about religion. Her head flies away, just like a leaf being whirled away by the wind. And she is a woman, or rather a girl, more so than many are, for she is moved, or made angry in a moment, starting off at a gallop after affection, just as she does after hatred, and returning in the same manner. And she is as pretty, as you know, and more charming than I can say, and in a way you can never know. Well, we became engaged, and I adored her, as I adore her still, and she appeared to love me. One evening, I received a telegram summoning me to Cologne for a consultation, which might be followed by a serious and difficult operation, and as I had to start the next morning. I went to wish Gilbert goodbye, and tell her why I could not dine with them on Wednesday, but on Friday, the day of my return. Ah! Take care of Fridays, for I assure you they are unlucky. When I spoke of going away, I saw that her eyes filled with tears, but when I said I should be back very soon, she clapped her hands, and said, "I am very glad you are going, then. You must bring me back something, a mere trifle, just a souvenir, but a souvenir that you have chosen for me. You must find out what I should like best, do you hear? And then I shall see whether you have any imagination." She thought for a few moments, and then added, "I forbid you to spend more than 20 francs on it. I want it for the intention, and for the remembrance of your penetration, and not for its intrinsic value." And then, after another moment's silence, she said, in low voice, and with downcast eyes, "If it costs you nothing in money, and if it is something very ingenious and pretty, I will kiss you." The next day, I was in Cologne. It was the case of a terrible accident, which had thrown a whole family into despair, and a difficult amputation was necessary. They put me up. I might say, they almost locked me up, and I saw nobody but people in tears, who almost deafened me with their lamentations. I operated on a dying man who nearly died under my hands, and with whom I remained 2 nights, and then, when I saw that there was a chance for his recovery, I drove to the station. I had, however, made a mistake in the trains, and I had an hour to wait, and so I wandered about the streets, still thinking of my poor patient, when a man accosted me. I do not know German, and he was totally ignorant of French, but at last I made out that he was offering me some relics. I thought of Gilbert, for I knew her fanatical devotion, and here was my present ready to hand, so I followed the man into a shop where religious objects were for sale. And I bought a small piece of a bone of one of the 11,000 virgins. The pretended relic was enclosed in a charming, old silver box, and that determined my choice, and putting my purchase into my pocket, I went to the railway station, and so to Paris. As soon as I got home, I wished to examine my purchase again, and on taking hold of it, I found that the box was open, and the relic lost. It was no good to hunt in my pocket, and to turn it inside out, the small bit of bone, which was no bigger than half a pin, had disappeared. You know, my dear little abbé, that my faith is not very great, but, as my friend, you are magnanimous enough to put up with my indifference, and to leave me alone, and to wait for the future. So you say. But I absolutely disbelieve in the relics of second-hand dealers in piety, and you share my doubts in that respect. Therefore, the loss of that bit of sheep's carcass did not grieve me, and I easily procured a similar fragment, which I carefully fastened inside my jewel, and then I went to see my intended. As soon as she saw me, she ran up to me, smiling and anxious, and said to me, "What have you brought me?" I pretended to have forgotten, but she did not believe me, and I made her beg me, and beseech me, even. But when I saw that she was devoured by curiosity, I gave her the sacred silver box. She appeared overjoyed. A relic. Oh! A relic! And she kissed the box passionately, so that I was ashamed of my deception. She was not quite satisfied, however, and her uneasiness soon turned to terrible fear, and looking straight into my eyes, she said, "Are you sure that it is authentic?" "Absolutely certain." "How can you be so certain?" I was caught, for to say that I had bought it through a man in the streets, would be my destruction. What was I to say? A wild idea struck me, and I said, in a low, mysterious voice, "I stole it for you." She looked at me with astonishment and delight in her large eyes. "Oh! You stole it? Where?" "In the cathedral, in the very shrine of the 11,000 virgins." Her heart beat with pleasure, and she murmured, "Oh! Did you really do that, for me? Tell me, all about it. There was no escape, I could not go back. I made up a fanciful story, with precise details. I had given the custodian of the building 100 francs to be allowed to go about the building by myself. The shrine was being repaired, but I happened to be there just when the workmen and clergy were at lunch. By removing a small panel, I had been enabled to seize a small piece of bone, oh, so small, among a quantity of others. I said a quantity, as I thought of the amount that the remains of the skeletons of 11,000 virgins must produce. Then I went to a goldsmith's and bought a casket worthy of the relic, and I was not sorry to let her know that the silver box cost me 500 francs. But she did not think of that. She listened to me, trembling, in an ecstasy, and whispering, "How I love you," she threw herself into my arms. Just note this, I had committed sacrilege for her sake. I had committed a theft. I had violated a shrine, violated and stolen holy relics, and for that she adored me, thought me loving, tender, divine. Such is woman, my dear abbé. For 2 months I was the best of fiancés. In her room, she had made a kind of magnificent chapel in which to keep this bit of mutton chop, which, as she thought, had made me commit that love crime. And she worked up her religious enthusiasm in front of it every morning and evening. I had asked her to keep the matter secret, for fear, as I said, that I might be arrested, condemned and given over to Germany, and she kept her promise. Well, at the beginning of the summer, she was seized with an irresistible wish to see the scene of my exploit, and she begged her father so persistently, without telling him her secret reason, that he took her to Cologne, but without telling me of their trip, according to his daughter's wish. I need not tell you that I had not seen the interior of the cathedral. I do not know where the tomb, if there be a tomb, of the 11,000 virgins is, and then, it appears that it is unapproachable, alas. A week afterwards, I received 10 lines, breaking off our engagement, and then an explanatory letter from her father, whom she had, somewhat late, taken into her confidence. At the sight of the shrine, she had suddenly seen through my trickery and my lie, and had also found out that I was innocent of any other crime. Having asked the keeper of the relics whether any robbery had been committed, the man began to laugh, and pointed out to them how impossible such a crime was. But from the moment I had not burgled a sacred edifice, and plunged my profane hand into venerable relics, I was no longer worthy of my fair-haired and delicate betrothed. I was forbidden the house, I begged and prayed in vain, nothing could move the fair devotee, and I grew ill from grief. Well, last week, her cousin, Madame d'Arville, who is yours also, sent word to me that she should like to see me, and when I called, she told me on what conditions I might obtain my pardon. And here they are. I must bring her a relic, a real, authentic relic, certified to be such by our Holy Father, the Pope, of some virgin and martyr, and I am going mad with worry and trouble. I will go to Rome, if needful, but I cannot call on the Pope unexpectedly, and tell him my stupid adventure, and, besides, I doubt whether they let private individuals have relics. Could not you give me an introduction to some cardinal, or only to some French prelate, who possesses some remains of a female saint? Or perhaps you may have the precious object she wants in your collection? Help me out of my difficulty, my dear abbé, and I promise you that I will be converted 10 years sooner than I otherwise should be. Madame d'Arville, who takes the matter seriously, said to me the other day, "Poor Gilbert will never marry. My dear old schoolfellow, will you allow your cousin to die the victim of stupid deception on my part? Pray prevent her from being the 11,001 virgin. Pardon me, I am unworthy, but I embrace you, and love you with all my heart. Your old friend, Henri Fontel." In the Moonlight. The Abbé Marignan well deserved to be named after that famous battle. He was a tall, thin, fanatical priest, always in a state of exaltation, but never unjust. All his beliefs were fixed, and they never wavered. He sincerely believed that he understood God, that he penetrated his designs, his wishes, his intentions. As he walked up and down the garden path of his little country presbytery, a question sometimes arose in his mind: why did God do that? Then, imagining himself in God's place, he searched obstinately, and he nearly always found the reason. He was not the man to murmur in transports of pious humility, "O Lord, thy designs are inscrutable." What he said was, "I am the servant of God. I ought to know the reason for what he does, or to divine it if I do not." Everything in nature seemed to him created with an absolute and admirable logic. The why and the wherefore always balanced. The dawns were made to rejoice you on waking, the days to ripen the harvests, the rains to water them, the evenings to prepare for sleeping, and the nights dark for sleep. The 4 seasons answered perfectly all the requirements of agriculture. And to him the suspicion could never have come that nature has no intention, and that everything that lives has accustomed itself, on the contrary, to the harsh necessities of different periods, of climates, and of matter. But he hated women, he hated them unconsciously, and despised them by instinct. He often repeated the words of Christ, "Woman, what have I to do with thee?" And he would add, one would almost say that God himself was ill-pleased with that particular work of his hands. Woman for him was indeed the child 12 times impure, of whom the poet speaks. She was the temptress who had ensnared the first man, and who still continued her damnable work. She was the being who is feeble, dangerous, mysteriously disturbing. And even more than her fatal body, he hated her loving soul. He had often felt women's tenderness dwell in him, and though he knew himself to be unassailable, he grew exasperated at this need of loving which quivers continually in their hearts. To his mind, God had only created woman to tempt man and to test him. Man should not approach her without defensive precautions, and such fears as one has of an ambush. Woman, indeed, was just like a trap, with her arms extended and her lips open toward a man. He had toleration only for nuns, rendered harmless by their vows, but he treated them harshly notwithstanding, because, ever at the bottom of their locked hearts, their chastened hearts, he perceived the eternal tenderness that constantly went out even to him, although he was a priest. He felt that tenderness in their eyes more filled with the ecstasies of piety than those of the monks, in their ecstasies touched with sex, in their loving yearning for Christ. Which made him indignant, because it was woman's love, carnal love. He felt that accursed tenderness even in their submissiveness, in the softness of their voices as they spoke to him, in their downcast eyes, and in their tears of resignation when he harshly reproved them. And he would shake the skirts of his cassock on coming out of a convent, and would stride off rapidly, as if in flight from danger. He had a niece who lived with her mother in a little house near by. He was bent on making her a sister of charity. She was pretty and hair-brained, and a great tease. When the abbé sermonized, she laughed. When he was angry at her, she kissed him vehemently, pressing him to her heart, while he would seek involuntarily to free himself from her embrace, though it made him taste a certain sweet joy, awaking deep within him that sensation of fatherhood which slumbers in every man. Often he talked to her of God, of his God, walking beside her along the footpaths through the fields. She hardly listened, but looked at the sky, the grass, the flowers, with a joy of living which could be seen in her eyes. Sometimes she rushed forward to catch some flying creature, and, bringing it back, would cry, "Look, uncle, how pretty it is, I should like to kiss it." And this desire to kiss flies, or bunches of lilac, worried, irritated, and revolted the priest, who saw, also in that, the ineradicable tenderness which ever springs in the hearts of women. One day the sacristan's wife, who kept house for the Abbé Marignan, told him, very cautiously, that his niece had a lover. He experienced a dreadful emotion, and stood choking, with the soap all over his face, for he was shaving. When he found himself able to think and speak once more, he cried, "It is not true. You are lying, Melanie." But the peasant woman placed her hand on her heart. "May our Lord judge me if I am lying, Monsieur le Curé. I tell you she goes to him every evening as soon as your sister is in bed. They meet each other beside the river. You have only to go there between 10 o'clock and midnight, and see for yourself. He ceased scraping his chin and began to pace the room rapidly, as he always did in his hours of serious meditation. When he tried to begin his shaving again, he cut himself 3 times from nose to ear. All day long, he remained silent, filled with indignation and rage. To his priestly zeal against the mighty power of love was added the moral indignation of a father, of a teacher, of a keeper of souls, who has been deceived, robbed, outwitted by a child. He felt the egotistical sorrow that parents feel when their daughter announces that she has chosen a husband without them and in spite of their advice. After his dinner, he tried to read a little, but he could not attune himself to it, and he grew more and more exasperated. When it struck 10, he took his walking stick, a formidable oaken club which he always carried when he had to go out at night to visit the sick. Smilingly he regarded the enormous cudgel, holding it in his strong, countryman's fist and cutting threatening circles with it in the air. Then, suddenly, he raised it, and grinding his teeth, he brought it down upon a chair, the back of which split in 2, and fell to the ground. He opened his door to go out. But he stopped upon the threshold, surprised by such a splendid moonlight as one seldom sees. Endowed as he was with an exalted spirit, such a spirit as must have belonged to those dreamer poets, the fathers of the church. He felt himself suddenly softened and moved by the grand and serene beauty of the pale night. In his little garden, bathed in the soft brilliance, his fruit trees, all in a row, were outlining upon the walk the shadows of their slender wooden limbs scarcely clothed with green. While the giant honeysuckle climbing up the wall of the house exhaled delicious breaths as sweet as sugar, which hovered through the warm, clear night like a perfumed soul. He began to breathe deep, drinking in the air as drunkards drink their wine, and he walked slowly, delighted, surprised, almost forgetting his niece. As he stepped into the open country he stopped to contemplate the whole plain, inundated by this caressing radiance, and drowned in the tender and languishing charm of the serene night. In chorus the frogs threw into the air their short, metallic notes, and to the seduction of the moonlight, distant nightingales added that fitful music of theirs which brings no thoughts but dreams. That light and vibrant music which seems attuned to kisses. The abbé continued his walk, his courage failing, he knew not why. He felt, as it were, enfeebled, and suddenly exhausted. He had a great desire to sit down, to stop there and contemplate and admire God in all his works. Below him, following the twists of the little river, wound a great line of poplars. Around and above the banks, wrapping all the tortuous watercourse in a kind of light, transparent wadding, hung suspended a fine mist, a white vapor, which the moonrays crossed, and silvered, and caused to gleam. The priest paused again, penetrated to the depths of his soul by a strong and growing emotion. And a doubt, a vague uneasiness, seized on him. He felt that one of those questions he sometimes put to himself was now arising within him. Why had God done this? Since the night is destined for sleep, for unconsciousness, for repose, for forgetfulness of everything, why, then, make it more charming than the day, sweeter than dawns and sunsets? And this slow, seductive star, more poetical than the sun, and so discreet that it seems designed to light up things too delicate, too mysterious. For the great luminary, why had it come to brighten all the shades? Why did not the sweetest of all songsters go to rest like the others? Why set himself to singing in the disturbing shadows? Why this half-veil over the world? Why these quiverings of the heart, this emotion of the soul, this languor of the body? Why this display of seductions which mankind never sees, since men are asleep in their beds? For whom was this sublime spectacle intended, this flood of poetry poured from heaven to earth? The abbé did not understand it at all. But then, down there along the edge of the pasture appeared 2 shadows walking side by side under the arched roof of the trees all soaked in glittering mist. The man was the taller, and had his arm about his sweetheart's neck. From time to time he kissed her on the forehead. They suddenly animated the lifeless landscape, which enveloped them like a divine frame made expressly for them. They seemed, these two, a single being, the being for whom this calm and silent night was destined. And they approached the priest like a living answer, the answer vouchsafed by his master to his question. He stood stock still, overwhelmed, and with a beating heart. He fancied he was witnessing some Bible story, such as the loves of Ruth and Boaz, the accomplishment of the will of the Lord in one of those great scenes talked of in Holy Writ. Through his head ran the verses of the Song of Songs, the ardent cries, the calls of the body, all the passionate poetry of that poem burning with tenderness and love. And he said to himself, God perhaps has made such nights as this to clothe with ideals the loves of men. He withdrew before the embracing couple, who went on arm in arm. And yet it was his niece. And now he wondered if he would not disobey the Lord. For does not God permit love, since he surrounds it visibly with splendor such as this? And he fled, in distraction, almost ashamed, as if he had penetrated into a temple where he had no right to enter. Fear. We went on deck after dinner. There was not a ripple on the whole Mediterranean, whose smooth surface shone like silver under the great moon. The big steamer glided along, throwing up a curling column of thick black smoke toward the starlit sky, and in our wake the white water churned up by the screw and the rapid movement of the huge ship. Foamed and twisted, gleaming with such phosphorus as though it were nothing but bubbling moonlight. Our party consisted of 6 or 8 men, all of whom were gazing admiringly and in rapt silence at the distant shores of Africa, whither we were bound. The captain, who was smoking an after-dinner cigar with us, suddenly took up the conversation where it had been left off during dinner. Yes, he said, that day I was badly frightened. My ship stayed on the rock 6 hours beaten by the sea. Luckily, we were picked up toward evening by an English collier that saw our plight. Then a tall man with sunburned face and dignified bearing. One of those men who have been in strange lands and have braved terrible dangers and whose eyes seem to have retained in their depth something of the fantastic sights they have seen. Spoke for the first time. Captain, you say that you were frightened. I do not believe it. You use a wrong word, and the sensation you felt was not that of fear. An energetic man never feels afraid before actual danger. He may be anxious, he may be restless, but fear is something entirely different. Laughingly, the captain replied. Well, by Jove, I can tell you I was frightened. Then the man with the sunburned face said in a slow voice. Allow me to explain my meaning. Fear, and the bravest men can experience it, is sometimes terrible, a dreadful sensation. It can be compared to the decomposition of the soul, and is a frightful spasm of the heart and mind, the mere recollection of which sends shudders through our frame. But, if a man is courageous, that never happens in the face of certain death, nor in the face of any known form of peril. It only occurs in certain abnormal instances, when a person is laboring under some strange influence, or when in the face of vague and unknowable dangers. Real fear is like a reminiscence of the fantastic terrors of past ages. A man who believes in ghosts and who imagines that he sees one, must experience the sensation of fear in all its atrocious horror. As for myself, I got an idea of what it must be like, in broad daylight, about 10 years ago, and I experienced the full sensation of it last winter, during a night in December. I've taken many chances in my life and have had any number of adventures that were desperate enough. I've had many duels, I've been attacked and almost beaten to death by robbers. In America, once, I was sentenced to be hanged as a rebel, while another time I was thrown overboard by mutineers off the Chinese coast. Each time I thought that my last hour had come, and I made up my mind quickly to face the inevitable. I scarcely felt any emotion or regret. But fear is something very different. I have had a presentiment of it in Africa. Although it is the offspring of the north, the sun makes it vanish like mist. You know, gentlemen, that the Orientals place little value on life. If one of them has to die, he makes up his mind at once. Their nights are as free and void of legends as their souls are void of the morbid anxieties which haunt the brains of northern men. A panic may occur in the East, but fear is unknown there. Well, this is what happened to me in that weird country of Africa. I was crossing the downs that lie to the south of Wargla. It is one of the strangest places in the world. Of course you all know the smooth, flat sand of ocean beaches? Well, just imagine the ocean changed into sand during a hurricane. Imagine a silent storm with motionless waves of yellow dust, as high as mountains, as irregular, varying, and tumultuous as real breakers, but larger and streaked like watered silk. The blazing southern sun sheds its full glare on this raging but silent and motionless sea. You have to climb up one side of these golden waves and slide down the other, without respite or protection of any kind from the sun. The horses groan and sink up to their knees in the soft sand and slide down the other side of these astounding hills. Our little party consisted of a friend and myself, with an escort of 8 spahis and 4 camels, with their keepers. We spoke not a word, for we were well nigh exhausted and our parched throats were as dry as the desert that stretched in front of us. Suddenly one of the men gave a sort of startled cry. We all stopped and remained motionless in our saddles from sheer amazement at a startling and unaccountable phenomenon known to all travelers in those wild regions. From somewhere in the immediate vicinity, we were unable to determine the exact location, came the sound of a beating drum, the mysterious drum of the downs. The sound was perfectly distinct. Sometimes it would increase or decrease in volume and then it would stop altogether, only to begin again after a little while. The Arabs, scared to death, exchanged terrified glances. One of them uttered in his own tongue, "Death is upon us." And all of a sudden my friend, who was as dear as a brother to me, toppled from his horse, stricken with sunstroke. And during the 2 mortal hours in which I tried everything I knew to save him, that drum filled my ears with its strange, monotonous, intermittent beatings. And I felt fear, genuine, horrible fear, creep over me at the sight of the corpse of my beloved friend in that dreadful African hole scorched by the sun and enclosed by 4 sand hills and where, at a distance of at least 200 miles from any French village, the echo brought us the sound of a rapidly beating drum. That day I realized what it was to feel fear. I realized it even more fully another time. The captain interrupted the speaker to inquire. "Excuse me, sir, but what was the drum, after all?" The traveler resumed. "I really cannot tell you. Nobody knows. Officers who have often heard the sound attribute it to the multiplied and magnified echo of sheets of sand hurled by the wind against clumps of dry grass. For it has been noticed that the phenomenon always takes place in the neighborhood of small plants that the heat of the sun has rendered as dry as parchment. According to that, the drum would only be a sort of sound mirage. But I only learned that later. Now I will relate my second experience. It was last winter and I was in a forest in the northeastern part of France. Night came 2 hours before its time, so dark was the sky. My guide was a peasant, who walked alongside of me in the narrow path, under a dome of pine trees that shook and groaned under the furious wind. Between the treetops I could see the clouds hurrying past like a scattered army and they looked as if they were fleeing from some unknown horror. At times, under a dreadful gale of wind, the whole forest would bend in one direction and utter a moan of distress. In spite of my heavy clothing and rapid motion, the cold was beginning to penetrate me to the marrow. We were to put up overnight at a forester's home, and we were rapidly approaching the cottage. I had planned to spend a few days in the forest for the shooting. From time to time the guide would raise his eyes and mutter, "Bad weather, this." Then he spoke to me of the people who were to be our hosts. The old man had killed a poacher 2 years ago, and since then he had grown morose, as if he were haunted by the recollection of his deed. His 2 married sons lived with him. The darkness was terrible. I could not distinguish a thing and the sighing trees filled the night with incessant rumors. At last I saw a light, and after a little while my companion knocked on a door. Several shrill women's cries answered from within. Then a tremulous man's voice demanded, "Who goes there?" My guide gave his name. We were admitted and I was confronted by a scene that I shall never forget. An old, white-haired man, with staring eyes, was standing in the middle of the kitchen, his fingers closed in a convulsive clasp around a loaded rifle, while two sturdy young men with axes were guarding the door. Two women, their faces buried in their hands, were crouching in a dark corner of the room. When we explained that we wished to remain overnight, the old man stood the rifle against the wall and ordered the women to prepare our sleeping quarters. But, as they made no move to carry out his command, he turned to me abruptly and said, "You see, monsieur, I killed a man 2 years ago this very night. Last year he came back and called me, and I expect him tonight." Then, in a voice that made me smile, he added, "We don't feel very comfortable, you understand." I reassured him as best I could, although, in my heart, I was glad to have come that very night, so that I might witness the manifestation of that superstitious terror. I told stories and succeeded in quieting almost everyone present. Near the hearth an old and half-blind dog was dozing with his nose between his paws. He looked for all the world like some people I've seen. Outside the storm was raging with great violence and the little house shook under the furious wind. Through a narrow window set near the door I could see the trees sway and the lightning flash through the black clouds. In spite of my efforts to cheer them, I could feel that these people experienced a mysterious dread, and each time that I ceased talking, they would strain their ears to catch any unwanted sound. Tired of witnessing such stupid fears, I was about to ask to be shown to my bed, when suddenly the old forester leaped to his feet, rushed for his gun and shouted wildly, "There he is now! I can hear him!" The women fell on their knees and hid their faces, and the two sons clutched their axes. I was going to try to quiet them once more, when, all at once, the sleeping dog awoke. He lifted his head, looked at the fire with his dim eyes and let out one of those mournful howls that so often startle travelers in the country at night. We all watched him. He arose and stood perfectly still on his 4 paws, as if haunted by some vision, and then he directed another howl at something invisible to us, unknown, but which must have been ghastly to look upon, for he bristled from end to end. The old man, turning as white as a sheet, yelled, "He smells him! He smells him! He was with me when I killed him!" And both women, crazed with fear, began to moan in accompaniment to the dog. In spite of myself, a shudder ran down my spine. The vision that the animal saw at that time and place, and among those terrified people, was horrible beyond description. For 1 whole hour the dog howled without moving. He howled as if in the throes of a nightmare, and fear, horrible, stealthy fear, was slowly taking possession of me. Fear of what? How can I tell? It was fear, and that's all I know. We remained motionless and terror-stricken, with strained ears, throbbing hearts and trembling limbs, momentarily expecting some dreadful thing to happen. The dog began to wander about the room sniffing the walls. He was driving us mad. All of a sudden, the peasant who acted as my guide jumped up in a sort of paroxysm of frenzied terror, seized the animal by the throat, opened a little door leading into the yard and hurled it into the darkness outside. The dog stopped howling at once and we remained in a dead silence that was more terrifying than the noise. Suddenly we all gave a start. Some creature was creeping along the outer wall, going in the direction of the woods. It passed the door and seemed to feel it with a hesitating hand. For 2 minutes, which almost made lunatics of us, we heard no sound. Then the creeping creature returned and scratched slightly on the door as a child might do with its nail, and then, all of a sudden, a head appeared at the window. It was a white head and it had flaming eyes like a wild beast. And a murmur came from its lips, an indistinct sound that resembled a plaintive moan. A minute afterwards a terrific explosion shook the kitchen. The old forester had shot at the thing. Quick as a flash the 2 sons rushed to the window and barricaded it with a massive kitchen table and sideboard. And I swear to you that that shot, which was so absolutely unexpected, froze my blood in my veins and made me feel as if I were going to give up the ghost. We stayed in the kitchen until daybreak, for we were powerless to move or utter a sound, so completely unnerved were we. We did not dare open the door till a narrow ray of light pierced through the shutters. At the foot of the wall, near the door, lay the old dog, his jaw broken by a bullet. He had got out of the yard by digging a hole under the fence. The man with the sunburned face paused. Then he added, "That night I ran no danger whatever. But I would rather live over all the real perils I have faced than go through another minute like the one I passed when the old keeper shot at the bearded head peering through the cottage window." In the country. The two cottages stood side by side at the foot of a hill near a little seaside resort. The two peasants labored hard on the fertile soil to rear their little ones, of whom each family had 4. Before the adjoining doors a whole troop of brats swarmed from morning till night. The 2 eldest were 6 years old, and the youngest were about 15 months, the marriages, and afterwards the births, having taken place nearly simultaneously in both families. The 2 mothers could hardly distinguish their own offspring among the lot, and as for the fathers, they mixed them up completely. The 8 names danced in their heads. They were always getting them mixed up, and when they wished to call one child, the men often called 3 names before getting the right one. The first of the 2 cottages, as you came up from the watering place, Rolport, was occupied by the Tuvaks, who had 3 girls and 1 boy. The other house sheltered the Vallons, who had 1 girl and 3 boys. They all subsisted frugally on soup, potatoes and fresh air. At 7 o'clock in the morning, then at noon, then at 6 o'clock in the evening, the housewives got their broods together to give them their food, as the gooseherds collect their flocks. The children were seated, according to age, before the wooden table, polished by 50 years of use, the mouths of the youngest hardly reaching the level of the table. Before them was placed a bowl filled with bread, soaked in the water in which the potatoes had been boiled, half a cabbage and 3 onions, and the whole line ate until their hunger was appeased. The mother herself fed the smallest. A little meat in the pot on Sundays was a feast for all, and the father on this day sat longer over the meal, repeating, "I wish we could have this every day." One afternoon, in the month of August, a phaeton unexpectedly stopped in front of the cottages, and a young woman, who was driving the horses, said to the gentleman sitting at her side, "Oh! Look at all those children, Henri. How pretty they are, tumbling about in the dust, like that." The man did not answer, accustomed to these outbursts of admiration, which were a pain and almost a reproach to him. The young woman continued, "I must hug them. Oh, how I should like to have one of them, that one there, the little tiny one." Springing down from the carriage, she ran toward the children, took one of the 2 youngest, a Tuvash child, and lifting him up in her arms, she kissed him passionately on his dirty cheeks, on his tousled hair daubed with earth, and on his little hands, with which he fought vigorously to get away from the caresses, which displeased him. Then she got into the carriage again, and drove off at a lively trot. But she returned the following week, and seating herself on the ground, took the youngster in her arms, stuffed him with cakes, gave sweets to all the others, and played with them like a young girl, while the husband waited patiently in the carriage. She returned again, made the acquaintance of the parents, and reappeared every day with her pockets full of dainties and pennies. Her name was Madame Henri de Hubiers. One morning, on arriving, her husband alighted with her, and without stopping to talk to the children, who now knew her well, she entered the farmer's cottage. They were busy chopping wood for the fire. They rose to their feet in surprise, brought forward chairs, and waited expectantly. Then the woman, in a broken, trembling voice, began. "My good people, I have come to see you, because I should like to take your little boy with me." The country people, too bewildered to think, did not answer. She recovered her breath, and continued, "We are alone, my husband and I. We would keep it. Are you willing?" The peasant woman began to understand. She asked, "You want to take Charlot from us?" "Oh, no, indeed." Then M. de Hubiers intervened. "My wife has not made her meaning clear. We wish to adopt him, but he will come back to see you. If he turns out well, as there is every reason to expect, he will be our heir. If we, by any chance, should have children, he will share equally with them. But if he should not reward our care, we should give him, when he comes of age, a sum of 20,000 francs, which will be deposited immediately in his name, with a lawyer. As we have thought also of you, we will pay you, until your death, a pension of 100 francs a month. Do you understand me? The woman had risen to her feet, furious. You want me to sell you, Charlot? Oh, no, that's not the sort of thing to ask of a mother. Oh, no. That would be an abomination. The man, grave and deliberate, said nothing, but approved of what his wife said by a continued nodding of his head. Madame de Hubiers, in dismay, began to weep. Turning to her husband, with a voice full of tears, the voice of a child used to having all its wishes gratified, she stammered. They will not do it, Henri, they will not do it. Then he made a last attempt, but, my friends, think of the child's future, of his happiness, of... The peasant woman, however, exasperated, cut him short. We know all about that. We've heard all that before. Get out of here, and don't let me see you again, the idea of wanting to take away a child like that. Madame de Hubiers remembered that there were 2 quite young children, and she asked, through her tears, with the tenacity of a wilful and spoiled woman. But is the other little one not yours? Father Tuvache answered, No, it is our neighbor's. You can go to them if you wish. And he went back into his house, whence could be heard the indignant voice of his wife. The Valens were at table, slowly eating slices of bread which they parsimoniously spread with a little rancid butter on a plate between the two. M. de Hubiers recommenced his proposals, but with more insinuations, more oratorical precautions, more shrewdness. The 2 country people shook their heads, in sign of refusal, but when they learned that they were to have 100 francs a month, they considered the matter, consulting one another by glances. Much disturbed. They kept silent for a long time, tortured, hesitating. At last the woman asked, What do you say to it, father? In a weighty tone he said, I say that it's not to be despised. Madame de Hubiers, trembling with anguish, spoke of the future of their child, of his happiness, and of the money which he could give them later. The peasant asked, This pension of 1,200 francs, will it be promised before a lawyer? M. de Hubiers responded, Why, certainly, beginning with tomorrow. The woman, who was thinking it over, continued. 100 francs a month is not enough to pay for depriving us of the child. That child would be working in a few years. We must have 120 francs. Tapping her foot with impatience, Madame de Hubiers granted it at once, and, as she wished to carry off the child with her, she gave 100 francs extra, as a present. While her husband drew up a paper. And the young woman, radiant, carried off the howling brat, as one carries away a wished-for knick-knack from a shop. The Tuvacs, from their door, watched her departure, silent, serious, perhaps regretting their refusal. Nothing more was heard of little Jean Valin. The parents went to the lawyer every month to collect their 120 francs. They had quarreled with their neighbors, because Mother Tuvache grossly insulted them, continually, repeating from door to door that one must be unnatural to sell one's child. That it was horrible, disgusting bribery. Sometimes she would take her Charlot in her arms, ostentatiously exclaiming, as if he understood. I didn't sell you, I didn't. I didn't sell you, my little one. I'm not rich, but I don't sell my children. And this went on for years and years. Every day coarse jeers were shouted outside the door so that they could be heard in the neighboring house. Mother Tuvache finally believed herself superior to the whole countryside because she had not sold Charlot. Those who spoke of her used to say, I know, of course, that it was a tempting offer. Yet, she behaved like a real mother. She was cited as a model, and Charlot, who was nearly 18, brought up with this idea, which was constantly repeated, thought himself superior to his comrades because he had not been sold. The Valens lived comfortably, thanks to the pension. That was the cause of the unappeasable fury of the Tuvacs, who had remained miserably poor. Their eldest went away to serve his time in the army. Charlot alone remained to labor with his old father, to support the mother and 2 younger sisters. He had reached 21 years when, one morning, a brilliant carriage stopped before the 2 cottages. A young gentleman, with a gold watch chain, got out, giving his hand to an aged, white-haired lady. The old lady said to him, "It is there, my child, at the second house." And he entered the house of the Valens as if he were at home. The old mother was washing her aprons, the infirm father was asleep in the chimney corner. Both raised their heads, and the young man said, "Good morning, Papa, good morning, Mamma." They both stood up, frightened. In a flutter, the peasant woman dropped her soap into the water, and stammered. "Is it you, my child? Is it you, my child?" He took her in his arms and hugged her, repeating, "Good morning, Mamma," while the old man, all trembling, said, in the calm tone which he never lost, "Here you are, back again, Jean." As if he had just seen him a month ago. When they had recognized each other again, the parents wished to take their boy out in the neighborhood, and show him. They took him to the mayor, to the deputy, to the priest, and to the schoolmaster. Charlot, standing on the threshold of his cottage, watched him pass. In the evening, at supper, he said to the old people, "You must have been stupid to let the Valens boy be taken." The mother answered, obstinately, "I wouldn't sell my child." The father remained silent. The son continued, "It is unfortunate to be sacrificed like that." Then Father Tuvache, in an angry tone, said, "Are you going to reproach us for having kept you?" And the young man said, brutally, "Yes, I reproach you for having been such fools. Parents like you cause the misfortune of children. You deserve that I should leave you." The old woman wept over her plate. She moaned, as she swallowed the spoonfuls of soup, half of which she spilled, "One may kill oneself to bring up children." Then the boy said, roughly, "I'd rather not have been born than be what I am. When I saw the other fellow, my heart stood still. I said to myself, see what I should have been now. He got up, see here, I feel that I would do better not to stay here, because I would throw it in your faces from morning till night, and I would make your life miserable. I'll never forgive you for that." The 2 old people were silent, downcast, in tears. He continued, "No, the thought of that would be too much. I'd rather look for a living somewhere else." He opened the door. The sound of voices entered. The Valens were celebrating the return of their child. Then Charlot stamped with rage, and, turning to his parents, he shouted, "You silly yokels!" And he disappeared into the night. 1,000,000. It was a modest clerk's household. The husband, who was employed in a government office, was conventional and painstaking, and he always was very careful in the discharge of his duties. His name was Leopold Bonin. He was a mediocre young man who held the right opinions about everything. He had been brought up a Christian, but he was inclined to be less religious since the country had begun to move in the direction of the separation of church and state. He would say in loud tones at the office, "I am a believer, a true believer, but I believe in God, not in the clergy." His greatest claim was that he was an honest man. He would strike his chest as he said so. And he was an honest man, in the most humdrum sense of the word. He arrived punctually at his office and left as punctually. He never idled and was always very straight in money matters. He had married the daughter of one of his poor colleagues, whose sister, however, was worth 1,000,000, having been married for love. She had had no children, which was a deep disappointment for her, and, consequently, she had no one to whom she could leave her money except her niece. This legacy was the constant preoccupation of the family. It haunted the house, and even the office. It was known that the Bonins would come in for 1,000,000. The young couple were also childless, a fact which did not distress them in the least, as they were perfectly satisfied with their humdrum, narrow life. Their home was well kept, clean and thrifty. They were both very placid and moderate in all things, and they firmly believed that a child would upset their lives, and interfere with their habits. They would not have endeavored to remain without heirs, but, since heaven had not blessed them in that particular respect, they thought it was no doubt for the best. The wealthy aunt, however, was not to be consoled, and was profuse with practical advice. Years ago, she had vainly tried a number of methods recommended by clairvoyants and her women friends, and since she had reached the age where all thought of offspring had to be abandoned. She had heard of many more, which she supposed to be unfailing, and which she persisted in revealing to her niece. Every now and then she would inquire, "Well, have you tried what I told you about the other day?" Finally she died. The young people experienced a delighted relief which they sought to conceal from themselves as well as from the outside world. Often one's conscience is garbed in black while the soul sings with joy. They were notified that a will had been deposited with a lawyer, and they went to the latter's office immediately after leaving the church. The aunt, faithful to her lifelong idea, had bequeathed her fortune to their firstborn child, with the provision that the income was to be used by the parents until their decease. Should the young couple have no offspring within 3 years, the money was to go to the poor and needy. They were completely overwhelmed. The husband collapsed and stayed away from the office for a week. When he recovered, he resolved with sudden energy to become a parent. He persisted in his endeavors for 6 months, until he was but the shadow of his former self. He remembered all the hints his aunt had given and put them into practice conscientiously, but without results. His desperate determination lent him a factitious strength, which, however, proved almost fatal. He became hopelessly anemic. His physician stood in dread of tuberculosis, and terrified him to such an extent that he forthwith resumed his peaceful habits, even more peaceful than before, and began a restorative treatment. Broad rumors had begun to float around the office. All the clerks had heard about the disappointing will, and they made much fun over what they termed the $1,000,000 deal. Some ventured to give Bonin facetious advice, while others dared to offer themselves for the accomplishment of the distressing clause. One tall fellow, especially, who had the reputation of being quite a roué and whose many affairs were notorious throughout the office, teased him constantly with veiled allusions. Broad hints and the boast that he, Morel, could make him, Bonin, inherit in about 20 minutes. However, one day, Leopold Bonin became suddenly infuriated, and jumping out of his chair, his quill behind his ear, he shouted, "Sir, you are a cur. If I did not respect myself, I would spit in your face." Witnesses were dispatched to the antagonists, and for days the whole department was in an uproar. They were to be found everywhere, in and out of the offices, meeting in the halls to discuss some important point and to exchange their views of the affair. Finally a document was drawn up by the 4 delegates and accepted by the interested parties, who gravely shook hands and mumbled a few words of apology in the presence of the department chief. During the month that followed, the 2 men bowed ceremoniously and with affected courtesy, as became adversaries who had met on the field of honor. But one day, they happened to collide against each other in the hall, outside of the office, whereupon Monsieur Bonin inquired with dignity, "I trust one did not hurt you?" And Monsieur Morel replied, "Not in the least." After that encounter, they saw fit to speak a few words whenever they met. And little by little they became more friendly, appreciated one another and grew to be inseparable. But Leopold was unhappy. His wife kept taunting him with allusions, torturing him with thinly veiled sarcasm. And the days were flitting by. 1 year had already elapsed since the aunt's demise. The inheritance seemed lost to them. When sitting down to dinner Madame Bonin would remark, "We have not very much to eat, it would be different if we were well off." Or, when Leopold was ready to start for the office, his wife would hand him his walking stick and observe, "If we had an income of 50,000 francs, you would not have to kill yourself working. You poor quill driver." When Madame Bonin went out on a rainy day, she would invariably murmur, "If we had a carriage, I would not be compelled to ruin my clothes on a day like this." In fact, at all times, she seemed to blame her husband, rendering him alone responsible for the state of affairs and the loss of the fortune. Finally, growing desperate, he took her to a well-known physician, who, after a lengthy consultation, expressed no opinion and declared he could discover nothing unusual. That similar cases were of frequent occurrence, that it was the same with bodies as with minds. That, after having seen so many couples separated through incompatibility of temper, it was not surprising to find some who were childless because of physical incompatibility. The consultation cost 40 francs. A year went by, and war was declared between the pair, incessant, bitter war, almost ferocious hatred. And Madame Bonin never stopped saying over and over again, "Isn't it dreadful to lose a fortune because one happens to have married a fool? Or, to think that if I had married another man, today I would have an income of 40,000 francs, or again, some people are always in the way. They spoil everything." In the evening, after dinner, the tension became well-nigh insufferable. One night, fearing a terrible scene, and not knowing how to ward it off, Leopold brought his friend, Frederick Morel, with whom he had almost had a duel, home with him. Soon Morel became the friend of the house, the counselor of husband and wife. The expiration of the delay stipulated in the will was drawing near. Only 6 months more and the fortune would go to the poor and needy. And little by little Leopold's attitude toward his wife changed. He, too, became aggressive, taunting, would make obscure insinuations, mentioning in a mysterious way wives of clerks who had built up their husbands' careers. Every little while he would bring up some story of promotion that had fallen to the luck of some obscure clerk. Little Ravinot, who was only a temporary clerk, 5 years ago, has been made assistant chief clerk. Then Madame Bonin would reply, "It certainly is not you who could accomplish anything like that." Leopold would shrug his shoulders. As if he did more than anyone else. "He has a bright wife, that is all. She captivated the head of the department and now gets everything she wants. In this life we have to look out that we are not fooled by circumstances." What did he really mean? What did she infer? What occurred? Each of them had a calendar on which the days which separated them from the fatal term were marked. And every week they were overcome by a sort of madness, a desperate rage, a wild exasperation, so that they felt capable of committing a crime if necessary. And then one morning Madame Bonin, with shining eyes and a radiant face, laid her hands on her husband's shoulders, looked at him intently, joyfully, and whispered, "I believe that I am pregnant." He experienced such a shock that he almost collapsed. And suddenly clasping his wife in his arms, he drew her down on his knee, kissed her like a beloved child and, overwhelmed by emotion, sobbed aloud. 2 months later, doubt was no longer possible. He went with her to a physician and had the latter make out a certificate which he handed to the executor of the will. The lawyer stated that, inasmuch as the child existed, whether born or unborn, he could do nothing but bow to circumstances, and would postpone the execution of the will until the birth of the heir. A boy was born, whom they christened Dieudonne, in remembrance of the practice in royal households. They were very rich. One evening, when M. Bonin came home, his friend Frederick Morel was to dine with them. His wife remarked casually, "I have just requested our friend Frederick never to enter this house again. He insulted me." Leopold looked at her for a second with a light of gratitude in his eyes, and then he opened his arms. She flew to him and they kissed each other tenderly, like the good, united, upright little couple that they were. And it is worth while to hear Madame Bonin talk about women who have transgressed for love, and those whom a great passion has led to adultery. The will. I knew that tall young fellow, René de Bourneval. He was an agreeable companion, though rather melancholy, and disillusioned about everything, very skeptical, with a skepticism which was direct and devastating. And especially skillful in exposing social hypocrisies in a biting phrase. He often used to say, There are no honest men, or, at least, they only appear so in comparison with swine. He had 2 brothers, whom he shunned, the Messrs de Courcils. I thought they were by another father, on account of the difference in the name. I had frequently heard that something strange had happened in the family, but no details were given. As I took a great liking to him, we soon became intimate, and one evening, when I had been dining with him alone, I asked him by chance, "Are you by your mother's first or second marriage?" He grew rather pale, then he flushed, and did not speak for a few moments. He was visibly embarrassed. Then he smiled in that melancholy and gentle manner peculiar to him, and said, "My dear friend, if it will not bore you, I can tell you some very strange details about my life. I know you to be a sensible man, so I am not afraid that our friendship will suffer by my revelations, and if it did, I should not care about having you for my friend any longer. My mother, Madame de Courcils, was a poor, timid, little woman, whom her husband had married for the sake of her fortune. Her whole life was a martyrdom. Of an affectionate, timorous and sensitive nature, she was constantly ill-treated by the man who ought to have been my father, one of those boors called country gentlemen. A month after their marriage he was living with a servant, and besides that, the wives and daughters of his tenants were his mistresses. Which did not prevent him from having 2 children by his wife, 3, if you count me. My mother said nothing, and lived in that noisy house like one of those little mice which slip under the furniture. Self-effacing, retiring and nervous, she looked at people with bright, uneasy, restless eyes, the eyes of some terrified creature which can never shake off its fear. And yet she was pretty, very pretty and fair, a grey blonde, as if her hair had lost its colour through her constant fears. Among Monsieur de Courcils's friends who constantly came to the chateau there was an ex-cavalry officer, a widower, a man to be feared, a man at the same time tender and violent, and capable of the most energetic resolution, Monsieur de Bournval, whose name I bear. He was a tall, thin man, with a heavy black moustache, and I am very like him. He was a man who had read a great deal, and whose ideas were not like those of most of his class. His great-grandmother had been a friend of J. Rousseau, and it seemed as if he had inherited something from this connection of his ancestors. He knew the Contrat Social and the Nouvelle Heloise by heart, and, indeed, all those philosophical books which led the way to the overthrow of our old usage, prejudices, superannuated laws, and imbecile morality. It seemed that he loved my mother, and she loved him, but their intrigue was carried on so secretly that no one guessed it. The poor, neglected, unhappy woman must have clung to him desperately, and in her intimacy with him must have imbibed all his ways of thinking, theories of free thought, audacious ideas of independent love. But as she was so timid that she never ventured to speak aloud, it was all driven back, condensed, and compressed in her heart, which never opened itself. My 2 brothers were very cruel to her, like their father, and never gave her a caress. Used to seeing her count for nothing in the house, they treated her rather like a servant, and so I was the only one of her sons who really loved her, and whom she loved. I was 18 at the time she died. I must add, in order that you may understand what follows, that a trustee had been appointed to look after my father's affairs, that a decision in favor of my mother had been pronounced, dividing the property they held in common. Thanks to the workings of the law and the intelligent devotion of a lawyer to her interests, she had preserved the right to make her will in favor of anyone she pleased. We were told that there was a will lying at the lawyer's, and were invited to be present at the reading of it. I can remember it, as if it were yesterday. It was a grand, dramatic, yet burlesque and surprising scene, brought about by the posthumous revolt of the dead woman, by a cry for liberty from the depths of her tomb, on the part of a martyred woman who had been crushed by our customs during her life, and who, from her grave, uttered a despairing appeal for independence. The man who thought that he was my father, a stout, ruddy-faced man who looked like a butcher, and my brothers, 2 great fellows of 20 and 22, were waiting quietly in their chairs. Monsieur de Bournval, who had been invited to be present, came in and stood behind me. He was very pale, and bit his moustache, which was turning grey. No doubt he was prepared for what was going to happen. The lawyer double-locked the door, and began to read the will, after opening in our presence the envelope, which was sealed with red wax, and whose contents he did not know. My friend stopped suddenly and got up, and from his writing table took an old paper, unfolded it, kissed it and continued. This is the will of my beloved mother. I, the undersigned. Anne Catherine Genevieve Mathilde de Croix-Luce, the legitimate wife of Leopold Joseph Gontran de Courcelles, sound in body and mind, here express my last wishes. I first of all ask God, and then my dear son René, to pardon me for the act I am about to commit. I believe that my child's heart is great enough to understand me, and to forgive me. I have suffered my whole life long. I was married for mercenary reasons, then despised, misunderstood, oppressed, and constantly deceived by my husband. I forgive him, but I owe him nothing. My eldest sons never loved me, never petted me, scarcely treated me as a mother. During my whole life I was everything that I ought to have been to them, and I owe them nothing more after my death. The ties of blood cannot exist without daily and constant affection. An ungrateful son is less than a stranger, he is a culprit, for he has no right to be indifferent toward his mother. I have always trembled before men, before their unjust laws, their inhuman customs, their shameful prejudices. Before God, I have no longer any fear. Dead, I fling aside disgraceful hypocrisy. I dare to speak my thoughts, and to avow and to sign the secret of my heart. I therefore leave that part of my fortune of which the law allows me to dispose, as a deposit with my dear lover Pierre-Jean Simon de Bournval, to revert afterward to our dear son René. This wish is, moreover, formulated more precisely in a notarial deed. And I declare before the Supreme Judge who hears me, that I should have cursed heaven and my own existence, if I had not met my lover's deep, devoted, tender, unshaken affection. If I had not felt in his arms that the Creator made his creatures to love, sustain, and console each other, and to weep together in the hours of sadness. Monsieur de Courcelles is the father of my two eldest sons, René alone owes his life to Monsieur de Bournval. I pray to the Master of men and of their destinies to place father and son above social prejudices, to make them love each other until they die, and to love me also in my coffin. These are my last thoughts, and my last wish. Mathilde de Croix-Luce. Monsieur de Courcelles had risen, and he cried. It is the will of a mad woman. Then Monsieur de Bournval stepped forward and said in a loud penetrating voice, Simon de Bournval, solemnly declare that this writing contains nothing but the strict truth. And I am ready to prove it by letters which I possess. On hearing that, Monsieur de Courcelles went up to him, and I thought that they were going to collar each other. There they stood, both of them tall, one stout and the other thin, both trembling. My mother's husband stammered out. You are a worthless wretch. And the other replied in a loud, dry voice. We will meet elsewhere, monsieur. I should have slapped your ugly face, and challenged you long since, if I had not, before all else, thought of the peace of mind, during her lifetime. Of that poor woman whom you made to suffer so much. Then, turning to me, he said. You are my son, will you come with me? I have no right to take you away, but I shall assume it, if you will allow me. I shook his hand without replying, and we went out together. I was certainly 3 parts mad. 2 days later Monsieur de Bournval killed Monsieur de Courcelles in a duel. My brothers, fearing the terrible scandal, held their tongues. I offered them, and they accepted, half the fortune which my mother had left me. I took my real father's name, renouncing that which the law gave me, but which was not really mine. Monsieur de Bournval has been dead for 5 years, and I am still mourning for him. He rose from his chair, took a few steps, and, standing in front of me, said, I hold that my mother's will was one of the most beautiful and loyal. One of the greatest acts that a woman could accomplish. Do you not agree with me? I held out my 2 hands. Most certainly I do, my friend. The wolf. This is what the old Marquis d'Arville told us after a dinner in honor of Saint Hubert, at the house of Baron de Ravels. They had run down a stag that day. The Marquis was the only one of the guests who had not taken part in the chase. He never hunted. During the whole of the long repast, they had talked of scarcely anything but the massacre of animals. Even the ladies interested themselves in the sanguinary and often unlikely stories, while the speakers mimicked the attacks and combats between man and beast, raising their arms and speaking in thunderous tones. M. d'Arville talked well, with a certain poetical flourish that was full of effect. He must have repeated this story often, he told it so smoothly, never halting at a choice of words in which to clothe an image. Gentlemen, I never hunt, nor did my father, nor my grandfather, nor my great-grandfather. The last named was the son of a man who hunted more than all of you. He died in 1764. I will tell you how. He was named Jean, and was married, and became the father of the man who was my great-grandfather. He lived with his younger brother, François d'Arville, in our castle, in the midst of a deep forest in Lorraine. François d'Arville always remained a bachelor out of his love for hunting. They both hunted from one end of the year to the other without cessation or weariness. They loved nothing else, understood nothing else, talked only of this, and lived for this alone. They were possessed by this terrible, inexorable passion. It consumed them, having taken entire control of them, leaving no place for anything else. They had given orders that they were never to be disturbed when they were hunting, for any reason whatsoever. My great-grandfather was born while his father was following a fox, but Jean d'Arville did not interrupt his sport, and swore that the little beggar might have waited until after the death cry. His brother François showed himself still more hot-headed than he. The first thing on rising, he would go to see the dogs, then the horses. Then he would shoot some birds about the place, until it was time to set out hunting larger game. They were called in the country Monsieur le Marquis and Monsieur le Cadet. Noblemen then did not act as do the interlopers of our time, who wished to establish in their titles a descending scale of rank, for the son of a marquis is no more a count, or the son of a viscount a baron, than the son of a general is a colonel by birth. But the petty vanity of our time finds profit in this arrangement. To return to my ancestors. They were, it appears, immoderately large, bony, hairy, violent, and vigorous. The younger one was even taller than the elder, and had such a voice that, according to a legend of which he was very proud, all the leaves of the forest moved when he shouted. When they were mounted, ready for the chase, it must have been a superb sight to see these two giants astride their great horses. Toward the middle of the winter of that year, 1764, the cold was excessive and the wolves became ferocious. They even attacked belated peasants, roamed around houses at night, howled from sunset to sunrise, and ravaged the barns. Very soon a rumor was circulated. It was said that a colossal wolf, of grayish-white color, which had eaten 2 children, devoured the arm of a woman, strangled all the watchdogs of the country, was now coming without fear into the enclosures and smelling around the doors. Many inhabitants affirmed that they had felt his breath, which made the lights flicker. Shortly a panic ran through all the province. No one dared to go out after nightfall. The very shadows seemed haunted by the image of this beast. The brothers d'Arville resolved to find and slay him. So they called together all the gentlemen of the country for a big hunt. It was in vain. They beat the forests and scoured the thickets to no purpose, they saw nothing of him. They killed wolves, but not that one. And each night after the hunt, the beast, as if to avenge himself, attacked some traveler, or devoured some cattle, always far from the place where they had sought him. Finally, one night he found a way into the pigsty of the d'Arville castle and ate 2 beauties of the best breed. The 2 brothers were furious, interpreting the attack as one of bravado on the part of the monster, a direct injury, a defiance. Therefore, taking all their best trained hounds, accustomed to follow the most redoubtable quarry, they set out to run down the beast, their hearts filled with rage. From dawn until the sun descended behind the great leafless trees, they beat about the forests with no result. At last, both of them, angry and disheartened, turned their horses' steps into a bypath bordered by brushwood, marveling at the power of this wolf to baffle their knowledge. And suddenly seized with a mysterious fear. The elder said, "This can be no ordinary beast. It almost looks as if he can reason like a man." The younger replied, "Perhaps we should get our cousin, the bishop, to bless a bullet for him, or ask a priest to pronounce some words to help us." Then they were silent. Jean continued, "Look at the sun, how red it is. The great wolf will do mischief tonight." He had scarcely finished speaking when his horse reared. François's horse started to run at the same time. A large bush covered with dead leaves rose before them, and a colossal beast, grayish-white, sprang out, scampering away through the wood. Both gave a grunt of satisfaction, and bending to the necks of their heavy horses, they urged them on with the weight of their bodies, driving them forward with such speed, exciting them, hastening them with voice and spur, that these strong riders seemed to carry the weight of their beasts between their knees, carrying them along as if they were flying. Thus they rode, at full speed, crashing through thickets, crossing ravines, climbing up the sides of hills, and plunging into gorges, sounding the horn with loud blasts, to arouse the people and the dogs of the neighborhood. But suddenly, in the course of this breakneck ride, my ancestor struck his forehead against a large branch and fractured his skull. He fell to the ground as if dead, while his frightened horse disappeared into the shadows that were enveloping the woods. The younger d'Arville stopped short, sprang to the ground, seized his brother in his arms, and saw that his brains were coming out of the wound with his blood. He sat down beside him, took his disfigured and gory head upon his knees, looking earnestly at the lifeless face. Little by little a fear crept over him, a strange fear that he had never before felt, fear of the shadows, of the solitude, of the lonely woods, and also of the chimerical wolf, which had now avenged itself by killing his brother. The shadows deepened, the branches of the trees crackled in the sharp cold. François arose shivering, incapable of remaining there any longer, and already feeling his strength fail. There was nothing to be heard, neither the voice of the dogs nor the sound of the horns, all within this invisible horizon was mute. And in this gloomy silence and the chill of evening there was something strange and frightful. With his powerful hands he seized Jean's huge body and laid it across the saddle to take it home. Then he resumed his way slowly, his mind troubled by horrible, extraordinary images, as if he were intoxicated. Suddenly, along the path darkened by the night, a great form passed. It was the wolf. A violent fit of terror seized upon the hunter. Something cold, like a stream of water, seemed to glide down his back, and he made the sign of the cross, like a monk haunted by devils. So dismayed was he by the reappearance of the frightful wanderer. Then, his eyes falling upon the inert body before him, his fear was quickly changed to anger, and he trembled with inordinate rage. He pricked his horse and darted after him. He followed him through copses, ravines, and great forests, traversing woods that he no longer recognized, his eyes fixed upon a white spot, which was ever flying from him as night covered the earth. His horse also seemed moved by an unknown force and ardor. He galloped on with neck extended, crashing over small trees and rocks, with the body of the dead man stretched across him on the saddle. Brambles caught in his hair, his head, where it struck the enormous tree trunks, spattered them with blood, his spurs tore off pieces of bark. Suddenly the animal and its rider came out of the forest, and rushed into a valley as the moon appeared above the hills. This valley was stony and shut in by enormous rocks, with no other outlet. And the wolf, caught in a corner, turned around. François gave a shout of joy and revenge which the echoes repeated like a roll of thunder. He leaped from his horse, knife in hand. The bristling beast, with rounded back, was awaiting him, his eyes shining like two stars. But before joining battle, the strong hunter, grasping his brother, seated him upon a rock, supporting his head, which was now but a mass of blood, with stones, and cried aloud to him. As to one death, look, Jean. Look here. Then he threw himself upon the monster. He felt himself strong enough to overthrow a mountain, to crush the rocks in his hands. The beast tried to bite, and to rip up his stomach. But the man had seized it by the throat, without even making use of his weapon, and was strangling it gently, listening to its breath stopping in its throat, and its heart ceasing to beat. And he laughed with mad joy, clutching it more and more strongly with a terrible hold, and crying out in his delirium, "Look, Jean! Look!" All resistance ceased. The body of the wolf was limp. He was dead. Then François, taking him in his arms, threw him down at the feet of his elder brother, crying out in expectant voice, "Here, here, Jean, dear, here he is." Then he placed upon the saddle the two bodies, the one above the other, and started on his way. He returned to the castle laughing and weeping, like Gargantua at the birth of Pantagruel, shouting in triumph and stamping with delight in relating the death of the beast, and moaning and tearing at his beard in telling the death of his brother. Often, later, when he recalled that day, he would declare, with tears in his eyes, "If only poor Jean had seen me strangle the beast, he would have died happy, I am sure." The widow of my ancestor inspired in her son a horror of hunting, which was transmitted from father to son down to myself. The Marquis d'Arville was silent. Someone asked, "That is a legendary tale, is it not?" And the narrator replied, "I swear to you it is true from beginning to end." Then a lady, in a sweet little voice, declared, "Well, it is beautiful to have passions like that." The kiss. My little darling, so you are crying from morning until night and from night until morning, because your husband leaves you. You do not know what to do and so you ask your old aunt for advice. You must consider her quite an expert. I don't know as much as you think I do, and yet I am not entirely ignorant of the art of loving, or, rather, of making oneself loved, in which you are a little lacking. I can admit that at my age. You say that you are all attention, love, kisses and caresses for him. Perhaps that is the very trouble, I think you kiss him too much. My dear, we have in our hands the most terrible power in the world, love. Man is gifted with physical strength, and he exercises force. Woman is gifted with charm, and she rules with caresses. It is our weapon, formidable and invincible, but we should know how to use it. We are the mistresses of the world, you know. To tell the history of love from the beginning of the world would be to tell the history of man himself. Everything springs from it, the arts, great events, customs, wars, the overthrow of empires. In the Bible you find Delilah, Judith, in fables we find Omphale, Helen, in history the Sabines, Cleopatra, and many others. Therefore we reign supreme, all-powerful. But, like kings, we must make use of delicate diplomacy. Love, my dear, is made up of imperceptible sensations. We know that it is as strong as death, but also as frail as glass. The slightest shock breaks it, our power crumbles, and we are never able to build it up again. We have the power of making ourselves adored, but we lack one tiny thing, understanding of the various shades of caresses. The subtle feeling for what is excessive in the manifestations of our tender feelings. When we are embraced we lose the sentiment of delicacy, while the man over whom we rule remains master of himself, capable of judging the foolishness of certain words. Take care, my dear. That is the defect in our armor. It is our Achilles' heel. Do you know whence comes our real power? From the kiss alone. When we know how to offer and give up our lips we can become queens. The kiss is only a preface, however, but a charming preface. More charming than the realization itself. A preface which can always be read over again, whereas one cannot always read over the book. Yes, the meeting of lips is the most perfect, the most divine sensation given to human beings, the supreme limit of happiness. It is in the kiss alone that one sometimes seems to feel this union of souls after which we strive, the intermingling of swooning hearts, as it were. Do you remember the verses of Sully Prudhomme? Les caresses any sont que d'inquiets transports. Infructueux essays du pauvre amour que tente. L'impossible union de aimes par le corps. 9. One caress alone gives this deep sensation of two beings welded into one, it is the kiss. No violent delirium of complete possession equals this trembling approach of the lips, this first moist and fresh contact, and then the long, lingering, motionless rapture. Therefore, my dear, the kiss is our strongest weapon, but we must take care not to dull it. Do not forget that its value is only relative, purely conventional. It continually changes according to circumstances, the state of expectancy and the ecstasy of the mind. I will call attention to one example. Another poet, François Capet, has written a line which we all remember, a line which we find delightful, which moves our very hearts. After describing the expectancy of a lover, waiting in a room one winter's evening, his anxiety, his nervous impatience, the terrible fear of not seeing her. He describes the arrival of the beloved woman, who at last enters hurriedly, out of breath, bringing with her a breath of winter, and he exclaims, "Oh! Les premiers baisers à travers la voilette." 10. Is that not a line of exquisite sentiment, a delicate and charming observation, a perfect truth? All those who have hastened to a clandestine meeting, whom passion has thrown into the arms of a man, well do they know these first delicious kisses through the veil. And they tremble at the memory of them. And yet their sole charm lies in the circumstances, from being late, from the anxious expectancy, but from the purely, or, rather, impurely, if you prefer, sensual point of view, they are detestable. Think. Outside it is cold. The young woman has walked quickly, the veil is moist from her cold breath. Little drops of water shine in the lace. The lover seizes her and presses his burning lips to her liquid breath. The moist veil, which discolors and carries the dreadful odor of chemical dye, penetrates into the young man's mouth, moistens his mustache. He does not taste the lips of his beloved, he tastes the dye of this lace moistened with cold breath. And yet, like the poet, we would all exclaim, "Oh! Les premiers baisers à travers la voilette." Therefore, the value of this caress being entirely a matter of convention, we must be careful not to abuse it. Well, my dear, I have several times noticed that you are very clumsy. However, you are not alone in that fault, the majority of women lose their authority by abusing the kiss with untimely kisses. When they feel that their husband or their lover is a little tired, at those times when the heart as well as the body needs rest, instead of understanding what is going on within him, they persist in giving inopportune caresses, tire him by the obstinacy of begging lips and give caresses lavished with neither rhyme nor reason. Trust my experience. First, never kiss your husband in public, in the train, at the restaurant. It is bad taste, do not give in to your desires. He would feel ridiculous and would never forgive you. Beware of useless kisses lavished in intimacy. I am sure that you abuse them. For instance, I remember one day that you did something quite shocking. Probably you do not remember it. All three of us were together in the drawing room, and, as you did not stand on ceremony before me, your husband was holding you on his knees and kissing you at great length on the neck, the lips and throat. Suddenly you exclaimed, "Oh! The fire!" You had been paying no attention to it, and it was almost out. A few lingering embers were glowing on the hearth. Then he rose, ran to the woodbox, from which he dragged two enormous logs with great difficulty, when you came to him with begging lips, murmuring, "Kiss me." He turned his head with difficulty and tried to hold up the logs at the same time. Then you gently and slowly placed your mouth on that of the poor fellow, who remained with his neck out of joint, his sides twisted, his arms almost dropping off, trembling with fatigue and tired from his desperate effort. And you kept drawing out this torturing kiss, without seeing or understanding. Then when you freed him, you began to grumble, "How badly you kiss." No wonder. Oh, take care of that. We all have this foolish habit, this stupid and inconsiderate impulse to choose the most inconvenient moments. When he is carrying a glass of water, when he is putting on his shoes, when he is tying his cravat, in short. When he finds himself in any uncomfortable position, then is the time which we choose for a caress which makes him stop for a whole minute in the middle of what he is doing, with the sole desire of getting rid of us. Do not think that this criticism is insignificant. Love, my dear, is a delicate thing. The least little thing offends it, everything depends on the tact of our caresses. An ill-placed kiss may do any amount of harm. Try following my advice. Your old aunt. Colette. That pig, Morin. Chapter 1. Look here, I said to Labarbe, you have again repeated those words, that pig, Morin. Why on earth do I never hear Morin's name mentioned without his being called a pig? Labarbe, who has since become a deputy, blinked at me like an owl and said, do you mean to say that you do not know Morin's story, and yet you come from La Rochelle? I confessed that I did not know Morin's story, and then Labarbe rubbed his hands, and began his narrative. You knew Morin, did you not, and you remember his large drapery shop on the Quai de La Rochelle? Yes, perfectly. Well, you must know that in 1862 or 63 Morin went to spend a fortnight in Paris for pleasure, or for his pleasures, but under the pretext of renewing his stock. And you also know what a fortnight in Paris means for a country shopkeeper. It fires his blood. The theatre every evening, women brushing up against you, and a continual state of mental excitement, it drives one mad. One sees nothing but dancers in tights, actresses in very low dresses, round legs, plump shoulders, all nearly within reach of one's hands, without daring or being able to touch them. It is rare for one to have even an affair or two with the commoner sort. And one leaves with heart still aflutter, and a mind still exhilarated by a sort of longing for kisses which tickle one's lips. Morin was in that state when he took his ticket for La Rochelle by the 8:40 night express. Full of regrets and longings he was walking up and down the big waiting room at the station, when he suddenly came to a halt in front of a young lady who was kissing an old one. She had her veil up, and Morin murmured with delight, by Jove, what a beautiful woman. When she had said goodbye to the old lady, she went into the waiting room, and Morin followed her. Then she went on to the platform and Morin still followed her, then she got into an empty carriage, and he again followed her. There were very few travelers by the express, the engine whistled, and the train started. They were alone. Morin devoured her with his eyes. She appeared to be about 19 or 20, and was fair, tall, and had an emancipated air. She wrapped a traveling rug round her legs and stretched herself on the seat to sleep. Morin wondered who she was. And 1,000 conjectures, 1,000 projects went through his mind. He said to himself, so many stories are told of adventures on railway journeys, maybe I am going to have one. Who knows? An affair of this kind can take place so quickly. Perhaps all that I need is a little courage. Was it not Danton who said, audacity, more audacity, and always audacity? If it was not Danton, it was Mirabeau. Anyhow, what does that matter? But then, I am lacking in courage, and that is the difficulty. Oh! If one only knew, if one could only read people's minds. I will bet that every day one misses magnificent opportunities without knowing it. The slightest sign would be enough to let me know that she is perfectly agreeable. Then he imagined combinations which led him to triumph. He pictured some chivalrous deed, or merely some slight service which he rendered her, a lively, gallant conversation which ended in a declaration, which ended in what you can guess. But he could find no opening, he had no pretext, and he waited for some fortunate circumstance, with his heart wildly beating, and his mind topsy-turvy. The night passed, and the pretty girl still slept, while Morin was meditating her downfall. The day broke and soon the first ray of sunlight appeared in the sky, a long, clear ray which shone on the face of the sleeping girl, and woke her, so she sat up, looked at the country. Then at Morin, and smiled. She smiled like a happy woman, with an engaging and bright look, and Morin trembled. Obviously that smile was intended for him, it was a discreet invitation, the signal which he was waiting for. That smile meant, "How stupid, what a ninny, what a dolt, what a donkey you are, to have sat there on your seat like a stick all night. Just look at me. Am I not charming? And you have sat like that for a whole night, alone with a pretty woman, without venturing to do anything, you great booby." She was still smiling as she looked at him, she even began to laugh. And he was losing his head trying to find something suitable to say, no matter what. But he could think of nothing, and then, arming himself with Dutch courage, he said to himself, "It can't be helped, I will risk everything," and suddenly without the slightest warning. He moved towards her, his arms extended, his lips protruding, and seizing her in his arms, kissed her. She sprang up with a bound, shouting, "Help! Help!" and screaming with terror. Then she opened the carriage door, and waved her arm outside, mad with fear and trying to jump out, while Morin, who was almost distracted, and feeling sure that she would throw herself out, held her by her skirt and stammered, "Oh, madam! Oh, madam!" The train slackened speed, and then stopped. 2 guards rushed up at the young woman's frantic signals, and she threw herself into their arms, stammering, "That man tried to. And then she fainted. They were at Mont's station, and the gendarme on duty arrested Morin. When the victim of his brutality had regained her consciousness, she made her charge against him, and the police drew it up. The poor draper did not reach home till night, with a prosecution hanging over him for an outrage on morals in a public place. Chapter 2. At that time I was editor-in-chief of the Fanal de Charente, and I used to meet Morin every day at the Café du Commerce. The day after his adventure he came to see me, as he did not know what to do. I did not conceal my opinion from him. "You are no better than a pig. No decent man behaves like that." He wept. His wife had given him a beating, and he foresaw his trade ruined, his name dragged through the mire and dishonored, his friends outraged and cutting him in the street. In the end he excited my pity, and I sent for my colleague Rivet, a bantering but very sensible little man, to give us his advice. He advised me to see the public prosecutor, who was a friend of mine, and so I sent Morin home, and went to call on the magistrate. He told me that the woman who had been insulted was a young lady, Mademoiselle Henriette Bonnel, who had just received her certificate as a teacher in Paris, and who, being an orphan, spent her holidays with her uncle and aunt, who were very respectable lower-middle-class people in Mons. What made Morin's case all the more serious was, that the uncle had lodged a complaint. But the public official consented to let the matter drop if this complaint were withdrawn, so that we must try and get him to do this. I went back to Morin's and found him in bed, ill with excitement and distress. His wife, a tall, raw-boned woman with a beard, was abusing him continually, and she showed me into the room, shouting at me, "So you have come to see that pig, Morin? Well, there he is, the beauty." And she planted herself in front of the bed, with her hands on her hips. I told him how matters stood, and he begged me to go and see her uncle and aunt. It was a delicate mission, but I undertook it, and the poor devil never ceased repeating, "I assure you I did not even kiss her, no, not even that. I will take my oath on it." I replied, "It doesn't matter, you are nothing but a pig." And I took 1,000 francs which he gave me, to employ them as I thought best, but as I did not care to venture to the house of her relations alone, I begged Rivet to go with me. Which he agreed to do, on condition that we should go there at once, for he had some urgent business at La Rochelle the following afternoon. So 2 hours later we rang at the door of a nice country house. A beautiful girl came and opened the door to us, who was assuredly the young lady in question, and I said to Rivet in a low voice, "Confound it! I begin to understand Morin." The uncle, Monsieur Tunlet, was, as it happened, a subscriber to the Fanal, and was a fervent political co-religionist of ours. He received us with open arms, and congratulated us and wished us joy. He was delighted at having the 2 editors of his favorite newspaper in his house, and Rivet whispered to me, "I think we shall be able to arrange the affair of that pig, Morin." The niece had left the room, and I introduced the delicate subject. I invoked the spectre of scandal before his eyes. I emphasized the inevitable loss of esteem which the young lady would suffer if such an affair became known, for nobody would believe in a simple kiss. The good man seemed undecided, but could not make up his mind about anything without his wife, who would not be in until late that evening. But suddenly he uttered an exclamation of triumph. "Look here, I have an excellent idea. I shall not let you leave now that you are here. You can both dine here and spend the night, and when my wife comes home, I hope we shall be able to arrange matters." Rivet resisted at first, but the wish to extricate that pig, Morin, decided him, and we accepted the invitation. So the uncle got up delighted, called his niece, and proposed that we should take a stroll in his grounds, saying, "We will leave serious matters until tonight." Rivet and he began to talk politics, and I soon found myself lagging a little behind with the girl, who was really charming. Charming. And with infinite precautions I began to speak to her about her adventure, and try to make her my ally. She did not, however, appear in the least confused, and listened to me with an air of great amusement. I said to her, "Just think, mademoiselle, how unpleasant it will be for you. You will have to appear in court, to encounter malicious glances, to speak before everybody, and to relate in public that unfortunate occurrence in the railway carriage. Do you not think, between ourselves, that it would have been much better for you to have put that dirty scoundrel in his place without calling for assistance? And merely to have changed your carriage?" She began to laugh, and replied, "What you say is quite true. But what could I do? I was frightened, and when one is frightened, one does not stop to reason with oneself. As soon as I realized the situation, I was very sorry that I had called out, but then it was too late. You must also remember that the idiot threw himself upon me like a madman, without saying a word and looking like a lunatic. I did not even know what he wanted of me." She looked me full in the face, without being nervous or intimidated, and I said to myself, "She is a girl with her wits about her. I can quite see how that pig, Morin, came to make a mistake." And I went on, jokingly, "Come, mademoiselle, confess that he was excusable, for after all, a man cannot find himself opposite such a pretty girl as you are," without feeling a legitimate desire to kiss her. She laughed more than ever, and showed her teeth, and said, "Between the desire and the act, monsieur, there is room for respect." It was a curious expression to use, although not very clear. Abruptly I asked, "Well now, supposing I were to kiss you now, what would you do?" She stopped, looked at me up and down, and then said calmly, "Oh. You? That is quite another matter." I knew perfectly well, by Jove, that it was not the same thing at all, as everybody in the neighborhood called me handsome Labarbe. I was 30 years old in those days, but I asked her, "And why, pray?" She shrugged her shoulders, and replied, "Well, because you are not so stupid as he is." And then she added, with a sidelong glance, "Nor so ugly, either." Before she could make a movement to avoid me, I had planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. She sprang aside, but it was too late, and then she said, "Well, you are not very bashful either. But don't do that sort of thing again." I put on a humble look and said in a low voice, "Oh, mademoiselle, as for me, if I long for one thing more than another, it is to be summoned before a magistrate on the same charge as Morin." "Why?" she asked. Looking steadily at her, I replied, "Because you are one of the most beautiful creatures living. Because it would be an honor and a title to glory for me to have offered you violence, and because people would have said, after seeing you, 'Well, Labarbe richly deserves what he has got. But he is a lucky fellow, all the same.'" She began to laugh heartily again, and said, "How funny you are." And she had not finished the word funny, before I had her in my arms and was showering hungry kisses wherever I could find a place, on her hair, her forehead, her eyes, her mouth occasionally. On her cheeks, in fact, all over her head, some part of which she was obliged to leave exposed, in spite of herself, in order to defend the others. At last she managed to release herself, blushing and angry. "You are very ill-mannered, monsieur," she said, "and I am sorry I listened to you." I took her hand in some confusion, and stammered out, I beg your pardon, mademoiselle. I have offended you, I have acted like a brute. Do not be angry with me for what I have done. If you knew." I vainly sought for some excuse, and in a few moments she said, "There is nothing for me to know, monsieur." But I had found something to say, and I cried, "Mademoiselle, I have been in love with you for a whole year." She was really surprised, and raised her eyes to look at me, and I went on, "Yes, mademoiselle, listen to me. I do not know Morin, and I do not care anything about him. It does not matter to me in the least if he is committed for trial and locked up meanwhile. I saw you here last year. You were down there at the gate, and I was so taken with you, that the thought of you has never left me since, and it does not matter to me whether you believe me or not. I thought you adorable, and the remembrance of you took such a hold on me that I longed to see you again, and so I made use of that fool, Morin, as a pretext, and here I am. Circumstances have made me exceed the due limits of respect, and I can only beg you to pardon me." She was trying to read the truth in my eyes, and was ready to smile again. Then she murmured, "You humbug." But I raised my hand, and said in a sincere voice, and I really believe that I was sincere, "I swear to you that I am speaking the truth." She replied quite simply, "Really?" We were alone, quite alone, as Rivet and her uncle had disappeared in a side walk, and I made her a real declaration of love, prolonged and gentle, while I squeezed and kissed her fingers. And she listened to it as to something new and agreeable, without exactly knowing how much of it she was to believe, while in the end I felt agitated, and at last really myself believed what I said. I was pale, anxious, and trembling, and I gently put my arm round her waist, and spoke to her softly, whispering into the little curls over her ears. She seemed dead, so absorbed in thought was she. Then her hand touched mine, and she pressed it, and I gently circled her waist with a trembling, and gradually a firmer, grasp. She did not move now, and I touched her cheeks with my lips, and suddenly, without seeking them, mine met hers. It was a long, long kiss, and it would have lasted longer still, if I had not heard a hem, just behind me. She made her escape through the bushes, and I, turning round, saw Rivet coming toward me. He stopped in the middle of the path and said without even smiling, "So that is the way in which you settle the affair of that pig, Morin." I replied, conceitedly, "One does what one can, my dear fellow." "But what about the uncle? How have you got on with him?" "I will answer for the niece. I have not been so fortunate with him," he replied. Whereupon I took his arm, and we went indoors. Chapter 3. Dinner made me lose my head altogether. I sat beside her, and my hand continually met hers under the tablecloth, my foot touched hers, and our glances met and melted together. After dinner we took a walk by moonlight, and I whispered to her all the tender things that rose in my heart. I held her close to me, embracing her every moment, and pressing my lips against hers. Her uncle and Rivet were arguing as they walked in front of us, their shadows following solemnly behind them on the sandy paths. We went in, and soon a messenger brought a telegram from her aunt, saying that she would not return until the first train the next morning, at 7 o'clock. "Very well, Henriette," her uncle said, "go and show the gentlemen their rooms." She showed Rivet his first, and he whispered to me, "There was no danger of her taking us into yours first." Then she took me to my room, and as soon as she was alone with me, I took her in my arms again and tried to excite her senses and overcome her resistance. But when she felt that she was near succumbing, she escaped out of the room, and I got between the sheets, very much put out and excited, and feeling rather foolish. For I knew that I should not sleep much. I was wondering how I could have committed such a mistake, when there was a gentle knock at my door, and on my asking who was there, a low voice replied, I. I dressed myself quickly and opened the door, and she came in. I forgot to ask you what you take in the morning, she said, chocolate, tea, or coffee? I put my arms around her impetuously and said, devouring her with kisses, I will take, but she freed herself from my arms, blew out my candle, and disappeared. And left me alone in the dark, furious, trying to find some matches and not able to do so. At last I got some and I went into the passage, feeling half mad, with my candlestick in my hand. What was I going to do? I did not stop to think, I only wanted to find her, and I would. I went a few steps without reflecting, but then I suddenly thought to myself, suppose I should go into the uncle's room, what should I say? And I stood still, with my head a void, and my heart beating. But in a few moments, I thought of an answer. Of course, I shall say that I was looking for Rivet's room, to speak to him about an important matter, and I began to inspect all the doors, trying to find hers. At random I took hold of a key, turned it, the door opened and I went in. There was Henriette, sitting on her bed and looking at me in terror. So I gently pushed the bolt, and going up to her on tiptoe, I said, I forgot to ask you for something to read, mademoiselle. She struggled, but I soon opened the book I was looking for. I will not tell you its title, but it is the most wonderful of romances, the divinest of poems. And when once I had turned the first page, she let me turn over as many leaves as I liked, and I got through so many chapters that our candles were quite burned out. Then, after thanking her, I was stealthily returning to my room, when a rough hand seized me, and a voice, it was Rivet's, whispered in my ear, Are you still settling the affair of that pig, Morin? At 7 o'clock the next morning, she herself brought me a cup of chocolate. I have never drunk anything like it, soft, velvety, perfumed, intoxicating, a chocolate to make one swoon with pleasure. I could scarcely take away my mouth from the delicious lips of her cup. She had hardly left the room when Rivet came in. He seemed nervous and irritable like a man who had not slept, and he said to me crossly, If you go on like this, you will end by spoiling the affair of that pig, Morin. At 8 o'clock the aunt arrived. Our discussion was very short, the good people withdrew their complaint, and I left 500 francs for the poor of the town. They wanted to keep us for the day, and they arranged an excursion to go and see some ruins. Henriette made signs to me to stay, behind her uncle's back, and I accepted, but Rivet was determined to go. I took him aside, and begged and prayed him, Come on, old man, do it for my sake. He appeared quite exasperated and kept saying to me, I have had enough of that pig Morin's affair, do you hear? Of course I was obliged to go also, and it was one of the hardest moments of my life. I could have gone on settling that business as long as I lived, and when we were in the railway carriage, after shaking hands with her in silence, I said to Rivet, You are a mere brute. And he replied, My dear fellow, you were beginning to get on my nerves confoundedly. On getting to the Fanal office, I saw a crowd waiting for us, and as soon as they saw us, they all exclaimed, Well, have you settled the affair of that pig, Morin? All La Rochelle was excited about it, and Rivet, who had got over his ill humor on the journey, had great difficulty in keeping himself from laughing as he said, Yes, we have managed it. Thanks to Labarbe. And we went to Morin's. He was sitting in an armchair, with mustard plasters on his legs, and cold bandages on his head, nearly dead with misery. He was coughing incessantly with the short cough of a dying man, without anyone knowing how he had caught this cold, and his wife seemed like a tigress ready to eat him. As soon as he saw us he trembled so violently as to make his hands and knees shake, so I said to him immediately, It is all settled, you dirty scamp, but don't do such a thing again. He got up, choking, took my hands and kissed them as if they had belonged to a prince, cried, nearly fainted, embraced Rivet, and even kissed Madame Morin, who gave him a push that sent him staggering back into his armchair. But he never got over the blow, his mind had been too upset. In all the country round, moreover, he was called nothing but that pig, Morin, and the epithet went through him like a sword thrust every time he heard it. When a street boy called after him, "Pig," he turned his head instinctively. His friends also overwhelmed him with horrible jokes, and used to chaff him, whenever they were eating ham, by saying, "Is this a bit of you?" He died 2 years later. As for myself, when I was a candidate for the Chamber of Deputies in 1875, I called on the new notary at Tessert, Monsieur Belencourt, to solicit his vote, and a tall, handsome, richly dressed woman received me. "Don't you remember me?" she said. I stammered out, "No. No. Madam. Henriette Bonnel?" "Ah." And I felt myself turning pale, while she seemed perfectly at her ease, and looked at me with a smile. As soon as she had left me alone with her husband, he took both of my hands, and squeezing them as if he meant to crush them, he said, "I have been intending to go and see you for a long time, my dear sir, for my wife has very often talked to me about you. I know under what painful circumstances you made her acquaintance, and I know also how perfectly you behaved, how full of delicacy, tact, and devotion you showed yourself in the affair." He hesitated, and then said in a lower tone, as if he had been saying something low and coarse, "In the affair of that pig, Morin. Madame Baptiste. When I went into the waiting room at the station at Loubain, the first thing I did was to look at the clock. And I found that I had 2 hours and 10 minutes to wait for the Paris express. I felt suddenly tired, as if I had walked 20 miles. Then I looked about me, as if I could find some means of killing the time on the station walls. At last I went out again, and halted outside the gates of the station, racking my brains to find something to do. The street, which was a kind of boulevard planted with stunted laburnum trees, between 2 rows of houses of unequal shape and different styles of architecture. Houses such as one sees in only small towns, ascended a slight hill, and at the extreme end of it there were some trees, as if it ended in a park. From time to time a cat crossed the street, and jumped over the gutters, carefully. A cur sniffed impatiently at every tree, and hunted for fragments from the kitchens, but I did not see a single human being. I felt listless and disheartened. What could I do with myself? I was already thinking of the inevitable and interminable visit to the small café at the railway station, where I should have to sit over a glass of undrinkable beer and an unreadable local newspaper, when I saw a funeral procession coming out of a side street into the one in which I was, and the sight of the hearse was a relief to me. It would, at any rate, give me something to do for 10 minutes. Suddenly, however, my attention was redoubled. The corpse was followed by only 8 gentlemen, one of whom was weeping, while the others were chatting together. But there was no priest, and I thought to myself, this is a non-religious funeral, but then I reflected that a town like Loubain must contain at least 100 freethinkers, who would have made a point of making a manifestation. What could it be, then? The rapid pace of the procession clearly proved that the body was to be buried without ceremony, and, consequently, without the intervention of religion. My idle curiosity played with the most complicated suppositions, and, as the hearse passed, a strange idea struck me, namely, to follow it with the 8 gentlemen. That would take up my time for an hour, at least, and I, accordingly, walked with the others, with a sad look on my face, and on seeing this, the 2 last turned round in surprise, and then spoke to each other in a low voice. No doubt, they were asking each other whether I belonged to the town, and then they consulted the 2 in front of them, who stared at me in turn. The close attention they paid me annoyed me, and to put an end to it, I went up to them, and after bowing, said, "I beg your pardon, gentlemen, for interrupting your conversation. But seeing a civil funeral, I have followed it, although I did not know the deceased gentleman whom you are accompanying." "It is a woman," one of them said. I was much surprised at hearing this, and asked, "But it is a civil funeral, is it not?" The other gentleman, who evidently wished to tell me all about it, then said, "Yes and no. The clergy have refused to allow us the use of the church." On hearing that, I uttered a prolonged ah of astonishment. I could not understand it at all, but my obliging neighbor continued. It is rather a long story. This young woman committed suicide, and that is the reason why she cannot be buried with any religious ceremony. The gentleman who is walking first, and who is crying, is her husband. I replied, with some hesitation. You surprise and interest me very much, monsieur. Shall I be indiscreet if I ask you to tell me the facts of the case? If I am troubling you, consider these words unsaid. The gentleman took my arm familiarly. Not at all, not at all. Let us stop a little behind the others, and I will tell you, although it is a very sad story. We have plenty of time before getting to the cemetery, whose trees you see up yonder, for it is a stiff pull up this hill. And he began. This young woman, Madame Paul Hammett, was the daughter of Monsieur Fontenelle, a wealthy merchant in the neighborhood. When she was a mere child of 11, she had a terrible adventure. A footman violated her. She nearly died, in consequence, for she was injured by this wretch, whose brutality betrayed him. A terrible criminal case was the result, and as it was proved that for 3 months the poor young martyr had been the victim of that brute's disgraceful practices, he was sentenced to penal servitude for life. The little girl grew up, stigmatized by her disgrace, isolated, without any companions, and grown-up people would scarcely kiss her. For they thought they would soil their lips if they touched her forehead. She became a sort of monster, a phenomenon to all the town. People said to each other in a whisper, "You know little Fontenelle," and everybody turned away in the streets when she passed. Her parents could not even get a maid to take her out for a walk, and the other servants held aloof from her, as if contact with her would poison everybody who came near her. It was pitiable to see the poor child on the playground where the kids amused themselves every afternoon. She remained all alone, standing beside her maid, and looking at the other children amusing themselves. Sometimes, yielding to an irresistible desire to mix with the other children, she advanced, timidly, with nervous gestures, and mingled with a group, with furtive steps, as if conscious of her own infamy. And immediately the mothers, aunts, and nurses used to come running from every seat, taking the children entrusted to their care by the hand and dragging them brutally away. Little Fontenelle would remain isolated, wretched, without understanding what it meant, and then would begin to cry, heartbroken with grief, and run and hide her head in her nurse's lap, sobbing. As she grew up, it was worse still. They kept the girls from her, as if she were stricken with the plague. Remember that she had nothing to learn, nothing. That she no longer had the right to the symbolical wreath of orange flowers. That almost before she could read, she had penetrated that redoubtable mystery which mothers scarcely allow their daughters to guess, trembling as they enlighten them on the night of their marriage. When she went through the streets, always accompanied by a governess, as if her parents feared some fresh, terrible adventure, with her eyes cast down under the load of that mysterious disgrace which she felt was always weighing upon her, the other girls, who were not nearly so innocent as people thought, whispered and giggled as they looked at her knowingly, and immediately turned their heads absently if she happened to look at them. People scarcely greeted her. Only a few men bowed to her, and the mothers pretended not to see her, while some young blackguards called her Madame Baptiste, after the name of the footman who had outraged and ruined her. Nobody knew the secret torture of her mind, for she hardly ever spoke and never laughed. Her parents themselves appeared uncomfortable in her presence, as if they bore her a constant grudge for some irreparable fault. An honest man would not willingly give his hand to a liberated convict, would he, even if that convict were his own son? And Monsieur and Madame Fontenelle looked on their daughter as they would have done on a son who had just been released from the hulks. She was pretty and pale, tall, slender, distinguished-looking, and she would have pleased me very much, monsieur, but for that unfortunate affair. Well, when a new sub-prefect was appointed here 18 months ago, he brought his private secretary with him. He was a queer sort of fellow, who had lived in the Latin Quarter, it appears. He saw Mademoiselle Fontenelle, and fell in love with her, and when told of what occurred, he merely said, "Bah! That is just a guarantee for the future," and I would rather it should have happened before I married her, than afterward. I shall sleep tranquilly with that woman. He paid his addresses to her, asked for her hand, and married her, and then, not being deficient in boldness, he paid wedding calls, as if nothing had happened. Some people returned them, others did not, but at last the affair began to be forgotten and she took her proper place in society. She adored her husband as if he had been a god, for you must remember that he had restored her to honor and to social life, that he had braved public opinion, faced insults, and, in a word, performed a courageous act, such as few men would accomplish, and she felt the most exalted and unceasing love for him. When she became pregnant, and it was known, the most particular people and the greatest sticklers opened their doors to her, as if she had been definitely purified by maternity. It is funny, but true, and thus everything was going on as well as possible, when, the other day, occurred the feast of the patron saint of our town. The prefect, surrounded by his staff and the authorities, presided at the musical competition, and when he had finished his speech, the distribution of medals began, which Paul Hammett, his private secretary, handed to those who were entitled to them. As you know, there are always jealousies and rivalries, which make people forget all propriety. All the ladies of the town were there on the platform, and, in his proper turn, the bandmaster from the village of Mourmilland came up. This band was only to receive a second-class medal, for you cannot give first-class medals to everybody, can you? But when the private secretary handed him his badge, the man threw it in his face and exclaimed, "You may keep your medal for Baptiste. You owe him a first-class one, also, just as you do me." There were a number of people there who began to laugh. The common herd are neither charitable nor refined, and every eye was turned toward that poor lady. Have you ever seen a woman going mad, monsieur? Well, we were present at the sight. She got up, and fell back on her chair 3 times in succession, as if she wished to make her escape, but saw that she could not make her way through the crowd. Then another voice in the crowd exclaimed, "Oh! Oh! Madame Baptiste!" And a great uproar, partly laughter and partly indignation, arose. The word was repeated over and over again. People stood on tiptoe to see the unhappy woman's face, husbands lifted their wives up in their arms so that they might see her, and people asked, "Which is she? The one in blue?" The boys crowed like cocks and laughter was heard all over the place. She did not move now on her state chair, just as if she had been put there for the crowd to look at. She could not move, nor disappear, nor hide her face. Her eyelids blinked quickly, as if a vivid light were shining in her face, and she panted like a horse that is going up a steep hill, so that it almost broke one's heart to see it. Meanwhile, however, Monsieur Hammett had seized the ruffian by the throat, and they were rolling on the ground together, amid a scene of indescribable confusion, and the ceremony was interrupted. An hour later, as the Hammets were returning home, the young woman, who had not uttered a word since the insult, but who was trembling as if all her nerves had been set in motion by springs, suddenly sprang on the parapet of the bridge, and threw herself into the river, before her husband could prevent it. The water is very deep under the arches, and it was 2 hours before her body was recovered. Of course, she was dead. The narrator stopped, and then added, "It was, perhaps, the best thing she could do in her position. There are some things which cannot be wiped out, and now you understand why the clergy refused to have her taken into church. Ah! If it had been a religious funeral, the whole town would have been present, but you can understand that her suicide, added to the other affair, made families abstain from attending her funeral. And then, it is not an easy matter, here, to attend a funeral which is performed without religious rites. We passed through the cemetery gates, and I waited, much moved by what I had heard, until the coffin had been lowered into the grave before I went up to the poor husband, who was sobbing violently, to press his hand vigorously. He looked at me in surprise through his tears, and said, "Thank you, monsieur." I was not sorry that I had followed the funeral. My wife. It was at the close of a dinner party consisting of men, married men, old friends, who sometimes met together without their wives, like bachelors, as in former days. They had eaten for a long while, and had drunk a great deal, talked on every subject and renewed happy memories of days gone by. Those glowing memories that cause the lips to smile and the heart to tremble in spite of oneself. Someone said, "Do you remember, George, our excursion to Saint-Germain with those two young girls from Montmartre?" "Certainly. Of course I do." And they brought up details, this and that, 1,000 little things, the thoughts of which gave them pleasure even now. They happened to speak about marriage, and everyone said in a serious voice, "Oh. If I had it to do over again," George de Porton added, "it is strange how easily you drop into it. You make up your mind never to take a wife, and then in the spring you go away into the country, the weather is warm, the summer promises well, everything is in bloom. You meet a young girl at a friend's house, presto. It is done. You come home married." Pierre Latoile cried out, "Just so. That's my story, only in my case the circumstances were peculiar." His friend interrupted him, "As for you, you have nothing to complain of. You surely have the most charming wife in the world, she is pretty, amiable, in fact, perfect, certainly you are the happiest of us all." The former replied, "I'm not responsible for that." "Why not?" "It is true that I have a perfect wife, but I married her in spite of myself." "Nonsense." "Yes, this is the story. I was 30 years old, and I thought no more of marrying than of hanging myself. Young girls always seemed to me insipid, and I was exceedingly fond of pleasure. In the month of May I was invited to the wedding of my cousin Simon d'Arabelle, in Normandy. It was a Real Norman wedding. The people sat down at table at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And at 11 o'clock they were still eating. On this occasion my partner was a Miss Dumoulin, the daughter of a retired colonel, a blonde young woman with a military air, well-built, fearless and loquacious. She monopolized me completely all day long, took me walking in the park, made me dance whether I wanted to or not, and bored me. I said to myself, I'll bear it today, but tomorrow I'll escape. I've had enough. About 11 o'clock at night the women retired to their rooms and the men remained to smoke while drinking, or to drink while smoking if you prefer. Through the open window could be seen the rustic ball. Country lads and lasses skipped in a circle while they sang in a loud voice the tune of a wild dance feebly accompanied by two violinists and a clarinetist who used the top of a large kitchen table as a platform. The tumultuous song of the country people sometimes completely drowned the sound of the instruments. And the feeble music, torn to pieces by their uncontrolled voices, seemed to fall from the sky in shreds, in small fragments of scattered notes. From two huge casks surrounded by flaming torches there poured drink for the crowd. Two men were busy rinsing the glasses, or bowls, in a tub so as to have them ready as quickly as possible to place under the faucets from which ran the red thread of wine or the golden thread of pure cider. And the thirsty dancers, the sedate elderly people, the perspiring girls, came there extending their arms to take, in their turn, whatever kind of cup they could find. And throwing back their heads took copious draughts of whichever drink they preferred. On one table was bread, butter, cheeses and sausages. Everybody swallowed a mouthful from time to time. And on the starlit field this healthy and energetic fate was a pleasure to behold and made me want to drink to the health of those huge casks, and eat hard bread with butter and a raw onion. A foolish desire took possession of me to take part in their festivities and I left my companions. I must acknowledge that I was then somewhat tipsy, and soon became quite drunk. I seized the hand of a strong peasant girl who was out of breath, and I made her skip around wildly until I was breathless. After drinking some more wine I seized another jolly girl and, to refresh myself, I swallowed a full bowl of cider, and I began to jump about like one possessed. I was supple, the lads were delighted, and watched me as they tried to imitate me, all the girls wanted to dance with me and they skipped about heavily, with cow-like grace. At last after many dances and glass after glass of wine and cider, I became so tipsy about 2 o'clock in the morning, that I could hardly stand up. I was conscious of my condition and I wanted to go to my bedroom. The chateau was asleep, silent, and somber. I had no matches and everyone had gone to bed. As soon as I was inside the vestibule I was seized with dizziness. I had great difficulty in finding the banister. At last I came across it by chance, as I was groping about, and I sat down on the first step of the staircase trying to collect my ideas. My bedroom was on the second floor, the third door to the left. Happily I had not forgotten that. Confident that I remembered correctly, I got up again, but not without difficulty, and I began to go upstairs, step by step, my hands glued to the iron railing to prevent myself from falling. And trying my best not to make any noise. 3 or 4 times my foot missed the following step, and I fell on my knees, but thanks to the strength of my arms and my great determination, I avoided rolling downstairs. At last I reached the second story, and ventured down the corridor, groping along the walls. Here was one door, I counted 1. But a sudden dizziness made me let go the wall and turn round in an erratic circle that threw me against the other partition. I tried to return in a straight line. The passage was long and difficult, but at last I came up against the side wall and I once more carefully felt my way along it until I came to another door. To make certain that I was not mistaken, I again counted aloud, 2, and I continued walking. After some time I found the third, and I said, 3, that's mine, and as I turned the key in the lock the door opened. In spite of my confusion I thought, as the door opens it must be my room, and I advanced in the darkness after closing the door softly. I came up against something soft, my couch, and I stretched myself out on it. In my condition I did not try to find my night table, my candlestick, or my matches. It would have taken me 2 hours or so. It would have taken me as long again to undress, and perhaps even then I would not have succeeded, so I did not attempt it. I took off my shoes, unbuttoned my vest which felt uncomfortably tight, and loosening my trousers, slept most soundly. I must have been sleeping a long while, when I was suddenly awakened by a penetrating voice calling out quite near me, "What, you lazy girl, still asleep? Do you know that it is 10 o'clock?" A woman's voice replied, "Already. I was so tired yesterday." Half asleep, I asked myself what this conversation meant. Where was I? What had I done? My mind wandered, as it was still wrapped in a thick cloud. The first voice replied, "I will open your curtains." And I heard steps approaching. I sat up completely bewildered. Then a hand was placed upon my head. I made a quick movement. The voice demanded emphatically, "Who's there?" I took good care not to answer. 2 angry hands caught hold of me. In my turn I seized someone, and a terrible struggle began. We fought, overturning the furniture and striking against the walls. The woman's voice cried out in a frightened tone, "Help, help!" The servants, the neighbors, and the frightened ladies all hurried to the scene. They opened the shutters, and drew back the curtains. I was grappling with Colonel Dumoulin. I had slept beside his daughter's bed. As soon as we had been separated I fled to my room, stupefied with fright. I locked myself in and sat down, placing my feet on a chair, for my shoes were in the young woman's room. I heard a great commotion throughout the chateau, doors opening and shutting, whispering, and rapid steps. After half an hour someone knocked at my door. I cried, "Who's there?" It was my uncle, the father of the young man who had been married the previous evening, and I let him in. He was pale and furiously angry, and he was very severe with me. "You have conducted yourself in my house like a cad, do you hear?" Then in a softer tone he added, "What a damned idiot you are to let them catch you there at 10 o'clock in the morning. You slept like a log in that room instead of going as soon after as possible." I exclaimed, "But uncle, I assure you that there was nothing amiss, I mistook my door because I was tipsy." He shrugged his shoulders, "Go along, don't tell me any such nonsense." I raised my hand. "I swear to you on my honor." My uncle continued, "Yes, that's all right, you are in duty bound to say that." I became angry in my turn, and I told him all about my mishap. He gazed at me in astonishment, not knowing what he ought to believe. Then he went out to confer with the colonel. I also learned that a kind of court composed of mothers had been formed, and that the different phases of the situation had been submitted to them. An hour later he returned, sat down with the air of a judge, and began, "Whichever way it is, I see only one way out of it for you, and that is to marry Miss Dumoulin." I was so frightened that I jumped up. "Do that?" "Never in the world." He gravely asked, "What do you intend to do then?" I artlessly replied, "Well, I shall leave as soon as my boots are returned." My uncle replied, "No joking if you please. The colonel has resolved to blow out your brains as soon as he sees you, and you may be sure it is not a vain threat." I suggested a duel, but he replied, "No, I tell you I will blow his brains out." Let us now look at this question from another standpoint. Either you ruined this child, so much the worse for you, my boy. Young girls should not be treated thus, or else you made a mistake because you were tipsy, as you say. Then so much the worse for you. You should not have placed yourself in such a foolish position. Whichever way it is, the young girl has lost her reputation, for the explanations of a drunkard are never believed. In this case she is the real victim, the only victim. Think it over. And he departed while I cried after him, "Say what you like, I won't marry her." After this I remained alone for an hour. Then my aunt came in her turn. She was weeping. She tried every way of reasoning with me. No one believed in my mistake. No one could believe that this young girl had forgotten to lock her door in a house full of people. The colonel had struck her and she had been sobbing all the morning. It was a terrible scandal that could not be effaced. And my good aunt added, "All the same, ask her hand in marriage. Perhaps you may find means of escape while discussing the marriage contract." This view comforted me. And I consented to write my offer. An hour later I left for Paris. The next day I was advised that my suit had been accepted. So, in 3 weeks' time, as I could not find an excuse, or evade it in any way, the bans were published, the invitation sent out, the contract signed. And one Monday morning I found myself in the chancel of a lighted church, by the side of a weeping young girl. Having previously sworn to the mayor that I consented to take her as my companion, until the death of one of us. I had not seen her since, and I glanced sideways at her with a certain hostile astonishment. Well, she was not ugly, no, not in the least ugly. I said to myself, there's a woman who will not be very amusing every day. She did not look at me once until evening, and never addressed a word to me. Toward the middle of the night I entered the nuptial chamber intending to tell her what I had decided to do, for I was master now. I found her seated in an armchair, dressed in her day clothes, her eyes red, and face pale. She arose as soon as I entered and came toward me with a serious air. "Sir," said she to me, "I am willing to do what you order me. I will kill myself if you wish." She looked so pretty in this heroic part, the daughter of the colonel, that I embraced her as I had a right to, and soon saw that I had not been cheated. I have been married 5 years, and I have never regretted it in the least. Pierre Latoile stopped speaking. His companions laughed. One of them said, "Marriage is a lottery. One should never choose numbers, those drawn at haphazard are the best." And the other added in conclusion, "Yes, but do not forget that it was the Providence that watches over drunkards, who chose for Pierre." The Snipe. For 40 years old Baron de Ravitz had been the champion sportsman of his province. But a stroke of paralysis had kept him in his chair for the last 5 or 6 years. He could now only shoot pigeons from the window of his drawing room or from the top of the great flight of steps in front of his house. He spent the rest of his time in reading. He was a good-natured businessman, who had much of the literary spirit of the past century. He loved anecdotes, little risqué anecdotes, true stories of events that happened in his neighborhood. As soon as a friend came to see him he would ask, "Well, anything new?" And he knew how to cross-examine like a lawyer. On sunny days he had his large armchair, which was like a bed, wheeled to the hall door. A servant behind him held his guns, loaded them and handed them to his master. Another valet, hidden in the bushes, let fly a pigeon from time to time at irregular intervals, so that the Baron should be unprepared and be always on the watch. And from morning till night he fired at the birds. Much annoyed if he were taken by surprise and laughing till he cried when the animal fell straight to the earth or turned over in some comical and unexpected manner. He would turn to the man who was loading the gun and say, almost choking with laughter, "Did that get him, Joseph? Did you see how he fell?" Joseph invariably replied, "Oh, Monsieur le Baron never misses them." In autumn, when the shooting season opened, he invited his friends as he had done formerly, and loved to hear them firing in the distance. He counted the shots and was pleased when they followed each other rapidly. And in the evening he made each guest give a faithful account of his day. They remained 3 hours at table telling about their sport. They were strange and improbable adventures in which the loquacious temper of the sportsman delighted. Some of them were already historical stories and were repeated regularly. The story of a rabbit that little Vicomte de Bourrel had missed in his hall convulsed them with laughter each year anew. Every 5 minutes a fresh speaker would say, "I heard bear. Bear." And a magnificent covey rose at 10 paces from me. I aimed. Bang! Bang! And I saw a shower, a veritable shower of birds. There were 7 of them. And they all went into raptures, amazed, but reciprocally credulous. But there was an old custom in the house called the story of the snipe. Whenever this queen of birds was in season the same ceremony took place at each dinner. As they loved this incomparable bird, each guest ate one every evening, but the heads were all left in the dish. Then the Baron, acting the part of a bishop, had a plate brought to him containing a little fat, and he carefully anointed the precious heads, holding them by the tip of their slender, needle-like beaks. A lighted candle was placed beside him and everyone was silent in an anxiety of expectation. Then he took one of the heads thus prepared, stuck a pin through it and stuck the pin on a cork, keeping the whole contrivance steady by means of little crossed sticks. And carefully balanced this object on the neck of a bottle like a sort of turnstile. All the guests counted simultaneously in a loud tone. 1, 2, 3. And the Baron with a flip of his finger made this toy whirl round. The guest at whom the long beak pointed when the head stopped became the possessor of all the heads, a feast fit for a king, which made his neighbors look envious. He took them one by one and toasted them over the candle. The grease sputtered, the roasting flesh smoked and the lucky winner ate the head, holding it by the beak and uttering exclamations of enjoyment. And at each head the diners, raising their glasses, drank to his health. When he had finished the last head he was obliged, at the Baron's orders, to tell an anecdote to compensate the disappointed ones. Here are some of the stories. The Mad Woman. "That reminds me of a terrible story of the Franco-Prussian War," said Monsieur d'Endelin. "You know my house in the Faubourg de Cormile. I was living there when the Prussians came, and I had for a neighbor a kind of mad woman, who had lost her senses in consequence of a series of misfortunes. As at the age of 25 she had lost her father, her husband and her newly born child, all in the space of a month. When death has once entered a house, it almost invariably returns immediately, as if it knew the way, and the young woman, overwhelmed with grief, took to her bed and was delirious for 6 weeks. Then, a species of calm lassitude succeeded that violent crisis, and she remained motionless, eating next to nothing, and only moving her eyes. Every time they tried to make her get up, she screamed as if they were about to kill her, and so they ended by leaving her continually in bed, and only taking her out to wash her, to change her linen and to turn her mattress. An old servant remained with her, who gave her something to drink, or a little cold meat, from time to time. What was happening in that anguished mind? No one ever knew, for she never spoke again. Was she thinking of the dead? Was she dreaming sadly, without any precise recollection of anything that had happened? Or was her stunned memory as still as stagnant water? For 15 years she remained thus inert and secluded. The war broke out, and in the beginning of December the Germans came to Cormeil. I can remember it as if it were but yesterday. It was freezing hard enough to split the stones, and I, myself, was lying back in an armchair, being unable to move on account of the gout, when I heard their heavy and regular tread. I could see them pass, from my window. They marched past interminably, with that peculiar motion of a puppet on wires which is peculiar to them. Then the officers billeted their men on the inhabitants, and I had 17 of them. My neighbor, the mad woman, had a dozen, one of whom was a major, a regular, violent, surly swashbuckler. During the first few days everything went on swimmingly. The officer next door had been told that the lady was ill, and he did not pay any attention to that in the least, but soon this woman, whom they never saw, irritated him. He asked what her illness was, and was told that she had been in bed for 15 years, in consequence of terrible grief. No doubt he did not believe it, and thought that the poor mad creature would not leave her bed out of pride, so that she might not come near the Prussians, nor speak to them, nor even see them. He insisted upon her receiving him, and he was shown into the room, and said to her roughly, "I must beg you to get up, madam, and to come downstairs so that we may all see you." But she merely turned her vague eyes on him, without replying, and so he continued, "I do not intend to tolerate any insolence, and if you do not get up of your own accord, I can easily find means to make you walk without any assistance." But she did not give any signs of having heard him, and remained quite motionless, and then he got furious, as he took that calm silence for a mark of supreme contempt. And so he added, "If you do not come downstairs tomorrow," and then he left the room. The next day the terrified old servant tried to dress her, but the mad woman began to scream violently, and resisted with all her might. The officer ran upstairs quickly, and the servant threw herself at his feet and cried, "She will not come down, monsieur, she will not. Forgive her, for she is so unhappy." The soldier was embarrassed, as in spite of his anger, he did not venture to order his soldiers to drag her out, but suddenly he began to laugh, and gave some orders in German. And soon a party of soldiers was seen coming out supporting a mattress as if they were carrying a wounded man. On that bed, which had not been unmade, the mad woman, who was still silent, was lying quietly, for she was quite indifferent to anything that went on, as long as they let her lie. Behind her, a soldier was carrying a bundle of feminine attire, and the officer said, rubbing his hands, "We will just see whether you cannot dress yourself alone, and take a little walk." And then the procession went off in the direction of the forest of Imauville. In 2 hours the soldiers came back alone, and nothing more was seen of the mad woman. What had they done with her? Where had they taken her to? No one ever knew. The snow was falling day and night, and enveloped the plain and the woods in a shroud of frozen foam, and the wolves came and howled at our very doors. The thought of that poor lost woman haunted me, and I made several applications to the Prussian authorities in order to obtain some information, and was nearly shot for doing so. When spring returned, the army of occupation withdrew, but my neighbor's house remained closed. The grass grew thick in the garden walks. The old servant had died during the winter, and nobody troubled any longer about that affair. I alone thought about it constantly. What had they done with the woman? Had she escaped through the forest? Had somebody found her, and taken her to a hospital, without being able to obtain any information from her? Nothing happened to relieve my doubts. But, by degrees, time assuaged my anxiety. Well, in the following autumn the woodcock were very plentiful, and as I had some respite from my gout, I dragged myself as far as the forest. I had already killed 4 or 5 of the long-billed birds, when I knocked over one which fell into a ditch full of branches, and I was obliged to get into it, in order to pick it up. And I found that it had fallen beside a human skull, and immediately the recollection of the mad woman struck me, like a blow in the chest. Many other people had perhaps died in the wood during that disastrous year. I do not know why, yet I was sure, I tell you, that I had stumbled upon the head of that wretched maniac. And suddenly I understood, I guessed everything. They had abandoned her on that mattress in the cold, deserted wood. And, faithful to her obsession, she had allowed herself to perish under that thick and light counterpane of snow, without moving an arm or a leg. Then the wolves had devoured her, and the birds had built their nests with the wool from her torn bed. I took charge of her remains, and I only pray that our sons may never see war again. Artfulness. Women? Well, what then? Women? Well, there are no such schemers in the world for landing you into trouble on every opportunity, with or without a reason, often for the sole pleasure of playing you. They cheat with incredible simplicity, amazing audacity, and invincible cunning. They cheat from morning to night, every one of them, the best of them, the most straightforward, the most sensible. Let us grant that they are sometimes almost driven to it. Man is always giving way to idiotic fits of obstinacy and tyrannical desires. In the home a husband is always insisting upon his own ridiculous way. He is full of crazes which his wife encourages while she turns them to account. She makes him believe that a thing costs so much because he would make a fuss if it were worth more. She always manages to extricate herself cleverly by methods so simple and wily that we cannot believe our senses when we do happen to notice what is happening. We say to ourselves, spellbound, why did we not notice this before? The man who spoke was an ex-minister of the Empire, the Count of L., a real rake, and very intelligent. A group of young men were listening to him. He continued, I was victimized by an ordinary little bourgeois in a most brazen and amusing manner. I will tell you about it that you may profit thereby. I was then at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I used to go for a long walk in the Champs-Élysées every morning. It was May, and as I walked I inhaled greedily the sweet odor of the budding leaves. I soon noticed that I met an adorable little woman every day, one of those surprising, graceful creatures with the stamp of Paris upon them. Pretty? Yes and no. A good figure? No, better than that. I admit that her waist was too small, her shoulders too straight, her chest too curved, but I prefer these exquisite human dolls with their graceful curves to the big carcass of the Venus de Milo. Besides, they trip along in a way peculiar to themselves. The mere sight of their fluttering movements fills the very marrow of your bones with desire. She seemed to look at me as we passed each other. But these women are apparently capable of anything, one never knows. One morning I saw her sitting on a bench holding an open book. I promptly sat down beside her, and 5 minutes later we were friends. Then, every day, after the smiling greeting, good morning, madam, good morning, monsieur, we chatted. She told me she was the wife of a clerk, that her life was sad, that her pleasures were few and that cares were numerous, and 1,000 other things. I told her who I was, partly through thoughtlessness and partly perhaps through vanity. She made a very good pretense at being surprised. The following day she came to the ministry to see me, and returned so often that the ushers soon got to know her and whispered to each other, Madame Lyon, the name they had given her, whenever they saw her. Lyon happens to be my Christian name. For 3 months I saw her every morning without growing tired of her for a second, so thoroughly skilled was she in the art of varying and intensifying her demonstrations of affection. But one day I noticed that her eyes were haggard and shining with suppressed tears, that she could scarcely speak, she was so preoccupied. I begged, I implored her to tell me the cause of her distress, and she ended by stammering, I am enceinte, with a shiver of apprehension. And she burst out sobbing. Oh! I made a horrible face, and I doubtless turned pale as men do at news of that kind. You cannot conceive what a shock it is to hear you are to be a father when you don't expect it. But you will all know in time. All I could say was, but, you are married, aren't you? She answered, yes, but my husband has been in Italy for 2 months and will not return for some time. I was determined at any cost to get out of my responsibility, and said, "You must join him immediately." She blushed to her eyebrows and, looking down, replied, "Yes," but, not daring or not wishing to finish the sentence. I had understood, and discreetly handed her an envelope containing the expenses of the journey. A week later she wrote to me from Genoa. The following week I received a letter from Florence, then from Leghorn, Rome, Naples. She said, "I am quite well, my dear love, but I am hideous. I am not going to let you see me till it is all over, you would cease to love me. My husband suspects nothing. As his business will keep him in this country for a long time still, I will only come back to France after my confinement." And after about 8 months I received from Venice these few words, "It is a boy." Some time after, she suddenly entered my study one morning, fresher and prettier than ever, and threw herself into my arms. And our old relations of intimacy were resumed. I left the ministry and she came to my house in the Rue de Grenelle. She often talked to me about the child, but I paid very little attention, it did not concern me. Occasionally I gave her a considerable sum of money, saying, "Invest that for him." 2 more years passed by and she became more and more determined to give me news of the youngster, of Lyon. Sometimes she would say with tears in her eyes, "You don't care about him, you won't even see him, if you knew how miserable you make me." Finally she worried me to such an extent that I promised to go the next morning to the Champs-Élysées when she was taking him for his walk. But as I was leaving the house I was stopped by a feeling of dread. Man is weak and foolish, there was no knowing what might happen. Supposing I were to love this little mite, this small being who owed his life to me. My son. My hat was on my head, and my gloves were in my hands. I threw the gloves on my desk, and my hat on a chair. "No, I will certainly not go, it is wiser not." The door opened and my brother entered the room, holding out an anonymous letter received that morning. "Warn your brother, the Count of L., that the little woman of the Rue Cassette is making game of him in the most shameless manner. Tell him to make inquiries about her." I had never said a word to anybody about this long-standing intrigue. I was surprised, and told my brother the whole story from beginning to end. I added, "Personally, I don't want to be bothered, but it would be kind of you to find out what you can." When my brother had gone, I said to myself, "How can she be deceiving me? She has other lovers. What do I care? She is young, fresh and pretty, I ask no more. She seems to love me and, after all, does not cost me much. Really, I don't understand what it's all about." My brother soon returned. The police had given him accurate information about the husband, a clerk at the Home Office, correct and well reported upon, with the correct official views. But married to a very pretty woman whose expenses seemed rather high for her modest position. That was all. Now, my brother having sought for her at her house and having learned that she had gone out, succeeded in making the concierge gossip, with the assistance of a large tip. Madame D. is an excellent woman, and her husband a most worthy man. They are neither rich nor proud, but they are generous. For the sake of saying something, my brother asked, "How old is the little boy now?" "But she has no little boy, sir." "What? Little Lyon?" "No, sir, you are making a mistake. I mean the child she had when she was in Italy, about 2 years ago. She has never been to Italy, sir, she has never once left this house during the 5 years she has been living here." Surprised, my brother continued his questions, carrying his investigations as far as possible. "No child. No journey." I was astounded, but was far from understanding what would come of it. "I want," said I, "to have a clear conscience on the subject. I will beg her to come and see me tomorrow. You must see her for me. If she has played a trick upon me, you will hand over to her this 10,000 francs and I will never see her again. In fact, I am beginning to have enough of her. Would you believe it? The night before, I was distressed because I had a child by that woman, and now I was ashamed, hurt and irritable because there was no child. I found myself free from all obligations and from all anxiety, and yet I felt indignant. The next day my brother awaited her in my study. She came in quickly, as usual, rushing towards him with arms outstretched, and stopped dead when she saw who it was. He bowed and apologized. "I beg your pardon, madam, for being here instead of my brother, but he has authorized me to ask you for an explanation, which it would have been painful for him to do himself." Then, looking her straight in the face, he said abruptly, "We know you have not had a child by him." After the first moment of surprise, she recovered her composure, took a seat, and gazed smilingly at the man who was sitting in judgment on her. "No, I have no child. We also know that you have never been to Italy." This time she laughed outright. "No, I have never been in Italy." Aghast, my brother continued. "The Count has requested me to hand you this money and to tell you that the affair is ended." At that she became serious, calmly put the money into her pocket, and said ingenuously, "So, I shall never see the Count again?" "No, madam." She seemed upset and added quietly, "It can't be helped, I was very fond of him." Seeing that she had decided to make the best of things as they were, my brother smilingly asked her, "Now, tell me why you invented this long and complicated falsehood of the journey and the child." She looked at my brother, amazed, as if he had asked a very stupid question, and replied, "Well, you are queer. Do you think a poor little insignificant bourgeoise like me could have kept the Count of L., a minister, a great nobleman, a popular man in society, wealthy and attractive, for 3 years if she had not given him something to think about? Now it's over. It can't be helped, it could not last forever. Nevertheless I have been successful for 3 years. Do not forget to remember me kindly to him." She got up to go. My brother went on with his questions. "But, the child? You had one to show him?" "Certainly, my sister's child. She lent it to me." "I bet it was she who warned you." "Good. And the letters from Italy?" She sat down again to laugh with comfort. "Oh. The letters, well, that's a real poem. The Count was not at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for nothing. But, the rest. The rest is my secret. I am not going to compromise anyone." And bowing to him with a slightly mocking smile, she made her exit, like an actress whose part is ended, without showing any feeling. And the Count of L. added by way of moral, "Don't put your trust in birds of that feather." The Legend of Mont Saint-Michel. I had first seen it from Cancale, this fairy castle planted in the sea. I had seen it dimly, like a grey shadow rising in the foggy sky. I saw it again from Avranches at sunset. The immense stretch of sand was red, the horizon was red, the whole boundless bay was red. Alone, the abbey, growing out there in the distance like a fantastic manor, like a dream palace, incredibly strange and beautiful, this alone remained almost black in the purple of the dying day. The following morning at dawn I went towards it across the sands. My eyes fastened on this gigantic jewel, as big as a mountain, cut like a cameo, and as dainty as lace. The nearer I approached the greater my admiration grew, for perhaps nothing in the world is more wonderful or more perfect. As surprised as if I had discovered the habitation of a god, I wandered through those halls supported by frail or massive columns, through those corridors open to the sky. Raising my eyes in wonder to those spires which looked like rockets starting for the sky, and to that incredible crowd of towers, of gargoyles, of slender and charming ornaments, fireworks of stone. Granite lace, a masterpiece of colossal and delicate architecture. As I was looking up in ecstasy, a lower Normandy peasant came up to me and told me the story of the great quarrel between Saint-Michel and the devil. A skeptical genius has said, "God made man in his image, man has returned the compliment." This saying is an eternal truth, and it would be very curious to write the history of the local divinity on every continent, as well as the history of the patron saints in each one of our provinces. The Negro has his ferocious man-eating idols, the polygamous Mohammedan fills his paradise with women. The Greeks, like a practical people, have deified all the passions. Every village in France is under the influence of some protecting saint, modified according to the characteristics of the inhabitants. Saint-Michel watches over Lower Normandy. Saint-Michel, the radiant and victorious angel, the sword carrier, the hero of heaven, the victorious, the conqueror of Satan. But this is how the Lower Normandy peasant, cunning, underhand, and tricky, understands and tells of the struggle between the great saint and the devil. To escape from the malice of his neighbor the demon, Saint-Michel built himself, in the open ocean, this habitation worthy of an archangel. And only such a saint could build a residence of such magnificence. But, as he still feared the approaches of the evil one, he surrounded his domain with quicksands, more treacherous even than the sea. The devil lived in a humble cottage on the hill. But he owned all the pastures surrounded by the sea, the rich lands where grow the finest crops, the prosperous valleys, and all the fertile hills of the country. But the saint ruled only over the sands. So Satan was rich, whereas Saint-Michel was as poor as a beggar. After a few years of fasting the saint grew tired of this state of affairs, and began to think of some compromise with the devil. But the matter was by no means easy, as Satan kept a good hold on his crops. He thought the thing over for about 6 months, then one morning he set out for land. The demon was eating his soup in front of his door when he saw the saint. He immediately rushed toward him, kissed the hem of his sleeve, invited him in, and offered him refreshments. Saint-Michel drank a bowl of milk and then began, "I have come here to propose to you a good bargain." The devil, candid and trustful, answered, "Very well. Here it is. Give me all your lands." Satan, growing alarmed, tried to speak, but the saint continued, "Listen first. Give me all your lands. I will take care of all the work, the plowing, the sowing, the fertilizing, everything, and we will share the crops equally. Do you agree?" The devil, who was naturally lazy, accepted. He only asked in addition for a few of those delicious red mullet which are caught around the lonely hill. Saint-Michel promised the fish. They shook hands and spat on one side to show that it was a bargain, and the saint continued, "Here, so that you will have nothing to complain of. Choose whatever you prefer, that part of the harvest which will be above ground, or in the ground." Satan cried out, "I choose all that will be above ground." "It's a bargain," said the saint. And he went away. 6 months later, all over the immense domain of the devil, one could see nothing but carrots, turnips, onions, salsify, all the plants whose juicy roots are good and savory, and whose useless leaves are good for nothing but for feeding animals. Satan got nothing and wished to break the contract, calling Saint-Michel a swindler. But the saint, who had developed quite a taste for agriculture, went back to see the devil, and said, "Really, I hadn't thought of that at all, it was just an accident, no fault of mine. And to make things fair with you, this year I'll let you take everything that is under the ground." "Very well," answered Satan. The following spring, all the evil spirits' lands were covered with heavy corn, oats as big as beans, linseed, magnificent colzas, red clover, peas, cabbage, artichokes. Everything that blossoms into grains or fruit in the sunlight. Once more Satan received nothing, and this time he completely lost his temper. He took back his fields and remained deaf to all the new overtures of his neighbor. A whole year rolled by. From the top of his lonely manor, Saint-Michel looked at the distant and fertile lands, and watched the devil direct the work, take in his crops, and thresh the corn. And he grew angry, exasperated at his powerlessness. As he was no longer able to deceive Satan, he decided to wreak vengeance on him, and he went out to invite him to dinner for the following Monday. "You have been very unfortunate in your dealings with me," he said, "I know it, but I don't want any ill feeling between us, and I expect you to dine with me. I'll give you some good things to eat." Satan, who was as greedy as he was lazy, accepted eagerly. On the day which had been decided on, he donned his finest clothes and set out for the Mount. Saint-Michel sat him down to a magnificent meal. First there was a vol au vent, full of cock's crests and kidneys, with meatballs, then 2 big red mullet with cream sauce, a turkey stuffed with chestnuts soaked in wine. Some salt marsh lamb as tender as possible, vegetables which melted in the mouth, and nice warm galette which was brought on smoking and gave out a delicious odor of butter. They drank pure cider, sparkling and sweet, and powerful red wine, and after each course more room was made with some old apple brandy. The devil drank and ate to his heart's content. In fact, he took so much that he found himself uncomfortable. Then Saint-Michel arose in anger, and cried, in a voice like thunder, "What? Before me, rascal? You dare, before me?" Satan, terrified, ran away, and the saint, seizing a stick, pursued him. They ran around through the halls, turning around the pillars, running up the staircases, galloping along the cornices, jumping from gargoyle to gargoyle. The poor demon, who was terribly ill, was running about madly and soiling the saint's home. At last he found himself at the top of the last terrace, from which could be seen the immense bay, with its distant cities, sands, and pastures. He could no longer escape, and the saint came up behind him and gave him a furious kick, which shot him through space like a cannonball. He shot through the air like a javelin and fell down heavily in front of the town of Morin. His horns and claws stuck deep into the rock, which keeps through eternity the traces of this fall of Satan's. He stood up again, limping, crippled until the end of time, and as he looked at the fatal abbey in the distance, standing out against the setting sun, he understood well that he would always be vanquished in this unequal struggle. And he went away limping, heading for distant countries, leaving to his enemy his fields, his hills, his valleys, and his pastures. And this is how Saint-Michel, the patron saint of Normandy, vanquished the devil. Another people would have dreamed of this battle in an entirely different manner. Minuet. Great misfortunes do not affect me very much, said Jean Bradel, an old bachelor who passed for a skeptic. I have seen war at quite close quarters. I walked across corpses without any feeling of pity. The great brutal facts of nature, or of humanity, may call forth cries of horror or indignation, but do not cause us that tightening of the heart, that shudder that goes down your spine at sight of certain little heartrending episodes. The greatest sorrow that anyone can experience is certainly the loss of a child, to a mother, and the loss of his mother, to a man. It is intense, terrible, it rends your heart and upsets your mind. But one is healed of these shocks, just as large, bleeding wounds become healed. Certain meetings, certain things half perceived, or surmised, certain secret sorrows, certain tricks of fate which awake in us a whole world of painful thoughts, which suddenly unclose to us the mysterious door of moral suffering, complicated, incurable. All the deeper because they appear benign, all the more bitter because they are intangible, all the more tenacious because they appear almost factitious. Leave in our souls a sort of trail of sadness, a taste of bitterness, a feeling of disenchantment, from which it takes a long time to free ourselves. I have always present to my mind 2 or 3 things that others would surely not have noticed, but which penetrated my being like fine, sharp, incurable stings. You might not perhaps understand the emotion that I retained from these hasty impressions. I will tell you one of them. It is very old, but as fresh in my mind as if it happened yesterday. It may be that my imagination alone is responsible for my emotion. I am 50. I was young then and studying law. I was rather sad, somewhat of a dreamer, full of a pessimistic philosophy and did not care much for noisy cafés, boisterous companions, or stupid girls. I rose early and one of my chief enjoyments was to walk alone about 8 o'clock in the morning in the nursery garden of the Luxembourg. You people never knew that nursery garden. It was like a forgotten garden of the last century, as pretty as the gentle smile of an old lady. Thick hedges divided the narrow regular paths, peaceful paths between 2 walls of carefully trimmed foliage. The gardener's great shears were pruning unceasingly these leafy partitions, and here and there one came across beds of flowers, lines of little trees looking like schoolboys out for a walk. Companies of magnificent rose bushes, or regiments of fruit trees. An entire corner of this charming spot was inhabited by bees. Their straw hives skillfully arranged at distances on boards had their entrances, as large as the opening of a thimble, turned towards the sun. And all along the paths one encountered these humming and gilded flies, the true masters of this peaceful spot, the real promenaders of these quiet paths. I came there almost every morning. I sat down on a bench and read. Sometimes I let my book fall on my knees, to dream, to listen to the life of Paris around me, and to enjoy the infinite repose of these old-fashioned hedges. But I soon perceived that I was not the only one to frequent this spot as soon as the gates were opened, and I occasionally met face to face, at a turn in the path, a strange little old man. He wore shoes with silver buckles, knee breeches, a snuff-colored frock coat, a lace jabot, and an outlandish grey hat with wide brim and long-haired surface that might have come out of the Ark. He was thin, very thin, angular, grimacing and smiling. His bright eyes were restless beneath his eyelids which blinked continuously. He always carried in his hand a superb cane with a gold knob, which must have been for him some glorious souvenir. This good man astonished me at first, then caused me the intensest interest. I watched him through the leafy walls, I followed him at a distance, stopping at a turn in the hedge so as not to be seen. And one morning when he thought he was quite alone, he began to make the most remarkable motions. First he would give some little springs, then make a bow. Then, with his slim legs, he would give a lively spring in the air, clapping his feet as he did so, and then turn round cleverly, skipping and frisking about in a comical manner. Smiling as if he had an audience, making elegant gestures, and curving his arms, twisting his poor little puppet-like body, bowing pathetic and ridiculous little greetings into the empty air. He was dancing. I stood petrified with amazement, asking myself which of us was crazy, he or I. He stopped suddenly, advanced as actors do on the stage, then bowed and retreated with gracious smiles, and kissing his hand as actors do, his trembling hand, to the 2 rows of trimmed bushes. Then he continued his walk with a solemn demeanor. After that I never lost sight of him, and each morning he began anew his incredible exercises. I was wildly anxious to speak to him. I decided to risk it, and one day, after greeting him, I said, "It is a beautiful day, monsieur." He bowed. "Yes, sir, the weather is just as it used to be." A week later we were friends and I knew his history. He had been a dancing master at the opera, in the time of Louis XV. His beautiful cane was a present from the Comte de Clermont. And when we spoke about dancing he never stopping talking. One day he said to me, "I married La Castress, monsieur. I will introduce you to her if you wish it, but she does not get here till later. This garden, you see, is our delight and our life. It is all that remains of former days. It seems as though we could not exist if we did not have it. It is old and distingué, is it not? I seem to breathe an air here that has not changed since I was young. My wife and I pass all our afternoons here, but I come in the morning because I get up early." As soon as I had finished luncheon I returned to the Luxembourg, and presently perceived my friend offering his arms ceremoniously to a very old little lady dressed in black, to whom he introduced me. It was La Castress, the great dancer, beloved by princes, beloved by the king, beloved by all that century of gallantry that seems to have left behind it in the world an atmosphere of love. We sat down on a bench. It was the month of May. An odor of flowers floated in the neat paths, a hot sun glided its rays between the branches and covered us with patches of light. The black dress of La Castress seemed to be saturated with sunlight. The garden was empty. We heard the rattling of vehicles in the distance. "Tell me," I said to the old dancer, "what was the minuet?" He gave a start. "The minuet, monsieur, is the queen of dances, and the dance of queens, do you understand?" Since there is no longer any royalty, there is no longer any minuet. And he began in a pompous manner a long dithyrambic eulogy which I could not understand. I wanted to have the steps, the movements, the positions, explained to me. He became confused, was amazed at his inability to make me understand, became nervous and worried. Then suddenly, turning to his old companion, who had remained silent and serious, he said, "Elise, would you like, it would be very nice of you. Would you like to show this gentleman what it was?" She turned her eyes uneasily in all directions, then rose without saying a word and took her position opposite him. Then I witnessed an unforgettable thing. They advanced and retreated with childlike grimaces, smiling, balancing, bowing, skipping about like two automaton dolls moved by some old mechanical contrivance, somewhat damaged, but made by a clever workman according to the fashion of his time. And I looked at them, my heart filled with extraordinary emotions, my soul touched with an indescribable melancholy. I seemed to see before me a pathetic and comical apparition, the out-of-date ghost of a former century. They suddenly stopped. They had finished all the figures of the dance. For some seconds they stood opposite each other, smiling in an astonishing manner. Then they fell on each other's necks sobbing. I left for the provinces 3 days later. I never saw them again. When I returned to Paris, 2 years later, the nursery had been destroyed. What became of them, deprived of the dear garden of former days, with its mazes, its odor of the past, and the graceful windings of its hedges? Are they dead? Are they wandering among modern streets like hopeless exiles? Are they dancing, pale specters, a fantastic minuet in the moonlight, amid the cypresses of a cemetery, along the pathways bordered by graves? Their memory haunts me, obsesses me, torments me, remains with me like a wound. Why? I do not know. No doubt you think that very absurd? Mother and daughter. The Comtesse Maurice. That lady in black over there? The very one. She's wearing mourning for her daughter, whom she killed. Come now. You don't mean that seriously? Oh. It is a very simple story, without any crime in it, any violence. Then what really happened? Almost nothing. Many courtesans were born to be virtuous women, they say. And many women called virtuous were born to be courtesans, is that not so? Now, Madame Maurice, who was born a courtesan, had a daughter born a virtuous woman, that's all. I don't quite understand you. I'll explain what I mean. The Comtesse Maurice is one of those tinsel foreign women, hundreds of whom are rained down every year on Paris. A Hungarian or Wallachian countess, or I know not what, she appeared one winter in apartments she had taken in the Champs-Élysées, that quarter for adventurers and adventuresses, and opened her drawing-room to the first comer or to anyone that turned up. I went there. Why? You will say. I really can't tell you. I went there, as everyone goes to such places, because the women are facile and the men are dishonest. You know that set composed of filibusters with varied decorations, all noble, all titled, all unknown at the embassies, with the exception of those who are spies. All talk of their honor without the slightest occasion for doing so, boast of their ancestors, tell you about their lives, braggarts, liars, sharpers. As dangerous as the false cards they have up their sleeves, as delusive as their name, in short, the aristocracy of the bagnio. I adore these people. They are interesting to study, interesting to know, amusing to understand, often clever, never commonplace like public functionaries. Their wives are always pretty, with a slight flavor of foreign roguery, with the mystery of their existence, half of it perhaps spent in a house of correction. They have, as a rule, magnificent eyes and incredible hair. I adore them also. Madame Maurice is the type of these adventuresses, elegant, mature, and still beautiful. Charming feline creatures, you feel that they are vicious to the marrow of their bones. You find them very amusing when you visit them, they give card parties, they have dances and suppers. In short, they offer you all the pleasures of social life. And she had a daughter, a tall, fine-looking girl, always ready for entertainments, always full of laughter and reckless gaiety, a true adventuress's daughter, but, at the same time, an innocent, unsophisticated, artless girl, who saw nothing, knew nothing, understood nothing of all the things that happened in her father's house. How do you know about him? How do I know? That's the funniest part of the business. One morning, there was a ring at my door, and my valet came up to tell me that M. Joseph Bonenthal wanted to speak to me. I said directly, "And who is this gentleman?" My valet replied, "I don't know, monsieur, perhaps 'tis someone that wants employment." And so it was. The man wanted me to take him as a servant. I asked him where he had been last. He answered, "With the Comtesse Maurice." "Ah," said I, "but my house is not a bit like hers." "I know that well, monsieur," he said, "and that's the very reason I want to take service with monsieur. I've had enough of these people. A man may stay a little while with them, but he won't remain long with them. I required an additional man-servant at the time, and so I took him." A month later, Mademoiselle Eveline Maurice died mysteriously, and here are all the details of her death I could gather from Joseph, who got them from his sweetheart, the Comtesse's chambermaid. It was a ball night, and two newly arrived guests were chatting behind a door. Mademoiselle Eveline, who had just been dancing, leaned against this door to get a little air. They did not see her approaching, but she heard what they were saying. And this was what they said. "But who is the father of the girl?" "A Russian, it appears, Count Ruvalov. He never comes near the mother now." "And who is the reigning prince today?" "That English prince standing near the window. Madame Maurice adores him. But her adoration of anyone never lasts longer than a month or 6 weeks. Nevertheless, as you see, she has a large circle of admirers. All are called, and nearly all are chosen. That kind of thing costs a good deal, but, hang it, what can you expect? And where did she get this name of Maurice? From the only man perhaps that she ever loved, a Jewish banker from Berlin who goes by the name of Samuel Morris." "Good. Thanks. Now that I know all about her, and see her sort, I'm off." What a start there was in the brain of the young girl endowed with all the instincts of a virtuous woman. What despair overwhelmed that simple soul. What mental tortures quenched her endless gaiety, her delightful laughter, her exulting satisfaction with life. What a conflict took place in that youthful heart up to the moment when the last guest had left. Those were things that Joseph could not tell me. But, the same night, Eveline abruptly entered her mother's room just as the Comtesse was getting into bed, sent out the waiting maid, who was close to the door, and, standing erect and pale, and with great staring eyes, she said, "Mamma, listen to what I heard a little while ago during the ball." And she repeated word for word the conversation just as I told it to you. The Comtesse was so stupefied that she did not know what to say in reply, at first. When she recovered her self-possession, she denied everything, and called God to witness that there was no truth in the story. The young girl went away, distracted but not convinced. And she watched her mother. I remember distinctly the strange alteration that then took place in her. She was always grave and melancholy. She used to fix on us her great earnest eyes as if she wanted to read what was at the bottom of our hearts. We did not know what to think of her, and we used to maintain that she was looking out for a husband. One evening her doubts were dispelled. She caught her mother with a lover. Thereupon she said coldly, like a man of business laying down the terms of an agreement, "Here is what I have determined to do. Mamma, we will both go away to some little town, or rather into the country. We will live there quietly as well as we can. Your jewelry alone may be called a fortune. If you wish to marry some honest man, so much the better, still better will it be if I can find one. If you don't consent to do this, I will kill myself." This time, the Comtesse ordered her daughter to go to bed, and never to administer again this lecture so unbecoming in the mouth of a child towards her mother. Eveline's answer to this was, I give you a month to reflect. If, at the end of that month, we have not changed our way of living, I will kill myself, since there is no other honorable issue left to my life. Then she took herself off. At the end of a month, the Comtesse Maurice was giving balls and suppers just the same as ever. Eveline then, under the pretext that she had a bad toothache, purchased a few drops of chloroform from a neighboring chemist. The next day she purchased more. And, every time she went out, she managed to procure small doses of the narcotic. She filled a bottle with it. One morning she was found in bed, lifeless, and already quite cold, with a cotton mask over her face. Her coffin was covered with flowers, the church was hung in white. There was a large crowd at the funeral ceremony. Ah! Well, if I had known, but you never can know, I would have married that girl, for she was infernally pretty. And what became of the mother? Oh! She shed a lot of tears over it. She has only begun to receive visits again for the past week. And what explanation is given of the girl's death? Oh! 'Tis pretended that it was an accident caused by a new stove, the mechanism of which got out of order. As a good many such accidents have happened, the thing looks probable enough. A Christmas Tale. Dr. Bonenfant was searching his memory, saying, half aloud, a Christmas story, some remembrance of Christmas? Suddenly he cried, yes, I have one, and a strange one too. It is a fantastic story. I have seen a miracle. Yes, ladies, a miracle, and on Christmas night. You are astonished to hear me speak thus, a man who does not believe in much. Nevertheless, I have seen a miracle. I have seen it, I tell you, seen with my own eyes, that is what I call seeing. Was I very much surprised, you ask? Not at all. Because if I do not believe in your beliefs, I believe in faith, and I know that it can remove mountains. I could cite many examples. But I might make you indignant, and I should run the chance of lessening the effect of my story. In the first place, I must confess that, if I have not been convinced and converted by what I have seen, I have at least been strongly moved. And I am going to strive to tell it to you naively, as if I had the credulity of an Auvergnat. I was then a country doctor, living in the town of Rolleville, in the center of Normandy. The winter that year was terrible. By the end of November the snow came after a week of frost. One could see from afar the great snow clouds coming from the north, and then the white flakes began to fall. In one night the whole plain was buried. Farms, isolated in their square enclosures, behind their curtains of great trees powdered with hoarfrost, seemed to sleep under the accumulation of this thick, light covering. No noise was heard in the still countryside. The crows alone in large flocks outlined long festoons in the sky, seeking their livelihood to no purpose, swooping down upon the pale fields and picking at the snow with their great beaks. There was nothing to be heard but the vague, continuous rustle of this white powder as it persistently fell. This lasted for 8 full days and then stopped. The earth had on its back a mantle 5 feet in thickness. And, during the next 3 weeks, a sky as clear as blue crystal by day spread itself out over this smooth, white mass, hard and glistening with frost, and at night all studded with stars. That looked as if they were made of hoarfrost. The plain, the hedges, the elms of the enclosures, all seemed dead, killed by the cold. Neither man nor beast went out. Only the chimneys of the cottages, clothed in a white shift, revealed concealed life by the fine threads of smoke which mounted straight into the frosty air. From time to time one heard the trees crack, as if their wooden limbs were breaking under the bark. And sometimes a great branch would detach itself and fall, the resistless cold petrifying the sap and breaking the fibers. Dwellings set here and there in fields seemed 100 miles away from one another. One lived as one could. I alone endeavored to go to my nearest patients, constantly exposing myself to the danger of remaining buried in some hole. I soon perceived that a mysterious terror had spread over the country. Such a plague, they thought, was not natural. They pretended that they heard voices at night, sharp whistling and passing cries. These cries and the whistling came, without doubt, from migratory birds which traveled at twilight and flew in flocks toward the south. But it was impossible to make frightened people listen to reason. Fear had taken possession of their minds, and they were expecting some extraordinary event. The forge of Old Vadenal was situated at the end of the hamlet of Epavant, on the main road, now invisible and deserted. As the people needed bread, the blacksmith resolved to go to the village. He remained some hours chattering with the inhabitants of the 6 houses which formed the center of the district. Took his bread and his news and a little of the fear which had spread over the region and set out before night. Suddenly, in skirting a hedge, he believed he saw an egg on the snow. Yes, an egg was lying there, all white like the rest of the world. He bent over it, and in fact it was an egg. Where did it come from? What hen could have gone out there and laid an egg in that spot? The smith was astonished, he could not understand it, but he picked it up and took it to his wife. "See, wife, here is an egg that I found on the road." The woman shook her head. "An egg on the road? In this kind of weather? You must be drunk, surely." "No, no, woman, it certainly was at the foot of the hedge, and not frozen but still warm. Take it, I put it in my bosom so that it wouldn't cool off. You shall have it for your dinner." The egg was soon shining in the iron pot where the soup was simmering, and the smith began to relate what he had heard around the country. The woman listened, pale with excitement. "Of course I have heard some whistling," said she, "but it seemed to come from the chimney." They sat down to table, ate their soup first and then, while the husband was spreading the butter on his bread, the woman took the egg and examined it with suspicious eye. "And if there should be something in this egg," said she. "What could there be in it? How do I know? Go ahead and eat it. Don't be a fool." She opened the egg. It was like all eggs, and very fresh. She started to eat it but hesitated, tasting, then leaving, then tasting it again. The husband said, "Well, how does that egg taste?" She did not answer, but finished swallowing it. Then, suddenly, she stared at her husband, with fixed, haggard, terrified eyes, raised her arms, turned and twisted them, convulsed from head to foot, and rolled on the floor, sending forth horrible shrieks. All night she struggled in these frightful spasms, trembling with fright, deformed by hideous convulsions. The smith, unable to restrain her, was obliged to bind her. And she screamed without ceasing, untiringly. "I have it in my body. I have it in my body." I was called the next day. I ordered all the sedatives known, but without effect. She was mad. Then, with incredible swiftness, in spite of the obstacle of deep snow, the strange news ran from farm to farm, "The smith's wife is possessed." And they came from everywhere around, not daring to go into the house. From a safe distance they listened to the cries of the frightened woman, whose voice was so strong that one could scarcely believe it belonged to a human creature. The village priest was sent for. He was a simple old man. He came in surplice, as if to administer comfort to the dying, and pronounced with extended hand some formulae of exorcism, while 4 men held the foaming, writhing woman on the bed. But the spirit was not driven out. Christmas came without any change in the weather. On Christmas Eve morning the priest came for me. "I wish," said he, "to have this unfortunate woman at Mass, tonight. Perhaps God will work a miracle in her favor at the same hour that he was born of a woman." I replied, "I approve heartily. If she can be touched by the sacred service, and nothing could be more likely to move her, she can be saved without other remedies." The old priest murmured, "You are not a believer, doctor, but you will help me, will you not?" I promised him my help. The evening came, and then the night. The bell of the church was ringing, throwing its plaintive voice across the dreary waste, the vast extent of white, frozen snow. Some black figures were wending their way slowly in groups, obedient to the call from the bell. The full moon shone with a strong, pale light on the horizon, rendering more visible the desolation of the fields. I had taken 4 robust men with me, and with them repaired to the forge. The possessed woman was bound to her bed, and was shouting continually. They clothed her properly, in spite of her violent resistance, and carried her out. The church, illuminated but cold, was now full of people. The choir chanted their monotonous notes, the serpent hummed. The little bell of the acolyte tinkled, regulating the movements of the faithful. I had shut the woman and her guards into the kitchen of the parish house and awaited the moment that I believed favorable. I chose the time immediately following communion. All the peasants, men and women, had received their God, to soften his rigor. A great silence prevailed while the priest finished the divine mystery. Upon my order, the door opened and the 4 men brought in the mad woman. When she saw the lights, the crowd on their knees, the choir illuminated, and the gilded tabernacle, she struggled with such vigor that she almost escaped from us. And she gave forth cries so piercing that a shiver of fright ran through the church. All bowed their heads, some fled. She had no longer the form of a woman, as she writhed and twisted in our grasp, her countenance drawn, her eyes mad. They dragged her up to the steps of the choir, and then she was firmly held squatting on the floor. The priest arose, he was waiting. When there was a moment of quiet, he took in his hands the monstrance, bound with bands of gold, in the middle of which was the white wafer, and, advancing some steps, extended both arms above his head and presented it to the frightened stare of the maniac. She continued to howl, with eyes fixed upon the shining object. And the priest remained so motionless that he looked like a statue. This lasted a long, long time. The woman seemed seized with fear, fascinated, she looked fixedly at the monstrance. She was still seized with terrible shivering fits, but they did not last so long, and she cried out incessantly, but with a less piercing voice. And this lasted again for some time. It looked as if she could no longer lower her eyes, as if they were riveted on the host. She did nothing but groan, her rigid body relaxed, and she sank down exhausted. The crowd was prostrate, with foreheads pressed to the ground. The possessed woman was now lowering her eyelids rapidly, then raising them again, as if powerless to endure the sight of her God. She was silent. And then I suddenly perceived that her eyes were closed. She was sleeping like a somnambulist, hypnotized, conquered by the prolonged contemplation of the monstrance with its shining rays of gold, overcome by Christ victorious. They carried her out, inert, while the priest went up to the altar. The congregation, thrown into wonderment, intoned a Te Deum of gratitude. The smith's wife slept for 40 hours uninterruptedly, then she awoke without any remembrance either of the possession or of the deliverance. That, ladies, is the miracle which I witnessed. Dr. Bonenfant remained silent, then he added, in rather vexed tones. I could not refuse to swear to it in writing. Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve. Oh. No, I shall never celebrate that again. Stout Henri Templier said that in a furious voice, as if someone had proposed some crime to him, while the others laughed and said, "What are you flying into a rage about?" Because a Christmas Eve supper played me the dirtiest trick in the world, and ever since I have felt an insurmountable horror for that night of imbecile gaiety. Tell us what it is. You want to know what it was? Very well, then, listen. You remember how cold it was 2 years ago at Christmas, cold enough to kill poor people in the streets. The Seine was freezing. The pavements froze one's feet through the soles of one's boots, and everybody seemed nearly dead. I had a big piece of work on, and so I refused every invitation to supper, as I preferred to spend the night at my writing table. I dined alone and then began to work. But about 10 o'clock I grew restless at the thought of the gay life all over Paris, at the noise in the streets which reached me in spite of everything, at my neighbors' preparations for supper, which I heard through the walls. I hardly knew any longer what I was doing. I was writing nonsense, and at last I came to the conclusion that I had better give up all hope of producing any good work that night. I walked up and down my room, I sat down and got up again. I was certainly under the mysterious influence of the enjoyment outside, and I resigned myself to it. So I rang for my servant, and said to her, "Angela, go and get a good supper for two, some oysters, a cold partridge, some crayfish, ham and some cakes. Put out 2 bottles of champagne, lay the table and go to bed." She obeyed in some surprise, and when all was ready, I put on my overcoat and went out. A great question was to be solved: with whom was I going to celebrate Christmas Eve? My female friends had all been invited elsewhere, and if I had wished to have one, I ought to have seen about it beforehand, so I thought that I would do a good action at the same time. And I said to myself, Paris is full of poor and beautiful girls who will have nothing on their table tonight, and who are on the lookout for some generous fellow. I will act the part of Providence to one of them this evening. And I will find one if I have to go into every pleasure resort, and have to question them and hunt for one till I find one to my choice. And I started off on my search. I certainly found many poor girls, who were on the lookout for some adventure, but they were ugly enough to give any man a fit of indigestion, or thin enough to freeze as they stood. If they had stopped, and you all know that I have a weakness for plump women. The more flesh they have, the better I like them, and a female colossus would drive me out of my senses with pleasure. Suddenly, opposite the Theatre de Variétés, I saw a face to my liking. A good head, and then 2 protuberances, a very beautiful bosom, and below that, a surprising stomach, the stomach of a fat goose. I trembled with pleasure, and said, "By Jove! What a fine girl!" It only remained for me to see her face. A woman's face is the dessert, while the rest is the joint. I hastened on, and overtook her, and turned round suddenly under a gas lamp. She was charming, quite young, dark, with large, black eyes, and I immediately made my proposal, which she accepted without any hesitation, and a quarter of an hour later, we were sitting at supper in my lodgings. "Oh, how comfortable it is here," she said as she came in, and she looked about her with evident satisfaction at having found a supper and a bed, on that bitter night. She was superb. So beautiful that she astonished me, and so stout that she fairly captivated me. She took off her cloak and hat, sat down and began to eat. But she seemed in low spirits, and sometimes her pale face twitched as if she were suffering from some hidden sorrow. "Have you anything troubling you?" I asked her. "Bah! Don't let us think of troubles." And she began to drink. She emptied her champagne glass at a draught, filled it again, and emptied it again, without stopping, and soon a little color came into her cheeks, and she began to laugh. I adored her already, kissed her continually, and discovered that she was neither stupid, nor common, nor coarse as ordinary streetwalkers are. I asked her for some details about her life, but she replied, "Young man, that is no business of yours." Alas! An hour later. At last it was time to go to bed, and while I was clearing the table, which had been laid in front of the fire, she undressed herself quickly, and got in. My neighbors were making a terrible din, singing and laughing like lunatics, and so I said to myself, I was quite right to go out and bring in this beautiful girl. I should never have been able to do any work. At that moment, however, a deep groan made me look round, and I said, "What is the matter with you, my dear?" She did not reply, but continued to utter painful sighs, as if she were suffering horribly, and I continued, "Do you feel ill?" And suddenly she uttered a cry, a heartrending cry, and I rushed up to the bed, with a candle in my hand. Her face was distorted with pain, and she was wringing her hands, panting and uttering long, deep groans, which sounded like a rattle in the throat, and which are so painful to hear. And I asked her in consternation, "What is the matter with you? Do tell me what is the matter." She did not reply, but began to scream. "Oh! My stomach! My stomach," she said. I pulled up the bedclothes, and I saw. My friends, she was in labor. Then I lost my head, and I ran and knocked at the wall with my fists, shouting, "Help! Help!" My door was opened almost immediately, and a crowd of people came in, men in evening dress, women in low necks, Pierrots, Turks, musketeers, and this invasion startled me so that I could not explain myself, and they, who had thought that some accident had happened, or that a crime had been committed, could not understand what was the matter. At last, however, I managed to say, This woman, is being confined." Then they looked at her, and gave their opinion, and a friar, especially, declared that he knew all about it, and wished to assist nature, but as they were all as drunk as pigs, I was afraid that they would kill her, and I rushed downstairs without my hat, to fetch an old doctor, who lived in the next street. When I came back with him, the whole house was up, the gas on the stairs had been relighted, the lodgers from every floor were in my room, while 4 boatmen were finishing my champagne and lobsters. As soon as they saw me they raised a loud shout, and a milkmaid presented me with a horrible little wrinkled specimen of humanity, that was mewing like a cat, and said to me, "It is a girl." The doctor examined the woman, declared that she was in a dangerous state, as the event had occurred immediately after supper, and he took his leave, saying he would immediately send a sick nurse and a wet nurse, and an hour later, the 2 women came, bringing all that was requisite with them. I spent the night in an armchair, too distracted to be able to think of the consequences, and almost as soon as it was light, the doctor came again. He found his patient very ill, and said to me, "Your wife, monsieur." "She is not my wife," I interrupted him. "Very well then, your mistress, it does not matter to me." He told me what must be done for her, what her diet must be, and then wrote a prescription. What was I to do? Could I send the poor creature to the hospital? I should have been looked upon as a brute in the house and in all the neighborhood, and so I kept her in my rooms, and she had my bed for 6 weeks. I sent the child to some peasants at Poissy to be taken care of, and she still costs me 50 francs a month, for as I had paid at first, I shall be obliged to go on paying as long as I live. And later on, she will believe that I am her father. But to crown my misfortunes, when the girl had recovered, I found that she was in love with me, madly in love with me, the baggage. Well, she had grown as thin as a homeless cat, and I turned the skeleton out of doors, but she watches for me in the streets, hides herself, so that she may see me pass. Stops me in the evening when I go out, in order to kiss my hand, and, in fact, worries me enough to drive me mad. And that is why I never keep Christmas Eve now. The substitute. Madame Bonderwa? Yes, Madame Bonderwa. Impossible. I tell you it is. Madame Bonderwa, the old lady in a lace cap, the devout, the holy, the honorable Madame Bonderwa, whose little false curls look as if they were glued round her head. That is the very woman. Oh! Come, you must be mad. I swear to you that it is Madame Bonderwa. Then please give me the details. Here they are. During the life of Monsieur Bonderwa, the lawyer, people said that she utilized his clerks for her own particular service. She is one of these respectable middle-class women, with secret vices and inflexible principles, of whom there are so many. She liked good-looking young fellows, and I should like to know what is more natural than that. Do not we all like pretty girls? As soon as old Bonderwa was dead, his widow began to live the peaceful and irreproachable life of a woman with a fair, fixed income. She went to church assiduously, and spoke disdainfully of her neighbors, and gave no chance to anyone to speak ill of her, and when she grew old she became the little wizened, sour-faced mischievous woman whom you know. Well, this adventure, which you would scarcely believe, happened last Thursday. My friend, Jean d'Anglemer, is, as you know, a captain in a dragoon regiment, which is quartered in the barracks in the Rue de la Rivette. When he got to his quarters the other morning, he found that 2 men of his squadron had had a terrible quarrel. The rules about military honor are very severe, and so a duel took place between them. After the duel they became reconciled, and when their officer questioned them, they told him what their quarrel had been about. They had fought on Madame Bondervois's account. Oh! Yes, my dear fellow, about Madame Bondervois. But I will let Trooper Sibal speak. This is how it was, Captain. About a year and a half ago, I was strolling along the promenade between 6 and 7 o'clock in the evening, when a woman came up and spoke to me, and said, just as if she had been asking her way, "Soldier, would you like to earn 10 francs a week, honestly?" I answered heartily, "At your service, madam." And so she said, "Come and see me at 12 o'clock tomorrow morning. I am Madame Bondervois, and my address is number 6, Rue de la Tranchée. You may rely upon my being there, madam." And then she went away, looking very pleased, and added, "I am very much obliged to you, soldier." "I am obliged to you, madam," I replied. But I plagued my head about the matter, until the time came, all the same. At 12 o'clock, exactly, I rang the bell, and she let me in herself. She had a lot of ribbons on her head. "We must make haste," she said, as my servant might come in. "I am quite willing to make haste," I replied, "but what am I to do?" But she only laughed, and replied, "Don't you understand, you great stupid?" I was no nearer her meaning, I give you my word of honor, Captain, but she came and sat down by me, and said, "If you mention this to anyone, I will have you put in prison. So swear that you will never open your lips about it." I swore whatever she liked, though I did not at all understand what she meant. My forehead was covered with perspiration, so I took my pocket handkerchief out of my helmet. She took it and wiped my brow with it, then she kissed me, and whispered, "Then you will?" "I will do anything you like, madam," I replied, "as that is what I came for." Then she made herself clearly understood by her actions, and when I saw what it was, I put my helmet on a chair and showed her that in the dragoons a man never retreats, Captain. Not that I cared much about it, for she was certainly not in her prime, but it is no good being too particular in such a matter, as francs are scarce. And then I have relations whom I like to help. I said to myself, there will be 5 francs for my father, out of that. When I had finished my allotted task, Captain, I got ready to go, though she wanted me to stop longer, but I said to her, "To everyone their due, madam. A small glass of brandy costs 2 sous, and 2 glasses cost 4. She understood my meaning, and put a gold 10-franc piece into my hand. I do not like that coin. It is so small that it gets lost in your pockets, and if they open at the seams one is apt to find it in one's boots, or not to find it at all, and so, while I was looking at it, she was looking at me. She got red in the face, as she had misunderstood my looks, and said, "Is not that enough?" "I did not mean that, madam," I replied. "But if it is all the same to you, I would rather have 2 5-franc pieces." And she gave them to me and I took my leave. This has been going on for a year and a half, Captain. I go every Tuesday evening, when you give me leave to go out of barracks. She prefers that, as her servant has gone to bed then, but last week I was not well, and I had to go into the infirmary. When Tuesday came I could not get out, and I was very vexed, because of the 10 francs which I had been receiving every week, and I said to myself, "If anybody goes there, I shall be done for. And she will be sure to take an artilleryman," and that made me very angry. So I sent for Pommel, who comes from my part of the country, and I told him how matters stood. "There will be 5 francs for you, and 5 for me," I said. He agreed, and went, as I had given him full instructions. She opened the door as soon as he knocked, and let him in, and as she did not look at his face, she did not perceive that it was not I, for you know, Captain, one dragoon is very like another with a helmet on. Suddenly, however, she noticed the change, and she asked, angrily, "Who are you? What do you want? I do not know you." Then Pommel explained matters. He told her that I was not well, and that I had sent him as my substitute. So she looked at him, made him also swear to keep the matter secret, and then she accepted him, as you may suppose, for Pommel is not a bad-looking fellow either. But when he came back, Captain, he would not give me my 5 francs. If they had been for myself, I should not have said a word, but they were for my father, and on that score I would stand no nonsense, and said to him, "You are not particular in what you do. For a dragoon, you are a discredit to your uniform." He raised his fist, Captain, saying that fatigue duty like that was worth double. Of course, everybody has his own ideas, and he ought not to have accepted it. You know the rest. Captain d'Angleterre laughed until he cried as he told me the story, but he also made me promise to keep the matter a secret, just as he had promised the 2 soldiers. So, above all, do not betray me, but promise to keep it to yourself. Oh! You may be quite easy about that. But how was it all arranged in the end? How? It is a joke in 1,000. Mother Bonderwa keeps her 2 dragoons, and reserves his own particular day for each of them, and in that way, everybody is satisfied. Oh! That is capital. Really capital. And the aged parents have their crust of bread, and thus morality is satisfied. On horseback. The poor people lived miserably on the husband's salary. Since their marriage 2 children had been born, and their previous lack of means had developed into that frightened, timid, shamefaced poverty peculiar to families of good position who try to keep up appearances in spite of everything. Hector de Gribbelin had been brought up in the country, in the paternal manner, by an old abbé who acted as his tutor. They were not rich, but pulled the devil by the tail and kept up their position. When he was 20 he had gone into the ministry of Marine, as a clerk at 1,500 francs a year. He had landed there like all those who have not been prepared in early years for the harsh struggle for life, those who see this world through a haze. Knowing neither how to get on nor how to meet difficulties, people in whom no special aptitudes or talents have been developed from childhood, no keen energy for the struggle, in whose hands neither a weapon nor a tool has been placed. His first 3 years at the office were horrible. He had renewed acquaintance with some friends of his family, old people, behind the times and poor like himself, who lived in select streets, the depressing streets of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. And he had made a circle of friends. Unfamiliar with modern life, humble but proud, these needy aristocrats lived on the top floors of sleepy old houses. From top to bottom these houses were inhabited by titled tenants, but money was as scarce on the second as on the top floor. Their eternal prejudices, preoccupation with their rank, the dread of descending in the scale, haunted these erstwhile brilliant families, ruined by the inaction of their men folk. It was in these circles that Hector de Gribbelin met and married a titled but penniless young girl like himself. 2 children had been born to them in 4 years, and for the past 4 years the household, harassed by poverty, had known no other distractions than a walk on Sunday to the Champs-Élysées, and a few evenings at the theatre, 1 or 2 each winter, thanks to free tickets received from a friend. But, as spring approached, his chief entrusted him with some extra work and he received the extra compensation of 300 francs. Coming home that night he said to his wife, "My dear Henriette, we ought to do something with this money, a little outing in the country for the children, for instance." They had a lengthy discussion, and finally decided on a family picnic. "We have had so very few outings," said Hector, "that we may as well do things right. We will hire a brake for you and the little ones, and I will hire a horse, it will do me good." They talked of nothing else all week. Each night, when he came home from his office he would dance his elder son up and down on his knee and say, "This is the way Papa will ride next Sunday." And the boy would ride chairs all day screaming, "This is Papa on horseback." Even the servant looked at the master in wonder, as she thought of his riding beside the carriage on horseback, and at every meal she heard him tell of his feats in horsemanship when he was home. Oh, he had been well trained. Once he felt a horse between his legs, he was afraid of nothing, absolutely nothing. He would say to his wife, rubbing his hands, "If they could give me a frisky animal I would like it all the better. You will see how I ride, and, if you like, we can come back by the Champs-Élysées when everybody is coming home. We shall cut quite a figure, and I should not be sorry to meet someone from the office. There is nothing like it to inspire respect." On the appointed day the carriage and the horse arrived together at the door, and Hector came down immediately, to look the horse over. He had had straps sewn to his trousers, and was playing with a riding whip purchased the day before. He raised and felt, one after the other, the animal's 4 legs, felt its neck, its ribs, its hocks, tested its back with his hands, opened its mouth, and told its age. And as the family was coming out at that moment, he discoursed on horses in general and that one in particular, which he declared to be an excellent animal. When everyone was comfortably placed in the carriage, Hector examined the saddle, and mounting with a spring, dropped on the horse with such force that he immediately set up a dance which almost threw his rider. Hector became flustered and tried to calm him, saying, "Come, old fellow, be quiet." And when they both had calmed down a little he asked, "Is everybody ready?" Everybody said they were, and the party proceeded. All eyes were turned on Hector, who affected the English seat and leaped up and down on his saddle in an exaggerated manner. He often looked as if he were going to fall forward on the horse's mane, but he kept his eyes fixed ahead of him, contracting his brow and looking very pale. His wife and the servant each held one of the boys on their lap, and every minute they would say, "Look at Papa." And the boys, excited by the movement, the fresh air, and their delight, uttered piercing screams. The horse, frightened at so much noise, started off at a gallop, and while Hector tried to stop him his hat fell off. The driver had to come down and pick it up, and having recovered it, Hector shouted to his wife, "Make the children stop screaming, will you? They will make the horse run away." They lunched on the grass in the woods of Vézenet, having brought their food in baskets. Although the driver looked after the horses, Hector went every minute to see if his horse wanted anything. He patted it and fed it with bread, cake, and sugar. "He is a great trotter," he said to his wife. "He shook me at first, but you saw how quick I subdued him. He knows his master now." They came back by the Champs-Élysées as agreed. The huge avenue was crowded with carriages and the sidewalks lined with so many pedestrians that they looked like 2 long black ribbons unrolling from the Arc de Triomphe to the Place de la Concorde. A sun shower was falling on the crowd, making the varnish of the carriages, the steel of the harness and the door handles glitter. The whole mass seemed to be seized by a frenzy of motion, an intoxication of life. In the distance the obelisk arose in a golden mist. As soon as they passed the Arc de Triomphe, Hector's horse was suddenly possessed by a new ardor. It dashed at a rapid trot between the carriages in the direction of the stables, and the rider's efforts to stop him were unavailing. The carriage containing his family was far behind. In front of the Palais de l'Industrie, the horse turned to the right at a gallop. An old woman was at that moment leisurely crossing the street, and Hector, who was unable to stop the horse, shouted, "Hey there, hey!" But the old woman was deaf, perhaps, for she slowly kept on until the horse struck her with such force that she turned a triple somersault and landed 10 feet away. Several people shouted, "Stop him!" Hector was distracted and held on desperately to the horse's mane, crying, "Help, help!" A terrible shock sent him over the horse's head like a bomb, and he landed in the arms of a policeman who was running toward him. An angry crowd gathered. An old gentleman wearing a decoration was especially angry. "Confound it, sir," he said, "if you cannot ride a horse, why do you not stay at home instead of running over people?" For men appeared carrying the old woman, who to all appearances was dead, with her yellow face, and her bonnet awry and covered with dust. "Take this woman to a chemist's," said the old gentleman, "and let us go to the station house." A crowd followed Hector, who walked between 2 policemen, while a third led his horse. At that moment the carriage appeared, and his wife, taking in the situation at a glance, ran toward him. The servant and the children came behind crying. He explained that his horse had knocked a woman down, but it was nothing, he would be home very soon. And his frightened family went away. At the station house, the explanation was brief. He gave his name, his place of employment, and awaited news of the injured woman. A policeman came back with the information that the woman's name was Madame Simon, and that she was a charwoman 65 years old. She had regained consciousness, but she suffered internally, she claimed. When Hector found that she was not dead, he recovered his spirits and promised to defray the expenses of her illness. He went to the drugstore where they had taken the old woman. An immense crowd blocked the doorway. The old woman was whining and groaning pitifully. 2 doctors were examining her. "There are no bones broken," they said, "but we are afraid she is hurt internally." "Do you suffer much?" asked Hector. "Oh, yes." "Where?" "I feel as if my inside was on fire." "Then you are the cause of the accident," said a doctor approaching. "Yes, sir," said Hector. "This woman must go to a convalescent home. I know one where they will take her for 6 francs a day. Shall I arrange this for you?" Hector thanked him gratefully and went home relieved. He found his wife in tears, and he comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, she is much better already. I sent her to a convalescent home, and in 3 days she will be all right." After his work the next day he went to see Madame Simon. She was eating some beef soup which she seemed to relish. "Well," said Hector, "how do you feel?" "No better," she answered. "I feel as good as dead." "I don't feel any better." The doctor advised waiting, complications might arise. He waited 3 days, then went to see the old woman again. Her skin was clear, her eyes bright, but as soon as she saw Hector she commenced to whine. "I can't move any more. I'll be like this for the rest of my days." Hector felt a shiver running up and down his back. He asked for the doctor and inquired about the patient. "I am puzzled," the doctor said. "Every time we try to lift her up, or even change the position of her chair, she utters heartrending screams. Still, I am forced to believe her. I cannot say that she shams until I have seen her walk." The old woman listened attentively, a sly look on her face. A week passed, then 2, then a month, and still Madame Simon did not leave her chair. Her appetite was excellent, she gained flesh and joked with the other patients. She seemed to accept her lot as a well-earned rest after 50 years of labor as a charwoman. Hector came every day and found her the same, always repeating, "I can't move, I can't." When Hector came home, his wife would ask with anxiety, "How is Madame Simon?" "Just the same, absolutely no change," answered Hector dejectedly. They dismissed the servant, whose wages became too much of a strain, and economized more than ever. The money received from his chief had been spent. Then Hector called 4 doctors to hold a consultation on Madame Simon. She let them press and poke her, while she watched them slyly. "We must make her walk," said one of the doctors. "I can't, gentlemen, I can't." They took hold of her and dragged her a few steps, but she freed herself, and sank to the floor emitting such piercing screams, that they carried her back to her chair very gently. They reserved their opinion, but concluded, however, that she was incapacitated for work. When Hector brought the news to his wife, she collapsed. "We had much better take her here, it would cost us less. In our own house." "What are you thinking of? What else can we do, dear? I am sure it is no fault of mine." The wooden shoes. The old priest was mumbling the last words of his sermon over the white caps of the peasant women, and the rough or greasy heads of the men. The large baskets of the farmers' wives who had come from a distance to attend Mass were on the ground beside them. And the heavy heat of a July day caused them all to exhale a smell like that of cattle, or of a flock of sheep, and the cocks could be heard crowing through the large open door, as well as the lowing of the cows in a neighboring field. From time to time a breath of wind, charged with the perfume of the fields, swept in through the main entrance, fluttered the ribbons in the women's hats, and made the little yellow candle flames on the altar tremble. As God wishes. Amen, the priest said. Then he ceased, opened a book, and, as he did every week, began to give notice to his flock of all the small parish events for the following week. He was an old man with white hair who had been in the parish for over 40 years, and from the pulpit was in the habit of discoursing familiarly to them all. So he went on, I recommend Desire Vallon, who is very ill, to your prayers, and also La Pommelle, who is recovering very slowly from her confinement. He had forgotten the rest, and so he looked for the slips of paper which were put away in a breviary. At last he found 2 and continued, I will not have the lads and the girls come into the churchyard in the evening, as they do, otherwise I shall inform the rural policeman. Monsieur Césaire Aumont would like to find a respectable girl as servant. He thought for a few moments, and then added, that is all, my brethren, and I wish that all of you may find the divine mercy. And he came down from the pulpit, to finish Mass. When the Malandains had returned to their thatched cottage, which was the last in the village of La Sablière, on the road to Fourville, the father, a thin, wrinkled old peasant, sat down at the table, while his wife took the saucepan off the fire, and Adelaide, the daughter, took the glasses and plates out of the sideboard. Then the father said, I think that place at Maître Aumont's ought to be a good one, as he is a widower and his daughter-in-law does not like him. He is all alone and has money. I think it would be a good thing to send Adelaide there. His wife put the black saucepan onto the table, took the lid off, and while the steam, which smelled strongly of cabbage, rose into the air she pondered on the suggestion. Presently the old man continued, he has got some money, that is certain, but anyone going there ought to be very sharp, and Adelaide is not that at all. His wife replied, I might go and see, all the same, and turning to her daughter, a strapping, silly-looking girl with yellow hair and fat, red cheeks like apples, she said, do you hear? You great silly! You are to go to Maître Aumont's and offer yourself as his servant, and you will do whatever he tells you. The girl began to laugh in a foolish manner, without replying, and then the 3 began their dinner. In a few minutes, the father continued, listen to me, girl, and try not to make a mistake about what I am going to say to you. And slowly and minutely he laid down for her line of conduct, anticipating the minutest details, and preparing her for the conquest of an old widower who was on unfriendly terms with his family. The mother ceased eating to listen to him, and she sat there, with her fork in her hand, looking at her husband and her daughter by turns, and following every word with concentrated and silent attention, while Adelaide remained listless, docile, and stupid, with vague and wandering eyes. As soon as their meal was over, her mother made her put her cap on, and they both started off to see Monsieur Césaire Aumont. He lived in a small, brick house adjoining his tenants' cottages, for he had retired, and was living by subdividing and letting his land. He was about 55 years old, and was stout, jovial, and rough-mannered, as rich men often are. He laughed and shouted loud enough to make the walls fall down, drank brandy and cider by the glassful, and was said to be still of an amorous disposition, in spite of his age. He liked to walk about his fields with his hands behind his back, digging his wooden shoes into the fat soil, looking at the sprouting corn or the flowering colza with the eye of a retired farmer. At his ease, who likes to see the crops but does not trouble himself about them any longer. People used to say of him, there is a Mr. Merryman, who does not get up in a good temper every day. He received the 2 women, as he was finishing his coffee, with his fat stomach against the table, and turning round said, What do you want? The mother was spokeswoman. This is our girl Adelaide, and I have come to ask you to take her as servant, as Monsieur le Curé told us you wanted one. Maître Aumont looked at the girl, and then he said roughly, How old is the great she-goat? 20 last Michaelmas Day, Monsieur Aumont. That is settled, she will have 15 francs a month and her food. I shall expect her tomorrow, to make my soup in the morning. And he dismissed the 2 women. The next day Adelaide entered upon her duties, and began to work hard, without saying a word, as she was in the habit of doing at home. About 9 o'clock, as she was scrubbing the kitchen floor, Monsieur Aumont called her, Adelaide. She came immediately saying, "Here I am, sir." As soon as she was opposite him, with her red and neglected hands, and her troubled looks, he said, "Now just listen to me, so that there may be no mistake between us. You are my servant, but nothing else, you understand what I mean. We shall keep our shoes apart." "Yes, master. Each in our own place, my girl, you in your kitchen, I in my dining room. And with that exception, everything will be for you just as it is for me. Is that settled?" "Yes, master." "Very well, that is all right, and now go to your work." And she went out, to attend to her duties, and at midday she served up her master's dinner in the little sitting room with the flowered paper on the walls, and then, when the soup was on the table, she went to tell him, "Dinner is ready, master." He went in and sat down, looked round, unfolded his table napkin, hesitated for a moment and then in a voice of thunder he shouted, "Adelaide." She rushed in, terribly frightened, for he had shouted as if he meant to murder her. "Well, in heaven's name, where is your place?" "But, master, I do not like to eat alone," he roared. "You will sit there, or go to the devil, if you don't choose to do so. Go and get your plate and glass." She brought them in, feeling very frightened, and stammered, "Here I am, master," and then sat down opposite to him. He grew jovial, clinked glasses with her, rapped the table, and told her stories to which she listened with downcast eyes, without daring to say a word, and from time to time she got up to fetch some bread, cider, or plates. When she brought in the coffee she only put 1 cup before him, and then he grew angry again, and growled, "Well, what about yourself?" "I never take any, master." "Why not?" "Because I do not like it." Then he burst out afresh, "I am not fond of having my coffee by myself, confound it. If you will not take it here, you can go to the devil. Go and get a cup, and make haste about it." So she went and fetched a cup, sat down again, tasted the black liquor and made faces over it, but swallowed it to the last drop, under her master's furious looks. Then he made her also drink her first glass of brandy as an extra drop, the second as a livener, and the third as a kick behind, and then he told her to go and wash up her plates and dishes, adding that she was a good sort of girl. It was the same at supper, after which she had to play dominoes with him. Then he sent her to bed, saying that he should come upstairs soon. So she went to her room, a garret under the roof, and after saying her prayers, undressed and got into bed. But very soon she sprang up in a fright, for a furious shout had shaken the house. "Adelaide!" She opened her door, and replied from her attic, "Here I am, master." "Where are you?" "In bed, of course, master." Then he roared out, "Will you come downstairs, in heaven's name? I do not like to sleep alone, and, by God, if you object, you can just get to the devil out of this." Then in her terror she replied from upstairs, "I will come, master." She looked for her candle, and he soon heard her small clogs pattering down the stairs. When she had got to the bottom steps, he seized her by the arm, and as soon as she had left her light wooden shoes by the side of her master's heavy boots, he pushed her into his room, growling out, "Quicker than that, confound it." And without knowing what she was saying she answered, here I am, master." 6 months later, when she went to see her parents one Sunday, her father looked at her curiously, and then said, "You're not pregnant, are you?" She remained thunderstruck, and looked at her waist, and then said, "No, I do not think so." Then he asked her, for he wanted to know everything, "Just tell me, didn't you mix your clogs together, one night?" "Yes, I mixed them the first night, and then every other night." "Well, then, you are pregnant, you great fool." On hearing that, she began to sob, and stammered, "How could I know? How was I to know?" Old Malandane looked at her knowingly, and appeared very pleased, and then he asked, "What did you not know?" And amid tears she replied, "How was I to know how children were made?" And when her mother came back, the man said, without any anger, "There, she is pregnant, now." But the woman was furious, her finer instinct revolted, and she called her daughter, who was in tears, every name she could think of, a trollop and a strumpet. Then, however, the old man made her hold her tongue, and as he took up his cap to go and talk the matter over with Master Césaire Aumont, he remarked, "She is actually more stupid than I thought she was. She did not even know what he was doing, the fool." On the next Sunday, after the sermon, the old cure published the banns between Monsieur Onufre Césaire Aumont and Céleste Adelaide Malandain.